Chapter 431, The Wealthy Lackey. The Iron Warriors launched a grand counter-insurgency battle. The 4th Legion warriors in the warp, having regained their morale after the last defeat, received orders from their Primarch as long as Vashtor could contact their units. They did not mass their forces. As soon as the battle began, they launched attacks against the Iron Warrior traders serving the various Chaos Gods. Operating in warbands, the Iron Warriors purged other Iron Warrior traders corrupted by the Chaos Gods. Rotting bodies crowned with massive antlers were crushed by brand new silver power armor, and gladiators fighting in arenas were torn apart by artillery fire raining from the sky. This time, the Iron Warriors' artillery was as effective as it had been in the real world, for Vashtor had blessed all Iron Warrior machinery, granting it traits equivalent to the blessings of other Chaos Gods. For instance, Qing's warriors possess a reduction effect against ranged damage, but the shells fired by the Iron Warriors contained Vashtor's power, neutralizing the Chaos blessings on the Qing berserkers. The ultimate result was a confrontation akin to one without any Chaos blessings, a contest between power armor and shells. This returned the Iron Warrior host to the fair duels of the old days in the real world, where neither side had large-scale psychic empowerment. For the 4th Legion, this was a massive boost in combat power. In exchange, the Iron Warriors had to bear more calamities. After all, the Dark Mechanicum God could not truly compete with the Chaos Gods yet. To ascend to the status of an orthodox Chaos God, his goal was the Forge Worlds. To corrupt the Forge Worlds. Thus, the mission Perturabo currently received was actually to occupy Mars, which was only a tiny bit easier than breaching the Imperial Palace back then. If more than half the galaxy, like the Adeptus Mechanicus, chose mechanical ascension and faith in Vashtor, then his power would be sufficient to rival those few. The moment Perturabo received the mission, he began purging the ranks. His iron-headed logic finally helped him make more rational decisions. The original decimation was replaced by a purge of traitors who had thrown themselves into the arms of other Chaos Gods, which greatly boosted morale. My old man is finally doing something decent. Even though he's no longer human. Thus, in the warp, a vast number of Chaos traitors fell into chaotic infighting, causing the offensive against the real world to stall. Only Tsianch, that old nine, had almost no Iron Warrior followers, and so proceeded steadily with his plans for the Great Rebellion. The Red Tide struggled to resist the Chaos invasion. In a series of strikes, more than 10 warships had already met with accidents during warp transit, but Lian Luo still ordered the troops to open a path according to the attack plan. He carved out a narrow and treacherous warp route, extending a dangerous path filled with pirate raids behind the Taiping Star region. That's right, the pirates are also our people. In any case, Lian Luo used the names of various chapters throughout the journey. What did the Red Tide Rebellion have to do with our newly established Primaris chapters? Guillemon had given Yifeng quite a few designations. This force would strike as rebels one moment and appear as a Primaris chapter hunting traitors the next, demanding supplies from the Empire and stirring up trouble behind the Imperial Expeditionary Force's retreat route. From another perspective, for the Imperium, the traitors' arrogance was intolerable to the Adeptus Astartes. Guillemon tried his best with strong wording to make all returning expeditionary forces hold the Sol system, but some units never responded to the Regent's call from the beginning, instead directly launching guerrilla warfare behind the rebels. Honestly, Alfarius had cursed countless times in his heart, that damn Guillemon had a fit back then and insisted on splitting the legions, leaving such a huge mess. If the legion organization still existed, a quick word with a few legion commanders would have settled it. These scattered chapters didn't actually cause much trouble for the Red Tide moving in mass who wouldn't be intimidated by hundreds of capital ships, but the Alpha Legion wasn't so lucky. To pull those chapters back, Guillemon sent his most loyal lackey, that's right. It was the Minotaur's chapter. These guys are truly quick to align themselves. They used to be sworn to the High Lords, and now they are sworn to the Regent. Basically, they'll listen to whoever is in charge of the Imperium. Moreover, they were the first chapter to receive Primaris technology. It was a pure coincidence back then. The Death Guard's invasion had contaminated a large amount of their gene seed, so the chapter arrived at Terra to retrieve the gene seed tithe they had previously paid. It was later confirmed they were requisitioned by the High Lords to participate in the rebellion of the Hexarchy. This force is known for its formidable combat power and brutal conduct. The Lamenter's warships are still in their hands. These warriors are extremely well equipped, possessing a large number of relics borrowed from various chapters, with a significant number of ancient and precious Mark III power armor and Contemptor dreadnoughts. But that's all in the past. Now they possess all the matching weaponry of Primaris warriors and have a large number of semi-augmented warriors to inherit the combat gear of ordinary Astartes. The Minotaur's chapter has been confirmed to use hypnotic techniques and neural modification surgery to implant memories, thereby rapidly producing qualified and powerful warriors. They were once considered uncontrollable berserkers, but all that changed when Chapter Master Asterion took office during the 41st millennium. He is skilled at analyzing battlefield data and using appropriate tactics, specializing most in attrition warfare within a small area. In other words, siege assaults and boarding actions are their specialties. This force soon set out, leaving the Sol system with orders to use all means to persuade the Astartes chapters fighting the rebels to retreat, while trying to avoid engaging the enemy. The Minotaur's interpretation of this order was that the Primarch had set a massive trap to easily slaughter the rebels, and these chapters were disrupting the Primarch's plan, potentially even causing the enemy not to enter the snare. And then they started seizing things. Violently pulling our forces apart. Is there even a need to think? They just bored directly and beat both sides into submission. So as soon as this chapter entered the battlefield, they were punching in all directions and kicking everywhere, essentially disregarding all ties. They fought their way out of the Nostramo Gate world and encountered the stubborn brats of the Imperial Fists. This successor chapter was the Silver Templars chapter, which, like the Black Templars, was an absolute hawk faction, skilled in close quarters combat with power swords. They are truly stubborn, whether it's the Red Tide or the Alpha Legion, if there's an enemy, they fight. This force was also the chapter that left Yi Feng most speechless. Half a chapter's strength suddenly appeared before the main army, looking like a tiny scouting force. Yi Feng cautiously initiated contact and sent out scouting teams, trying to figure out where their confidence came from. The internal discussion within the Silver Templars chapter went like this. Boss, this target is tough, we can't crack this hard nut. If you can't crack it, take small bites and chew more often. Because of the People's Light's long-range detection capabilities, Yi Feng could always have the army evade and hide their tracks in advance. This led the Silver Templars chapter to mistakenly believe that the 30-odd enemy expeditionary ships they discovered were the entire strength of the rebel expeditionary force. In reality, it was just a patrol group. The Silver Templars chapter dispersed their forces, launching small-scale raids, beginning to cut off supply lines and attacking reinforcements. Even though they clearly couldn't affect the main army, they still persistently launched failed raids. Like a fly that couldn't be swatted away, buzzing around Yi Feng's head. As soon as he sat down in the command room, it was all. Silver Templars chapter, 3rd Company, attacked a Prometheum transport craft and was repelled. A Silver Templars strike cruiser attempted to attack the Galactic Unity from the rear and was heavily damaged and repelled by a Nova cannon shot. Silver Templars chapter. Yi Feng's head ached. If you can't handle us, call for backup, either fight or retreat. You don't have the Raven Guard's technology, so don't use the Raven Guard's tactics. Why insist on coming up to throw your lives away? The division commander ordered the entire regiment to remain combat ready. The White Scars scouting units were sent out several sectors away, just to prevent the enemy from calling in the Black Templars. Currently, among the Imperial forces wandering throughout the galaxy, only the Black Templars could organize a 5-digit number of Astartes and a Gloriana-class battleship as a flagship to go head-to-head with the Red Tide's current half-army. The Silver Templars chapter was organizing the next round of attacks. Although their assaults were repeatedly frustrated, the warriors' morale was high, and they had just heard news that a loyal, full-strength Astartes chapter was on its way. The fame of the Minotaurs chapter immediately ignited the Silver Templars' morale. They quickly organized an attack, preparing to form a pincer movement once the Minotaurs arrived to cut off this force's retreat. The People's Light remained cloaked. All the shipyards inside were working at full capacity to repair damaged and captured warships. There were over 200 ordinary warships on the outside, and all the Overlord-class battleships had already entered warp and left. Who knows what those brats of Dorne were thinking? Did they really think the Minotaurs would join them? The Silver Templars chose the outermost cruising fleet, a formation consisting of 1 strike cruiser, 1 Retribution-class battleship, and 2 light cruisers. Everyone continued their boring exchange of fire. The battleship captains were used to the enemy's harassment, and the frigates performed their routine high-speed evasions and counter-fire before turning away after a round of offensive. But the enemy did not turn. Captain, they are charging toward us. Wait, the augur array shows an enemy main fleet appearing at position 12.87.19023. 6 capital ships are charging at us, this is a general offensive. The captain was somewhat surprised. So, was all that harassment these past few days meant to lower their guard and ensure the suddenness of this general offensive? Call the main fleet immediately, the enemy is approaching. The 30-odd warships in the distance turned to support this patrol fleet, while the Silver Templars chapter had already accelerated their ships to maximum speed. The Vanguard fleet was about to enter the range of short-range weapons. Boarding warning. We are being locked on for a warp-based boarding action. All warriors to Condition 1 alert, Condition 1 alert. A squad of adamantium warriors strolled leisurely. Having fought the Dark Angels so much, they had almost forgotten their role in normal circumstances. The Silver Templars chapter had, to an extent, helped them recover a bit of confidence. After a volley from the battle barges' bombardment cannons and macro cannon arrays, the Retribution-class battleship's void shields overloaded. In the gap before the secondary shields could activate, boarding parties seized the opportunity to warp in. The first wave consisted of 20 Terminators from the warp teleportation chambers of several warships. The enemy strike cruisers used their speed advantage to close in rapidly, and the battle soon commenced. Facing the appearing Terminators, the adamantium warriors saw they were only armed with power swords and plasma pistols. Completely unfazed, they opened fire while pressing forward toward them. The Terminators had clearly practiced strategies for encircling powerful enemies many times. They treated the adamantium warriors as dreadnought-class threats. As adamantium armor gradually spread through the chapter, the warriors had found a relatively effective method, using concentrated plasma and flashbangs to force the opponent to close their adamantium eyelids, then taking the chance to close in, attacking with shock weapons, using bombs to blast the terrain to trap the enemy, and then placing explosives directly on the adamantium eyelids. 2 Terminators fired plasma guns at an adamantium warrior, focusing on his weapon backpack to destroy the array of weapons hanging from the adamantium armor. 1 Terminator circled behind, coordinating with the warriors in front to set explosives, blowing large craters at both ends of a corridor to trap him in that section. The problem was, as he circled around, he found another squad of Terminators also fighting adamantium warriors, and then as he kept running, he encountered the next group. 10 adamantium warriors held key intersections, capable of projecting force over many vital areas. At this moment, our own Terminators also boarded to provide support. Kazanov, who always preferred using physical force to persuade people, took to the field. The first company followed him like an honor guard, applying to join the sortie under Barton's leadership. Giving a chapter champion an entire honor grade company, no legion would ever do such a thing. Coincidentally, Yi Feng didn't care, if the first company wanted to go, they could go. Though not explicitly stated, the first company held internal trials and selected 300 warriors of formidable combat power to accompany Khazanov on this mission. Among the 30-odd warships, one suddenly pulled ahead, the only Overlord-class battleship within the light of the people. Yi Feng's flagship, the Mantis Shrimp, carried the first company to rapidly support the front lines. After activating its acceleration, it quickly overtook the ordinary warships and charged headlong toward the Silver Templars chapter's battle barge. Precisely at this time, the Minotaur's chapter warped in from the Mandeville Point. Over a dozen warships stood ready. This chapter was exceptionally wealthy. Joining forces with the Silver Templars chapter's vessels, they truly could form an advantage against the 30-plus ships of the main fleet. Entering the fray, they saw 5 rebel ships having a grand old time fighting the Silver Holy Sword. Say no more, it was time to break up the fight. The Mantis Shrimp was breaking. Since it wasn't a standard Astartes warship, they still needed transport ships to deliver the Astartes onto the boarded vessels. But before that, the Minotaur's chapter's strike cruiser, the Restless, and the battle barge, Daughter of the Tempest, closed in on the decelerating Mantis Shrimp. Before we even entered the Retribution-class battleship, they boarded us first. This level of initiative made even Khazanov doubt for a moment. Could they be like the Dark Angels, charging in with some super relic? Thanks to the Silver Templars chapter's multiple successful reconnaissances providing the Minotaurs with false intelligence, they never expected a single battleship could be packed with so many Terminators. Gorgon pattern Terminators slammed head-on into Lerna and Terminators. Both sides shared one trait: none of these suits of armor were actually their own. The Alpha Legion's ancient Terminators maintained their original weapon configurations, pairing full kite chargers with power axes. The iron-clad Terminators activated their shields and charged at the opposition. The Gorgon pattern Terminators designed by Ferrus Manus were no pushovers either. These Iron Hands Terminators could convert the kinetic and electromagnetic energy of incoming weapons into blinding light to dazzle their opponents. After undergoing painful augmentations comparable to being placed in a dreadnought, the warriors donned these suits and unleashed formidable combat power. In long-range exchanges, the full kite chargers held the advantage. Concentrated fire from several guns brought down a Terminator. New enemies appeared on the flank. Tartaros pattern Terminators, taken by the Minotaurs during a clash with the Word-bearers who had themselves stolen them from the Thousand Suns long ago. This pattern of Terminator was known for its extremely high mobility. Its speed formed a sharp contrast with the slow iron-clad pattern. They quickly circled to the side of the Terminator squad, attacking with plasma guns and accurately hitting several Terminators, overloading their shields. Then, he was subjected to a massive missile strike. The flank of the Lerna and Terminators was covered by warriors who had inherited the siege pattern Terminators of the Iron Warriors. He quickly activated the missile pods on his head, saturating the area with firepower. The intensity of the war escalated rapidly. Khazanov's charge across the battlefield of slow behemoths was like a golden flash. He leaped up, using his lightning-wreathed power claws to heavily wound a Tartaros pattern Terminator already damaged by missiles on the flank. The glow of the lightning was masked by the dazzling light conversion of the Gorgon pattern armor. Few noticed that the claws Khazanov used shimmered with lightning. On the contrary, seeing that golden suit of armor, the Minotaur's veterans who prided themselves on being close to collecting every Terminator pattern could not recognize what it was. With its extreme speed and hardened plating, although it lacked shield protection, its overall durability had already surpassed the Tartaros pattern. A librarian struggled to use psychic powers to cover his own troops. Realizing the enemy outnumbered them several times over, he quickly sent a distress signal to the parent chapter. Psychic energy flared on the battlefield. Due to Li Enjun's semi-crippled state, Bals was forced out again to keep an eye on the Mad Wolf. Now, clashing with the opposing chief librarian, he felt a mountain of pressure, and that wasn't just a figure of speech. The opponent was a creation-type librarian. Protected by iron-clad Terminators, he finished his incantation and summoned a mountain. The ceiling here was only 5 meters high. The opponent condensed rock at the ceiling's height and pressed it downward, attempting to use it to pin down our warriors. Balz's telekinetic powers struggled to assemble every movable object to withstand the downward pressure. As the librarians locked in a contest of strength, the Mad Wolf saw Balz's predicament and charged toward the opponent. Psychic energy flickered. Balz's storm swirled around the Mad Wolf's body, while stone walls manifested out of thin air along his path. Like a world eater, the Mad Wolf used his body to savagely smash through all obstacles. The chief librarian's psychic power grew even more brilliant. Blue radiance flowed from his eyes, extending along his eyebrows to the back of his head, where it converged and rose up, making him appear incredibly holy. As the Mad Wolf charged, psychic power warped the space ahead, forcing him to a sudden halt. A majestic Terminator warrior stood before him. The disruption field of his black spear was in a mysterious state the Mad Wolf had never seen, and a round shield held in his other hand firmly protected half his body. This was a never-before-seen Terminator pattern. The Arcanak pattern. The chapter master of the Minotaurs had arrived in person. The chief librarian's psychic power faded, acting as a psychic beacon during a psychic confrontation was simply too draining. More Terminator warriors gathered at his side. Given that heavy armor warriors had already joined the first company, the fact that their Terminator numbers remained so high made it hard to imagine just how wealthy they were. The Minotaur's chapter master stared at Khazanov's lightning power claws, his eyes flashing with confusion, anger, and a soaring will to fight. You defeated Tiberos. You could say that. Between the question and answer, the two sides closed in rapidly. Zhao Hu slammed into the opponent's round shield, lightning exploding across its surface. The black spear and Piao Yao locked together, in a one-handed contest of strength. The lightning power claw was at a disadvantage. But through sheer brute force, Kazanov shoved the opponent back 3 paces. The counterattack came from the shield. The opponent suddenly retracted the black spear and threw all his weight into the shield, causing the mad wolf to briefly lose his balance. Exploiting the limited reach of the lightning power claws, he raised his arm to evade the counter, and the black spear took the opportunity to sweep high over his head, thrusting toward the mad wolf's skull. Facing such a tall warrior, Kazanov fully utilized his speed advantage. Piao Yao took the place of Zhao Hu as he leaned his body to dodge the spear, hiding Zhao Hu behind him. A charged heavy blow struck the opponent's shield head-on, shattering the bull head emblem upon it. 3 massive fissures appeared right in the center of the bull's head. Though this was merely a later added decoration, it still left the Minotaur's chapter master alarmed by Kazanov's immense destructive power. The two sides traded blows rapidly. On the chaotic battlefield, their duel didn't allow marksmen to seize an opening. Instead, because of the ultra-fast close-quarters combat, snipers on both sides dared not fire. The suppressive power of the Folkite chargers was significant, but the opponent's chief librarian was slightly stronger, barely maintaining the stalemate. Kazanov and his opponent fought with earth-shaking intensity, affecting layer after layer of metal flooring as claws and spear clashed incessantly. The opponent's shield-bearing arm went numb from the shocks, yet Kazanov continued to use the hardness of the adamantium to tank the short thrusts of the black spear, maintaining a purely offensive style. He circled this unknown Terminator, finding several opportunities to strike at the flank, but all were blocked by the timely return of the arm guards. Servo systems wailed as the Minotaur's chapter master parried a claw strike with the butt of his spear and caught an opening to successfully bash the mad wolf's chest with his round shield. A surge of blood welled up from the mad wolf's throat, clogging his internal vox grill and causing Kazanov's armor to emit a strange, gurgling sound. Chapter 432, The Tides of Offense and Defense Have Turned. Blood clogged the speaker, the buzzing and the sound of breath blowing through blood droplets creating an intertwined tremor. The Lar-Amon organ immediately went to work, its blood plates repairing damaged internal organs, while Kazanov's movements maintained an extremely high level of agility. A round shield was held against his chest, but this shield was not large for his custom adamantium armor, leaving plenty of room for his arms to operate. Mad Wolf remained calm, his multi-threaded mind quickly integrating the current situation. The Minotaur's chapter master was in a slightly hunched posture, his shield-bearing arm held higher than his body, preventing Kazanov's lightning power claws from striking his head, which was protected by thick pauldrons during subsequent counterattacks. The black spear was held low, tucked by his waist, the opponent's body was tilted, with the spear side down, ready to thrust at any moment from below into Mad Wolf's waist. After analyzing the situation, Kazanov's thoughts shifted, and the magnetic boots of his adamantium armor instantly locked onto the ground. Both claws struck out, one pressed down to block the black spear's path, while the other attacked from the side and below, utilizing the curve of the lightning power claw to strike the arm holding the shield. In an instant, Kazanov adopted a posture like one embracing a massive stone. The Minotaur's chapter master's offensive was halted, his body remained in the posture of a charging bull, yet he could not push the enemy in front of him even a fraction of an inch. The Minotaur's chapter master was tall, and since he was in a half-crouched charging stance while Kazanov was nearly standing straight, the two were roughly the same height. The black spear's thrust was blocked by Zhao Hu, while Piao Yao scraped against the Arcanac pattern upper arm plate, lightning energy pouring into the outer layer of reinforced ceramite as the temperature rose rapidly. The sound coming from the mask misled the Minotaur's chapter master. Believing the opponent was already wounded, he withdrew the black spear, raised it high, and leaped into the air. He intended to pierce the fellow's head with a high-reaching thrust. The shield was pressed against Kazanov, but Mad Wolf suddenly felt the weight on his chest lighten. His stone-embracing posture transformed into a mountain-lifting one. To an outsider, it looked as if Mad Wolf was lifting both the shield and the man together. The unique engine roar of the black spear came from above. Lethal danger was hidden behind that round shield. Kazanov made a split-second decision, forcefully raising his arms and continuously lifting the round shield to block the opponent's spear from striking. Using your own shield to block your spear. As their positions shifted, after several rounds of minimal movement maneuvering, Mad Wolf adopted the posture of an over-the-shoulder throw. An over-the-shoulder throw, of this round shield. Either you let go, or you get thrown out along with the shield. The Minotaur's chapter master was thrown directly above Mad Wolf. He roared in fury, activating some unknown device, perhaps a high-intensity magnetic device locking onto the floor beneath Kazanov's feet, or some other gravity-manipulating equipment. The Arcanac pattern Terminator suddenly became incredibly heavy, and the massive Primaris warrior leaned his entire weight onto the shield. Mad Wolf felt a surge of massive force, another shield bash, this time augmented by the opponent's full body weight, making it even more powerful. The shield struck his adamantium helmet, creating a shower of sparks and lightning. A fire of rage also rose in Mad Wolf's heart. Today, he was determined to throw this man over. His adamantium helmet pressed against the shield as Kazanov exerted every ounce of his strength. He could hear the dull roar of his overburdened servo systems, the strange cracking of his own spinal column, and the blood-pumping war cries in the Vox channel. Today is truly satisfying. The Arcanac pattern Terminator was thrown flying, crashing into a distant wall and smashing right through the metal plating. Seeing this, a siege pattern Terminator shouted, "Glory to the champion!" while bombarding that position with missiles, shattering the bulwark above. A massive amount of debris buried the Minotaur's chapter master. Though Mad Wolf had won that exchange by half a move, his previous internal injuries had worsened slightly. He panted heavily, his movement speed noticeably slowing. He didn't know how many electromuscular bundles had snapped during that brief overload. The dense barrage on the battlefield showed no sign of stopping. Bals did his best to block some attacks for Kazanov, but Mad Wolf showed no intention of retreating, his pace quickening once more. He knew it wouldn't be that simple to defeat his opponent. Asterian Moloch intelligence indicated he was the chapter master of the Minotaurs, but no one knew who was truly behind the mask. His death records were as numerous as his survival records, so many that it led people to suspect other battle brothers had consumed Asterian Moloch's corpse to quickly take his place. Debris flew everywhere as a flower named Return bloomed in the center of the battlefield. Having endured the missile bombardment and burial, the Minotaur's chapter master emerged from the ruins in a powerful stance. Slightly floating metal dust swirled around his bronze Terminator armor, and fragments were sent flying dozens of meters by his sheer force. Before he could even steady himself, Kazanov had already lunged at him. The golden figure was no longer as fast as lightning, instead, he took heavy, deliberate steps, the Primaris warrior stomping the ground recklessly to build momentum for his attack. Before the heavy round shield could be raised, a Zhao heavy strike descended from above. The giant displayed exquisite technique at this moment, swinging the black spear with his right hand, instantly deactivating the disruption field, and resting the front half of the spear across his left shoulder. With his right hand raised high, he caught Zhao with a single arm. The entire spear shaft bent to its limit. This heavy blow contained most of Kazanov's strength, and lightning flowed along the long shaft, shocking the hand gripping it. Piao Yao arrived gracefully, striking directly at the opponent's flank. This strike finally succeeded in tearing open the enemy's armor, but it went no further than that. The Minotaur's chapter master demonstrated what exquisite combat skill looked like. He slammed the newly raised round shield sideways, using the adamantium frame of the shield's edge to knock away the arm equipped with Piao Yao. Deflecting heavy with light, striking light with heavy. Without using ranged weapons, the shield and spear combination was both offensive and defensive, withstanding Mad Wolf's high-speed claw strikes. The two exchanged several rounds of blows. The bull's head emblem on the round shield was shredded by the claws, and Kazanov's internal injuries were becoming quite severe. The opponent landed a spear hit, actually leaving a dent in the adamantium armor, which was far more exaggerated than the shallow scratches a normal power sword would leave. The power possessed by this mysterious weapon was terrifying. It was a curse brought about by the countless lives that had fallen to the spear, a curse of resentful souls. However, the claw marks Zhao left on the spear shaft were deep, likely becoming a breakthrough point. Kazanov pondered strategies to defeat his enemy, but the opponent showed no openings. A shot from a stalker pattern bolter hit his power pack, the explosion sounding the horn for Mad Wolf's offensive. Countless bolter rounds and Folkite beams returned the favor to the ambushing Minotaur's Terminators. Mad Wolf was running, splitting away just as he was about to make contact, rotating around his foe. They clashed and separated instantly. The spear tip and lightning power claws constantly collided, yet not a single new mark was added to the round shield. Asterian Moloch stared fixedly into his opponent's eyes. The enemy's armor was so hard that a full-strength thrust from the black spear couldn't break the defense, yet the enemy's claws could easily tear through a Terminator. Behind their solid defenses, both aimed for the other's tactical lenses. Kazanov suddenly lunged, launching a backhand offensive. Even though the shield was on his right side, he used the claws of his right hand to attack the black spear instead of bracing against the shield. This sudden change in tactics disrupted the opponent's rhythm. Two claws caught the black spear, and the Minotaur's chapter master quickly stepped forward, pushing out forcefully with his shield, while Kazanov's right shoulder shoved back against it. Mad Wolf rolled over the shield, the junction of the black spear's tip and shaft firmly locked with his lightning power claw. He channeled strength from his core and legs, using his entire body's explosive power to pull the black spear outward. Both of the Minotaur's weapons were completely pinned by Kazanov's right hand and back. During his body's roll, the claws of Mad Wolf's left hand pressed against the underside of the opponent's shield-bearing arm. A backhand strike. The claws violently plunged in along the previously made scratches. The power claws tore through the first layer of armor protection. Had it ended there, it would have been fine, but the lightning energy surged through the opponent's internal circuitry, coursing through the enemy's entire body. Countless alarms appeared before the Minotaur's chapter master's eyes. The electromuscular bundles of his entire left arm were scorched by the lightning energy surge that far exceeded their capacity, turning into useless, charred remnants. Pungent black smoke wafted from the breach. He quickly severed all electronic connections to his left arm. The Minotaur's chapter master knew that due to mechanical constraints, the opponent's claws had reached their limit and could go no further. He forcefully pushed the opponent away. His arm was completely locked, maintaining a fixed shield-holding position, no longer able to change stances with ease. Just a little more, just a bit closer, and the claws could have broken through more defenses to reach his flesh, turning the entire arm to charred bone in the surging lightning energy. In the blink of an eye, the golden monster that had been pushed away didn't pause for a second. Strikes fell like a tempestuous storm, and the Minotaur's chapter master was forced into a defensive position. But he knew that such an attack from the opponent came at a price. The previous internal injuries were worsening under such intense activity. Even an Astartes would eventually reach exhaustion. If he let the opponent continue for another few dozen rounds, he could bring him down with even a single arm. The shield was held stiffly as Asterian Moloch silently endured the offensive. The problem was, his troops couldn't hold out. What kind of ship has an endless sea of Terminators charging at you like this? Who exactly was the attacking force here? The Indomitus pattern Terminators were the first to buckle, followed by more Gorgon pattern Terminators. In the sustained combat, a large amount of toxic chemicals and intense internal heat killed those warriors. How could you compare to those mechanical ascension lunatics from the Iron Hands? Various Terminator variants were retreating, and casualties were increasing sharply. Full kite gun attacks could effectively destroy Terminators, a hit to the helmet could incinerate the enemy inside until nothing but ash remained. More and more red beams appeared on the battlefield. No, it was that the Minotaur's plasma bolts were becoming fewer and fewer. The chief librarian was desperately protecting his brothers. His psychic power was no longer used to confront Bals directly, but to erect wall after wall to block damage for his battle brothers. Bals was gradually gaining dominance in the psychic realm. A storm was gathering. The chief librarian signaled to the chapter master that they had to retreat. They couldn't gain an advantage in a boarding action and needed to find a way to use large-scale firepower to destroy the enemy in formations. He wants to retreat? Has he asked Kazanov? Mad Wolf pressed on relentlessly, forcing the opponent to make a choice. Should the librarian stop covering his comrades to intervene in the duel and forcibly pull your chapter master away, or continue as things are until your battle brothers are slaughtered by our first company? The chief librarian quickly made a choice. A thick wall rose from beneath their feet, completely separating the two. This strike cost him too much energy. Most of the psychic walls on the front line collapsed, blown to pieces under the heavy fire. In one round of attacks, 5 Terminators on the front line were killed. Bal's counterattack also roared in quickly. 3 Gorgon-patterned Terminators helped the chief librarian block this strike at the cost of overloading their shields, only to fall under several subsequent grav gun shots. The chief librarian took the opportunity to chant an incantation, focusing his power to lock onto the battle barge's teleporterium. His comrades activated the warp teleporters and evacuated the mantis shrimp together. Mad Wolf collapsed in exhaustion and removed his helmet. The apothecary quickly brought him supplements. Kazanov's face was full of weakness, but also full of excitement. Supporting comrades? To hell with that, just hit them, offense is the best defense. Everyone, resupply ammo, cool down your weapons, and prepare to board the enemy's battle barge directly. 200 undamaged Terminator warriors responded immediately. The mantis shrimp leaned toward our strike cruiser, using its hull to block some of the fire for it. The Dark Raven squadron covered the transport craft flying to the strike cruiser. Don't ask where the Dark Raven fighters came from, they were gifts exchanged during a friendly and cordial exchange with the 1st Legion. After boarding the strike cruiser, those Silver Templars warriors knew the situation was hopeless and began to retreat one after another. To their surprise, few Terminators chose to stay on this ship. The strike cruiser, instead of retreating, surged forward toward the battle barge, Daughter of the Storm. This ship was marked as a vessel already boarded by the Silver Templars chapter. The Daughter of the Storm hesitated slightly and did not fire with full force. As the teleportation light flashed, the Terminators boarded the battle barge, Daughter of the Storm. A large portion of the Minotaur's chapter's ordinary warriors had boarded our battleship and were currently fighting with those 10 heavily injured adamantium warriors, unable to return for support. You have a dozen ships, I have hundreds. When the main fleet of the Red Tide swaggered into the enemy's auger array scanning range in a spherical formation, Asterian Moloch realized things were going south. They had to retreat. But the Minotaur's chapter also had traps. This ship wasn't the real battle barge, Daughter of the Storm, the original had already crashed in the Amara Void battle. The reason this fake was disguised like this was because it carried Belisarius Call's proving ground equipment. That equipment was originally meant to be mounted on the Daughter of the Storm and was built according to that design. With no other choice, a battle barge was modified into this fake appearance. After a large number of Terminators boarded, they immediately noticed something was wrong. The gravity locks in the surrounding area were very chaotic, with gravity being stable only in key areas. Those pieces of equipment, the Void Shield, the Geller Field, the necessary path to the bridge, they were like isolated islands. The gravity there was very comfortable, allowing the Terminators to exert their maximum strength. However, to approach those areas, one would either be in a zero-gravity floating state or a locked state with several times normal gravity. The defensive lockdown of the entire battle barge was exceptionally well executed. Some warriors had already suffered burst blood vessels, overloaded hearts, and damaged organs under the multifold gravity suppression. Before the battle even truly began, the Minotaur's chapter had already won half the fight. Fortunately, Call's technology was sufficiently widespread. The Astartes adjusted their grav guns, firing grav particles to offset the enemy's field advantage, and then charged at the foe. If renegade Astartes had attacked, the Minotaurs probably could have wiped them out inside the ship without breaking a sweat. The brutal fleet battle gradually came to an end because every ship was packed with Astartes from both sides, and no one dared to fire indiscriminately. This was a fierce battlefield in the starry void, yet dozens of warships floated quietly like meteors. Some engine sections were spewing flames, in some conning tower areas, continuous explosions had already reached the outer armor, some void shields were flickering erratically, and the distant army could clearly see the shields that should only have appeared when under fire. The battle lasted for 11 hours. The Silver Templars abandoned 3 ships to retreat, while the Minotaurs left behind even more. Yi Feng sent out the Angels of Dawn and the Lamenters. As soon as the Lamenters stepped out, they saw the fake Daughter of the Storm. The Lamenters were stunned. They had been sad for a long time when they learned the Daughter of the Storm had been destroyed. Matthew Rio had constantly comforted the warriors back then, saying it was the chapter's shame and had now completely vanished for the Emperor. And now it suddenly appeared. The Lamenters immediately boarded the ship. This vessel, which had been stolen by the Minotaur's chapter during the Badab War, was going to be completely reclaimed this time. Once inside, why was there a sense of familiar strangeness? It must be because I've been away for too long, yes. Matthew Rio had read almost all the remaining history of the chapter. A map of this ship appeared in his mind, but he found it didn't quite match up. Minotaurs. What have you done to our ship? The current lamenters were completely unafraid of groups of Mark III warriors in Mark 8 power armor. They swarmed forward and hacked away with their blades upon meeting. The Minotaurs, who excelled at frontal combat, saw a large number of Centurion armors charging at them with power broadswords used by the White Scars and quickly called for reinforcements. Mark the 10th power armor, don't look at me, I can't beat them either. Heavy armor, why are you looking at me? Do you think I can beat them? Centurion, I don't know if I can hold out. Contemptor Dreadnought, I'll do it. The Minotaurs chapter assembled more than 20 Contemptor Dreadnoughts, more than the outside world believed they had. Even some ancient warriors from the 36th millennium were awakened. In comparison, we could only invite a Titan Dreadnought to hold down the fort. Enk was ready for battle. Deep breath, the Grand Librarian had said that if there was a battle with new technology, he could be called. Keep calm. Boom boom boom. Every step of the Grand Librarian was so heavy. It was still the mouth of a space manta, but this time it had been reinforced for impact, allowing this spherical weapon to be used as a ball-shaped hammer to smash people. The dark matter railgun could fire more ammunition continuously after being upgraded, and a Prometheum flamer was suspended below it. The Grand Librarian stood silently now, and Enk didn't dare to speak. He knew it was now the Great Educator segment. Commonly known as the slapping the machine spirit's face segment. The damage last time was too severe, this new weapon had a brand new machine spirit. 10 seconds later, the Grand Librarian spoke, what are you standing there for? Say something. Enk quickly handed the intel to the Grand Librarian. What the hell? I wake up from a nap and I'm a rebel? Didn't I just save the regent last time? The Grand Librarian's head was buzzing. Yi Feng, get your ass over here. If you can't figure it out, just beat up Yi Feng. It's definitely this bad boy's idea. This door-prying scion of the White Scars is devious as hell. Enk hurriedly added, it's acting. To trick the enemy, to lure them out. After much persuasion, the Grand Librarian was calmed down. The target this time was the Daughter of the Storm with its abnormal situation. The gravity was completely chaotic, making it difficult for the Terminators and Adamantium warriors to move, relying entirely on the support of grav guns. The Grand Librarian snorted coldly, I'll be right back. Wah-ah-ah-ah. The Grand Librarian let out a great roar, tearing open a warp rift, and jumped in with a body slam. How terrifying. The Grand Librarian only found a few suitable places. There weren't many places inside the ship that could accommodate a Titan, the Tech Marine's armory was one. The battle was very intense, and the armory was also a key target area. The Minotaur's recruits sat directly inside tanks. The area outside was set to zero-gravity mode, and the warriors' movement relied entirely on mag boots. Inside a Damocles pattern Rhino command tank, a veteran was in charge of directing the battle. Suddenly, a huge warp rift appeared directly above the tank, and then the Grand Librarian sat his ass right down on this precious tank. The tank's machine spirit was done for on the spot. The Grand Librarian glanced at what was under his backside and jumped up immediately. My goodness, what a waste, what a waste. The STC template technology for this thing has been lost, it can't be manufactured anymore. An Annihilator pattern Mortis Predator tank and a Macrage pattern Land Raider were easily hitting moving targets. The warriors charging from several wide corridors couldn't withstand a few shells, to the point where the enemy was charging while holding up the corpse of the previous Adamantium warrior. A wave of killing intent came from behind. The turret turned very slowly. The recruits braved the heavy guns and climbed out of the tank, looking back. A gun barrel larger than a person was pointed right at his face. What are you dazed for? Hands behind your head, come out, and squat down. The Grand Librarian was unusually gentle for a moment. Perhaps he couldn't bear to kill a loyalist force of the Imperium, or perhaps he felt refreshed and in a good mood after slapping the machine spirit. He gave the opponent a chance. The recruit in this tank slowly crawled out and even gave the brother behind him a kick. Don't hide anything, the ones in the back come out too. I don't want to say it a second time. The Grand Librarian's railgun pointed downward, and another round space manta ball hammer smashed another Land Raider that was turning in place. The gun barrel was smashed crooked, it would surely backfire if fired. Chapter 433, Grand Librarian, activate transformation mode. There were a total of 6 different types of war vehicles in this garage, and they were all suppressed by the Titan-like presence of the Grand Librarian. Originally, 3 tanks were preparing to resist simultaneously, but the psychic lightning erupting from the Grand Librarian made them freeze. Very good, all of you come out. Hey? All recruits? Where have your veterans gone? On our ship. The Adamantium warriors finally seized the opportunity to drift in. They quickly took control of the surrounding area, though the anti-psychic forces made the Grand Librarian feel somewhat uncomfortable. On our ship? You dare to board our ship? Haha, the Grand Librarian was very interested in this. Gravity field disorder? Truly a grand undertaking. It seemed as if this ship was already his trophy. Watch out, Grand Librarian. The Adamantium warriors shouted, firing fiercely toward the Grand Librarian. Bolter rounds passed through the gaps between the Grand Librarian's legs, hitting the ceramite and leaving behind craters. The Grand Librarian kicked backward, sending the sneak attacker flying. The entire ceramite armor shattered inch by inch. Those craters became connection points, linking together cracks like numerous Grand Canyons on a parched land, eventually filled with blood. The lone Minotaur's veteran moved forward silently with superb skill, attempting to use a melta bomb to blow off the Grand Librarian's joints. Unfortunately, he failed. Now, even the noisy sound of rotating turrets completely vanished as all the recruits were dragged out of the tanks one by one. Yes, shut down all tanks directly and everyone come out. Don't force me to turn you into canned meat. As he spoke, a powerful laser cannon blast slammed directly into the Grand Librarian's void shield. The refracted light caused even the enhanced vision of the Astartes to feel a surge of pain. Boom! A Contemptor dreadnought quickly darted out from a passage and launched an attack. For a dreadnought, a zero-gravity zone was definitely a boost to mobility. They moved faster. The Contemptor dreadnought sprinted forward, though it still held no advantage in close combat. The Grand Librarian had a longer reach, after all, and knocked it back with a single hammer blow. This place is quite nice. The Grand Librarian showed a rare moment of happiness. He stood at the edge of the normal gravity zone, his massive ball hammer aimed at the enemies flying in from the zero-gravity area. Power fists? Built-in meltas? With the double security of a psychic shield and a void shield, the Grand Librarian was like a moving city wall. Wherever he stood, no one could break through. Fortunately, these were Contemptor dreadnoughts. If they had been some Tau 15 mechs, the Grand Librarian's dark matter railgun would have been firing long ago. Grand Librarian, the division commander has sent word. Do not worry about enemy casualties, seize this battle barge as quickly as possible. To hell with that. Do I need to follow his orders? The Grand Librarian suddenly became manic. He stopped using the ball hammer and instead opened the manta-mouth nozzle. The opposing Contemptor dreadnought only saw the massive ball hammer suddenly open a gap, and before it could react, plasma energy had already incinerated its sarcophagus completely. The Grand Librarian irritably kicked the wrecked dreadnought and then roared at the warriors behind him, "What are you all standing there for? Pass down my order, take this ship for me." While the recruits behind him were still dazed, the veterans had already skillfully opened the communication channel. Grand Librarian's orders: quickly seize the battle barge Daughter of the Storm. The Minotaur's chapter master was currently leading his elite forces to cover their comrades' retreat. With such a massive swarm of Terminators joining the battlefield, they absolutely could not engage in a boarding war with the enemy. He had to withdraw the warriors and then use the fleet's firepower to fight the enemy. If it really didn't work, I'll detonate. Wait, it seems my mission was originally to take the Silver Templars chapter away. After the fierce attack from the First Company and being besieged by the main fleet's mountain of ships, the Minotaur's chapter finally remembered they were here to take this group of stubborn mules away. He led his troops to quickly board the Silver Templars chapter's flagship, found their commander, and persuaded the other party with force. This frantic battle directly killed the enemy chapter master and half of the honor guard, forcing the entire chapter to surrender. I can't beat those lunatics, but I can't beat you either. As they began the evacuation, they suddenly discovered that one of their own battle barges and 2 strike cruisers had been completely occupied, and those adamantium warriors seemed intent on continuing the boarding actions. It looked very much like they intended to swallow both chapters whole. The Grand Librarian soon displayed his irritable side, when he saw the fallen adamantium warriors. He bent his legs completely, as if crouching on the ground. Those bent legs became extra protection for his chest, and on the shins facing forward, several melta nozzles were exposed. Those were weapons originally meant for enemies charging close, but now they were being used as siege meltas. Grand Librarian version. Crouching. Mastodon style. Assault mech. 2 wheels on his rear touched the ground, the front was slightly lifted by anti-gravity engines, and rear power converted the direction. Accelerate. The Grand Librarian browned wheelie bike. This way, as long as it was a path in this armory that a tank could drive through, he could go there. Except he had to lie half down and use pure psychic guidance. Several adamantium warriors had only turned around to tie up a few Minotaur's recruits, and when they looked back, the Grand Librarian had vanished without a trace. Along the way, he knocked flying at least 3 power armor warriors, and dark matter rounds annihilated dozens of walls and 10 opponents at least the size of combat servitors. As the battle deepened, there were more and more areas with multiplied gravity. The Grand Librarian's movement speed was greatly restricted, and many high-powered turrets were often deployed along the edges, rapidly overloading his void shield. The Grand Librarian swung his massive ball hammer. In the current cramped space, the swing arc wasn't large, but he still used ion flames to blast open a gap. A tube was inserted into the gap below. Though inconspicuous, it was a device connected directly to the Grand Librarian's body. Psychic energy was gradually conducted into the interior of the warship. The Grand Librarian was trying to figure out exactly how Archmagos Call had made this place anomalous. Then, he used the simplest and most brutal method. The Grand Librarian found a very narrow power supply pipe of the enemy and then suddenly poured energy into it. Psychic energy mixed with ionic energy was poured in violently, and the pipe below immediately couldn't withstand it. Those turrets hiding in the normal gravity zone became completely useless. When heavy bolter rounds crossed the multiplied gravity zone, they were pressed directly onto the floor by gravity. But the Grand Librarian's dark matter attacks were not affected at all. Moments later, the enemy's defensive line was shattered. With the Grand Librarian taking action, dealing with a small chapter seemed like overkill. They had set up a gravity field but hadn't equipped anti-psychic materials to resist warp teleportation boarding. The fundamental problem remained unsolved. The Grand Librarian waited here for a while. The energy of his Titan-class body was almost exhausted, yet this small power supply belt still hadn't overloaded. So he gave up on the idea. After all, he couldn't truly compete against a warship's power system. He stood up. The gravity field ahead was still so strong. To shut it down, he had to find the control room or endure the gravity to find the gravity particle generator and destroy it. Forget it, My old frame can't handle this kind of mess. The Grand Librarian set his mind. Reversing, please be careful, reversing, please be careful. My own kids, run faster, if a Minotaur gets crushed, they deserve it. In this way, the Grand Librarian was responsible for breaking through the main areas, while the Adamantium warriors used gravity guns to bridge and assault medium passages. Small passages could be ignored, those veterans always had unique ways to deal with them. At this time, Khazanov finally charged into that captured battleship. The Adamantium warriors deployed on it had all fallen. After the Silver Templars chapter first attacked this Retribution-class battleship and occupied a bridgehead, it allowed other warriors to enter here leisurely using transport ships. At the start of the battle, the Minotaurs chapter had deployed all of their chapter's adamantium armor here, exactly 4 suits. These armors greatly reduced the pressure of the attack. Now, only mortals on the entire warship were still resisting as opportunity allowed. After Mad Wolf jumped onto this warship, he was immediately subjected to a joint attack by several aggressor pattern Mark X power armor warriors. This type of power armor could support the use of more powerful weapons. Thud thud. After each dull sound, Khazanov would retreat a distance. These weapons with staggering calibers were violently impacting his flesh. Lerna and Terminators soon followed to his side. With the influx of a large number of iron-clad Terminators, the enemy began to retreat. The Adamantium warriors pushed forward. The Minotaur's second-generation adamantium armor quickly came to support. That design inherited from the Centurions was very oppressive, the heavy bodies blocked for their comrades, and the large number of assigned missiles had been replenished, firing a volley toward the Terminators. Khazanov once again stood at the very front, blocking those indescribable high-power shells to buy time for the gravity gun squad. The Minotaur's gravity gun squad also took action. The gravity shots from both sides went back and forth, constantly cancelling each other out and turning the corridors into a mess. Chapter Master, we cannot defeat the enemy. They are becoming more and more numerous. Similar voices were coming from almost every ship where Minotaur's warriors were located. The chapter suffered heavy casualties, but there were no trophies to speak of. For every warship captured, several times more enemies would counterattack. The Lamenters charged the fastest. They even deployed Death Company warriors, so that these confused Emperor's angels could have one last look at the place where the chapter once lived. The Minotaur's warriors were rooted. If one said that Death Company warriors in power armor could still trade blows, then the few disgraceful, those warriors in adamantium armor who had also fallen into the Black Rage were truly lawless, they would even flip a tank over for you. After losing most of their effective strength, the Minotaur's chapter activated their passive mindset of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, directly placing the Red Tide in a position between the original chapter and Guilliman. The chapter contracted its defenses. Over 100 warriors scattered on other ships were ordered to stay behind to buy time for the chapter. They didn't even care if there were enemy boarding parties on their own warships, they just floored the gas and ran. The plasma engines quickly initiated overload operations, leading the remnants of the fleet in a retreat toward the Sol system. Half an hour later, they lost another frigate. Within the fleeing fleet, warships continuously slowed down and lost power. The Red Tide warriors aboard them shouted war cries, awaiting the Great Maw of Anos. The Grand Librarian paced across the outer deck of the warship. Beyond lay the boundless starry sky. Human corpses and fragments of shattered turrets drifted past his head. With a light leap, he cleared a massive hole blasted open by a macro cannon and landed at the ship's bow. At the tip of the ram of the Daughter of the Storm sat a melancholy angel. Yi Feng had obtained a crucial piece of information. First, the Silver Templars chapter was acting on its own, which indicated that Guilliman had not yet achieved full control over these smaller chapters. Second, he had dispatched the Minotaur's chapter to rein these small chapters back in. Yi Feng didn't know if Guilliman was displeased with this chapter and wanted the Red Tide to give them a beating, or if he meant to convey, these small chapters don't need to be slaughtered like the first expeditionary fleet, let him handle it himself. In short, one important goal of this great rebellion operation, the full integration of the entire imperial military to confirm a sole leader and ensure the army's obedience to orders, had not yet been completed. Guilliman needed more time, and so did Yi Feng. What can I even do if I enter the imperial palace now? I have nothing at all. I must wait for the Blackstone veins to finish being excavated and manufactured into obelisks, wait for the Gloriana-class battleship to finish its repairs, wait for Belisarius' call to complete his research, and rendezvous with Lien Lai Luo. It's time to meet up and then push the momentum of the Great Rebellion even further. We will enter the Sol system, but not today. Lien Lai Luo, where are you? Lien Lai Luo, attacking a place that shouldn't be attacked, the final rendezvous area, the gateway world of the Empire. The fortress world of Valax. As a world where the edge of the Taiping Star region borders the warp with the Segmentum Obscurus, it holds significant strategic importance. The Imperial Expeditionary Fleet discovered the situation in the rear, but due to the Regent's orders, they only dispatched reconnaissance units to maintain a rearward watch. Lien Lai Luo also had no intention of fighting his way into the Sol system with them. He planned to meet Yi Feng first and enter from the Segmentum Obscurus, so he turned to attack here instead. This world possessed a purgatory-like environment, having once been struck by a rebel exterminatus and never having recovered since. Yet, the Empire still tenaciously established fortress defenses upon it. Forces attacking here had to be extremely careful. Only local troops knew which areas below were filled with flammable gases and which were safe passages at any given time. A unit that accidentally strayed into the lower levels might fire a single shot, and the muzzle flash would ignite the gas, turning the area into a sea of fire. Massive fissures crisscrossed the land. Some cities might look right in front of you, but only upon drawing closer would you realize the city was far larger than imagined. What you saw might just be a spire, while the main body of the city lay within a colossal crater below. Of course, those 1,000-meter-high cliffs and the hundreds of kilometers in diameter would turn you into wind-dried jerky before you even entered the city. The defenses of this world were exceptionally concentrated, as other regions could withstand most attacks simply by relying on the natural environment. Lian Lai Luo had discovered this advantage during his initial reconnaissance. As long as the defenders held their ground, the attackers would be forced to brave crossfire through a long, narrow passage to assault the city. Artillery groups could not be deployed at all. Those areas were treacherous terrains where flammable gases constantly seeped out. The moment a cannon fired, the entire position would be incinerated. The airspace above was also not an easy area to enter. Weather modification projects were constantly underway. Oxygen was vented from mechanical channels around the city, forming a protective zone. When the clouds in the sky mixed with this oxygen, they formed an explosive cloud layer. The explosions wouldn't reach the city below, but they could absolutely blast any aircraft attempting to pass through from above into pieces. There was a precedent for this. A meteorite once escaped detection by the auger array, which was being reblessed, and slammed into this cloud layer after intense friction with the atmosphere. On that day, the heavens burned and the 9 skies shook. The entire sky was dyed crimson. The nobles within the completely sealed city took great interest in recording this spectacle as a grand wonder. The only area that interacted with outer space was that space elevator. It was an area so heavily guarded that even the massive frames of the Astartes could not remain hidden. The moment Lian Lai Luo's grand army was detected entering the system, this space elevator was completely sealed. The lower section was led by the governor, while the upper section was under the full command of the general. 2 capital ships, 3 light cruisers, and 5 frigates stood on alert. Lian Lai Luo's first wave of the fleet consisted of only 9 ships, composed of captured vessels from the rear of the expeditionary fleet. They attempted to trick them into opening the space elevator, but were met with a closed door. The general directly produced an order issued by the Council of High Lords during the 37th millennium, stating that unless Guillemon himself arrived to declare the order void, no one would be allowed to enter the spaceport. Even if you were an Astartes chapter, you could only interact via transport ships from within the port flying out with supplies. Only individuals such as representatives or inquisitors were permitted to land. Lian Lai Luo, oh. All forces, attack. I have such a large fleet surrounding you and bombarding, let's see how long your planetary void shield can hold. It held for an unexpectedly long time. Astropathic distress calls had been sent, and reinforcements from the expeditionary fleet were on the way. The Exterminatus-level orbital bombardment had yet to break through the enemy's defenses. Instead, the fighters that flew and sacrificed themselves heroically as their engine exhaust ignited the cloud layer. Lian Lai Luo deployed a plan to let enough meteorites fall to deplete the flammable cloud layer below, then drop the drop pods directly, charging through a massive amount of anti-aircraft fire. These were empty drop pods. This served as the cost to cover the real assault force as they infiltrated below, for instance, via psychic teleportation. This plan ran into significant difficulties regarding personnel selection. Completing a sabotage mission alone without any fire support was an extremely difficult task. The final options were only 3 people, a teleportation specialist librarian, a bomb expert proficient in deploying explosives, and a recruit instructor skilled in close quarters combat and stealth. This was an extremely dangerous blind teleportation. Before the void shield was overloaded, teleportation carried immense risk. As the battle began, we completely lost that teleportation specialist librarian. The squad teleported above the rock layer, and the librarian was directly fused into the rock. The recruit instructor removed the exposed pack from his back, strapped the teleportation beacon inside onto himself, exchanged a look with the bomb expert, and began the infiltration. The bomb expert was quite uncomfortable. He shook his Phobos pattern mark the 10th power armor. The lightweight design allowed him to run much faster than before, but of course, his shoulders also hurt much more. The power pack couldn't provide enough power for him to carry all those bombs. He could only rely on himself. In the sky, the fiery trails of falling drop pods met the short-range missiles flying up from below. At the final moment of their existence, the machine spirits of both sides merged together. The elegy of the Omnisci lingered in the near airspace of this great fortress. Between light and shadow, the 2 warriors found an access point and infiltrated the city. Infiltrating the fortress was quite difficult. Every area had a sealed design, to prevent hazardous external gases from flowing in if an area was damaged. Most of the city was modular. It was like containers stacked together, with a massive pillar branching out into countless pipelines connected to the containers. Moving from one container to another was extremely difficult, and they had yet to find the conduits leading to the central pillar. Quick, quick, quick faster, time is tight and the task is heavy. The stationed 823rd Regiment of the Mordian Iron Guard was assisting in transporting a large batch of anti-aircraft missiles. Although they hadn't seen combat for a long time, no slack could be seen in their movements. The recruit instructor quietly threw a piece of trash, hitting a mortal's ankle. Ouch, you. The mortal's ankle bone fractured on the spot. What happened? Reporting to the political commissar, it seems I've sprained my ankle. I feel pain coming from my foot. On the Iron Guard's forehead, beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down. His entire foot was in a twisted posture. Go to the infirmary. Damn it, next person keep up. The political commissar personally took his place and kicked the trash aside. Everyone, watch where you're going. Don't let such low-level mistakes. The political commissar walked further and further away, but this Astra Militarum soldier walked very slowly. He had almost lost his mobility and was hopping on one foot toward the medical station. Rounding a corner, he found a discarded metal rod. He gripped it, it could barely serve as a crutch. The recruit instructor signaled the bomb expert to follow the Astra Militarum soldier. Hiding and sneaking, they finally found the location of the infirmary. Medical supplies, like military supplies, were strictly controlled and were most likely brought in directly from the factory. The factory should be connected to the central area's core power supply system, or rather, the connected area would be large enough for an Astartes to pass through. As soon as the warriors arrived at the hospital, the two ogrins at the entrance left them speechless. Was the ogrins' terrible personal hygiene really appropriate at a hospital entrance? Wouldn't it cause bacterial infections? Quick, 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 move aside. Medical supplies. On the wide transport road, a supply vehicle was speeding along. But the Astra Militarum soldier had an injured foot and couldn't move out of the way immediately, forcing the vehicle to slow down. The recruit instructor threw another piece of trash, the bomb expert didn't even know when he had picked it up. The Astra Militarum soldier cried out "Ah!" and fell to the ground. The medical transport vehicle slammed on its brakes. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground made everyone instinctively cover their ears. Now! The recruit instructor tapped the bomb expert, then like a bolt of lightning, he dove under the medical supply vehicle, using his hands to press himself firmly against the underside of the chassis. Chapter 434, All for Naught. You should be glad you only have internal injuries and no external wounds. The girl from the registration department looked at him with a mix of worry and pity. The Astartes didn't hear her very clearly, the environment beneath the vehicle was far too noisy. Although this retired and re-employed old chariot had a high off-road chassis, its engine had far too many problems. He could only catch the gist of it, the environment here was terrible. There were factories but no raw materials, what was transported was almost exclusively military supplies, with virtually no medical drugs. Therefore, first, the hospital's medical supplies were limited and could not handle too many types of illnesses. Secondly, the bacteria carried by an ogrin are very potent and can use their toxicity to eliminate most bacterial infections. As it happened, this hospital specialized in treating all complications from infections carried by ogrins. So, on this fortress world, if you were wounded, you could be saved, but if you fell ill, it was up to fate. It didn't sound like they could withstand an offensive from the Plague Legion, but the planet's fiery environment served as a natural barrier against Nurgle. The warriors moved further away with the medical vehicle, waiting for the cargo to be unloaded before driving to the energy supply area for refueling. There were very few people here, most of the guards had been drawn away by the empty drop pods. The two warriors seized the opportunity to quietly leave the underside of the vehicle and slip into the energy supply area. They moved along the upper walls of the massive energy pipes, leaping through blind spots and clinging to the metal walls of the spherical energy distribution ports. Just thinking about infiltrating the void shield area was difficult. The Imperial Fortress's planetary void shield groups were numerous, with 10 full backup sets. 3 sets of combat-ready shields were kept active simultaneously, unless you destroyed all 3 at once, the others could hold out until the backups were activated. An Imperial Fortress world was not something that could be taken easily, even Perturabo would have to spend a long time on it. He wondered if, without Karn, the World Eater's 31 hours could have conquered this planet back then. The bombardment from above continued. The two warriors had one chance, wait for the fleet's attack to shatter one shield, then immediately blow up the remaining 2, allowing the warp jump troops waiting in reserve to storm this world. This was difficult because you never knew which void shield would overload, and the resulting ionic wind could completely destroy everything nearby, including the bombs. The recruit instructor raised his right hand, signaling the bomb expert to stop. The energy pipe had reached its end. The bomb expert felt the wall ahead, it was very thick and would require a melta bomb to blast through. The residual nuclear stream from the melta would trigger alarms, and the anomaly in the internal environment would alert the garrison forces. He extended his palm and pointed downward. The two warriors slid down the pipe wall and then activated their magnetic locks, hanging themselves upside down from the bottom of the pipe. Below was a maintenance channel for the pipes, within easy reach, but the warriors did not intend to go there. Who knew if the creaking, broken iron mesh could support their weight? We need to create an event so they open the path to the void shield modules themselves. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintained extremely strict monitoring there. Even the stealthy Phobos pattern power armor could not escape their close-range scans, smuggling themselves in under a vehicle definitely wouldn't work. If they must enter, who will they send? Servitors, Skitarii, tech priests. The two fell silent. Units that didn't require scanning, they couldn't exactly slaughter 2 Skitarii and wear their skins inside. The moment a Skitarii died, the priest controlling them would receive a signal. How about? I pretend to be a tech priest. The bomb expert thought for a moment and offered a rather unreliable plan. Forget it. The two circled the central core area, constantly looking for an opportunity to enter, but the absolute discipline of the Mordian Iron Guard and the Adeptus Mechanicus' strict adherence to protocols made it difficult to find an opening. Lien Lai Luo also knew the difficulty here. He constantly changed tactics, using heavy weapons and massive lance volleys to wear down the void shields, even dropping meteor fragments or mining stations from nearby mining planets to find openings amidst the chaos. Finally, on their 3rd day on this world, the two warriors found a rare opportunity. A void shield had overloaded, killing most of the servitors inside. The Adeptus Mechanicus had to replenish their personnel. The intensity of this ionic wind was so high it approached historical records. As soon as the heavy doors opened, a storm blew out, incinerating a group of reserve troops to charcoal. The exposed flesh of the servitors burned for only a second, leaving only the mechanical augmentations as recyclable resources. A large group of prisoners was being escorted to the conversion chambers to be turned into servitors. In truth, most servitors were strictly screened good people, but these planetary defense force soldiers who had violated regulations over trivial matters were also good material. The tech priest shifted his attention to the conversion grounds, leaving the Skitarii to clean up the mess. The bomb expert quietly circled behind the Skitarii and deployed a small ion bomb. The traces left by this bomb's explosion were very similar to the damage caused by the ionic wind from a void shield overload. Using this trick, the two warriors caused the door to open again, making it look like delayed damage to the switch caused by the previous ionic wind. The door opened a crack. The ionic wind had lessened, but it still inflicted severe injuries on the Skitarii. The recruit instructor had long since chosen his target. As soon as the opponent fell, he immediately flicked the hook mounted under his power gauntlet, pulling a Skitarii corpse over. Quick! The warrior rapidly attached the battered armor to himself. The signal transmitter and command receiver damage caused by the ionic wind made it perfectly reasonable for the Skitarii to be disconnected from the tech priest. He stood there blankly, waiting for the tech priest's arrival to follow direct orders. He might be dragged to the scrapyard, he might be ignored, or he might be ordered to follow and serve as one of the sacrifices when the next void shield overloaded, but all of these were now only possibilities. Brother, retreat. Signal received, retreat. The bomb expert had also been putting on the broken Skitarii armor, but his signal receiver had found a segment of Morse code amidst the chaotic frequencies. This ancient code was being broadcast through the bombardment. When a specially made bomb hit the void shield, it caused interference on a certain frequency. Lian Lai Luo was using these bombs to transmit signals to them. The Skitarii immediately turned back into a pile of parts. 5 minutes later, the priest discovered the anomaly of the scattered components. 8 minutes later, the area went into high alert. Infiltration was difficult, and under such martial law, getting out wasn't easy either. Troops were rushing toward the core area everywhere, there wasn't even a hitchhike heading out. The warriors climbed to a high point along the exhaust pipes. Using the bombs originally intended for the void shields to create a pulse signal shielding effect, they caused the fans to stop briefly, removed the protective grating, and climbed out. Until now, they didn't understand why the mission had been cancelled, nor had they thought of a way to evacuate. The sky was no longer a solid crimson as before, the gases slowly rising around them were attempting to fill the missing cloud banks in the air. Black smoke rose over the city, but it was very thin, merely the result of short-range missiles hitting drop pods and exploding. The sky directly above was clear. If not for the constantly rippling void shields, the warriors suspected they could see the warships in the sky from the top of the steel city. Tell me, how should we leave? How do you teach recruits to handle this situation? We don't teach recruits this, the instructor said with a bitter smile. We don't let recruits perform this kind of scouting mission, which is why I'm the one down here. Then, should we make a Shinik call to Instructor Xiao Lan? I think we can call the division commander directly, if we can subdue such a powerful psyker. The two warriors stood atop the steel city, watching countless turrets rotating. Even a stone falling from the sky would be blasted to dust by those things. Sometimes, there's no need to call, the division commander comes on his own, following the scent. 3 layers of void shields vanished instantly. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel who had just entered the void shield module suffered heavy casualties. The flagship appeared directly, brazenly showing itself above the fortress as shield-breaking waves began to oscillate continuously. While the two were dazed, the teleportation beacon behind them lit up. Boys! Hang on! Behind them, at the top of the steel city, the Grand Librarian's massive body emerged from a rift, scooping both warriors into his arms. Waaik! With a whoosh, although both were wearing Phobos pattern power armor, the Grand Librarian's Shinik shield helped them block the demons in the warp, successfully retreating back to the warship. What are you looking at? Let's go. The flagship's thick shields and massive hull helped the fleet block most of the ground attacks. Flying above the flammable cloud layers, the Imperial anti-aircraft beneath the void shield's coverage were completely unable to shake this terrifying hive warship. When the Grand Librarian reappeared in the warp teleporter holding the two warriors, Lian Lai Luo was standing some distance away, exchanging brief pleasantries with Yi Feng. The battle was fought beautifully. Now that our two forces have rendezvoused, we only need to let the fleet pass. The flagship will withstand the enemy's defensive fire. Seeing Lian Lai Luo's slight confusion, Yi Feng continued, the time has not yet come, it is not yet time to enter the Sol system. Now, I am giving the entire fleet to you. Start doing what you do best, and let our flag be planted throughout the galaxy. Lord Lian Lai Luo. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Lian Lai Luo's tone was relaxed. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, the Grand Librarian echoed in an equally relaxed tone. As soon as the Grand Librarian landed, he saw Yi Feng standing far off outside the teleportation room. The anti-Shinik armor made the librarian feel an extreme revulsion toward Yi Feng. The Grand Librarian charged over, swinging his massive spherical hammer. Thud thud thud. Seeing this, Yi Feng turned tail and ran. The Grand Librarian's lightning crackled and struck his body repeatedly, leaving a trail of sparks and bolts. Yi Feng, you brat, stay right there. You actually dare to show your face? If I don't give you a beating for 3 days, you'll think you're brave enough to go to war with the Empire. Since crushing the Minotaur's chapter over 10 hours ago, the Grand Librarian hadn't slept at all, spending his time touring the newly captured spoils inside Anos's belly. In any case, no Tech Marine dared to advise him to go back to sleep. Grand Librarian, listen to my explanation. Guillemon made me do it. Crack boom. I don't believe a word of it. It's more likely you tricked Guillemon into doing it. A joyous atmosphere filled the entire flagship. The bomb expert and the recruit instructor stood there at a loss, until finally, Lian Lai Luo patted their shoulders and said, "You did very well. Go back and rest, or you can take a good look around the flagship. This is your first time here, isn't it?" Lian Lai Luo's tone was unprecedentedly relaxed, as if here, he was no longer the general charging through sacrifice and victory, standing here, he had never known the meaning of defeat. The Grand Librarian was alive and kicking. Could there be anything better than that? Slaanesh expressed. Last time a librarian flashed through my home, that kind of seduction isn't allowed. Go, Lucius, you know what to do. I'll reward you when you return. The Grand Librarian had used too much psychic power for this mass teleportation, shining brightly within the warp. An ordinary demon might not be interested in a chief librarian, but for Slaanesh, if you enter the domain of Slaanesh and block a psychic, basic attack from Magnus, you've earned a mark. Once the Grand Librarian woke up, he was spotted. Lucius the Eternal was a troublesome opponent, his strength lay in the fact that he could never truly die. A few days after being killed, Lucius would crawl out from within the body of his killer, and even Sisters of Silence and Necrons were no exception. Lucius embarked on a journey to find the Grand Librarian, and of course, he would find some fun along the way. While things were rowdy above, those below were suffering terribly. The Imperial Fortress world had never seen a tactic like slapping them in the face with the phalanx. Originally, the fortress was focused on defense and its counterattack capabilities were not strong. Now, it was completely at a loss. The Adeptus Mechanicus instantly split into two factions, one shouting praise the Omnissiah, and the other shouting that is a heretical creation, blow it up. Despite the shouting, no one moved. Who could actually fight that thing? The banner of the Red Tide was clearly displayed here. With such a massive warship, the astropaths didn't even know how to describe it, forced to use strange adjectives that made the distress calls even more obscure and difficult to understand. The planetary governor, embracing a mindset of mutual destruction, tried everything to record information about this giant ship, hoping that the supporting imperial armies would find more useful information in the ruins later. The fleet gradually departed. The People's Light performed a show of force, aiming its terrifyingly powerful octuple-mounted land-based cannons at the fortress world. Just as the void shields were being repaired, a volley of continuous fire was unleashed, instantly overloading two of the void shields before the ship sailed away. From then on, a piece of information was deeply etched into the records of the imperial military: this hive city-sized warship was the main force of the Red Tide, nothing else mattered. Lian Lai Luo's fleet was incredibly powerful, and Xiao Lan had also brought a large number of recruits into his unit. A massive storm was sweeping through the Taiping Star region. This was the reason Lian Lai Luo had put so much effort into creating his own supply line. From today onwards, you no longer have the support of the flagship's accompanying mobile forge. Everything must be like a normal war, considering supply line maintenance and the defense of the home base. Meanwhile, Yi Feng headed in the completely opposite direction. The People's Light created the illusion of constantly searching for imperial weaknesses to invade the Sol system. The imperial fortress worlds guarding the access corridors to the Sol system were attacked one after another. This move was, first, to cover his own main force, making the imperial expeditionary fleets spend massive resources to hunt him down instead of returning to the Taiping Star region to pursue Lian Lai Luo. Second, it was a space edition of the Blood Games. I'll help the Empire see if the Sol system is truly impregnable and without flaws. Guillemon received news of the Red Tide, and this time the intelligence was very, very clear. The People's Light had hovered in front of countless cameras on the fortress world for a long time, resulting in photos from every angle. The talented mortal advisors directly created a scale model of the People's Light for the regent. Guillemon toyed with the model for a moment and immediately understood Yi Feng's intention. He issued two orders. The first, the main rebel force has approached the Sol system. Every pass must be strictly guarded, and all expeditionary fleets must be ready to support at any time. We must not allow the rebels to invade the Sol system and repeat the tragedy of the Great Heresy. The second order was, give this model and all the data to the first founding chapters that have arrived at Terra. Tell them that this is the thing that defeated the Dark Angel's first expeditionary fleet. Tell them to wake up and find a way to take it down. If the First Order turned the Empire's full attention to the defense of the Sol system, the Second Order firmly bound the 4.5 expeditionary fleets present to the chariot of attacking the People's Light. Half of the Iron Hands had returned, the other half had either been lost in the expedition or were repairing their Gloriana. Defeated the Dark Angels? They all came from the era of the Legions, everyone knew how fierce the First Legion was. If I take down the People's Light, wouldn't that prove I am better than? The Imperial Fists remained relatively calm, as defending Terra was their primary duty, and Guillemon was stationed on Terra with the main force of the Ultramarines. The Blood Angels, Iron Hands, and Salamanders guarded various outer regions, and each had taken a few hits from the flagship. Astartes' casualties weren't that high, but it was terrifying. The octuple land-based cannons killed whatever they hit. At first, the Salamanders didn't believe the Red Tide had rebelled. When Anthony the Dreadnought brought a heap of adamantium armor to play with them, who would believe they were traitors? Do you think I'm Perturabo, who took the general cannons sent by Lionel Johnson and turned around to shell Terra? You think you can bribe me into joining you with just some adamantium armor? But as battle reports and the regent's orders continued to arrive, they had to accept the reality. Anthony appeared completely unaware of the situation, and the Salamanders placed him in a stasis field rather than killing him. That's why they are called good people. Yi Feng was willing to send Anthony over for a reason. The salamanders, now equipped with plenty of adamantium armor, were not intimidated at all, immediately setting up formations to test their strength against the traitors. As it turned out, the two sides weren't even in the same dimension. No matter how much adamantium armor you had, a single shot from the flagship would wipe you out. The current chapter master, Hyber, was shocked and almost ordered one of Fukin's relics, the Superforge Center, to be brought over. The battle barge Indomitable Anvil discovered that the People's Light was not escorted by other ships. Chapter Master Hyber prepared to report his doubts to the Empire. Was this really the enemy's main force? Then, he saw 7 shipyard bay doors open, and a massive number of capital ships sailed out. They were of various designs with every kind of weapon imaginable, instantly organizing into a large expeditionary fleet that launched a breakthrough offensive around the flagship, clashing with the expeditionary fleet. The two sides fought for several hours in a fleet engagement. The flagship gave the Salamander's battle barges no chance to close in for boarding. To be precise, as soon as an Astartes warship got close, those damned land-based cannons would turn their muzzles to force them back. The fire bombardment continued until fleets from neighboring star systems arrived to support, and only then did the Red Tide retreat. Hyber's report to the Regent read, the enemy's firepower is extremely fierce. With the aid of that giant warship, they have the capability to crush us and enter the Sol system if support from surrounding sectors is delayed. Furthermore, we did not engage in boarding actions and saw no Red Tide warriors. Please confirm again if this is the Crimson Torrent chapter and not an enemy with the same name. The seal on the envelope was an anvil-shaped stamp, proving it came from the hand of Chapter Master Hyber. Lady Yuden handed this report, along with another piece of intelligence from the Officio Assassin Orum, to Guilliman. They are attacking Novaterra, my lord. The young and energetic Lady Yuden was gone, now she was a frail old woman, wrinkles covering her face. When her withered hand handed over the envelope, she felt pain because of the gentleness with which Guilliman took it. Rest. You need to rest. My lord, government affairs are more important. I believe the enemy's strategic goal is not to attack Terra, but to emulate the rebellion in the Taiping Star region of old, using Novaterra as a capital to establish a second imperium. Lady Yuden's eyes shifted slightly, while Guilliman had a smile on his face. Almost no one knew that during the Great Heresy, Guilliman had not wanted to establish the second imperium, it was the officials led by Yuden who had wanted to. They said the people of the 500 worlds needed a guarantee from him, a guarantee that he would still protect them in order to stabilize the internal situation. That is truly an interesting judgment. How blasphemous, to dare claim the title of Second Imperium. Anyone who commits such a rebellious act should be burned to ashes by the Emperor's wrath, with lightning piercing his heart 1,000 times over. However, the offensive shown by the Red Tide so far has not reached that level. Alfarius cursed without hesitation. What does the stuff Guilliman did back then have to do with me, Alfarius? Refreshing. Chapter 435, Irritable Lucius. Alfarius vented his frustration fiercely. That damn Guilliman left such a huge mess and went straight to sleep. I'm the one working overtime. Why didn't I take a few more bites out of him back then? As Alfarius thought this, he cursed the sacrilegious idea of the Second Imperium to high heaven. Lady Yuden didn't even dare to breathe heavily beside him. Although she understood that the Mortal Advisory Group and Titus were present and his words were meant for them, such fierce language made her wonder if he was expressing dissatisfaction with her suggestion at the time. Lady Yuden felt no fear, instead, she looked at the high and mighty Primarch with eyes full of heartache. She felt shorter, while the Primarch seemed even taller in her vision. Poor child, he had endured so much over these years, never having time for a proper rest. The Imperium placed too much pressure on him, and as a mother, she had no way to share the burden for her son. She hated her own incompetence. After Alfarius cursed for a while, he noticed everyone around him was silent. The mortals lowered their heads, not daring to speak, while Lady Yuden just stared at him with misty eyes. The regent realized he had lost his composure, then wiped away the awkwardness with a series of clear orders. The Red Tide doesn't intend to do that, or rather, if they do, it suits me perfectly. The White Scars and Raven Guard expeditionary fleets will continue their missions, driving the enemies of the Imperium into the darker reaches of the galaxy. Disperse the first expeditionary fleet to guard the main warp routes of the Sol system and other sectors. Summon the chapter master of the Imperial Fists for a meeting. Guilliman dismissed the crowd, whispering something into his helmet as he did so. Titus then left his post. When only the Primarch and Lady Yuden remained in the office, Alfarius solemnly apologized to her. My lord, you have done well. It is no big deal, Lady Yuden said, quickly calming her emotions. Having been in politics for so long, she could swiftly control her expression and demeanor. You know the Red Tide are not traitors, there's no need to worry about that. Lady Yuden knew the relationship between the Red River and the Primarch, though she was unaware of the subsequent plan to save the Emperor. My lord, you have been too exhausted lately. I suggest you go for a hot spring soak first. Guilliman liked to receive guests while bathing, but Alfarius refused. Forget it. He, the chapter master of the Imperial Fists, wouldn't like it, he's always so serious. The Primarch stood up and dressed properly. Behind this office was his arming chamber. Anyone would guess there was a secret door here, but no one would guess that the entire wall was the secret door. The Primarch pushed the wall open easily. For the Imperium, this would take several Ogrins working together to accomplish. Don armor. Lady Yuden could no longer help him with much, she could only stand aside, gently wiping the helmet of the armor of hope with a handkerchief and supervising the servants to ensure they worked diligently. The fully armored Dillimon was like a god descending to the world, glorious, holy, and invincible. He walked out majestically, as imposing as he was 11,000 years ago. Though the word imposing had never really been associated with Alfarius. I'm going to conference room 12. You all carry on with your work. As you command, my lord. The Primarch strode out of the hall, countless grand buildings and magnificent decorations flashing past him. Lady Yuden walked slowly to the main gate. She had watched her son's back as he headed toward new journeys countless times, but this time, before she could even gaze at him, his figure had vanished. Lucius stepped out of the gate, strolling boldly through the space hulk. The corridors of this warship were filled with countless exquisite statues and fleshy decorations, every part saturated with art designed to please the god of pleasure. The stone statues moved their limbs as if there were fleshy souls inside them, and the exposed flesh carvings were also dancing, looking nauseating. Regardless, Lucius didn't consider this art. I think I know why you are loathed by the master. The mask arrived gracefully, her movements elegant and charming. Don't be mistaken, this indicated her current mood was extremely foul. Lucius had no idea why this daemon was traveling with him. Perhaps it was to deal with large-scale battle scenes? Or had he been abandoned by Slaanesh just like her? The mask was once Slaanesh's most favored daemon. She always pleased the Lord of Desire with passionate dances and was one of his closest attendants. Of course, before that, she had already tortured every sentient being in the world. Next came the time to thank the Lord of Fate. Xianch had schemed to involve Slaanesh in a war against Kern and Nurgle, a war destined to be lost, leaving Slaanesh brooding. The mask walked right into the line of fire. She danced vigorously when Slaanesh was in his worst mood, every dance step seemed like a mockery to Slaanesh, so he cursed her. Since she loved to dance, she would dance forever. Any living being who saw her and was corrupted by her would dance along until their souls were withered. For any creature, this was a curse, but for her, it was a genuine blessing, even becoming her ultimate move in battle. At this moment, Lucius was clearly more in Slaanesh's favor. The intense desire to dance did not infect him, making the mask look like a clown. Enough, stop dancing. It's too noisy. It was one thing for the flesh statues to move, but these dancing stone statues were simply too loud. Lucius's swordsmanship remained superb. The terrifying blade of Ladder had been reforged after shattering, using the warp blood of Slaaneshi demons and the scorching blood of Titian. The blade reached the mask's neck in an instant. But she, with dance steps as soft as a cloud, drifted away from his attack range. The stone statue shattered with a bang. The dancing rock let out a scream, like a young girl being suddenly groped while walking down the street. The broken stones soon piled up on the ground, gradually turning into fine stone powder, and under the adhesion of blood flowing from nowhere, they reshaped into a clay artwork. You've been very irritable lately. Tell me, what kind of dance do you hate? The mask lightly tapped her toes on the heads of one stone statue after another along the corridor. Though her words were flippant, her body was honest, moving away from Lucius at extreme speed. Lucius was irritable, of course, his supply of combat drugs had been severely insufficient lately. Fabius Bile had installed a druggery stimulant injector on his back. Among them, there were 3 stimulants he liked most. The first was a mixture of Yildari bone meal and the blood of lesser demons, the second was extracted from druggery wishes, and the third was a type of tyrannid gland. Obviously, the supply of the first 2 was severely lacking, and the supply of the third had been halved. Lucius was in a state of joyless rage, unable to satisfy his desires, he could only fight incessantly. Slaanesh's arena was nearly destroyed by him. This might be one of the reasons Slaanesh sent him out. I have no interest in dancing. Oh, I just thought of something interesting. Tell me, if I give you a few lashes with a whip, will your top-like spinning dance go a bit faster? Saying this, Lucius took out his other weapon, the Lash of Torment. This weapon was made from the tongues of 3 Slaaneshi demons, and its power was extremely terrifying. Lucius made a quick dash, and the mask simply did a mid-air flip, only to find Lucius already right in front of her. Crack! The long whip lashed between her ankles and legs. The razor-sharp daemon tongues tore through the daemon's flesh, though for both parties, it was a form of pleasurable pastime. Before long, Lucius felt his interest wane. After giving the mask's buttocks a hard lash, he left on his own, leaving behind only the words, "Don't wander around. I don't want those crew members to be dancing while piloting the ship might even start dancing itself." Lucius was gone, but that final lash nearly tore the mask's body apart. Despite her injuries, she continued to dance, that dance that would never stop. "Hail, the Eternal." A warband member saluted Lucius. Lucius replied flatly, "I'm already 10,000 years old. Go find your own pleasure and don't bother me." Lucius glanced at him with contempt, his heart filled with disdain. The blatant scorn sent a surge of excitement through the warband member, a refreshing feeling like an electric shock. After Lucius's warband had collapsed, reorganized, and been destroyed multiple times, the cohort of the Eternal was now renamed the Lucius Warband, yes, just as it was 8,000 years ago. 8 Terminators stood guard in front of Lucius's room, holding a dread spear immortal version, which looked as tiny as a conductor's baton in his hands. "Stop picking your teeth. Where are we?" Lucius asked casually as he walked past him into the room. An irritable whistling sound came from behind him. That dread spear had been modified into a small flute and was currently battling the Terminator's saliva. "By the Lord of Desire, we are preparing for a jump. Ahead is. I get it. Go play your flute. Don't talk to me with that mouth on your belly, founder of the orchestra." It wasn't that Lucius had a whole orchestra's worth of Terminator guards, but that the Terminator was covered in mouths and instruments. One person could be an entire orchestra. The Space Hulk shuddered as it burst out of the warp. Lucius simply used the lash of torment to shred a few slaves and Astra Militarum prisoners to satisfy the weapon's hunger. Then, before Lucius's eyes, the ceiling and floor swapped places repeatedly. Sky, ground, an intense feeling of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Finally, his vision went dark, and his face hit the ground squarely. His entire face was pressed against the floor. The corpses of the Astra Militarum bounced up during the warship's violent tremors and then crashed onto Lucius. He got up quickly, his face full of excitement. Just right, perfect timing. To war. The Space Hulk, having just jumped out of the Mandeville Point, crashed directly into a Red Tide Gothic-class battleship. Last Suede? Prepare for boarding. Lucius shouted the name of his sorcerer, who was barely a librarian, someone he had met in the arena. The members of Lucius's warband assembled with extreme speed. The Chaos Traders were exceptionally excited, feeling proud to join such a joyful gathering. Hurry up, Last Suede, some warriors clamored impatiently. Swoosh, a blade flew 2 inches above the shouter's head, ultimately blowing apart the skull of a howling psyker hanging on the wall. Stop shouting, Lucius said, but the fervor in his eyes was 1,000 times greater than that of the Astartes. Last Suede looked at Lucius helplessly, then took another skull from the trophy rack on his back and precisely threw it onto the spot where the head had been blown apart. Teleportation initiated immediately. Terminators, Noise Marines, Hell Brutes, Sculptors, all sorts of Chaos Traders warped into the Gothic-class battleship. They were so close, with the 2 warships in negative distance contact, that even warp boarding seemed almost unnecessary. The sorcerer teleported them to the inner edge of the warship's core. The adamantium warriors were preparing to withdraw, their battle already over. It had been another intense artillery strike on the Imperial fortress. The warriors sat board before various terminals, watching the continuous fire outside, waiting for Yifeng's retreat order to be swallowed by Annos and return to the flagship. Ha, time to withdraw. Another act of pretending to jump at the Mandeville Point, only for the flagship to eat us and leave through real space. As long as it works, what's the situation? The warriors grew alert as the warship shook violently, and a large amount of equipment tumbled down at the end of the corridor. Quick, call the Adeptus Mechanicus. Equipment N790-2344 is damaged, requesting a response from the external detection units. The tech priest arrived quickly and began repairing the vital equipment. 2 adamantium warriors held the strategic passage, standing in the middle of a crossroad to guard the surroundings. Suddenly, a teleportation beam flashed on the side of the tech priest. Its psychic evil was so potent that nearby equipment was instantly corrupted and rendered completely useless. Blade light and teleportation glow merged seamlessly as an assault warrior of Lucius's warband activated his jump pack at close range, holding his blade across his chest as he flashed past Iskit Arius. Machinery shattered instantly. He bounced and jet flew recklessly through the space, his blade faster than an explosion. The adamantium warriors had only taken a few steps when the Skitarii and a tech priest ahead were killed on the spot. The Chaos warriors spotted the adamantium warriors but seemed to find them too slow, sitting on the ground to play with the corpses for a while. The blade plunged into the Skitarius's corpse. He cut and poked skillfully, his speed increasing as his movements grew more agitated. Finally, he slumped in dejection. Why couldn't he find any muscle or viscera? He stood up with a hawk-like flip and finally looked at the distant adamantium warriors. The adamantium warriors did not fire at him but approached on foot. The remnant of the Emperor's children rose to meet the enemy, only to find 2 centurions blocking the entire corridor tightly. However, there wasn't a hint of fear in his heart. Centurions? He had killed them before. He dodged and maneuvered through the chaotic mechanical ruins. After finding a suitable position, he stared fixedly at the opponents, 2 siege pattern power hammers, a power greatsword, a bolter, and direct fire missiles on their chests. Last Suede. The entire corridor began to vibrate as the Chaos Sorcerer unleashed an evil spell. The corridor was rapidly polluted and turned into flesh, gradually twisting and deforming like a knotted blood vessel. The corruption slowed as it neared the adamantium warriors, eventually stopping. With every step the adamantium warriors took, the corruption beneath their feet was dispelled. Atop the heads of the 2 adamantium warriors, the roaring missile pods finally finished their task and rotated to the front. I didn't fire at you because I was focused on bombing the enemies behind you. Flesh pipes were torn open by melta guns, and a casual swing of a siege pattern power hammer destroyed the walls. Before them, defense was meaningless. The traitor charged instantly, his jump pack pushed to the maximum. He was incredibly fast, reaching his position before the heavy adamantium arms could rotate to their chests. The direct fire missiles loosened, and small missile trails puffed from the vertical pods on their ribs. 2 missiles fired, but the enemy dodged midair with a twist, slicing open the missile pod overhead and striking the adamantium helmet. In an instant, the force of the rebound surged from the corrupted blade into the traitor's hand. He felt the bones in his arm shatter, and the sensation of pain overwhelmed him, making him groan in comfort. The deathly noise he made caused the adamantium warrior's temples to throb, as if a noise marine were singing nearby, though this fellow clearly wasn't one. There was another Chaos Sorcerer. Last Suede amplified the corruption of Slaanesh. An adamantium warrior swung his blade at the stiffened enemy. The Emperor's child immediately retracted his arms as the flamer's nozzle turned toward his chest, but... I can't move. You deserve to die, Loss. Boom flames spat out, occupying the adamantium warrior's entire field of vision. The fire was nothing short of manic, lasting only 0.5 seconds. The flames had not yet extinguished when the tip of the blade of ladder pierced through the tactical visor, completely killing the warrior inside. The adamantium warrior beside him didn't yet understand what had happened. Sensing something wrong with the flames to his side, a dark shadow gathered beside him, so he instinctively swung his siege pattern power hammer down at the strange spot. The power hammer easily smashed the enemy who had been charred black by the flamer, and fragments of heavily corrupted power armor scattered across the ground. Lucius launched an attack from his blind spot, but the warrior avoided it. Thanks to the disgusting anti-psychic power, Lucius's grasp of Slaanish's blessing was inaccurate. The blade of ladder struck the shoulder pauldron, producing a violent metallic clash. The warrior felt his shoulder sink as a great force came from the side. He quickly closed his adamantium shutters and took a defensive stance. Against an enemy who had lost their vision, Lucius's superb swordsmanship repeatedly stabbed at vital points. The battle grew more violent as the blade of ladder destroyed the warrior's weapon pack in the most flamboyant manner, leaving the entire adamantium armor stripped down to its fists. But he still failed to break the defense. Lucius angrily lashed out with the lash of torment, receiving only random punches in return. The warrior's attack speed couldn't even touch the swordmaster. "Look, Tobias, his fighting style is truly like yours. It's rare to see such an idiot on a battlefield I've intervened in." Lucius was talking to the suffering mask on his armor. Reinforcements for the adamantium warriors were about to arrive. Lucius could hear the bursts of gunfire in the corridor and the manic screams of a hell brute. Playing at suicide ramming near the People's Light? Even the Blood Legions wouldn't dare play like that. Although Anos had already swallowed most of the warships back, it didn't hinder the rapid reinforcement of the adamantium warriors. Kurosel led the Wolf brothers into the cabin, starting the battle from the airlock because that was the scent hub. Kurosel wasn't wearing a helmet. He tried hard to sniff the surrounding environment, and the wolves beside him barked uneasily. "Relax, just a few chaos traders. I brought this." Kurosel tapped a Sisters of Silence bone shield with his power sword and then chose a direction to begin his charge. The wolves rushed ahead of him in all directions, and intelligence was continuously gathered. The Wolf Guard generally didn't use recruits for scouting unless Rogier was taking them out for experience. The Wolf Guard liked to use veterans for scouting and let recruits serve as heavy fire support units. Kurosel was the current captain of the Wolf Guard, and the elite veterans under him were a battle-hardened army. Soon, they reached the battlefield, where several warband members were hiding behind a hell brute, passionately trading fire with two adamantium warriors. Noise and blood sprayers were trading fire with plasma cannons, a power greatsword blocked the swings of a hell lash, and Folkite rays and doom sirens were destroying this world. Awu, the wolves let out a howl to summon their comrades. The wolves were ordered to leave, as they weren't needed for the fight against the Chaos Warriors, but Lucius's arrival changed everything. He jumped from the top of the hell brute, moving so fast that after nimbly dodging plasma bolts and several bolter shots, he rushed in front of a warrior. The lash of torment swung, and three Slaanishi daemon tongues simultaneously bound the adamantium warrior's 2 arms and 1 leg, producing the sound of clashing metal. This was followed by the painful wail of the machine spirit. Lucius quickly flipped behind the adamantium warrior and pulled the long whip hard. Slaanisha's potent blessing granted him strength, pulling the armor down backward in one go. The warrior on the left parried the blade of ladder, only to find it was a feint. The opponent's true target wasn't him. The blade was raised, aimed at the fallen warrior's eye, and thrust down violently. The situation was extremely critical. Awu! A bloody maw suddenly bit into Lucius's back, and a dark Yildari injector came loose from Lucius's back muscles amidst the giant wolf's biting. Lucius felt as if his spine was being pulled out. He laughed loudly and turned, crazily throwing the giant wolf against the wall. "For Russ, for the Emperor!" From the side, Kurosel's bolter rounds flew accurately toward Lucius, but he simply swung his blade, and the bolter round was precisely sliced, exploding in midair. A face located at his shoulder contorted in pain as a large bolter fragment lodged in its nose. Of course, compared to the eternal pain of Slaanisha's shackles, it was enjoying this moment of peace. Lucius gently raised his blade and pointed it at his opponent, his right arm extended straight, as elegant as a medieval prince inviting a distinguished guest. His left hand held a large, blood-dripping wolf head, swinging it slightly back and forth. Chapter 436, Lucius, the Unkillable. "You may call me by my glorious name, Lucius. Of course, if you can't remember it, I can carve it onto your skull." Lucius's blade of ladder was still dripping blood. The demonic blade was highly displeased with the blood of the great wolf, refusing to absorb it. The swirling runes of pain covering the sword writhed, sending Slaanisha's malice to anyone who stared at it. Kurosel could barely suppress his rage. The traitor of the Emperor's children before him was immensely tall. The blessings of chaos made him approach perfection in the eyes of the Yildari, but in the eyes of an Astartes, he was merely a disgusting mass of sludge. "Lucius, is it? Good, my nose remembers you." Before Kurosel finished speaking, he launched his attack. His movements were incredibly slow in the eyes of the Slaanish worshipper, yet the combined firepower erupting from several primary firing positions shook the heavens and earth. Flames also encroached upon the entire field of view, but the difference was that this time, countless bolters and plasma shots pierced the curtain of fire, slamming into Lucius's blasphemous armor. Dozens of faces writhed on the Emperor's children's war plate. Lucius's evasion was godlike, not a single movement was superfluous. He used the most perilous dodges, letting the bolters graze his armor or merely adjusting his stance to cause ricochets. However, the anti-psyker bolters still posed some threat to him. Lucius moved. The whip of torment tore through the wall of fire, its powerful corrupting force ripping the promethium flames to shreds. The remaining sparks were extinguished by the fierce wind shear generated by the rapidly descending blade of ladder. He thrust the blade forward, aiming directly at the wolf's head. Kurosel let out a long howl and met the attack head-on. His power fist and power greatsword struck alternately. He had locked a Sisters of Silence shield onto the outside of his power fist arm as emergency protection. He completely disregarded the wear and tear on his war plate, pouring all his strength into engaging the opponent in close combat. Having learned from his previous encounter with the Adamantium warriors, Lucius prioritized the tactic of removing the firing backpacks of the raging wolf brothers. How boring. I want to tear sinews and pull bones, not play with this steel. Lucius used his superb swordsmanship to slice connecting wires, sever structural steel bars, and even cleave a bolter in half. Kurosel seemed to thin out as if undergoing death by 1,000 cuts. He protected his head while counter-attacking with his battle blade, but every strike was neutralized by the enemy. A light tap from the blade of ladder on the side of his power greatsword was enough to send the broad battle blade sweeping harmlessly past Lucius. Within a few exchanges, Kurosel was completely on the defensive. The whip of torment lashed towards his head. The tip of the whip was sharper than any blade, and the sound of it cutting the air deafened Kurosel's ears. He quickly used his arm to shield his vitals, only for a massive force to strike his chest. Lucius hadn't attacked with the sword point, instead, he closed the distance and slammed the guard of the sword heavily into the wolf brother's chest, the immense force immediately sending him reeling back. However, upon closing in, the intense anti-psyker energy also troubled the Daemon Prince. All the faces of the dead on Lucius's warplate ceased their painful wailing, enjoying a brief moment of silence. The shockwave from the strike transferred through his arm and into his armor, and the warplate, which was fused with his flesh, actually showed signs of peeling away. It was uncomfortable. The adamantium armor gave him a strange sensation, like having toenails too long inside his combat boots. And that shield made him feel nauseous and weak. Lucius looked at his opponent, who was shielding his face with his power gauntlet, the wolf's sharp eyes visible through the gaps between the short steel fingers. He wondered with interest, if he slammed his fist into the power fist right now, would the wolf's head hidden behind it be smashed by his own punch? He quickly dismissed the thought. The other wolf brothers had charged forward, and his escort team also peeked out from behind him. The intensity of the battle instantly escalated. Noise and war cries disrupted the air across the entire battlefield, rendering the wolf brothers' ears completely useless. Chaotic air currents clashed around them, mixed with Slaaneish's blessings and the backwash of the anti-psyker bolters. Death always favors the bravest men. Lucius vaulted over the bulky adamantium armor as if they were hills. His swordsmanship was both ornate and lethal, capable of finding tiny flaws in countless classic defensive stances and plunging the blade of ladder into an exposed neck. The lives of Wolfguard after Wolfguard were extinguished. The subsequent warriors donned their helmets, causing Lucius considerable trouble. As for the guards of the Lucius warband, they were shattered beneath Kurosel's feet. Every movement of the flawed Terminator armor was the most intense music in the world, with multiple pieces being played simultaneously. The mixture of several melodies transformed into deadly psychic sound waves, dealing a severe blow to the wolf brothers' ears. Kurosel swept his blade backhanded, his power greatsword cleaving through the honeycomb-like Terminator armor. Clarion. The call came from nowhere, but the writhing flesh beneath Kurosel's sword, the servant of the Eternal One, responded to the summons. It leaped from the ground, the mass of flesh condensing into a human form in midair. Although it lasted only a brief instant, it felt like a millennium to the Wolfguard leader staring intently at it. He clearly remembered the flesh growing gradually like an infant, finally becoming the powerful physique of a traitor space marine. Vile corruption, begone. Kurosel bared his fangs and charged the opponent again. The opponent was Lucius's eternal servant. As long as Lucius was resurrected, they could resurrect from the shredded corpse left by the Emperor's Children Champion's sword. The Terminator armor was merely looted in the last instance. After every resurrection, the body would naturally bear noble purple power armor. His speed was extreme, drawing his sword while still airborne. The blade in his hand only began to condense as he swung it, and the moment he completed the arc of his arm was when the long sword was meant to be fully formed, but a small accident occurred. His estimation of the anti-psyker energy was flawed, and the condensation speed of the long sword was slower than anticipated, causing the strike to miss completely. Kurosel reduced him back into a pile of meat with a heavy punch. Onlas, flamer. He called out to his brother to burn the corpse. There was no response. Lucius stood on the corpses of 4 adamantium warriors who had not worn helmets, forcefully lashing the several warriors in front who had donned theirs. The barb of the long whip subtly sliced a small opening in a plasma gun. This gap was so hidden that the warrior believed the whip had merely flown past it, targeting another brother's head. As the trigger was pulled, the plasma gun's explosion engulfed the entire corridor. The adamantium warriors were mostly fine, the blast wasn't aimed at them. Kurosel, the only warrior on the field not wearing an adamantium helmet, had to shield his head. The plasma storm penetrated the narrow gaps between his pitiful fingers, critically wounding his flesh. The warrior's face rapidly blackened, his skin burning off in patches, then tearing and dissipating in the violent gas flow, leaving behind raw, red flesh. The scent of roasted meat permeated the air. The 100 battle veteran's snow-white teeth appeared in Lucius's vision, his lips having been incinerated. Compared to Kurosel, Lucius's back was even more severely damaged, but the favored son of the Lord of Pleasure did not care about the flesh, the pain inflicted upon him was negligible. The Lord of Pleasure was stingy, he stripped veteran followers of all sensation, granting ecstatic pleasure only when they performed acts that pleased him. The whip of torment lashed heavily towards the opponent. The middle section of the whip slammed onto the wolf brother's raised arm, the immense force driving the arm down by 3 inches. But the deadly part was the daemon tongue tip. It whistled as it struck toward the back of Kurosel's head. At this crucial moment, a wolf brother, enduring the grand display of the plasma explosion, swung a punch at Lucius. The strike was blocked by the blade of latter using the Suchin backsword style, but Lucius still stumbled, failing to maintain his balance. This caused the whip to veer off target, hitting the top of the power backpack, then rebounding to peel back an inch of Kurosel's scalp. The streaming blood did not extinguish the Astartes' fury. Kurosel opened his mouth wide, his fangs gleaming, and lunged forward fiercely. Chaos sorcerers chanted, the apostles of the Eternal One were torn apart by the charge of the adamantium warriors, and Slaanesh worshippers clashed with loyal mortals, just like countless fragments of war across the galaxy. He is excellent, Hriskill, better than you. What a pity, little dog, you can never roll in the snow again. Lucius's soul mocked the mask on his armor, which was the face of a valiant Space Wolves warrior. A punch from the wolf brother behind him seemed to have shattered his spine, but what did it matter? He advanced faster, closing in on Kurosel with impossible speed. Soul Stealer, Fallen Sword Saint, Shameless Death Taker, Undying Madman. Lucius cried out. He sensed that if his strength could pierce that untouchable shield, he would receive his reward, a moment of ultimate ecstasy. The blade of latter had not been withdrawn from his back, but the counter-attacking whip of torment cracked in the air, 3 daemon tongues coiled together to form a thick whip, descending rapidly. Lucius's bulging muscles strained against his nearly shattered war plate, which was covered in shocking scars. He preserved these scars, remembering the origin of each one, most of them inflicted by the wailing souls within his body. Kurosel laughed, a ferocious grin, like a hellbrute rushing out from the throne of Qing. Only then did Lucius realize that Kurosel's fangs were leisurely carved with ancient Fenrischen runes, markings usually inscribed on the tusks of Fenrischen great beasts and typically worn as decorations on the belt. The fangs opened and closed. The target was not Lucius. He raised his head to the extreme angle, exposing his neck even though the adamantium armor's extremely thick front plating couldn't conceal it. This unexpected move allowed the middle section of the whip to strike the opponent. Or rather, it was bitten by Kurosel. More savage than the Fenrischen siren, wilder than the beasts of the continent of Fenris, this was a son of Lemon Russ, the true king of Fenris. If the power fist can't grab your whip, and the power greatsword can't cut your whip, then I will bite it. Fangs are always the weapon of the wolf. The Slaaneshi daemon's toxins spread in his mouth, but he had already lost all the skin on his face. His power fist grabbed the whip of torment, pulling Lucius forcefully toward him. Lucius hastily swung the blade of latter, moving it from behind his back to his side, but the power greatsword had already firmly blocked its path. The clang of metal was so loud that the swordmaster's longsword was blocked. Lucius had to let go of the whip of torment, but it was too late. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a land raider, and then his back slammed against the thick wall. The sound of shattering bones and a sense of dizziness simultaneously flooded Lucius's mind, and the wailing of dozens of souls assaulted his spirit at the same moment. Lucius became like an overripe persimmon, pulverized into a mess by the violent impact. The Sisters of Silence skeletal remains were deeply embedded in his body, millennia-old relics pressed against his fresh bones. He opened his mouth wide, trying to say something. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Kurosel, madly biting the writhing whip of torment, slamming a headbutt into him. Truly a powerful enemy. Kurosel quickly released his bite. Before the Undying returned, the dense barbs on the whip of torment had shredded his mouth, and a large amount of corrupting power rushed into his mind. His perception of color became extremely acute, he could see 6,600 variations in a single spark. His hearing also became incredibly clear, sharper than when he heard Rogier's rough laughter after completing the Lemon's Ear modification. He violently shook his head, trying to clear his senses. The warriors quickly supported him, and one brother covered his retreat. Along the way, his consciousness was hazy. He thought he saw wolf brothers in adamantium armor dancing with a masked dancer, the kind of wriggling motion a bear makes rubbing against a tree. The apothecary gave him an injection, the injuries were only stabilized, not improved. Some sounds were completely filtered out. He couldn't hear his comrades' shouts, the explosion of bolters, or the buzzing of plasma guns firing. But the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, the sound of blood surging through bodies, the sound of fresh, vital muscle being torn by a chainsword, he heard all of it with crystal clarity. Russ! Russ, above! After saying this, he fainted. Kurosel's severe injuries ignited the fury of the Space Wolves brothers, and the frontline report was quickly delivered to Yifeng. At first, hearing only that Kurosel had traded injury for death, slaying a Daemon Prince, Yifeng was simply wondering how much Cullen wine to reward him with, or perhaps secretly telling him where Rogier's secret wine cellar was located. The apothecary checked the integrity of the massive syringe that could stab a man to death while walking, and the tech marine slid along, asking if Kurosel was ready to be interred in a dreadnought. Everything was no different than usual. But when the Wolf brothers who fought alongside Kurosel reported that the traitor who had embraced Slaanesh seemed to be named Lucius, Yifeng felt half the sky had fallen. All rescue teams. Emergency armaments. Ankh, are you on the comms channel? Quickly, bring out a stasis bomb, prepare the stasis field. Who is managing the reliquary? Are there any pariah skeletal remains left? I don't care what they've been made into, bring them all to me. Yifeng burst out of the command room like a madman. His sudden eruption caught the Baiwei army completely off guard. 2 warriors blocked the doorway with their bodies but were simultaneously knocked over by Yifeng. The Baiwei army were no pushovers. The fallen warrior seized the chance, clamping both hands onto one of Yi Feng's thighs, and screamed frantically into the comms channel, "Quick, someone come! The division commander is going crazy again. Hurry up!" He had never seen Yi Feng act so wildly. Yi Feng immediately drew the key of Helic, one of the few known super weapons capable of cutting adamantium, and swung it toward the byway army warrior. The warrior was startled and released the frantic division commander. A silver macro cannon once again appeared inside the People's Light. This time it was slightly different. At the north pole of the rotating silver throne, there was a thick iron chain, the width of a bowl, connected to a reinforced concrete pillar. Now, however, it danced in the air as the silver throne sped along, occasionally whipping the ground. After hearing the chaos on the comms channel, Situware switched to Yi Feng's private channel and immediately started cursing, "I need to treat Kurosel. Don't go crazy. If you crash and kill me, I won't treat you." What did you say? Say it, to my face." Swoosh. The silver throne performed a sudden drift stop, and the large iron chain swung out at a dangerous angle, nearly shattering a syringe in an apothecary's hand. The tech marine, however, was thrilled. That's a viable combat strategy. If we install a power whip directly onto the silver throne, combined with that speed, the division commander's drifting skills are amazing. One tail swipe could whip a hellbrute into a spinning top king. Yi Feng jumped down, ignoring Sichuerware's knife strike, and pressed himself directly against Kurosel's body. Kurosel's body was clearly suffering from severe twitching and spasms. While this was a normal mortal reaction, it was strange coming from him. "Yi Feng, you. It's Lucius. It's Lucius, Situware, the champion of the Emperor's children." Situware knew the enemy, the traitor with peerless swordsmanship, but he still didn't understand Yi Feng's actions. To the Imperium, Lucius was as mysterious and unpredictable as Alfarius. He had countless kill records, yet he was an immortal being with intense vindictiveness, who would quickly attack the warrior who slew him, whether they were an assassin, a psyker, an Astartes, or anyone else. Yi Feng briefly explained to Situware that it wasn't resurrection and revenge, but direct parasitism. Because Lucius's personal combat strength was at its peak immediately after revival, he could kill any unprepared opponent, which is why it was always mistaken for a simple attack. The chief apothecary was skeptical, but as usual, he chose to trust Yi Feng. Seeing that Situware had grasped the situation, Yi Feng didn't waste words and asked, "Has Kurosel's Belisarius call triggered?" "Yes, it has triggered. It can keep him alive." Situware's reply was clearly flustered. "Quick, put him into the stasis field. Don't tell me about the risks, hurry. Are Enk's stasis field slots ready? Set up the gravity field as well." Yi Feng intended to set a trap. "We might not be able to prevent Lucius's return. Even Sisters of Silence can be assimilated and return, but we can trap him. We must build a cage of the highest specification. Don't let him die, and don't let him move. The stasis field will control his body. If he uses his psychic abilities, the outside must be surrounded by anti-psyker power, the kind that completely locks down the area. The gravity field must ensure the security of this location, it must be guaranteed." All of Enk's mechanical arms began working, making him look like a busy spider. Yi Feng held Kurosel, placing over a dozen pariah skeletal remains against him, his eyes filled with sorrow. He seemed to have distanced himself not only from mortals but also from Astartes. He struggled to recall memories of fighting side by side with Kurosel, and there were very few. The path to the stasis chamber was both short and long. Yi Feng walked forward with all his strength, yet he wished time would pass slower, just a little slower. Suddenly, without warning, Yi Feng punched the wall, shattering it, his entire fist sinking into the masonry. "Division Commander, don't take it too hard. Life and death are part of being human." Yi Feng violently retracted his hand, and the apothecary's words stopped immediately. "Tell Rogier this bottle is on my tab." Yi Feng held a bottle of alcohol, contained in a metal flask, likely a fine wine that had been properly sealed. With a flick of his adamantium thumb, the cap spun off, and the rich aroma of the liquor filled the emergency corridor. "This is not conducive to the patient's recovery," the apothecary said weakly. He was unconvinced. He believed his medical skills could save Kurosel, but the division commander seemed to have pronounced a death sentence on him. Situware pressed his hand down in a silencing gesture, making the apothecary shut up. The tech marine nearby completely disregarded the emotional moment, speaking at maximum speed. "I have an idea. Can we sever Kurosel's arms and legs and inter him in a dreadnought sarcophagus without weapons? This would add another layer of containment." "Division Commander, what is the exact mode of the enemy's corruption? Will the severed limbs also transform into Lucius?" Yi Feng said nothing, simply pouring a few drops of the open bottle onto Kurosel's fangs, then setting the bottle aside. He did not cap the bottle. "He won't jump up to snatch the wine anymore." Sichuerware's voice also became heavy. "I don't do meaningless things. Put this bottle of wine into the stasis field with him. If this body awakens and looks toward the bottle, if he manages to break free of the stasis field, as long as the victor feels no sense of honor, pleasure, or any emotion after defeating Lucius, Lucius cannot resurrect in their body. Slaanesh can only use a soul replica to reshape him, which is equivalent to creating a powerful greater daemon for Slaanesh, but the combat power remains the same as Lucius's, a massive loss. Theoretically, only Guilliman in the world could kill him without any emotional fluctuation. Crushing him would be as simple as crushing any traitor. The Emperor protects the Primarches." Watching the warrior being placed inside the stasis field, Yi Feng sighed. He said to Situware, "I now understand what the Dark Angel's forbidden weapon means." He pointed at Kurosel, if we encounter some orc boss we can't beat, or a ridiculously powerful super clown, throw him out. Either Lucius kills him, or he kills Lucius and is then resurrected, possessed, and killed. That's seriously forbidden. Chapter 437, The Wolf's Lament. Upon hearing this, Situate looked at Yifeng with confusion. Although this approach was completely rational, it didn't seem very Yifeng. In his impression, this cheeky white scar descendant always seemed to be fiercely protective of his own. Yifeng, I wish to conduct a physical examination on you to confirm the long-term effects of anti-psychic forces on the body and mind of an Astartes. The war is not over yet, Situate. We'll discuss it later. Yifeng wanted to leave, but Situate grabbed his hand. This will directly affect the command of this campaign, brother Yifeng. Let William take over command. You come with me. Yifeng allowed himself to be pulled along by Situate, gradually moving away from the group until only the chief apothecary could hear his words. Are you puzzled by my words regarding Kurosal? Brother Situate, I admit there are some issues. Yifeng had witnessed many battles involving the Dark Angels. Many of their actions were incomprehensible to him, as were the uses of many weapons, because he had not lived through those arduous and glorious years. A chapter's heritage is not gained overnight, every ancient relic was forged in the long river of history, paid for with countless lives. I am trying to understand the actions of the Dark Angels. Now, at least, I can comprehend some of it. Why would they hold back equipment that could be deployed at the start of a battle until the tide is turning? Using it from the beginning could have saved many brothers' lives. I understand, but I refuse to accept it. Please do not forget the promise you made 300 years ago. Yifeng felt something was off. First, it was 371 years ago. Then, the chapter master's voice became as faint as a mosquito's hum. Secondly, you sons of Dorne are truly unreasonable. You can say it, but I cannot. The chapter master's stubbornness quickly vanished without a trace. The two of them, like lonely old men reunited, spoke rapidly about a multitude of matters before hastily parting ways. Yifeng quickly returned to the silver throne and, through its primary function as a command hub, issued orders. The fleet was to redeploy to intercept the pursuing imperial forces, and Wallace was to lead the Tianxiong army to support the Wolf Guard and bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Slaanesh is acting up, hey? Fine, I've made a note of it in my little book. I'll fire a shot at your place another day. As a faction that had simultaneously provoked the Blood God, attracted the attention of Xianch, and now earned the regard of Slaanesh, the red tide was sweeping through the warship, annihilating all enemies with an aura of utter destruction. Kazanov directly led a force of Terminators in a teleport strike onto the Space Hulk, charging into a horde of shrieking monstrosities. Frenzied cultists, some bloated with fat and covered in skin carved with profane runes, others draped in lavish silks with hundreds of colored ribbons wrapped around their bodies in place of skin. More common were perverse aberrations with exposed flesh, wielding all manner of ceremonial implements to fight the warriors. It was considered a fight because they still had some demonic assistance. The demons that emerged this time were related to the masked dancer, a type of gluttonous daemon. It devoured all living things, moved slowly, and its thick, leathery hide made it perfectly suitable as a moving wall. It would follow behind the masked dancer, consuming the creatures that danced themselves to exhaustion. Of course, Slaanesh does not tolerate waste. These things, strictly speaking, were variants of silkworms. They could spit out all sorts of brightly colored silk threads, weaving them into light, elegant, and gorgeous garments much loved by the dancers, often used during certain celestial dances, the kind used directly pulled from the worm's rear end. These demons, each as large as a land raider, blocked the passageways of the Space Hulk. The broad decks of several ships lost in the realm of excess, fused together, were now divided into small, isolated sectors. The Terminators fought with all their might, battling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but their progress in securing the entire warship was agonizingly slow. Kazanov's lightning power claw tore precisely into the bloated body of the daemon. Or perhaps, it was simply lying there, waiting for the mad wolf's attack. The lightning was dissipated by the daemon's profane power. The disruption field cut through its tough outer hide again and again, but the ancient greenish skin healed with astonishing speed. In the relentless combat, those demons would eventually become desiccated, their bodies emaciated until they could no longer withstand the power of the lightning power claw, finally being banished back to the warp. And in the next sector, there was another such silkworm daemon, along with countless worshippers. They would occasionally stir, rotating their tubular mouths filled with fangs and barbs, depths as dark as black holes. With each slight wriggle of their massive bodies, countless cultist corpses would be swept up like a whirlwind and automatically sucked into their maws. It ate everything. The warriors attempted to breach through its mouth. A power greatsword struck accurately into the gaping maw, clashing violently with the sharp fangs and teeth, producing intense impacts. Amidst the numbing tremors, the warriors were forced to abandon this idea. Breaking through from the rear also proved fruitless. The silk seemed to possess some kind of reality resistance. One warrior aimed a melta-gun at its rear, but the silkworm daemon could spew emergency silk capable of withstanding even melta fire. If you used plasma, the residual silk strands would stick to your body, briefly restraining the adamantium warrior. Its terrifying tensile strength allowed the threads to withstand servo system strain, adding immense resistance to the warrior's movements. As the Terminators' advance bogged down, more Slaaneshi demons emerged from the surroundings. Some, influenced by the masked dancer, were still dancing. Their slender bodies and elegant movements did nothing to diminish their ferocity in combat. The Terminators could have avoided many casualties, if they were veterans who had fought the Drukari. Kazanov, quite unusually, called for fire support from the adamantium warriors, as if he had grown weary of the meaningless hacking before him. It's time to leverage my Luna Wolf's heritage. I've got plenty of brothers. Upon hearing the words the heaviest fire support, the Iron Hands were the first to move. A small contingent of Iron warriors stationed on the mothership also prepared to deploy, which directly triggered the gathering of Dorn's sons. Originally, the People's Light was already filled with Wolf Brothers and Blood Angels, with warriors of other gene seed lineages being few. This mobilization nearly turned the People's Light into a veritable flying crimson coffin. With this martially abundant reinforcement entering the fray, the battle finally saw a turning point. If one shot doesn't work, try two. If two shots don't work, then concentrate the fire of the entire artillery group on its frontline defensive positions. Door-blocking tactics were meaningless against wall-penetrating strategies. The Iron Warriors simply blasted open the walls and attacked the Daemon from the side. The situation on the Space Hulk was improving, but within the Gothic-class battleship, the battle remained grim. Rogier had been fighting for a long time. He felt his mouth parched and his strength failing, not the kind of exhaustion from aching flesh and heavy limbs, but a sense of void, a complete disconnect from his own limbs, was eroding him. The side effects of the combat stimulants were beginning to show. He was kicked in the chest by the masked dancer and sent sprawling. Then, this favored Daemon began to dance nimbly upon the old wolf's chest plate, constantly lifting its skirt, inviting him to admire the view beneath. The masked dancer's movements grew increasingly wanton, bouncing incessantly on the old wolf's body, emitting giggling laughter. For it, this anti-psychic armor was like a scalding iron plate. The sensation of its toes constantly tapping upon it, performing a passionate dance, was utterly exhilarating. A thrilling feeling, as if Slaanesh might devour me at any moment. Rogier cursed continuously, mustering all his strength to lift an arm. He couldn't stand up. Each attempt to counterattack with his arm was as slow as the growth of a tree. Each time he tried to rise using his core, the Daemon's terrifyingly swift kick would land heavily on his chest, slamming his back to the ground. For Russ. For the Alfather. Rogier continued to shout. The surrounding wolf brothers had almost ceased attacking him, not even a single stray blow landed on his body. Demonic power was restraining these Wolfguard brothers. The corruption ran deep, to the very marrow. The potent corruption from Slaanesh had spread, forming the nascent shape of a domain. The wolf brothers could no longer control their limbs, as if someone were moving their bodies with ropes. Originally, under the protection of the anti-psychic force, they could still move freely. But as the battle dragged on, this greater Daemon-level entity was gradually gaining the upper hand. Although its attack and defense were both quite poor, its corruption grew infinitely stronger with time. Relying on its nimble movements, the wolf brothers had been dragged into its pace of war. The ceiling shimmered with a twisted aurora, a splendid stage of delight. Where the greater Daemon walked, the ship itself was being corrupted by the power it emanated. This chamber was being dragged into the realm of Slaanesh, an unimaginable achievement. The Tio's cerebrospinal fluid boiled to its peak. The might of the greater Daemon was now fully realized. Rogier's Belisarius call was suddenly triggered. He couldn't even perceive what mortal wound he had suffered. The old wolf's mechanical eye shattered completely the moment he looked upon the Daemon. Machine spirit, I saw something unclean. I can't take it, ah. Rogier tried to sing an ancient Fenrician ballad over the comms channel, but it was ineffective. What stood behind him were not Fenrician wolves. The situation persisted until the arrival of the Tianxiong army. The Tianxiong army joined the fray with missiles and flames. They broke through like a hot knife through butter, instantly passing by the continuously dancing, writhing wolf brothers. Those warriors were straining with all their might to control their bodies, fighting against the invisible strings, resisting the urge to turn their blades upon their comrades. Valas. Finish this quickly. Valas swung his great hammer. The librarian also swung his great hammer. The lightning hammer from the Black Templars swung in from the left, while Valas, blessed by the 100-cloth robe, reappeared on the battlefield in his sacred relic warplate. The sacred power hammer swung from the right, aimed at the masked dancer's head. The Daemon showed no fear. Such a slow attack posed no threat. But Valas's movement was surprisingly fast. Valas was a veteran of considerable renown. As was well known in the Red Tide, only elite veterans had the privilege of choosing to wear power armor. This battle armor, forged from the People's Flame, carried a not insignificant psychic aura. The cloak robe composed of tattered banners from various mortal companies once again fluttered fiercely in the battlefield's tainted air. Valas leapt high with all his might, the strike he unleashed carrying a psychic lock. A surge of Slaanesh's potent blessing erupted. All who beheld the masked dancer felt an involuntary urge to dance. In Valas's vision, the entire space warped and undulated continuously. It seemed the only way to see clearly was to move in rhythm with the distortion. The librarian fared even worse. As he swung his great hammer through the air, he was a divination type, attempting to predict the greater Daemon's next move. A violent backlash from the chaos powers struck him. He vomited a great gout of blood, his eyes suddenly exploding, scattering blood droplets across the sky. He chose to trust his foresight, swinging the lightning hammer forward. The masked dancer toyed with the librarian with its graceful dance. With a flick of its hips, silk whipped up from its legs, striking the lightning hammer heavily. The soft fabric was now as hard as steel. Though pierced by electricity and billowing thick black smoke, it still created the illusion for the librarian that he had hit his target. However, it did not expect that on its shoulder, a power hammer, blazing like fire, would shatter its joint. In an instant, the world spun, a sensation of weightlessness it hadn't felt for countless years enveloped its delicate form. Blood streamed before Valas's eyes. The loyalist is a blade against demons. The blood of the righteous can anoint a bolter, transforming it into the sacred ammunition Grey Knights use against demons. How much more potent, then, is the lifeblood of a steadfast librarian? The spray of blood from the librarian's mouth splattered across Wallace's tactical visor. The distorted space became crystal clear. Filtered through the purifying blood, every twitch and motion of the daemon was laid bare before the soldier son's eyes. The masked dancer fell with incredible speed, outpacing the librarian's descent, and crashed heavily onto Rogier's armor. The old wolf, who had just begun to rise, was smashed back down. Once the dancer's entire body pressed against the old wolf, the previous sensation of dancing on scorching metal plates was gone. Instead, there was a revolting feeling, as if it had fallen onto a warm, Nurgle-favored mass. The lightning hammer fell next. The divination-type librarian was ultimately correct, though the path was fraught. His hammer blow landed squarely on the daemon lying upon the adamantium armor. He had lost his sight. Beside the old wolf, he endured the agony of anti-psychic backlash. Yet, he raised his warhammer once more. United as one, to liberate all of humanity. The librarian's voice trembled slightly. Just like that, smash it down. Wallace roared. The librarian was willing to follow his command. The two men became as sons of the salamanders, swinging their hammers with resounding clangs upon the anvil. Clang lightning coursed over the perfect flesh. Clang the lingering wool of mortal warriors who died wrapped in horsehide roared. The two warriors hammered in alternating strikes. The dense onslaught left the greater daemon no room to evade. Blows landed squarely on its chest again and again. Its entire body shattered, the crater in its chest deepening with each impact. It shrieked, a voice that pierced the veil of reality, fully detonating the dance curse lingering upon the Wolf brothers. Rogier endured attacks beyond mortal imagination. Blow after blow, and the zero-distance contact with the Slaaneshi greater daemon finally overwhelmed him, plunging him into complete unconsciousness. Only after another grueling battle was this daemon fully banished, allowing everyone a moment to assess Rogier's injuries. The Tianxiong army only managed to carry back the entire half-squad of Wolf Guard after the battle ended. The after-effects of the dance had not subsided, some warriors' muscles still twitched involuntarily. Situere was at a loss. Because something was wrong with the Wolf brothers. It wasn't chaos corruption. It seemed to be the long-famed transformation into Wolfen. Long-term confinement within anti-psychic armor had effectively suppressed this mutation of Russ's gene seed. But under the intense corruptive assault of the Chaos Daemon, these genes seemed to have broken free. The greater daemon's final shriek before banishment had fully awakened the wolf's savagery. A woo-woo long, mournful howl rose. The remaining warriors of the 6th Company howled outside, bidding farewell to brothers who had returned to the throne. Death had come so suddenly. Lucius's warband, plus a cursed greater daemon, could have slaughtered a weaker chapter. The Wolf Guard had underestimated their foe, and they paid a heavy price. The campfire is a good medicine for healing wounds, ale and roasted meat best soothe the soul. Ans and his brothers sat by the fire. They expected to see veterans swathed in bandages carried from the infirmary, perhaps even reaching out to snatch a bottle of ale as they passed. Instead, they saw figures bound and tightly locked upon crosses Wolfen. Some had completely lost their reason, utterly succumbing to bloodlust. Hook-like claws sprouted from between their fingers, muscles swollen, thick fur covering more of their bodies, fangs protruding from their mouths, presenting a terrifying visage. Other warriors retained a high degree of reason. Though transformed into Wolfen, they muttered, "It's a curse, stay away from me." Yet their bodies offered no struggle. The chains lay quietly in place, not clattering. The Atres wolves found the current situation difficult to comprehend. Situere also didn't know what to do. Rogier's condition was equally severe. The chief apothecary attempted to treat him, to bring him back to consciousness. The Wolfen's frenzy possesses a trait akin to a psychic plague. If a wolf brother is surrounded by too many of his Wolfen-transformed brothers, the savagery deep within his own genes is also awakened, making him more susceptible to succumbing to the rage. After being isolated from all the Wolfen, Rogier's mind cleared somewhat. His speed and strength had increased astonishingly, but he had completely lost the ability to adapt to his existing equipment. He spoke with great difficulty. The Wolfen transformation was not fatal, but it was unfit for existence within the chapter. "Freeze us," Rogier seemed to expend all his strength. He whimpered, like those angels, the Death Company. The wolf gene howled within. Situere hesitated, because Rogier maintained a considerable degree of reason. "Now, like this. Everything, we leave it to Kurosel." Situere suddenly pressed close to the old wolf's ear and roared loudly, "Kurosel is already dead. Stand up. The 6th Company needs your leadership." He saw Rogier's muscles visibly bulge. Those weak words vanished, replaced by a savage howl. The chains binding his limbs instantly snapped taut. Situere was seized by powerful muscles, the Wolfen's fangs aimed for his neck, poised to strike. The chief apothecary was prepared. He punched the old wolf in the stomach, simultaneously injecting a massive dose of sedative. The scalpel pierced Rogier's body with precision and grace, draining his strength. His body structure had changed significantly due to the transformation. Situere finally stopped him with a physical anesthesia punch. The chains binding his arms didn't break, but the bed was torn in half by Rogier. Connected by chains to half of the iron bed frame, he swung it like a flail. "Situere, you see? You controlled yourself, Rogier. We need your leadership. Your Wolfen-transformed warriors await your salvation." The old wolf shook his head. He knew how savage he had become. Also, Kurosel is truly gone. I don't know if your comms were jammed during the Daemon fight, but he now is no different from that false Sanguinius. Rogier was about to rage again on the spot, but after charging 2 steps, he was subdued. Relay my order. ANS is to command all wolf brothers. Let me, and the Wolfen brothers, sleep beside the Grand Librarian. Is this truly wise? Losing 2 pack leaders? Is that the term? In one battle? The 6th Great Company will fall into chaos. Rogier lay down on the floor. The thick fur and surging hot blood prevented him from feeling the floor's chill. Do it. Even if we all die, the remaining wolf brothers will still follow Brother Yifeng's path. Tell him, the wolf never betrays. When the grim news of Rogier arrived, Yifeng looked at himself with confusion, then at the warrior delivering the report with equal bewilderment. I sent Valis as reinforcements. How could the wolf brothers still suffer such heavy casualties? What is happening to this world? For the first time, Yifeng doubted his own command. Thus, his first order was, Byway army, reinforce Khazanov immediately. I want no more incidents. Resolve the enemy swiftly. Damn it. I just owed Rogier a bottle of ale, a farewell toast for Kurosel, and now you pull this on me? Yifeng stood up. The Byway army at the door hesitated. The division commander is at it again? Should I not stop him this time? Rogier saw Yifeng one last time before entering the stasis field. I've resisted this curse for nearly 900 years. Don't grieve. The chance of reverting from the Wolfen state is far greater than from the Black Rage. See, I haven't lost my reason. You can still trust me, when hunting. Yifeng had never heard the old wolf speak with such a blurred tone. The genetic curse was also a blessing. Undeniably, he had become a more formidable fighter. I cannot guarantee I won't mistakenly kill civilians. That is not our chapter's way. Seal us away. These words, and the resolute determination with which the old wolf stepped into the stasis field, were deeply etched into the memory of every warrior present. These words would echo countless times in Yifeng's recollections, reminding him of the true purpose of their fight. I fight for humanity. Look at the present. Humanity is bleeding rivers. Chapter 438, let me see what you're up to. Regent, the rebel forces have retreated. We have defended the Sol system. Now is the time to launch a pursuit. Imperial Navy, Astra Militarum, Adeptus Astartes Chapter Masters. A large crowd surrounded Guillemon, clamoring to launch a counterattack. The Imperium had gathered so much power here, what was there to fear? Guillemon had a splitting headache. Did these people lose their minds the moment they heard about military merits? The enemy retreated, but their massive hive city warship didn't crash, it can still blast you to pieces. Afterwards, those mortal advisors began their own analysis: insufficient ammunition, scared off by the Emperor's majesty, lack of resources to repair warships. This couldn't be blamed on them. Any warrior who participated in that horrific defensive battle would never believe the enemy hadn't gone all out. Such terrifying artillery barrages and swarms of adamantium centurions attacking even the strategists of the Departamento Munitorum couldn't imagine a more powerful assault. The analysis from the Psychers was slightly more reliable. They believed the Red Tide had attempted to attack 8 major warp routes into the Sol system to no effect, so they would certainly seek reinforcements. The roving fleets in the Taiping Star region might just be a smokescreen. Their real target is to isolate the Space Wolves' expeditionary force and, together with the enemy from the Eye of Terror, attack the wolves from both sides, opening an outward path from the Eye of Terror. Thus, these psychic advisors kept considering the possibility of the Red Tide and Abaddon coordinating from front and rear. A renegade chapter that hasn't fallen to chaos and Abaddon still share common ground in overthrowing the Imperium. Guillemon was mentally exhausted. He called a meeting with his innermost circle, which nearly filled the entire Grand Round Table. The Imperium had too many departments. The Primarch stood up, his towering frame imposing a terrifying pressure on the humans. Gentlemen, today's attendees are all helmsmen who can decide the fate of mankind. I don't think I need to reiterate the meaning of loyalty, but I hope you haven't forgotten the past. The minister of the Departamento Munitorum frowned slightly. Was he going to talk about past campaigns? In the span of a heartbeat, he mentally reviewed all war records related to the Sol system. The intense recollection made his semi-mechanized face appear even more vacant. The Primarch continued, what truly marks our ascent over the bones of all other creatures in the galaxy? The founding of the Imperium of Man? No, earlier. The birth of the Emperor? No, earlier still. Humanity's first creation of tools? Perhaps. But I believe it was when humanity first stood up, first attempted to walk, first attempted to run. The Primarch's gaze turned sharp, sweeping across the faces of those present. Humanity began to run. They ran across glaciers during the Age of Ice, leapt over the shackles of their planetary prison, took a desperate leap at the cliff before the vast starry river, and stepped onto the track called the Warp. We did this, and the Red Tide does the same. Never underestimate any opponent, especially when they are also human. They discovered a pit called the Sol system and found they couldn't jump over it. What will they do? Now the rebels have retreated. Do you think they've given up on the jump? No. They stepped back to gain space for a running start. Guillemon pointed at the shining location of Terra on the map and declared, they will come. Everything they've done is to make us reveal a weakness. Relay my orders, troops continue to hold their positions, increase patrol frequency for alert forces, and the Inquisition is to commence military oversight immediately. This statement almost made the Departamento Munitorum bigwig jump. His Departamento Munitorum defense forces were also to be overseen by the Inquisition? Then what are my political commissars for? What are my disciplinary troops for? Both sides were fighting for their own interests, while the Primarch was genuinely pondering Yi Feng's actions. Ultimately, he felt that Yi Feng believed the blood game should enter its next phase. Through constant attacks, the Imperium had discovered its defensive flaws. However, it had to be admitted that without supplies from the other 4 major star regions, the Sol system's fortifications would have been constructed even slower. The core objective was to hold Terra until the Emperor's revival. It was essential to allow fortress construction materials, firearms, ammunition, warship repair supplies, etc., into the Sol system. Furthermore, preparations for a protracted war were necessary, stockpiling supplies for over a decade or even several decades. When supplies from distant parts of other star regions, transported over several years, finally arrived at the Sol system's doorstep, a massive influx of materials suddenly poured in after confirming the Red Tide's retreat, congesting numerous spaceports. The Primarch immediately issued the next command: strengthen cargo inspections at the ports. Beware of enemies hiding in supply transports to launch surprise attacks on the ports. Such a command, not specifying exact locations, became stricter and stricter as it passed down the chain of command. It was as if Guilliman was the omniscient spokesperson of the Alphather, his words infallible a prophecy. All ports raised their alert levels to the maximum, and then ships of Xianch cultists and gene stealers were discovered, along with a few attempting to smuggle a key ornate relic, a bloody skull, into Terra under the guise of an imperial relic. Among the lower-ranking officers, Guilliman's prestige soared instantly. Just look, didn't the Sol system hold? Weren't the infiltrating enemies caught? As for Yi Feng now, he was going to cause trouble for the Alpha Legion. After all, records show they are traitors. No one knows who they are now, and who can guarantee they aren't disguised traitorous alphas? At least, according to intelligence. The defensive forces in that region suffered devastating blows. The Alpha Legion, using the Gloriana-class battleship Alpha, crushed and seized a large number of vessels. They showed no restraint against planets that resisted to the death. How many years has it been since a world experienced orbital bombardment from a Gloriana-class battleship? Like the Grand Legions of the Great Crusade era, they used their proud agent and infiltration techniques to paralyze planetary void shields. The sudden warship assault and devastating strikes on ground command systems quickly plunged imperial worlds into chaos. Loyal planetary defense forces were brutally slaughtered, their corpses haphazardly piled in the streets. There was no need to worry about plagues attracting Nurgle's legions, for the stubborn resistors, along with their corpses, were subjected to exterminatus. The Alpha Legion in that area was deploying a large number of exterminatus weapons, devastating several connected subsectors. Their ships were packed with plundered slaves and stolen supplies. The corpse starch blocks were unusually made entirely from corpses. Normally, this stuff is made from grains mixed with chemical additives, or animals. The enemy not only plundered resources and populations but also committed acts of ultimate destruction. Yi Feng had to stop them. Although I do similar things, I don't drop exterminatus. How can one engage in such short-sighted, scorched earth tactics? The People's Light headed there alone, as this flagship had the strongest anti-infiltration capabilities. On the way, they could make a big scene, pretending to attack Ultramar, occupy the Ultramarines' homeworld of Macrage, and establish a separatist regime. Yi Feng sat upright at the head of the table. In the long conference room, people came and went, growing in number, then dwindling. The 2 seats for the Wolf brothers were empty, only ANS sat in the middle, appearing lonely. The seat next to Valis was also empty, and attended via remote communication. Anthony's seat was now occupied by Barton, who sat together with Kazanev. Gentlemen, we've done this many times before. This should be the last time. I hope fewer of them come. It's always unpleasant when both sides charge at each other shouting for the Emperor. Intelligence indicates there are virtually no Astartes, just Imperial Navy vessels, perhaps carrying Inquisition fanatics. On the strategic map, red dots flickered. Several Imperial fleets advanced in a dispersed formation, normal, just scout ships trying to locate the People's Light. However, scattered among these red dots were a few large fleets. All those in the first expeditionary fleet who disobeyed Azrael's orders and acted independently died before the adamantium armor. Adeptus Astartes chapters that disobeyed Guilliman's summons and launched private attacks died before the adamantium armor. Now, it was this Imperial Navy's turn. Guilliman's order to hold the Sol system was clearly not fully obeyed. Although the forces that ventured out were negligible to Yi Feng, they could still be taught a painful lesson. This would help reinforce the regent's wise decision. The warship suddenly turned back, lying in ambush within an asteroid belt. It was just an excuse for not being detected anyway, they had holographic projection stealth. Kazanev looked at Sisyphus. He didn't know how many years it had been since they had operated together. The old librarian had polished the golden mace to a glossy sheen. Kazanev knew the drawbacks of this weapon all too well. It was most suitable for reconnaissance, quickly revealing the traces of lurkers. Using it for killing was not only ineffective against many enemies but also drained psychic energy. Sisyphus, any prophecies lately? None. You know the warriors are well protected by anti-psyker armor. Sisyphus's prophecies concerning the Red Tide had never been very accurate. What about the 20th Legion? Any prophecies about them? They hide in the shadows. The librarian answered truthfully, that's what he saw, a mass of shadow. The Mad Wolf just smiled at this vague statement. The old librarian tapped his hammer against the lightning power claw. Let's go pull them out. Of course, first, let's see if any filth has mixed in. The boarding action proceeded as usual. The shield-breaking wave overloaded the enemy's void shield. The boarding was relatively smooth, with the designated location floating in the air. Except for one warrior losing his prosthetic arm, everything was normal. As soon as Sisyphus completed the boarding, he activated his daemon sight. From the warp's perspective, a purple thread connected from the extreme distance to this location. There was definitely a problem. Kazanov spent over 10 minutes finding him a Slanishi cultist, a general corrupted by desires for power and glory. The psyker behind him appeared bewildered. He sensed the approach of evil power, originally thinking it came from the warp, never expecting it to approach from the material world. When they grabbed him, he was still muttering, "I've already contacted General Clerdolacles, his fleet will coordinate with us. Don't be afraid, brothers, just charge. Capture this giant ship, and glory will shine upon me." Lightning crackled behind him, its brilliant flash making the shining general's star seem dull before Piao Yao. Does he need interrogation? Librarian Sisyphus. Old librarian. Kazanov turned his head to see Sisyphus lying on the ground, convulsing as if having an epileptic fit. Mad Wolf tore the chaos cultist before him to shreds with a swipe of his claw. Several iron-clad terminators quickly closed in around him, forming a protective circle around the librarian. The old librarian's face twitched uncontrollably. This episode lasted exceptionally long. Mad Wolf felt as if everyone in the entire ship compartment had been killed. No more counterboarding warriors were charging at him. Suddenly, the warship was rocked by a violent tremor. An Imperial Navy vessel had begun firing maniacally at this ship, aiming to annihilate all crew and adamantium warriors aboard. "We should move the librarian, it's too dangerous here, brothers," proposed an aged Terminator. Although the implantation of the Belisarius call had failed, he had stubbornly clung to life until today, sustained by this sacred Terminator armor. "Don't move. Any action we take could cause the librarian's prophecy to fail." Kazanov, still standing at the doorway, stared down the corpse-strewn corridor ahead and spoke without turning his head. Sisyphus' entire body began to convulse violently. Most people didn't understand what was happening and were calling for the apothecary and more reinforcements. "Darkness, they are coming, they are coming." The librarian suddenly sat up, his posture unnaturally straight, and shouted at the ceiling. Mad Wolf's gaze remained fixed on the corridor, but he began to step back. He patted a warrior on the shoulder, and after they swapped positions, he quickly turned around. The Grand Librarian's Belisarius call activated, pulling him back from the brink of death. The librarian's head nearly exploded. Sisyphus grabbed Mad Wolf's hand. "Tell Yi Feng, it's the Tyranid swarm. They are heading towards Alpha." With that, the old librarian fell completely unconscious. Upon receiving this message, Yi Feng was still shocked. The shocking part was, did the old librarian look upon the warp projection of the Great Devourer and survive? Truly worthy of one who came from the Emperor's Scythes chapter. "Let's go take a look. If they don't submit, we'll just open fire with the main cannons." This explained well why the Alpha Legion seemed to be throwing out exterminatus orders like they were free. Yi Feng felt a pang just looking at it. Exterminatus weapons were also very expensive. The flagship drifted out of the warp in that direction, then, as it approached the Great Devourer's warp entity, it translated back into real space and began drifting towards it. The Alpha Legion was in considerable internal chaos. They possessed the best intelligence network, but when facing an enemy from outside the galaxy, they were still completely in the dark. The only exploratory fleet from the outer regions responded that the enemy was still 10 Terra-days away. This information had taken 6 Terra-days to travel back through real space. The warp was already submerged. Astropaths' heads were bursting, psychers were the first to go mad. The price for gazing upon the warp projection of the Great Devourer was a shattered soul. The Alpha Legion's lower-ranked librarians had all fallen into comas. The high-ranking librarians were teetering on the edge, only able to sit by the command console, coughing incessantly. The Imperial worlds below were resisting fiercely. They simply attributed all the Astropaths' deaths to an invasion by Chaos traders. There were Astra Militarum regiments stationed below, a regiment from Cadia and a regiment and a half from the Mordian Iron Guard. This was a very powerful force. Combined with the planetary defense forces, they could repel most invaders. The Mordians' iron-blooded military discipline allowed them to detect the anomaly early. The Astra Militarum couldn't stop the Astartes, but they could blow up the passageways. They directly blew up the critical passageways connecting to the void shield modules, then dug in at the edges of the wide spaces between the two facilities. The Adeptus Mechanicus's elite Skitarii could barely keep up with the Astartes' movements. Sufficient firepower and wide spaces could compensate somewhat for the disadvantage. More Mordians fought to the death in the narrow corridors. The position would not fall before the last Mordian died. In this regard, they were as outstanding as the Valhallans. "Alpha, this is the last planet. There are no life forms within 6 light years. As long as we destroy this place, the disaster will not spread. Don't ask why he's called Alpha. When the Primarch is absent, the Supreme Commander is Alpha. To be precise, even the warriors of the 20th Legion didn't know if the one standing at the top was the real Alpharius. Current progress. All passageways from Sector D43 to G67 have been blown up. They've cut off their own retreat. Advancing is very difficult for us. The mole vehicles were intercepted underground, we accidentally drilled into a large tunnel. A Kadian's squad discovered us, pursued us up our drilling tunnel in an unknown modified troop carrier, and severely damaged the mole machine. It can no longer advance. The Astra Militarum used every method to buy time, hoping for a response to the first and only astropathic message they had sent. The church area has gathered a large number of people. Should we launch a strike? The Alpha Legion's intelligence volume was several times that of a normal chapter. Bomber Squadron, commence bombing. Have the assault forces concentrate their efforts to breach their anti-aircraft gun batteries. Don't panic, we still have time. Once air superiority was gained, the heavy bombers could deploy the plasma bombs of the fusion burst type left over from the Great Crusade era. Even if they had to blast their way through, they would blast a path to the void shield modules. The Tyranid threat absolutely must not spread. On the Supreme Command platform, the Alpha Commander was reviewing the Tech Marines report on the activation status of the new batch of weapon machine spirits. However, the trembling voice of the Chief Librarian shattered all order. They are coming. They have already arrived. Outside the star system, they are already here. Thud. The Alpha Commander slammed his fist heavily on the table. Do we retreat? No. Order all warriors on the surface to withdraw. I need a fighter squadron. All vortex bombs were brought out. Having operated long-term in the warp, the 20th Legion couldn't replenish these bombs. There had even been many times they relied on these bombs to avoid corruption. The clear zone required to deploy an exterminatus was vast. The Alpha Legion was prepared to gamble. Use virus bombs. Hope these people don't have too many survivors underground. The advantage of virus bombs was that they began detonating upon entering the atmosphere, not needing to penetrate deep underground, giving the enemy's anti-aircraft guns a chance. Next, the Alpha Commander's order was unexpected. I need 3 fighter craft to provide close escort for the virus bomb. Ensure its successful detonation at all costs. They won't come back. We don't need to do this, a company captain shouted, his voice like sandpaper grating over his throat. Perhaps the Tyranids will turn back before they reach here. Abandon your childish thoughts, the commander reprimanded loudly, which was rare. The future of mankind cannot be gambled. The Tyranid hive fleet was approaching from afar. They had already reached that gene-stealer cult world, which had been bombed into a magma ball by an exterminatus order, its continental plates crashing into each other madly. Tyranid scout fleet detected outside the star system. 98 vessels in total. Even so, the size of the scout fleet was alarmingly large. The Alpha Commander roared his order, hurry, prepare. Abandon all deployed heavy vehicles. Everyone fall back, fall back. This battle was a failure. They had succeeded 51 times. They absolutely could not fail on the 52nd. 4 space fighters, carrying hope, flew towards the void shield. The Hive City's final anti-aircraft gun batteries thundered, singing their own elegy. The Tyranid biofleet began exchanging fire with the Alpha Legion's ships. They were so massive. One warship was covered in squid-like tentacle boarding tethers, sharp barbs piercing armor, dragging the steel warship into its embrace. The vortex bombs left the fighters' hardpoints. The Alpha ship opened its dark bomb bay. The virus bomb was aimed at the location below. Bioplasma overloaded the void shields. This time, the Tyranids' plasma cannons were exceptionally powerful. A single ship, with one biomain cannon, could shatter an Imperial warship's defenses with one shot. Boarding chitinous needles filled the cosmic space. The pitifully few torpedoes they fired seemed laughable. The virus bomb shot out of the warship's bay, plunging directly through the planet's breach. The fighters launched 6 missiles to destroy the hidden anti-air missile silos in the wasteland. Well done, Kadians. Well done, hiding this anti-air missile base until the last moment under such fierce aerospace assault. The fighter disintegrated in the air. The other 2 fighters followed closely behind, facing death. The virus bomb's explosion instantly consumed these 2 fighters. The 2 Astartes inside their power armor became a mass of flammable, explosive gas. Only the Astartes' physique could withstand the same descent acceleration as the virus bomb. They succeeded. The planet became lifeless within 3 minutes. In the 4th minute, the planet began to burn. The Alpha Legion had no time to celebrate their victory, for the Tyranid fleet had latched onto them. What the Alpha Scouts had discovered was not the first wave of scouts. The first wave of scouts had already circled behind them. Pincer attack from front and rear. The Alpha Commander had only one method left, concentrate firepower and break through towards the rear, carving a path through the many Tyranid vessels. Commander, our supplies are limited. Also, the transport ships aren't fast enough. Abandon them. All refugee transport ships, abandon them all. Deploy bombs. We cannot let the Tyranid hive fleet taste a single morsel of flesh. Ruthlessness. Something you must learn in war. Chapter 439, An Accident on the Road. The vanguard fleet of the Tyranid hive caught up to the last super-large transport ship. It was as large as a slow-moving giant turtle, laboriously paddling its stubby claws through the dark galaxy. The engine wailed, and a tentacle covered with sharp biomorphic spines plunged deep into the warship. The tentacle's steel-hard chitinous shell inexplicably cracked open, and countless white eggs rolled out, then split open, unleashing Tyranid creatures. The tentacle harvester-type devourer warship was completely different from other warships in its construction. It was equipped with both devouring claws and predatory tentacles, making its appearance less like a teardrop and more like a menacing, multi-limbed octopus. However, as the tentacles adhered to the transport ship, the entire transport vessel was engulfed in flames. A phased array explosion concentrated its power on one spot, the engine area. The massive self-detonation of the ship not only destroyed the Tyranid creature vessel but also affected the surrounding corrosive tentacle-type creature fleet. Ahead, there were still many similar transport ships. The Tyranid consciousness was clever, it quickly dispatched boarding parties, using a small number of troops to enter the transport ships and disarm bombs, trying to keep the main ships away from these large explosives. It was a good tactic, but the Alpha commander had no intention of letting them live. The slow transport ships were at the very back, but the fast transport ships had already slammed into the front of the line. The Alpha commander ordered them to self-destruct to clear an evacuation route for the Legion, unbeknownst to the mortals on board. For a time, the Tyranid warships hesitated to press forward with full force, only able to attack with bioplasma and long-range spore torpedoes. The tough-skinned Astartes ships seized the opportunity to break through. The battlefield was silent, distant explosions would not reach here. The noisy communication channels were falling silent, one ship after another losing connection completely. The firelight reflected on the Alpha commander's face a false light, merely a holographic simulation of the situation in front of the warship. The Alpha Legion's breakout was smooth, except, the Tyranids retreated. Then, the light from behind overshadowed the brilliance of any star. The high-energy reaction detection equipment completely crashed, and the first company's librarian completely fainted under the intense dual psychic impact. The intense psychic fluctuations instilled an unspoken fear in everyone's hearts, a fear from the soul, like an ant facing a dragon. Yi Feng took a little time to confirm the status of other human worlds. Actually, it could be seen from the actions of the Tyranid tentacles, this tentacle was in a bewildered state. The fleet spread out to search for food, but its sheer size was enormous, and the People's Light took a considerable amount of time to observe it from a macroscopic strategic perspective. Due to the approaching warp projection of the Great Devourer, psychic communication was completely impossible in the surrounding area. Relying on the flagship's powerful detection capabilities, only the fierce battle on the Alpha Legion's side was discovered. So, it's over then. The Tyranid tentacles aren't relentless, they don't do losing business. So, the flagship moved between the forward attack fleet and the main force of this Tyranid tentacle, firing a shot at the enemy's core fleet cluster. The main cannon. The number of casualties is hard to say, because theoretically, everyone in this area would die. The will and might of the Great Devourer excellently suppressed the power of the psychic main cannon, but even weakened, it did not prevent the Tyranid ships from turning to ash. The entire tentacle quickly retracted. The secondary node ships commanding the attack on the Alpha Legion were destroyed, and those ships were taken over by the main node motherships further away, then recalled. That was a huge loss. At the same time, for multiple Tyranid tentacles, they all saw shining psychic light points explode in the warp, just like the Pharos that erupted from Ultramar 10,000 years ago, a replacement for the Astronomicon. They would find nothing. Under Alpha's tough sweep, there were no creatures left here except for their ships. The Alpha commander looked at the holographic map in disbelief. All enemies were retreating, and the high-energy reactions behind him were so intense that even now, the detector would overload and burn out if it turned even slightly in that direction. He still didn't know what had happened. All ship communications were asking what exactly had happened. The 20th Legion's ships activated stealth navigation mode. This mode of navigation was somewhat similar to the ancient ships of the Raven Guard, allowing them to largely conceal themselves. The battle on the transport ships lasted a long time. The Alpha warriors spent a long time thoroughly killing all the parasites brought in by the spore torpedoes. They still couldn't enter warp jumps, the Great Devourer's influence range was quite large. The Alpha Legion thought they had escaped, but another Great Devourer had drifted behind them. Yi Feng rarely hesitated, and this time the reason for his hesitation was entirely because Anos had no space left in his belly. All shipyards were working at full speed to repair the warships. These ships had just experienced bloody battles with Lucius's warband and the Imperial counter-attack forces, making even navigation difficult. Furthermore, this fleet was truly too large, it would be very difficult for the mothership alone to take them down. If only Lian Liluo's army were here. When in doubt, just follow. Yi Feng wanted to secretly follow them to see what these guys were up to. If they got into a fight with some major power, he might be able to pick up some scraps. Finding the Alpha Legion's location in the galaxy was a stroke of luck, something you couldn't find even with a lantern. Some reconnaissance ships set sail again, heading to investigate the area bombarded by the main cannon. Yi Feng only stared at the Alpha, thinking he could strike if it got separated. The fleet formation was maintained very well, even forcing ships like the People's Light, which they hadn't detected, to drift further away. The holographic projection only activated when the warship moved, this was a minor flaw. Normally, the flagship would maintain activation by rotating itself. The Great Gyro stopped and started for several months. The Alpha Legion was about to leave the Great Devourer's sphere of influence, and in the flagship's shipyard, several more ships were repaired. Suddenly, greed surged from his heart, and malevolence rose in his guts. Yi Feng slammed the table. I want to launch a super-fast strike like the Golden Flash. Go straight for the enemy's core. Clang. The Golden Flash struck Yi Feng first. The radiant golden armor glowed brightly. The tech priest's sudden kick completely stunned Yi Feng. Why was he hitting him? Don't move. The custodian's words were concise, but every word was a sacred command, full of oppressive power. The situation was somewhat complicated. It was very rare for the 20th Legion to mobilize its entire chapter, and the Astartes chapter was exceptionally excited, as were the custodians. Although they were nominally guarding the Imperial Palace, the eyes of the Emperor had long since taken action. This group of semi-retired custodians had already begun investigating this force. Did they really think these self-proclaimed declining magnates were just enjoying their retirement? What stopped their actions was Guilliman. The Primarch had informed the custodian Grand Marshal in the Imperial Palace that the 20th Legion's appearance was within his expectations, even a crucial part of his plan, and he requested the custodians not to interfere with their actions. The tech priest repeatedly confirmed the message with the Imperial Palace, because he wasn't sure if Yi Feng touching the 20th Legion counted as something the Primarch had expected. Now, there was a result. In the name of our Lord, do not attack. Yi Feng was quite decisive, pulling the entire fleet back and leaving. Are you kidding? You let a cat watch a mouse but tell it not to eat it. Are you even human? I'm going to catch birds instead. The tech priest still felt a sense of estrangement. Reasonably speaking, it wouldn't be too difficult for these thousands of adamantium warriors to overwhelm 2 custodians. And he was quite sure that if Yi Feng and William were both cut down by him, what he would face would absolutely not be chaotic command, but rather relentless revenge. He knew the importance of leading this entire force, but he couldn't be like Victor, who, after being teased by Yi Feng, merely threw a few punches. The custodians are the Emperor's subjects, truly in every sense of the word. The Astartes are the Emperor's weapons. Now, he felt like he was wielding a powerful weapon, and the machine spirit would occasionally tease him, spit on him, or damage some of his work, even though these actions were already considered very respectful in Yi Feng's eyes. Are there any further instructions, my lord? No. The tech priest returned to his secret passage to continue studying the highest grade detection system. The Inner Circle, an alliance composed of ancient psychic races, naturally had its highest grade detection system designed to search for traces of Necron battles. Feroz, as a support device already put into use by the Imperium, was also the most common equipment of the ancient Eldar. In ancient wars, most enemy reinforcements were deployed in this manner. The tech priest needed to understand how this detector operated. This knowledge could not fall into enemy hands. If we send a custodian squad, and the enemy quickly throws an angren at us, how are we supposed to fight? After the custodian left, Yi Feng looked at a cleverly hidden passage door on the ceiling of his command room, lost in thought. By way army, what if the enemy comes in through that door? Commander, I think if that happened, we'd all be returning to the throne. To get through that door, you'd have to defeat the custodians. Commander, I suggest extending the time we wear our adamantium helmets. After all, it really can save lives. Yi Feng twisted his neck, still sore from being kicked even with his helmet on. Go, it's been months, Guillemon must be missing me. Let's go provoke the Nockmund region and see how the vigil system is doing. The Nockmund Gauntlet was a very important region. When the Great Rift opened, it was the only corridor connecting the overt and covered sides of the Imperium. The reason was also very simple: large deposits of blackstone were buried underground, preventing these planets from being swallowed by the raging warp storms. After Abaddon was repelled, the Orcs defeated, and the Gene Stealers hidden deep within the Hive City were purged by the Adeptus Mechanicus's encirclement, this important stronghold from the 13th Black Crusade was successfully defended. What? You ask why it was the Adeptus Mechanicus's encirclement? Belisarius Call has a map of blackstone mineral vein distribution throughout the galaxy. What do you think he wants to do? It was already too late for Yi Feng to go now, but he believed the Primarch would plan ahead and have Call leave some blackstone to prevent another great rift, ensuring the Empire still had connections on both its visible and hidden sides. Yi Feng wasn't going to snatch the blackstone, he was merely trying to stir things up. He wanted to draw the Empire's attention, which was gradually shifting towards the Taiping Star region, back to the Segmentum Obscurus. The flagship's journey was long, grand, and fraught with continuous battles. The Red Tide consistently preyed on the weak, plundering food from agricultural worlds, engaging in black market deals with rogue traders, and was even happy for rogue traders to sell their intelligence to the Empire for another profit. Along the way, he saw incredibly wealthy Forge worlds transporting Titans to Terra, and also some desperately poor Adeptus Astartes chapters mingling in the black market. They were so poor they even sold gene seed. Yi Feng was very curious about this chapter, and after some investigation, he discovered, it was the universally loathed Malicious Warriors chapter. The Malicious Warriors chapter had offended almost all Imperial factions, including the Adeptus Mechanicus, due to their unscrupulous actions. They were among the impoverished chapters, and no one knew who their parent chapter was, no one wanted to claim this troublesome offspring. Only the good-natured salamanders would offer some support, but even they eventually became disgusted. How poor were they? Some Astartes carried lumberjack guns on missions. I strongly suspect those lumberjack guns were stolen from the Astrum Militarum. As were these pure gene seeds. Upon learning it was this chapter, Yi Feng lost interest and told his warriors to leave quickly. However, as soon as the malicious warriors saw a big client, they were eager to commit their entire chapter. These people had a minimal code of conduct, they weren't like the Carcharodon's chapter who would simply snatch things upon sight. However, their fees were exorbitant, saving half a company could cost you a strike cruiser, and if you refused, it would come down to comparing military strength. Even if you successfully sent them away, they would still keep an eye on that strike cruiser, believing it was rightfully theirs, and would not hesitate to kick you while you were down if you encountered trouble. Furthermore, the collateral damage from their battles was terrifyingly high. If they knew there were gene stealers in a hive city, they might directly destroy the entire hive city, completely disregarding mortal lives. In their understanding, there were no innocents, only different degrees of sin. If a hive city had gene stealers, it meant the hive city's people resisted insufficiently, searched carelessly, were disloyal in faith, and their enforcers were inadequate. In short, they cared nothing for mortals. After truly destroying a hive city, their post-battle speech would probably be, how incredibly brave our warriors were, how precise our weapons fired, how loyal we are as children of the God Emperor. Now, they were also interested, buying so many gene seeds? Had their personnel suffered heavy losses? They must have faced a great disaster. They had to check the situation, provide conditional support, and then heavily extort this wealthy chapter. Their moral bottom line entirely depended on the opponent's combat strength. Captain, we have a tail. Find a way to shake them off. Our veterans weren't to be trifled with and quickly detected the trailing party. Our mission cannot be delayed, move quickly. The warriors split up, 4 warriors going in 2 directions. The malicious warriors behind them did not follow. I'm in position. After confirming they weren't being followed, the 2 Red Tide veterans immediately headed to the prearranged ambush point, a gap between 2 buildings. Through the poorly installed floorboards, they could see the situation below. As the 2 decoys walked, they also noticed their tail was gone. They exchanged confused glances, wondering if they had shaken them off. They walked into the ambush's line of sight, briefly scanned, and then realized something was wrong. There were too many enemies. The malicious warriors dropped their pretense, directly sending out several squads to surround them. Call for emergency support, quickly. The 4 veterans made a decision simultaneously, directly calling for reinforcements. At worst, they would just conquer this world. With strong backing, one's confidence stands tall. Some sounds emerged from the end of the corridor, and a veteran immediately fired a bolter shot. Who's there? After sales service. The malicious warriors' words were full of hypocrisy. The veterans didn't believe these warriors, clad in extremely ancient raven pattern power armor, were there to visit them. The old bolters had obsolete magazine designs, prone to jamming and with very small capacities. Fall back, I think we should maintain our distance, it's not that difficult to do. The other party ignored the veterans' words, their yellow and black armor closing in. These are pure gene seeds. We must ensure they are held by forces loyal to the Emperor, and you, to this day, have not told us where you truly come from. Redemption Light Battle Group. This is the last information. Our transaction is over, and we have no intention of fighting you. The malicious warrior's steps did not halt. No, you are from the Red Tide. The veteran's heart jolted. When did I expose my true identity? The Redemption Light Battle Group should be operating in secret and is not on the list of traitors. What are you talking about? Your warship isn't here. The malicious warriors were not afraid, they had 3 full squads, more than these 4 guys imagined. And our fleet is in the spaceport, the malicious warriors continued. We haven't confirmed your identities, and that will take some time. Now, you are prisoners. We will interrogate you to determine your loyalty. The 4 warriors felt inexplicable. What kind of Inquisitor operation was this? Directly arresting people whose identities weren't confirmed? Without a doubt, once captured, they would deny ever seeing the 4 of them, then flay them, taking all their weapons and gene seeds for themselves. Our fleet is here. Do you want us to bring it out for you to see? Tell your strike cruiser to look towards the star. The malicious warriors cautiously checked for reinforcements around them. After confirming there were only these 4 lightly equipped warriors, they had no more qualms. I have a new idea. Division. Commander, the warriors below have lost contact with us. The People's Light was already very close to the malicious warrior's strike cruiser. He was still hesitating whether to attack a loyal Adeptus Astartes chapter. Lost contact confirmed? Did the second batch of warriors find anything? Xiaolan. Xiaolan isn't here. Send the Wolf brothers down to find them. They had already gone down. They confirmed the traces of battle, and the scent of blood did not escape the Wolf brothers' noses. They were hunting the enemy. My command, 8 linked ground-based cannons target the enemy, send more support. Shadow Hornet fighters continuously shuttled through the planet, sending as many warriors down as possible under the cover of night. This was not a heavily defended planet, just a passing semi-chaotic world. The Adeptus Arbits managed the surface, and whoever wanted to manage the lower hive could. The first batch of battle brothers had tracked the enemy to less than a kilometer away. The Wolf brothers wanted Bals to unleash a storm hunt, but Bals did not move. 2 White Scar's descendants impatiently guarded the flanks. The warriors were adept at infiltrating the lower hive, but the malicious warriors had brazenly stirred up a storm in the lower hive. Shameless, stealing from lower hive gang bosses. It was just retired Astra Militarum supplies bought by the gangs, did they really need to go that far? These people directly raided 2 gang shootouts, capturing a large number of young adults, 3 lumberjack guns, and 2 decommissioned and heavily modified Chimera armored vehicles. The malicious warrior's apothecary was recruiting here. He took an interest in several children, the power of hatred surging in their eyes. Those who would stop at nothing to kill their enemies, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Hatred is the most reliable weapon. This was the malicious warrior's consistent belief. The apothecary was annoyed. Everything had been planned, 4 Astartes, 4 gene seeds, and 4 recruits for trials. He hadn't expected these guys to have already surgically removed their gene seeds. To be so strong with just a coral pituitary was simply terrifying. The Redemption Light Battle Group was etched into their minds. The apothecary's chapter, renowned for its talent, truly lived up to its name. In the distance, the Wolf brothers were lurking. The White Scar's warriors had already left, unable to restrain their surging battle lust. Beside them were 2 Luna Wolves warriors. It's them, the scent of blood spreads among them. The Wolf brothers pointed to a transport vehicle behind them, likely a rhino, but so worn and modified that its model was unclear. I think it's over there. Do you think a bicycle is faster, or am I? The White Scar's warrior had borrowed a bicycle from some unfortunate lower hive resident's home. Your weight will crush it. Do you think we should negotiate with them? The Wolf brothers remained hidden, but suddenly gripped his brother's hand with fierce strength. On Fenris, blood can only be repaid with blood. On Atres, blood is not enough to repay debts. The Wolf brothers, having just lost 2 wolf lords, were particularly irritable now. Rage would make him lose his reason without the restraint of a wolf lord. All right, I'll take my men to the side. Awu the Wolf brothers charged directly, wielding a power axe captured from the World Eaters, cleaving open the head of an unprepared malicious warrior with a single strike. The White Scar's descendant, moving faster, shot past the Wolf brothers after he charged, his power sword precisely slicing open a malicious warrior's throat. Sometimes, the Luna Wolf's warrior felt quite helpless. He could only raise his bolter to cover his teammates, while the Wolf brothers in front still shouted, "Charge and fight, cowards!" Chapter 440 Marines Malevolent, you're really rebels. The scion of the Luna Wolves shouted back at his brother while firing, "Do something, brother. Are your wheels just for decoration? First of all, it's not called a wheel, it's called a land combat platform." The Iron Hands warrior was clearly displeased by his brother's insult to his creation. His entire body was fitted with a massive amount of weaponry, far more than a normal tech marine. 2 wheels were installed on his prosthetic legs, his feet could move up and down. When lowered to the ground, he was in bipedal mode, when raised, he became a wheeled fire platform. Rather than an Astartes, he was more like the machine spirit of a light heavy firepower ultra-fast support platform. As the engine roared, this Iron Hands speedster, deeply influenced by his White Scar's brothers, began his performance. Crouching down, various weapons burst from his mechanical backpack and began to thunder. With just one volley, the Marines Malevolent felt like they were facing the firepower of an entire company. The Iron Hands warriors' mechanical backpacks are so powerful that people often overlook their prosthetics. If you see an Iron Hands warrior with arms of normal thickness, it means they are packed with lethal gadgets. The arm's outer shell, thin as a cicada's wing, fell away, and grenades attached to the prosthetics began to scatter across the battlefield. The piston-fed bolter made him look like an automated sentry. Everywhere his gaze fell, there was nothing but destruction. 30 Marines Malevolent were surrounded by 20 power armor veterans of the Red Tide. Although there was a tiny issue with the numbers, their firepower was indeed several times that of the Marines Malevolent. Aside from the few who charged in, the firepower unleashed by the other visible warriors was several times that of the Marines Malevolent. The covers built by the lower hive gangs were flimsy before the dual-wielded heavy bolters, and even their retired and re-employed Chimera armored vehicles were riddled with holes. The Marines Malevolent were taken aback. They turned their bolters and stubbers, but the Wolf brothers who had pounced first were already locked in melee with other warriors, making it impossible to aim. The Wolf brother wasn't wearing a helmet at all. A bloody bite tore away most of his opponent's face. Among everyone present, he possessed the most resolute fighting spirit, his sense of smell clearly told him that the enemy owed them blood. A squad leader of the Marines Malevolent was killed by a heavy bolter in the first encounter. The bolt hit his power pack, and as the power source burned out, his flesh turned into a pile of charred bones. Reacting, the Marines Malevolent quickly deployed into an aggressor formation, organizing several shooters to fire snipes while the White Scar's scions swung their blades, and occupying geographical advantages to throw grenades to disrupt the path of the charge. An Imperial Fist's warrior pried open a cover with a power maul, revealing the Marines Malevolent inside. There was nothing around that warrior, but this group of Astartes, completely devoid of moral concepts, always thought differently. He pulled a combat knife from a vehicle's pipe, dripping with thick engine oil, and stabbed at the warrior. The strike was fast and vicious. Fortunately, the MKX power armor of the aggressor pattern was very thick and blocked the blow. However, the combat knife still sliced through part of the front plate and touched the wiring. Electrical sparks ignited the oil on the knife, and the blade burst into flames. At this moment, the Imperial Fist's warrior was certain that if there were a pile of poop nearby, the Marines Malevolent would not hesitate to dip their daggers in shit, whoever they poked would die. The power maul arrived later but struck first, landing on the enemy's head. The numerical gap was leveled instantly. 2 Tartaros pattern Terminators coordinated with the warriors. These were the most advanced Terminators, possessing extreme agility and capable of performing almost the same movements as power armor. They were powerful melee models. Their inclusion provided cover for the following fire support units, initiating a combined arms advance. Though they were advanced, their status was low. They used an old model of heavy jump pack that Yifeng had once used, but because they lacked the technology, they were never replenished after being damaged. The 2 Terminators slammed brutally into the battlefield in a low-altitude flying impact, charging directly toward the Rhino armored vehicle. The Marines Malevolent went wild. To them, this Rhino armored personnel carrier was a very precious asset. A veteran wielding an ancient chainsword charged toward the Terminator's rear, while several other warriors grabbed whatever weapons were at hand to face the Terminators head-on. The Storm Bolter fired, but in the next moment, it was hit by a missile, and the entire Storm Bolter exploded. 2 Marines Malevolent crawled out of the armored vehicle, raising rare Mars pattern modified bolters to fire. The Tech Marine was laughing wildly, his 2 wheels spinning fast. He tried to kick through its rear hard before his insolent laughter could be noticed by the Rhino's machine spirit. A Damocles pattern Rhino command vehicle. This was simply too ridiculous. This was a command vehicle used to coordinate multi-branch operations. It was only deployed for joint operations involving Land Raiders, Land Speeders, Thunderhawks, Storm Ravens, Strike Cruisers, Drop Pods, and Terminator squads. Now, to coordinate a combat knife squad and a stubber squad in covering each other? Faced with such a stormy assault, the Marines Malevolent immediately chose to retreat, noting the enemy in their little notebook. Unfortunately, the notebook was also dropped on the ground and crushed. A White Scars warrior crashed into the front of the Rhino at top speed, sliced off its door with a power sword, and killed the driver. The Marines' Malevolent were shocked to find that not only could they not win the fight, but they couldn't outrun the opponent either. The battle ended very quickly. The blood on the Wolf brothers' lips had not yet dried. The Marines' Malevolent tried to continue resisting, but under the fierce offensive, only 7 heavily wounded Marines' Malevolent remained alive, having lost their combat capability. Our apologies to the warriors of the Redemption Light Battle Group. Mainly because they really couldn't escape. Out of the corners of their eyes, the survivors saw flickering figures. The opponent's second wave of support warriors had blocked all paths. It was a sea of people, as if an entire company had descended. We will recover our losses from this. Your actions are a declaration of war against us. This is an act of rebellion. The Marines' Malevolent shamelessly tried to pin the blame for the conflict on us. Redemption Light? What Redemption Light? The Wolf brother stomped the opponent under his foot. The Marine Malevolent was stunned. I'm from the Red Tide. Remember that, you little bug with a paper knife. You should call me a rebel. The Wolf brother picked the guy up and threw him forward with all his might. The Marine Malevolent was slammed heavily into the still burning fire behind them. This completely bewildered the opponent. Surrendering to an Astartes chapter was one thing, but surrendering to traitors was quite another. When he falsely accused the 4 veterans of being rebels, he never imagined they were actually rebels. The remaining Marines' Malevolent began to curse loudly, while the Wolf brother simply took stacks of packaged Astartes organs out of the armored vehicle. It was unclear what he intended to do. Perhaps they deemed them valuable, or perhaps they had some ritual to perform to make the memories gained after consuming the flesh more complete. None of that mattered anymore. The Marines' Malevolent were shouting in rage, "Traitors, our warship is in planetary orbit. Our brothers will kill you, in the name of hatred." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about your brothers." The Iron Hands warrior simply took the communicator from him. An intrusion of this level was easy for him because these Marines' Malevolent were still alive. As long as they were alive, they could pass authentication. The Rhino command vehicle once again sent an emergency support request to the strike cruiser above. In the sky, drop pods were descending. The White Scars scion stood beside his Iron Hands brother. "How about it, brother? Do you want to swap for this kind of prosthetic?" The Iron Hands brother showed off his wheels. "If I ever lose my legs, I'll come find you." The White Scars warrior shrugged. Speed was important, but not to the point of self-mutilation. The Marines' Malevolent were enraged by the relaxed atmosphere. Although they were shameless, they were absolutely loyal. "Traitors, do you think you can walk out of here? Our brothers are coming. We are unkillable. You'd better pray you die by our guns, otherwise the bombardment from the strike cruiser will fall upon your heads." "Warship? What warship? Where is there a Marine Malevolent warship in the sky? I only see a Red Tide warship." In the sky, the Adamantium warriors were boarding the Marines' Malevolent strike cruiser. The speed was extremely fast. The moment the flagship revealed itself, boarding craft and shield-breaking waves flew out together, along with a large number of space fighters escorting them to take out the enemy's point defense cannons. In terms of the number of fighters, we have always been at a disadvantage. But a disadvantage at our scale was a devastating suppression strike for a single strike cruiser. The battle was still primarily focused on expulsion, because there was no time to train a new generation of warriors. After a large number of Marines Malevolent entered the drop pods and landed on the ground, there was only a single squad of people left in the strike cruiser, including the apothecary guarding the gene seed vault and the tech marine servicing the equipment. The Adamantium warriors easily fought their way into the warship. It was worth noting that the Marines Malevolent indeed possessed a resolute fighting spirit and an aggressive war style. Even after we broke into the ship's interior, what greeted us were not turrets firing from behind cover. A large number of serfs and mortals charged at the Adamantium warriors with crude weapons, while the Marines Malevolent hid among the crowd, firing snipes with their few Astartes weapons. If this battle were to be won, the Marines Malevolent would take photos of these shattered serfs, send them back to the serfs' families, and state on the back how great the Marines Malevolent chapter was and how heroic the Astartes were. If possible, the Marines Malevolent would be willing to trade this entire ship of mortals for the enemy's lives. Unfortunately, they didn't even have time to detonate the engines. The Adamantium warriors' advance was unstoppable, the human wave tactics were useless against them. The Marines Malevolent retreated step by step. They brought out all sorts of weapons, most of which had been left idle for a long time due to having guns but no ammo. They then pried ammunition out of some similar new weapons developed by the Imperium thousands of years later to stuff into the ancient weapons. The Red Tide felt like they were fighting a low-budget version of the Red River Warband, but we aren't that shameless. They would fire missiles into crowds, even with mortals standing right behind them. The backblast could incinerate the servants into ash, all simply because they thought they'd spotted a good opportunity. The Marines Malevolent cleverly used a large number of corpses to cover the ground, hiding a pit trap filled with mines and spikes. In the wild, this would usually be concealed with thick grass. The Adamantium warriors felt like they were fighting a chaos warband. As long as they could achieve victory, they cared about nothing else. Except for psychic powers, they adhered to some terms of the Council of Nicaea. They did not have librarians. The numbers of the Adamantium warriors still overwhelmed them. The Red Tide announced the capture of this warship. Yi Feng played the villain for once today, ordering the remaining Marines Malevolent to be exiled on this world to fend for themselves. Perhaps they wouldn't receive support from other companies of the Marines Malevolent for years, as the distress signals of these despised fellows are rarely answered by any faction. The severely wounded Marines Malevolent were piled in the hold like corpses, along with that one apothecary. The world below was still in chaos, the lords of the Hive City were struggling to mobilize soldiers, trying to figure out what exactly was happening above and why there was a Hive City right on top of them. Anos let out a loud burp, threw down some trash, patted his backside, and made a run for it. The more ship-delivering messengers the better. Yi Feng, you need to come see this. Eng's request allowed Yi Feng to leave the command room smoothly. However, sitting on the silver throne was out of the question. Now the entire silver sphere was bound tightly with giant iron chains, as if it had violated heavenly law. I found some troubling records on the Marine's Malevolence warship. As Yi Feng boarded, a large number of byway army occupied every major thoroughfare on the ship, leaving the Adeptus Mechanicus maintenance crews fuming in silence. Eng called Yi Feng from the captain's quarters. He had found some records regarding the Marine's Malevolence wars. There was this one passage. During the Lock II campaign, a Tyranid Hive fleet attacked an Imperial vessel. In the early 42nd millennium, this ship carried the Primaris warrior transformation technology and pure Primaris gene seed. They were extremely precious, extracted by call from the gene seed vaults submitted by various legions in the 30th millennium, escorted by custodian wardens. The Tyranids attacked them. A custodian shield captain covered the retreat to a death world, falling back all the way to a volcanic highland, swearing to protect the cargo to the death. When the Marines Malevolent arrived, they found a severely wounded custodian warden still alive among piles of Tyranid corpses. The precious cargo beside him hadn't been touched by the Tyranid swarm, that was the problem. The Tyranids had tasted custodian corpses. This was far more terrifying than the gene stealer cult on Terra. Over 800 years have passed, and no anomalies have appeared yet. Perhaps that tendril didn't transmit the vital gene back, or perhaps it's busy with something more important. For the Tyranids, nothing is more important than eating. Eating humans, eating greenskins, eating Ildari, and eating other Hive fleet tendrils. Yi Feng frowned deeply. After the Emperor created the Custodes and Astartes, he quickly unified Terra. Perhaps the enemy's choice was the same. The tendril that obtained custodian genes likely didn't choose an inefficient invasion of the galaxy, but instead chose to attack other tendrils. A large quantity to fill the stomach, and crucially, the gap in combat power had widened. Like a snowball, it will grow larger and larger. Every custodian's modification is unique. We don't know the specifics of that Warden squad, but given the Tyranid's gene-stealing capabilities, it's definitely not poor. At the very least, they've gained an extremely powerful elite troop type. Even more unfortunately, the psychic energy of the hive mind is far greater than the Emperor's. In terms of population, no one can match the Tyranids. One could even say that life forms like the Tyranids could be a direction for humanity's future ascension. Classify this record as a confidential document. The Custodes should already know about this, but we need to devise a counter-strategy. Yi Feng looked around and whispered, after all, they only care about the Emperor. The division commander observed the surroundings again to confirm no Custodes were nearby. Enk looked at the division commander with an expression of utter speechlessness. You know you'll get beaten for this, so why do you have to be so mouthy? What if they actually beat you to death? Enk, why is your iron mask twisting like that? Did you install a weapon on your face? No. If I did, you'd certainly be the first to experience it. True, wait, experience? Did you install acceleration jet ports on your face? The Tech Marines were busy seizing various weapons from the Marines' Malevolence armory and loading them with ammunition. The weapons of both sides complemented each other to a large extent. After all, most of ours were trader equipment, and most of theirs were looted from allies. As for those gene seeds, Division Commander, how about we don't use them? In case we rob, tactically replenish supplies, and those recruits awaken some memories of the Marines Malevolent, I feel like things will go south. For the first time, Yi Feng felt so helpless about pure gene seed. They were even worse than the Dark Angels, at least those guys don't rob mortals for no reason. Let's set this matter aside for now. As long as our other seeds exist, these will be permanently sealed. Feeling stifled and unhappy. Next stop, Vigil. Head there directly. A feint on Vigil was just to startle the snake. Yi Feng sent out some scout ships. When running a factory, there's a principle, save on transportation costs. Either be very close to the market, or very close to the raw material site. Clearly, around Vigil, Belisarius Call might have deployed Blackstone research fields, as it's very close to the Blackstone vein excavation sites. A violent attack could trick these factories into evacuating. Once they move, there's a possibility of being discovered. As for Call, his brilliant mind analyzed it over and over again. Could the Red Tide have turned traitor? Competing with him for Blackstone, warriors equipped with anti-psychic gear turning traitor? That definitely wasn't caused by chaos. After calculating for a long time cleansing the court, what was the point? Could it be at Guilliman's behest, intentionally creating a rebel force to purge the ecclesiarchy? The Archmagos judged from the relationship between Guilliman and the Red Tide that this absolutely couldn't be a real rebellion, but he didn't know what the specific conspiracy was. But now he could attack the Red Tide with justification. That genius Magos who invented the Adamantium warriors was hidden so well he couldn't be found no matter what. The true body of Magos Call, or rather, the Prime Controller who believed himself to be the true body, was processing one matter after another at extreme speed. Avatar M7824H72 lost contact in the Pencarlos system, Star System 23. Enemy is the Dark Angels Dreadwing. Avatar P3442J44 completed the warp energy shunting experiment. Experimental deployment can begin. Danger alert at experimental field YIWE 238-381. Suspected attack by Red Tide flagship. The Archmagos quickly extracted the key point, red tide attacking the vigil area. With a thought, several hours later, the Avatar stationed at the Pharos department on Mercury requested an audience with the custodes. The red tide rebels are attacking the vigil area. Great messenger of the Emperor, I request you send reinforcements. There is extremely important research there that concerns the fate of all humanity and, of course, the master of mankind. Denied. Call was always too proud, he believed his research concerned the entire galactic situation and every laboratory was vital. An Adeptus Mechanicus fleet sailing in the warp began to turn, heading towards Vigil. Some decoy bases were scattered, and the first batch of retreating small laboratories began warp jumps in a grand fashion. Their movements weren't blatant, but the scale was too large. Scout ships quickly discovered them. Yifeng's mouth curled. Think we're not strong enough? That we can't threaten the real laboratories? Pass my order, flagship, conduct indiscriminate bombardment on non-essential planets. Those barren planets in the system that seemed to have only mining stations or power stations suffered heavy strikes from the flagship. Octuple land-based cannons left one meaningless crater after another on the ground. As long as the auger array's detection of the planet was even slightly unclear, bombardment would fall. This wasn't scary, what was scary was that every single planet took a beating. The flagship passed through 3 star systems and bombarded 11 non-strategic useless planets. Call finally began to panic. The laboratories might not hold out. Using his Archmagos authority, he constantly urged for reinforcements, making the Imperial Navy set sail to meet the enemy, and promising equipment to nearby Astartes chapters. He was mobilizing his power to rescue those Blackstone experimental fields. The flagship was in a standoff with the Imperial Navy, and Astartes chapters were rushing over the Black Templars again, they're everywhere. And the White Scars are always faster than you. This time, a custodian who hadn't appeared for a long time, the third custodian besides Tech Priest and Victor, charged toward Call's big black field along with an Overlord-class battleship. His mission was simple, tell Call to stop all experiments and begin converting existing materials. Converting them into Blackstone pylons. Call, this Archmagos, is quite interesting, even he doesn't know how many avatars he has. This notification operation might take a long time. In any case, this custodian was doing it along the way. Chapter 441, Custodian Guard, Protecting Yifeng? I don't want to work this shift for even a single day. The Blackstone experimental fields contained many things. Some were designed as Ark-class vessels to suppress the warp. Call's ambitions were vast, his reproductions had shifted from relics of the ancient era to the Emperor's great creations, such as the Psi Titan. The reverse activation of Blackstone could significantly amplify warp power. He had even considered inviting Chief Librarian Mephiston of the Blood Angels to conduct experiments, but after careful consideration, he decided to keep his secrets and not let any Astartes know. He procured some psychers through various channels himself. Although the Blackstone's amplification was indeed significant, it had not yet reached the terrifying level of the circular debt-borrowing model created by the Emperor. Call also employed the Imperium's usual heavy-handed approach, simply piling on quantity. Was it not just people? Could his vast Imperium of man ever lack psychers? When this experiment was halfway through, Yifeng arrived. Their experimental area underwent emergency evacuation, and an Adeptus Mechanicus transport ship as massive as an asteroid directly gouged the entire base out of the moon. Every room in the base underwent modular evacuation. A large number of central conduits were abandoned, and many experiments requiring long-term maintenance were suspended or self-destructed. Members of the Adeptus Mechanicus constantly maintained emergency power supplies, praying for the mercy of the Omnissiah. One man kowtowed, only to find a golden figure standing before him. Take me to see Archmagos. Call. I have the Emperor's decree. Abba abba abba. The high-level servant didn't recognize the custodian guard, and the nearby servitors mechanically completed their superior's tasks, directly ignoring the custodian. Fortunately, the tech priest reacted in time. The jumping readings on his scanner instantly snapped him to his senses. Damn, that was the signature of Auric Gold. Data that only existed in legends. The Omnissiah has manifested. No, the Omnissiah's attendant has appeared. In the eyes of the custodian guard, this priest took far too long, making mechanical misalignment sounds like a broken steam engine, with a large amount of steam venting from his back. The priest quickly led the way, moving at his maximum speed, while the custodian followed at a leisurely pace. Every servitor on the transport ship received orders. Servoskulls hovered in the air, the final form of tech priests who had determined to serve the Omnissiah for life. The entire ship used the highest etiquette to host the custodian. The hymns echoing around were, Very Adeptus Mechanicus. Iron is immortal, iron is eternal. Praise the Omnissiah, reject the betrayal of rotting flesh. Hymns are played for the true eternity, salvation lies within, salvation lies within. True meaning resides in the cables, the engines roar again, praise the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus praised iron, and the custodian responded with a cold sneer. He stood at the pinnacle of flesh, mocking the incompetence of machinery. Metal would only decrease his combat effectiveness, the custodians had always been thus. Belisarius Call's avatar held a grand welcoming ceremony, tedious and full of ritualism. There is no need for this. I come only for you. There was another sentence the custodian did not speak aloud, but Call understood his meaning, the rest shall withdraw. The servitors left in an orderly fashion. This avatar of Call looked no different from the body of a Forge World Archmagos, so massive, so chaotic. Like a haphazard pile of gears and wires. Call led the custodian to a room that was in typical Adeptus Mechanicus style, cold, dark, devoid of life, where even the sound of mechanical rotation was completely eliminated. Like a world of absolute death. Honored messenger, please. Call extended a mechanical arm, decorated as much as possible to look like a ceremonial tool. The custodian also wished to speak with this archmagos, that data would be added to the assessment of this important individual. Are you aware of the conduit project? My lord, I am not clear on this matter. It seemed this avatar was dedicated to the Blackstone experiments. The custodian pushed the questions regarding the extraction of psychic power to the back of his mind. Report your current experimental progress regarding the Blackstone experiments and stockpiles. Call reported the situation to the custodian through several methods simultaneously, including large screen demonstrations, vocal explanations, sign language, and light signals. Each method told a completely different story, yet the custodian could understand all meanings at once. Your work is good, but from now on, you must focus all your strength on forging Blackstone pylons. The design has been transmitted into your signal circuits. This is the command of my master. As you command, my lord. Belisarius Call obeys the Emperor's will. Not Belisarius Call, but you. The custodian looked at the massive entity before him, his eyes full of distrust. Call was temporarily trustworthy, but his avatars were not. Humanity was what they were meant to protect, but for the sake of all humanity, mortals from several star sectors could be sacrificed. The custodian seemed to inherit a certain trait from the Emperor, even though the current Archmagos Call could almost be called an existence of countless combined avatars, he still would not trust a single one. I shall obey the sacred decree. Call performed a grand salute, and he finally got his wish to ask the custodian a question. I am studying psychic energy, and I cannot avoid the study of the warp. Honored Lord, I have a doubt. The Imperial Saint, Militant Apostolic Matthew, once told the Primarch that Abaddon thought he had destroyed Cadia and unleashed the power of the Eye of Terror so that chaos could invade the entire material world, but this also greatly increased the activity of the Imperium's Psychers. The Emperor's power is becoming stronger, he is awakening. What are you trying to ask? The custodian interrupted him. They were always cautious when it involved matters of the Emperor. His auric power sword was ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Every time Call's massive body made a slight movement, the custodian's body shifted accordingly, maintaining several optimal striking angles at all times. Will the Lord Emperor truly awaken? The custodian said, before that day arrives, any inquiry is meaningless. This could be interpreted as the custodian always believing in the day of the Emperor's return, or it could be interpreted as the custodian merely telling himself the Emperor would return in a near-delusional way because he had no other choice. As for what the custodian felt in his heart, if it were that simple, we would have flown Terra into the Eye of Terror long ago. Whether the Emperor's power had increased was uncertain, but at least half of the Emperor's miracles were fake. The berserk blessings of Kern, but when a berserker died in battle at the very end, he might be mistaken as having been blessed by the Emperor. Xiange demons loved pretending to be Emperor's miracles the most, only to suddenly vanish at a critical moment in the war, creating the illusion that the Emperor had abandoned them. Hope was also Xiange's domain. After Call asked some deep questions about psychic energy, the custodian gave a warning. Do not explore excessively. Do your own job well. The Archmagos replied, I obey the Emperor's admonition, while a single breath remains, adhere to the truth. This caused the custodian to fall into a brief silence, but in Call's eyes, the custodian spoke again without any hesitation, that was not said to you. Since you know it, obey it. Yi Feng was board on the flagship, discussing the fortress construction on Vigil with the tech marine of the Imperial Fists. Vigil was originally an important stronghold. The Adeptus Mechanicus controlled a large area, and the giant forge factories made Yi Feng drool. The planetary defense was very complete, with energy shields wrapping around every city. The Adeptus Mechanicus had discovered Bastion-class void shield STC fragments here, making Vigil's defensive strength terrifying. The Forge World Ryza collaborated with them, and the entire star system was forged into an iron cage. The arrival of the Adeptus Mechanicus caused the planet's environment to continuously deteriorate. The equipment for mining Blackstone severely damaged the planet's geological environment. Toxic chemical waste flowed between the hive cities, and only the most ferocious and thick-skinned savage beasts could move in the wilderness. Geological disasters occurred constantly, and the people's standard of living was extremely poor. The ecclesiarchy had moved in here on a large scale to stabilize the rule, and they also stationed a large number of battle sisters here. The flagship could no longer find any unprotected abandoned planets in this area and could only attack the mainland of Vigil. The places destroyed by Abaddon, gene stealers, and orcs had been rebuilt, and the defensive facilities were even more complete. Ordinary offensives could only turn into a series of data points showing declining resource amounts, failing even to cause fear among the nobles. After the naval picket line was broken through by the Red Tide, our offensive fell into a complete standstill. The 8-barreled land-based cannons fired. Far more than 8 points of light flew up from the ground, the counterattack was several or even dozens of times the offensive. The light of the people maneuvered rapidly, using false illusions created by holographic projection equipment to dodge the attacks. The Imperial Fist's tech marine's eyes were shining. His fingertips constantly slid across the holographic image, moving between the missile silos and anti-aircraft megacannons sprouting from the planet. This is a master-level work. Was this designed by the Primarch himself? Probably not. Commander, this is a planet of great reference value. I believe it is sufficient to serve as a template design for a fortress world. If you consider the intervention of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the defense of this corridor should not be replicable. See which technologies can be replaced by our own. Commander, those are land boarding pods. The tech marine pointed at the flight pods mixed among the missiles and fighters on the planet. This was a insane design suicide squads boarding warships in the sky from the planet. Judging by the flight speed, Yi Feng even suspected there were Astra Militarum squads inside. If they threw a Slimarbo up here, we might be in trouble. Unfortunately, he died of old age long ago. Those boarding pods eventually plunged into our holographic images, drifting in space, waiting for the Imperium's subsequent recovery. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door, something that hadn't sounded for who knows how many years. Usually, the first thing to sound would definitely be the inquiry of the byway army. Come in. The moment the door opened, a huge cake smashed in, heading straight for Yi Feng's head. The speed wasn't fast, and Yi Feng could have dodged it. He looked along the flight path of the cake and saw half of INA's head, ultimately choosing to take the attack head-on. To his surprise, it was indeed a cake, made with many substitute ingredients, but it was indeed made according to the ancient way. It was ancient, even lacking mechanical involvement, as if baked in a primitive oven made of stacked stones. Ina held a banner high. Congratulations to Yi Feng for successfully surviving in this damned world for 400 years. Yi Feng calculated on his fingers, it should be the year 42K872 now. I'm not 400 years old yet, Ina. Ina seemed prepared, flipping the banner to show the back, which read, please do not try to use your service time as your birthday to hide your true age. Good grief, this little girl really holds a grudge, she still remembers that. Wasn't it just saying you're a 300-year-old spinster? Truly a case of tit for tat. Yi Feng thought about it again. His augmentation should have been completed at 18, followed by 10 years of recruit training, so he really was close to 400. The dates might not be entirely accurate because he had been lost in the warp for many years on and off, so his actual time in the real world wasn't that long, but, if Ina said so, then so be it. Ina, how did you know today was my birthday? Ina gave a cunning smile and used a rare, subtle sign language, today is the anniversary of when I met you all. The Imperial Fist's tech marine was completely indifferent to this. For a warrior who believed in the Omnissiah, the duration of life was meaningless, it only proved that as a Primaris warrior, Yi Feng's body was at its peak and should be the most formidable existence. Congratulations, Commander, the tech marine said, but war is more important. Yi Feng, don't get angry, it's all Dorn's fault, the Primarch's mistake. Eat, you're not allowed to waste food. Yi Feng took the cake off his face and gave a piece to the tech marine. Energy intake helps maintain physical condition. The tech marine wanted to say something more, but Yi Feng cut him off, explaining from a scientific perspective, this kind of food can stimulate the production of dopamine, helping you maintain a positive mental state. The tech marine took the cake. No need to think about the byway army outside, they must have all been bribed by Ina. Ina now took out a handkerchief to wipe the cream off Yi Feng's face. War was indeed important, but with no ground troops deployed, no operations were needed at all. Yi Feng operated the command console with one hand, eyes still fixed on the holographic screen, while his other hand took a piece of cake off his face. Ina gradually approached, 1 step, 2 steps, turned around, strike. The cake in Yi Feng's hand flew out at high speed, and the thick white cream covered Ina's face. Let me see, 300 AND. Yi Feng almost blurted out Ina's real age. Ina, completely ignoring the cake on her face, tightly covered Yi Feng's mouth with both hands. Anyway happy birthday, Ina. Even as he said that, Yi Feng's hands weren't idle, smearing cream all over Ina's face with both hands. Tech Marine, I can't watch this, wait, the commander never wastes food, you're not going to lick her face clean, are you? You. Ina and Yi Feng poked each other's eyes for a long time before stopping. The entire command room was filled with the scent of cream. Commander, I'm going to find the chaplain. Oh, Nian Xiaijin is busy, go find Valis. Yi Feng's voice came from behind as the son of Dorn walked away without looking back. Tech Marine, I need to install a memory management module, this kind of memory should be dumped into the Forbidden Zone. The Adeptus Mechanicus below aren't so leisurely right now. After being coaxed for a long time, they discovered it was a holographic image, but the large shells dropped by the opponent were very real, which reminded them of past battles with the Ildari. The Red Tide is a suspected traitor colluding with the Ildari, a whole new piece of propaganda material. In any case, the people above won't care about the word suspected, they will only constantly blacken the enemies of the Imperium or simply act as if they don't exist. To confirm the authenticity, the gunships called in by the Adeptus Mechanicus organized a raid force and flew toward that holographic projection. As it turned out, there were indeed no hive-sized warships inside. Within the Phantom were several heavily armed Phantom Dragon-class battleships firing. Shells flew through the wide gaps between them, and those that occasionally hit were absorbed by the void shields. There was no other way, the shipyard had only managed to repair these few ships in such a rush. The 8-barreled land-based cannons fired once more, and the silhouette of a truly massive warship flashed by. That gunship formation wanted to launch an offensive toward the position where the People's Light had been just a second ago. A shield-breaking wave rippled for a moment. The gunships completed a successful relocation operation in an orderly fashion, making an indelible contribution to the subsequent gathering of counterattack forces and successfully driving away the enemy. The battle continued until the return of the Custodes. Actually, the People's Light's detection system still spotted the Custodes ship. On the combat screen, it showed a macro cannon shell in reverse flying from an unknown direction and perfectly parking into a macro cannon. In any case, the central control system showed that place as a macro cannon array. That's about enough. The Space Marine chapters should be coming to support soon. Ask William where else there's a war. Let's go join the fun. Yi Feng sat leisurely in the command room as if in a retirement home, while William was going crazy buried under a pile of intelligence. There's war everywhere, Commander, everywhere. Just get used to it, we exist for the sake of war. Yi Feng seemed quite calm about it, having been tortured by this kind of messy intelligence for over 300 years. William steeled himself. Commander, let's go back to Langjugsha for resupply. Christina reports new progress. What progress? Read the intelligence in detail. What's wrong, William? Is there a problem with the intel? No, William cleared his throat, looked back to make sure the door was tightly closed, and then said loudly, Sweetheart. This humble one misses you. In an instant, Yi Feng's hair stood on end, his whole body felt as if 10,000 ants were devouring his flesh. His arm suddenly exerted force, snapping the pen in his hand into 2 pieces, and the facial muscles under his mask twitched irregularly. Today, Yi Feng broke a record. He felt his strength return, back to the era when he roamed the battlefield without wearing anti-psyker armor. The power of Jagatai Khan surged through his veins, and his strike exceeded any punch in his memory. A palm strike almost knocked William's mouth out of alignment. You idiot, skip those parts. Yi Feng almost roared at William. What if valuable intelligence appears in the form of a code? I wasn't sure. No need to be sure, it's just her. Those first 2 lines of identity verification were very successful. I feel like vomiting now. Then. I've created new armor, just like me, armor exclusive to you. It's an excellent improvement, but there aren't enough bones of untouchables. I need to remove the bones from the suit you're wearing now to supplement it. After that, she's asking for a gift, or payment. I can imagine William's struggling expression. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Have the fleet retreat. The Imperium's attention should have been drawn here. Target Langjugshu, full speed ahead. Did the byway army outside hear? I don't know, but the custodes certainly did. I'm going with you. When these words drifted down from above, Yi Feng was in total despair. The tech priest arrived gracefully, wearing a device similar to a Raven Guard jump pack on his back, making his flight silent. You can see it, but don't mess around, this really involves my life. The tech priest didn't get angry. He shifted his mindset, trying to further elevate Yi Feng's status as Malkador's last disciple in his heart. He asked with curiosity, can the cause of your fear be found there? The cause of your fear, of the world outside of anti-psyker power. There's no secret, just Malkador's order. I will obey it absolutely, just as you obey the Emperor's command. The tech priest shook his head gently. It wasn't Malkador's order that made you survive under the bones of the Sisters of Silence, rather, something happened that caused Malkador to give this order. What if the Emperor wants to know the true reason? I ask you in the name of the Emperor. Is it really the Emperor? Yi Feng asked back, feeling a great surge of killing intent in the air. I've handed Malkador's soul fragment to Guilliman. The 2 of them should be talking. The Emperor wouldn't waste power to have you ask me again. The custodes gave a humph. In past missions, they at least dealt with living saints, where the Emperor truly spoke to the custodes through their mortal bodies. How sacred, how glorious that was. But now, it was really unpleasant. Also. Big shot, could we borrow the craftsmanship of this powerful armor of yours? It will be of great use in the future. Hey, don't leave, big shot. The tech priest flew straight away. The Emperor wants me to protect this guy? Out of sight, out of mind. The People's Light drifted through the warp for a few rounds, then leaped out of the real world to continue its journey, traveling day and night to reach Langjugshu. As soon as they entered, the entire star system sprang into action. The mortals on Langjugshu had all been evacuated to other colony planets. Because some of their ancestors had seen the scene of Khazanov being blessed from afar, they had instead become devout spreaders of faith similar to ecclesiarchy priests, causing quite a bit of trouble for the local political commissars of various worlds. The entire planet was covered in Tau drones. The only biological being in the entire star system was Christina. In the warp, this star system was completely colorless, carrying a slight amount of negative psychic power. The difference between abominable intelligence and a forge world is decided only by Christina's life's choice. Yi Feng felt a sense of discomfort, the kind of discomfort that comes from the extinction of life. Another one, Yi Feng said. Chapter 442 Christina's spirit seems to have returned. The wind of Kogarus, after all, could not extinguish the flying flames of war. Yi Feng hated his world becoming like this, turning into a vast mass of cold steel. I can suffer, wage war for thousands of years amidst a jungle of steel, and bleed dry amidst the roar of gunfire, but my people cannot. Atres was the opposite template, and Wolf's Lair was the final bottom line, at the very least, no humans lived there. While several Imperial Fists and Iron Hands warriors were studying how to breach this place if they were the attacking party, the Byway Army's scattered defense had already completely taken control of Yi Feng's dedicated transport ship. An interesting fact was that, due to the White Scars members of the Byway Army not fighting for a long time, causing widespread discontent, and with more Gene Seed warriors joining this guard, under William's supervision, both Imperial Fists and Luna Wolves warriors had joined. Some simply believed guarding Yi Feng was an honor, while others were preparing to experience up close the Tai Chi Khan's blade techniques. For example, currently, Yi Feng's close guards were still White Scars, able to run like the wind when chasing Yifeng, while those further away were from various gene seeds. The mission was originally very easy, returning home. Khazanov was a blessed land, which could be considered a chapter holy site, but the appearance of the custodian guard inevitably made everyone nervous. The warriors stood ramrod straight, straining to lift their heads. The red-tied adamantium armor, whose only decorative feature was the adamantium eyelids, was designed to resemble the wings of an aquila, and its extreme ugliness in terms of aesthetics did not affect loyalty, although the White Scar's warboss was not associated with loyalty. The tech priest, uncharacteristically, carried some items on his back, making his figure appear somewhat bulky, a rare sight among the custodian guard, occurring perhaps once in a millennium. The tech marines almost proudly unfolded their mechanical backpacks, displaying all their tools. Even the apothecary uncharacteristically revealed the full appearance of his tactical goggles emergency surgical kit, with its intricate and orderly ultra-micro special medical mechanical components, which, when spread out, resembled a complete human vascular map, a truly chilling sight. It's no exaggeration to say that the guards William assembled for Yifeng and reinforced company were not meant to just protect Yifeng, but to ensure Yifeng could rise again with only this force. The tech priest walked slowly behind Yifeng, eyes fixed forward, a rare appearance in a formal setting. Even wearing adamantium armor, Yifeng was still shorter than the custodian guard, and the tech priest's armor was also extraordinary. This made the division commander appear like a vanguard clearing the way for the custodian guard. The ceremonial hailing, at the old captain's instruction, was perfectly executed, though Christina was the only one on the entire planet. The journey was as smooth as riding an elevator. Yifeng opened his mouth to inform the custodian guard of some necessary matters, but his twitching facial muscles told him not to cause any trouble. The custodian guard could do whatever they wanted. The transport ship slowly descended, and beyond a long red carpet were countless drones and Tau automated sentinels. Yifeng had never really seen such a display, being stared at by a large group of red-eyed, Fulho-esque intelligent robots. It wasn't that he felt his hair stand on end, or that he felt threatened. It was just, mine, all mine. I can also enjoy the pleasure of the Adeptus Mechanicus' sewing beans into soldiers for once. With a hammer in hand, everyone looks like a nail. Upon seeing these precious treasures, Yifeng immediately forgot all about William reading Christina's letter. After a brief moment of excitement, he subconsciously looked at the custodian guard. The tech priest's eyes were full of disdain. This mechanical army, seemingly powerful, was actually useless against the monsters of the warp. Vashtor is a natural counter, Nurgle's rust plague bringers specifically corrupt machinery, Xianch's electronic demons, Necrons' sector-level signal gemming, and their combat power is not strong. Tau. The custodian guard was also not polite. It was said that there was only one Mechanicu's High Lord on the entire planet, which meant that whatever he did, it didn't matter, as all the machines would transmit the news to that one person. He directly left the formation and said to a robot, "I'll test its strength." The robot reacted, then was shattered by the custodian guard as easily as slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Many weapons expanded from the custodian guard's backpack. The current calculation method was how many robots could be pierced with one blow. This wasn't even considered a drain on their own combat power. For a purely mechanized army, recycling, recasting, and reappearing brand new, with the Space Manta technology, even material consumption was so negligible it could be ignored, and energy was a joke. The only price Christina paid was time. The Byway army, from beginning to end, did not react to the custodian guard's actions. With normal expressions, they stepped onto a Space Manta and drifted towards the true secret location. Christina uncharacteristically left the Necrons facility that imprisoned the Coke Orcs, though in Yifeng's eyes, it was just a square mechanical box extending from the doorway. "My darling. I'm here," the square box was waving. In any case, the Byway army found it quite difficult to hold back their laughter. They had little impression of Christina. The veterans who rescued her from the strange warp vortex had mostly died off, and the remaining ones had never entered that place, so they naturally had no impression of her. "All right, everyone can go visit the place where Khazanov was blessed. It's not far from the entrance. Do you see that statue? Yes, right there." Yifeng tried to speak to the warriors in a normal tone, but the Mechanicu's High Lord's words not only came from the front, but all the robots with speakers on the surrounding fully automated production line were speaking, giving Yifeng a 3D surround sound experience. "My darling, it's been many years, and I've missed you so much. This time, you must stay for a few more days. I will serve you well. Am I going to endure the torture of an oil-scented washing machine again? Christina, rein it in." Spring breeze proud horse gallop, morning in the court, evening abandoning his wife. "My darling, how can you be so heartless? They say a short separation makes the heart grow fonder, but darling, we've only been apart for a few decades, and I've missed you every single day, never thought." "Stop, where did you get all that from? Want to know? Come in quickly, and I'll tell you slowly." The Byway army exchanged glances. Is the division commander's head smoking? Super soft voice. "I think it's necessary for some physical amnesia." Yifeng's super soft response. Finally, while countless computing powers clashed with the custodian guard, Christina finally met up with Yifeng. The tech priest quickly moved to the side of the device. The Necron's device only had one opening blown open, and now the custodian guard was in the intact area on the other side. Yifeng pointed to the strange square coffin protruding from the doorway and asked, "What is this?" "The anti-psyker power is good. Is it a new development?" "Oh, that's me, darling. That's me." "You mean that's your true body?" "This thing in front, which looks like a dreadnought sarcophagus missing a few mechanical arms, contains your true body? Quickly send it back. This precious treasure must not be damaged, our entire force relies on it. Yi Feng, with a strange expression, shook hands with the mechanical arm on the iron coffin. Then, the two mechanical arms opened wide. A hug? 1. The Byway army stood still, turned their backs to the entrance, and activated their familiar guard mode. The division commander, half believing, half doubting, opened his arms and hugged the iron coffin. The facility once again echoed with barbell-like laughter. Oh, darling, you're hugging my butt as soon as we meet. The two mechanical arms that had embraced Yi Feng suddenly tightened, binding him and retracting him at an extremely fast speed into the Coke-Orc's detention cage. The door instantly closed. The iron coffin, carrying Christina's true pelvis, immediately brought Yi Feng into a brand new zoo. The savage area where the Coke-Orcs once lived was now clean and bright. After installing flooring and ceilings, the overall activity height was reduced significantly, but it also covered up cables and energy pipes, making it look very neat. The place where Sage Heichuo once conducted research now only retained a small cabinet-sized space, displaying Sage Heichuo's old photos and some discarded goods. Christina, with interest, lit a few cyber cigarettes, making that area resemble a memorial hall. Yi Feng. You're really too much. I'm this big, the whole space is mine, and yet you stare at Sage Heichuo's tiny little spot as soon as you enter my home. If possible, could you first take your butt down? The iron coffin has jammed my tactical helmet, and I can't turn. The iron coffin descended. Only then could Yi Feng truly see Christina's current appearance clearly, no mountain-sized piles of machinery, countless mounted weapons, or a thick black robe, but only an octopus-like mechanical core. Christina's body was completely fixed in one place, directly opposite the Coke-Orc's zoo. Countless energy pipes and cables buried her. If she didn't speak, this place would be completely mistaken for a device's central control center. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Lady Christina. This Mechanicu's High Lord could not be offended, no matter how mentally deranged she was, he had to humor her. Welcome home. So, my darling, what is the first thing to do when you come home? So excited, so excited, so excited, so excited. The emotional code is out of alignment, hey. As usual, disarm me. Oh naughty, wanting to strip me naked as soon as you see me. The seductive voice was one thing, but the painful process of disarming was another. Christina's main body opened its heart, revealing a square cabin-sized area that looked like a warp portal, but Yi Feng was certain it was definitely not for warping to the warp. Clank 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 clank. Yi Feng recalled the nauseating feeling of riding a greenskin train for 29 consecutive hours in his youth, that agonizing state in the last hour before getting off the train, which once again assailed his body after so many years. Armor modules were removed one by one, and the damned suppressive anti-psyker power gradually dissipated. The complete Primaris body once again came into contact with the pungent metallic smell. Yi Feng felt his active body open every cell, taking deep breaths, and then shutting down. If possible, can we get some fresh air? My darling, are you disgusted with me? Is there anything wrong with my scent? The entire octopus-like head was shaking, causing a slight tremor throughout the area. All right, Christina is the best. As Yi Feng spoke these words, his entire being shot out with a whoosh, his powerful body, stripped bare, flying out like a cannonball. Who are you? My darling never says things like that. Yi Feng folded himself, or rather, almost flattened himself against the wall. Just one breath later, 2 hearts pumped fresh blood throughout his body, and the power of the coral pituitary flowed through him after a long time. Yi Feng. The sudden surge of powerful energy throughout his body almost made him think it was a leak from the Belisarius call. Oh, I think this little injury doesn't count for anything, does it? Is this even considered an injury? A fierce wind rose, and every step Yi Feng took stirred up a terrifying current, the air roaring. Each time his foot touched the ground, the solid ground, not the metallic feel inside the adamantium armor, Yi Feng's body produced a comfortable shiver. No white scars would cherish days of freedom as he did, days when he could run wild, even if it wasn't a grassland, but just a large, flat, smooth metal surface. His bones creaked, his meridians boiled, but, this time the improvement wasn't as great as expected. The coral pituitary's enhancement to the Primaris warrior's physique was nearing its limit, no matter what, it couldn't advance further. Compared to the Emperor's proud creation outside, meticulously examining the Necron's facility with equipment, he still seemed inferior. Christina watched Yi Feng quietly, her hands not stopping. The process of disassembling this armor was extremely complex, requiring the black stone and the bones of the untouchable to be removed as completely as possible, which was a very difficult task. What does it matter? It's only right for me to mend clothes for my darling. A brand new armor shell was already prepared, a magnificent suit of armor like a Primarch's, possessing the best impact-resistant curvature from her hundreds of years of humanoid robot combat simulations. And this one was no longer ugly, she had added a large number of imperial-style decorations, which were so soft that even if a cannonball hit, it would only pass through. The shoulder pads, engraved with the chapter's emblem, were edged with gold, greatly enhancing their aesthetic appeal. After all, it covered up some of the less attractive parts, and there were no weapons hanging around its body. Its appearance looked more like a Terminator's than a Centurion. Those metal and fabric decorations also made this armor appear more solemn and substantial. Hoo. Christina dismantled the black stone, thinking about the scene she had just witnessed. That was a custodian, she still had that much discernment. But she was very annoyed. The custodian was taller than Yi Feng, making Yi Feng look like a servant. Perhaps that's why Christina's thought process was always unusual. She shifted her gaze to the tactical helmet. Originally, the helmet was in the normal red tide style. No, it had to be taller than the custodian. Many hat styles now appeared in her mind, such as the tall Eldar pointed hats, the ecclesiarchy's ultra-high bishop's hats that dueled with chandeliers. She even considered Yi Feng's specialty and thought of a super tall chef's white hat, although she was sad that she couldn't eat Yi Feng's delicious food. After taking a big gulp of scalding engine oil coffee, she saw Yi Feng finally stop, hopping towards her. Drinking coffee again? What do you mean again? This is the same coffee from back then. I haven't even finished my first cup. Christina fiercely poured all the coffee into a small opening, then placed the cup down, and the engine oil coffee refilled the cup. Yi Feng relaxed and lay on the ground, letting as much of his body as possible enjoy the ground, even though it was a cold metal floor. Christina wanted to tease Yi Feng, so she swung a cable, dangling it over his head. What's wrong, playing with a cat? Cat? What's a cat? An animal from ancient Terra, very cute. Humans back then often used a soft stick to play with it, which had something to do with its hunting habits. Ancient Terra? Christina had an idea. After some searching, she located 2 pheasant feathers. Imitating them, she inserted them onto Yi Feng's helmet, a full 6 feet long, definitely taller than the custodian. The Mechanicu's High Lord thought this, imagining Yi Feng walking in front of the custodian, with the 2 pheasant feathers swaying, practically teasing the custodian like a golden thunder a cat. She absolutely couldn't say the inspiration came from a cat teasing stick. She needed to find a reason. My darling, I want to communicate with your tech marine about the armor's built-in detection equipment. That's easy, I'll go find the tech marine. Perhaps you could communicate with the custodian, his technology is far more powerful than ours. Yi Feng squirmed a few times on the ground, then jumped up again and started running wildly. After investigating the stormy valley known as White Scars, the tech priest also decided to enter the facility. He was very cautious, operating on the principle that Yi Feng would rebel sooner or later, if not today then tomorrow. After fully arming himself, he stepped through the gate. He originally expected to see rows upon rows of shelves laden with forbidden weapons, or vast areas of cages holding the most formidable enemies the Red Tide had encountered over the years. He just didn't expect to see a completely naked Primaris warrior running everywhere. Sigh. I can't do this protection mission for another day, Emperor, when will I? Wait, what's with this psychic signal? The tech priest immediately noticed something was wrong. The psychic detection equipment behind him was functioning normally, but the readings. Beside him, a mechanical arm as slender as a viper handed over a hard drive, containing Christina's research on this space over the years. His body was very honest, but his heart. Annoying, ruining our 2-person world. Hurry up, take your things and leave. The tech priest clearly wasn't ready to give up. Because his second glance saw the coke orcs. That's more like it. This place is very suitable as a cage. What is this thing? The coke orc's tall stature shocked him. The custodian could hardly imagine anything after coming out of the people's light that could make him lose his composure like this. The coke's psyker big mech was visibly withered, with only a faint psychic energy still desperately shocking the chains. His body was shriveled but had not lost its height. The custodian turned and left. A day later, he squeezed through the gate with large bags, looking as if he intended to stay permanently. He even pulled out a connecting device and jabbed it into Christina's body. My darling, he's bullying me. Yi Feng glanced at the custodian. It's fine, you'll get used to being bullied a few times. At least he doesn't flying kick you. 3 seconds later, Yi Feng saw the custodian make a very, very formal challenge invitation gesture, the kind that couldn't be refused. This time, the mending and patching lasted for 4 years, and the Red Tide flagship also resupplied quietly for 4 years. The Red Tide worlds in the Segmentum Obscurus were more or less attacked, but they would still spare some supplies to send to the flagship. Like the tattered mortals at the foot of Atreza's city walls, they sent as many supplies as possible here. The quality of the supplies varied, and the flagship could only offer bamboo shoots in return, as this was the only material it could produce in large quantities itself. The custodian made several more trips between the flagship and Wolf Jusu, replacing equipment. Yi Feng was not running. Every time he ran, he would see the custodian's challenging gesture, so he couldn't run anymore. He lay on the ground during the custodian's absence and took a deep breath. All his secrets were known to the custodian, so he would no longer show any flaws. Only for himself. Yi Feng always liked to keep a backup plan, including for the custodian and the emperor. He didn't trust him, because the one who returned might not be the emperor with his humanity intact. If one day, the Red Tide had to go to war with the emperor to prevent him from sacrificing all humanity to ascend to godhood and fight the 4 chaos gods, then Lian Lai Luo was his last hope. That's right, not William and Xiaolan, nor the Grand Librarian and Situ Wei. Yi Feng's backup plan was with Lian Lai Luo, in a world beyond the Taiping Star region. The custodian paid too much attention to Yi Feng and the People's Light. 3 custodians were monitoring him. The unprecedented things Lian Lai Luo was doing were overshadowed by Yi Feng's proposed Emperor Resurrection plan. Lian Lai Luo's army, relying on Overlord-class battleships, reached a place no Imperial force had ever reached, the barrier where Makarov stopped, completely outside the Astronomicon. That was the spark. The spark of the Golden Age. The spark of the possibility of finding a complete STC template. It was also the most likely successful spark, apart from the Emperor. Yi Feng slowly sat up. Are you finished, Christina? My darling, I am finished. Oh, wait a moment, I need to decorate it. I can accept you placing ribs from the heart area on my chest, but please do not put bones from the buttock area on my helmet. Thank you for your cooperation. My darling. In your eyes, am I that kind of wanton hussy? Another earthquake struck the Necron's facility. The ground trembled, screws loosened, iron plates fell off, and the brand new armor revealed its true appearance. Chapter 443, The Red River is not moving, the most anxious thing is. Yi Feng's first reaction was, holy crap! Lu Buletin. The armor's overall design was much smoother. Yi Feng couldn't see the actual armor at first glance, only decorations. Christina seemed to have been influenced by the imposing armor of the custodian guard, as some of the decorations were temporarily carved and added, making the armor appear even more substantial. The armor was fitted with a helmet securing device. If the adamantium helmet took a heavy blow, all force would be absorbed by the armor's thick neck ring. For Yi Feng, the impact would likely only be some shock vibration. Thus, the thick shoulder pads weren't as high as they seemed, but were made to look towering by a large number of decorations. The reason Yi Feng thought it resembled Lu Buletin was those two pheasant tail feathers. Christina said they contained detection equipment, and the higher the position, the better, which is why they were made so tall. Anyway, during Yi Feng's university days, if he turned on the TV and saw these two things, he knew the combat power ceiling was about to appear. I'm wearing this. Yi Feng's mind conjured a scene of himself, genuinely wearing this armor, saving the Emperor. Upon meeting, he would kneel on one knee and declare to the Emperor, Feng has drifted for half his life, regretting only that he has not met a wise lord. If you do not disdain me, Feng is willing to pledge himself as your adopted son. Fast forward to the halberd stabbing adopted father segment. The helmet didn't have the protruding dog head design like the Indomitus pattern Terminators, because Christina adhered to one principle. Space armor is fully enclosed anyway, so why does your breathing system's opening have to be on your face? Just run a tube, you could put the opening on your backside, and the same goes for the amplifier. A normal, face-like visor made the pheasant tail feathers look good, otherwise, it would look foolish. Christina, these two pheasant tail feathers, they're not very auspicious. Not very auspicious. The Grand Master didn't have much information about the White Scars, or rather, the entire Imperium didn't. Strong individuals of the White Scars would learn from the Khan and tie their hair on top of their heads, and then, understood, so let's make a top knot. Forget it, this is good, very good. What Lu Buletin? Let's change it, Yang Zongbao, seems like his ending wasn't good. Su Chu, forget it. Zhou Yu, a bit short-lived. Just as Yi Feng was trying to convince himself, Christina reached out her wicked little hand and grabbed the naked Primaris warrior. Whoosh! Yi Feng was instantly yanked into the teleportation chamber. After a tumultuous, interstellar, upside-down, sky-kicking, two-footed, fledgling 3-light-year journey straight into an old lady's bed, Yi Feng successfully donned the armor. Christina, is our armor a bit slow to put on? 3 months to put it on, I almost starved to death. Also, the nutrient paste being unpalatable isn't the main problem, but can you please not keep force-feeding it? The Grand Master's thinking was completely different from ordinary people. After installing a life support system for Yi Feng, she began assembling the armor using him as a template. It was literally built from individual parts upwards. But I want to give you the best armor, my love. While I am safe and sound at home, you are out there, come wind or rain. Every night, I can't help but think, what if something unexpected happens, and we are separated by life and death? Whenever I think of this, sorrow wells up in my heart, and I vow to. Christina rambled on, and Yi Feng strongly suspected that this Grand Master had permanently stored a deviated puberty as normal human thought. Strictly speaking, she had never lived as a human. In her early years, she was captured by the Adeptus Mechanicus and used as a living storage unit for important knowledge. After falling into a warp storm, she became a Grand Master through a backlash, and then gradually started acting erratically after meeting Yi Feng. While she was still cyber-chanting, Yi Feng walked out and stretched his body. The armor fit perfectly. With improved mechanical transmission structures and thought link enhancements, it offered better mobility. The decorations dangled in front of him, though there were no actual heads or anything like that. Instead, there were heads of lions, tigers, and leopards, iconic parts of various monstrous beasts from across the galaxy, and the Imperial Aquila, all layered onto the armor, especially the shoulder pads. The chapter insignia painted within the golden frame was originally unconventional, meant to prevent enemy assassins from identifying the commander. But now, Yi Feng's armor was already different from other warriors, so it wasn't a problem. The external carvings were a bit excessive, though. Why was the chapter insignia in the mouth of a roaring tiger? The metal tiger head, fused with some unknown Xenos elements, looked even more fierce and flamboyant, directly welded onto the shoulder pad. The insignia in the beast's mouth, while cool, seemed to have an inauspicious meaning. He didn't recognize the other Xenos on the other side, but it was equally ferocious. Inside it was a pearl. It was like the stone lions placed in front of commercial buildings. Christina offered some explanation. The white jade pearl is a non-psychic shield system that must be exposed to the outside to activate the shield. If placed inside the armor, the shield would trigger against Yi Feng's flesh, cutting off all connections between his flesh and the armor's various wires. Is that what I'm concerned about? Don't worry about the energy, a normal person won't live to see it run out of energy. Yi Feng didn't know what to say. Christina could eloquently explain every single decoration. For instance, the coiled dragon pattern on the arm, she said, could act as reactive armor, essentially external reactive armor, just made to look prettier. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel something was off. But I care about you. A single expedition lasts for hundreds of years. If something unexpected happens, we'll be separated by life and death. Anyway, as she spoke, she always returned to the set of pre-programmed lines. There were truly many decorations, all sorts of patterns and flashy designs. There were no additional weapons, everything relied on Key of Helic. Christina, all the promised supplies have been delivered to Langzhou. Your robots should have finished receiving them. Oh, you. I'm not that materialistic of a woman. She said that, but accepted all the supplies without question. I just want to see your attitude, darling. My presence here is my attitude. Yi Feng was firm for once, feeling that if he endured a few more days, something big would happen. The Grand Master's thoughts were veering into strange territory. Where's the custodian guard? Oh, the little golden man, he's it. Yi Feng directly punched the speaker off. You're shouting at him like that. He's back on the big ship. At this moment, the tech priest was writing his research report. Biology Department. Combat effectiveness test of Yi Feng in unarmored state completed, currently comparing with Victor's armored combat effectiveness test. Comparison of feasibility for anti-psychic enhanced Primaris warrior development in progress, requires a return to Terra to compare with Adeptus Astartes growth reports from the Legion era. Framework for simulated experiment plan on the promotional effect of intermittent strong anti-psychic power on custodian guard cultivation. He wrote a lot of stuff. The custodian guard didn't just beat up Yi Feng for no reason, every one of his actions had a purpose, it's just that he wouldn't tell anyone outside the man command. While he was recording, the ceremonial music for a freeze frame rang out. The custodian guard adjusted the surveillance and saw Yi Feng returning, looking majestic. As the saying goes, a man is judged by his clothes, a horse by its saddle. Yi Feng in his armor also looked quite presentable. If not as handsome as a jade tree in the wind, then at least as powerful as a bear dominating the world. Teacher. Can I wear your retired armor for a few days, just a few days? At this moment, the White Scars veterans couldn't sit still. The teacher's armor ran much faster than normal adamantium armor. No, that armor was dismantled to provide the materials for this one. Several warriors looked unhappy, but everyone knew they weren't truly displeased. The chapter's atmosphere had been slightly influenced by the Wolf Guard. Several White Scars veterans voluntarily stepped back, while a few other brothers actively went forward to greet him. Teacher, your aesthetic sense has finally improved. The White Scars veterans were all true artists, with excellent calligraphy and aesthetic judgment. Seeing the teacher's new attire, they breathed a sigh of relief. You little rascal, have you been wanting to hang things on your own armor for a long time? Not allowed. Go watch short videos yourself. Teacher. You can't do that, you hang things on yours, but you won't let. Or I could lock you in the command room, and I'll be the 4th company captain. The White Scars warrior instantly fell silent, saluting Yi Feng solemnly. A sense of solemnity, like welcoming a hero to his death, gradually permeated the air. Guilliman's descendants also made a rare appearance at this welcoming ceremony. The Emperor's scythes had a vast number of descendants, but most were not on the flagship. They were political commissars on various planets and leaders of subsector patrol governments. The only dozens remaining were responsible for coordinating the management of the flagship's factories and the living standards of the mortals. Once enemies invaded, they were responsible for protecting the mortals. These warriors were more reserved. They opened their notebooks to look at Guilliman's armor of fate and armor of hope, then compared them to Yi Feng's current decorations. Then someone brought out Lionel Johnson's appearance after his awakening, which was only circulated within the Adeptus Astartes chapters after being beautified by the Ecclesiarchy. Lionel Johnson had returned to stasis for a considerable time, but in terms of the Astartes time scale, it wasn't long. Ina soon came out as well, waving to Yi Feng from behind. She was completely blocked by the Primaris warriors. She had no choice but to climb onto a warrior's back. The warrior reached out and pulled Ina up, and asked a strange question. Ina, sisters of silences usually speak with gestures, so does holding hands with you count as kissing? Ina? Are you asking for trouble? The eye-gouging technique. Yi Feng saw an old veteran's visor completely blocked by Ina, like an orc war boss with a mutated hair squig, wobbling towards him. Haha, Ina, come here. Upon hearing this, Ina skillfully leaped and landed squarely on Yi Feng's back. Wow. Ina almost couldn't hold it in. Which guy designed this armor? It's poking my butt. Why all these sharp edges and spikes? They poke my butt and scratch my thighs. Ina twisted and turned, but couldn't find a comfortable riding position. She kept pulling down on Yi Feng's 2 pheasant tail feathers, whipping Yi Feng. As for the teacher, he smiled knowingly, and his shoulders gave a little shrug. Ina hit even harder. Regent, the Crimson Torrent chapter still hasn't made a move. Our reconnaissance teams have completely lost track of them. They've been missing for 4 years. The mortal advisor couldn't think of much, it was either secretly plotting a huge conspiracy, being lost in the warp for 4 years, or waiting for an opportunity to attack other important star systems. I understand. Next report. Guilliman said this, but the Psyker advisor had already begun to act again. Since the establishment of the Imperial Psyker Department, there had always been rumors of Eldar sightings, but they were all strongly suppressed by the Ultramarines. The Eldar had served as advisors since Guilliman and Evrain began their cooperation. Their prophetic abilities were very powerful and could provide Primarches with more psychic advice, especially on how to avoid demons when using psychic powers. Neither side was truly sincere. The methods given by the Eldar had hidden dangers, and the Primarches also asked them to make a prophecy that would have no answer at all. Could the prophecy find the people's light? Didn't Guilliman, as the Emperor's living saint, know? The Eldar would pay a huge, even bloody, price, but there would be no answer. They were just putting on a show, pretending to have no connection with the Crimson Torrent chapter, and their stance was, everything Red River did that harmed the Eldar had nothing to do with me, they were rebels and not under my control, we are still friendly partners. After the destruction of Kamarak, Guilliman held a dominant position in negotiations. When he spoke, the Eldar could only express. He was right. While the Eldar advisor was spitting blood and using precious sacrificial materials again, Guilliman was observing the situation in the Taiping Star region. Lian Lai Luo's blockade was very successful. Those areas just recaptured by the Imperial Expeditionary Force and the worlds deep within the Taiping Star region had lost contact with the Ministry of Internal Affairs again, so there was no hope of collecting taxes in the short term. The situation was similar to when he awoke. Only a few important star systems still had contact, and privately there seemed to be trading links with heretics. The Officio assassin Orm, without Guilliman's knowledge, sent assassins to eliminate the leaders of the Taiping Star region rebels, losing 3 Eversor assassins in the process. The Grand Master of the Officio assassin Orm was still the same. Yes, Regent, you are right, I fully support you, but I am pessimistic about your plans. He sent out assassins on his own, just slightly obscuring the intelligence so it would reach the Regent a few days later, and then he would send the assassins to work first. The current Grand Master of the Inquisition, however, stood on the same front as the Primarch. After clearing the Gene Stealer from Terra, their relationship became more confidential. Now, he was advising Guilliman to secretly dispatch reconnaissance troops for a surprise attack from behind the scenes. The Inquisitors will faithfully perform their sacred duties bestowed by the Emperor. Please, Regent, consider sending an elite team from the Ordo Hereticus. The number of missions for the Ordo Xenos is decreasing year by year. Can they spare personnel now? When this was mentioned, the Grand Master of the Inquisition first praised the Primarch's great achievements in battling multiple Orc clans, then said, that fleeing Orc warboss is constantly moving, and all our assassination attempts have failed. For this, the Ordo Xenos has lost a lot of strength. Po Jia, in his constant wandering, gradually perfected his armor-on-armor business again, so the success rate of assassination teams was naturally very low. The Primarch did not want to give explicit orders to those madmen of the Ordo Hereticus, their judgment standards were no better than those of malicious warriors, with the fanatical attitude that everyone was guilty. Although they secretly went there anyway. Regarding the Red River Rebellion, are you sure it's the Crimson Torrent chapter and not a faction with the same name? This is a question from the Salamander's chapter master. The Primarch changed the subject, which was a rejection of the Grand Master of the Inquisition's proposal. We cannot be certain. There is too little information on the Crimson Torrent chapter's activities. The Crimson Torrent chapter forces we could confirm finding were a trading fleet, and they also appeared between various Forge worlds, but recently, the available trade has decreased significantly. On the surface, the Adeptus Mechanicus was still loyal. They were not sure if Nian Xiaijin had rebelled, they simply refused to trade and reported it to the Inquisition. Regent, I must remind you that if they truly are that Crimson Torrent chapter, then their friendly relations with the Imperial Fists and Salamanders could become a hidden danger for Terra's defenses. The Primarch's gaze met his, and the atmosphere in the entire area solidified. No, if they truly are rebels, then Hyber, the chapter master of the Salamanders, will be the first to smash their heads in. It was another discussion with few conclusions. More than a meeting, it was a political activity to build relations with the Inquisition. After seeing off the Grand Master of the Inquisition, the Primarch sensed movement behind him. The Custodes were looking for him again? Emissaries Imperial, is there something wrong? Referring to the Custodes who dream of the Emperor giving missions. The Aquilon Shield, Custodes responsible for protecting the prophesied children who will avert disaster for the Golden Throne, found a little girl. In the prophecy, she is the Emperor's messenger walking among mortals, but she is an unstable psyker, with the maximum psychic intensity reaching beta level. That shouldn't be for you to convey. The emissaries Imperial paused before saying, my lord's command, Feng Yan Star. Feng Yan Star? A location? Where is it? Unknown. There were millions of worlds in the galaxy, and their names changed constantly over 10,000 years. Who would know what place that was? Guilliman was silent for a while, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his mind clearing. He quickly searched through the intelligence pile and pulled out a report relayed by several astropaths. The Raven Guard Expeditionary Fleet's report mentioned it. Now, one of his most trusted successor chapters was handling that star system. The Nemesis chapter, a chapter with a Gloriana class, stolen from the Word Bearers, battleship, used to supplement the Raven Guard Expeditionary Fleet's combat power. Have the Pharos prepared for teleportation. Go find the Raven Guard Expeditionary Fleet. Yes, my lord. Although reporting my lord's command to my lord was absurd, the Custodes now implicitly considered Guilliman the Emperor's will walking among men. Just like the relationship between the Omnissiah and the Omnissiah. Guilliman's problem now was, should I teleport there? It was unrealistic for a large army to march to support the distant Raven Guard Expeditionary Fleet, Wouldn't that undo everything they had done? But if he also teleported, who would? A few days later, news came from the Raven Guard. Forces of the Crimson Torrent chapter attacked them, severing the warp passage between the Raven Guard expeditionary fleet and Feng Yan star, trapping the main forces of the Nemesis chapter in that star system, with the suspected target being that Gloriana-class battleship. Guilliman, you cowardly turtle, you only know how to guard Terra, don't you? Xianch hated this. Did the great betrayal give you PTSD? Simply put, once bitten, twice shy. If the Crimson Torrent chapter doesn't act, I'll pretend to be the Crimson Torrent chapter and act. Wouldn't it be their undoing for Xianch cultists to disguise themselves as anti-psyker warriors? But Xianch wasn't the only one with a grudge against Red River. Xianch, at the cost of temporarily not hindering Vashtor's godhood plan, had him create similar psyker centurions. Anyway, the powers were similar. Mortals approaching them would feel sick, weak, and die suddenly. Astartes in close combat had the blessings of the Dark Mechanicum, greatly weakening the enemy librarian's attacks, similar to the adamantium armor of the 4th Legion now, which could, to some extent, counteract the blessings of the Chaos Gods. Warp Centurions. An arms race forced by Yifeng's adamantium armor. Even so, the number of those centurions was not as many as the adamantium armor. Xianch was responsible for stirring up warp storms, while Vashtor was responsible for having a part of the 4th Legion take down the Nemesis chapter. Perturabo was not involved in the operation because the Dark Mechanicum told him that this move was to draw out Guilliman. Let the Regent of the Imperium lead troops to attack, and then you will ambush them and fight the Regent again. After their last encounter, Perturabo, knowing Guilliman was Alfarius, was much more cautious this time. Not only did he use a fully mechanized guard, but he also prepared to create an area where Alfarius could not exert his abilities. A completely unbreachable place. Yes, not shattered, but unbreachable. The mistake in the last battle was that the chosen location was shattered by his own artillery, leaving ruins and cover everywhere. Alfarius could easily hide within it, using any small cover and interference to evade detection. Unlike the Raven Guard Primarch's warp ability to directly merge into shadows, that was pure physical evasion, skilled evasion, which gave Perturabo a strong sense of frustration. He prided himself on being a realist. This time, he would make a big platform. One that couldn't be shattered. Cameras and detection zones would be fully deployed. As long as Alfarius had nowhere to hide, that would be his advantage. It's like Jackie Chan fighting Spider-Man in an 800-mile desert. A&D. Vashtor confidently said that his armor could cancel out the Emperor's blessings, allowing the two Primarchs to fight a purely physical battle. To prove that you, Perturabo, are stronger than the other Primarchs. This was the recognition Perturabo was most unwilling to admit but most desired. Second only to defeating Dorn. A huge warp foundry furnace continuously spewed out sheets of steel, flowing in the warp. After entering the real world, these liquid-like steels became perfectly flat and indestructible. A blessing similar to Magnus. Xianch granted Magnus a blessing that he would not be harmed by Imperial weapons. The Emperor's sword did not count. Chapter 444, Xianch, plans can never keep up with changes. No, I am the change. Yifeng stretched, all right, it's time to get moving. After not appearing for several years, on the surface, the Red Tide rebels were only left with those in the Taiping Star region, showing an ambition to rely on the new planet Terra to divide and rule along the Warp River. This is called mending the road openly. As for the flagship that the Inquisitors had been guarding against, it was preparing to feign an attack on Ultramar. This is crossing the river in secret. But no one said you could only cross once. Yifeng felt that the two Gloriana-class battleships on the Iron Hand's side were almost repaired, besides having to guard against them trying to hijack our ships and against chaos seizing them, the rest should have reached the stage of blessing the machine spirit of various miscellaneous equipment. After all, we had already repaired them to a similar state before handing them over. These two ships, once they flew out, would definitely be used to stab the enemy in the rear, but where to stab? Yifeng hadn't decided yet. It's like nesting dolls, crossing in secret twice. The current situation was completely beyond Yifeng's expectations. The entire Galaxy/Milky Way was indeed fighting everywhere, but every battle report that came in suggested that the scale wasn't that large, scattered, like pirates and disorganized Imperial forces vying for power. On one hand, the Imperial Expeditionary Force had indeed effectively cleared out large areas of enemies, and both sides were in a recuperation phase. On the other hand, after the Imperium consolidated its forces, the vast internal territories were short on troops, and those scattered remnants whose homes were destroyed were fighting fiercely against evenly matched Imperial opponents. Yifeng calculated with his fingers, 42K877, wasn't it time for Nurgle to make some moves? So he ordered the flagship to activate, preparing to do the opposite. He would go through places from which no battle reports had been sent. Langzhou was very far from the 500 worlds, and there were many paths to get there. Yifeng chose the quietest route, with only a few missing person reports along the way. No matter what, first create a stir to see the reactions of other forces, and then consider where to stab with the two Gloriana-class battleships. When the People's Light appeared, the high-ranking officials on the planet, including the governor, didn't recognize it. The Adeptus Arbits was in a panic, but the Inquisitors were so excited their heads were steaming. Finally, they saw this giant warship again. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they had to send the message out today. If an Inquisitor truly wanted to hide, it would be difficult for the slow-moving adamantium warriors to detect them. The flagship, as usual, simply crushed everything in its path, displaying a posture of having no supply lines whatsoever, retreating after acquiring supplies. Therefore, the news of their reappearance was quickly transmitted by the Inquisitors using psychic devices. 4.5 Imperial expeditionary forces had been gathered in the Sol system for so many years, even with Guilliman's high prestige, it was difficult to keep them suppressed. This time, the chapter masters of 4 first founding chapters came to see the Primarch together. Regent, that giant warship has appeared in the Segmentum Obscurus. I request the deployment of the Phalanx, said Hyber, the chapter master of the Salamanders chapter. The chapter master of the Imperial Fists behind him looked at the Primarch with a firm expression. The two must have met in private. Sir, the location where the rebels appeared is very close to an important supply point for the Space Wolves Expeditionary Force. Once the supply line is cut, the Space Wolves Expeditionary Force guarding the Eye of Terror will be attacked from both front and rear. Dante wore a golden mask this time, which was almost an affront, and also a statement. It was the mask of Sanguinius. The first time Guilliman saw Dante after awakening, it was also during intense combat, seeing the golden masked angel fighting in a bloodbath. At that time, Guilliman's first reaction was, "Who dares to wear my brother's mask? This is an insult." The Blood Angels were requesting to join the fight. Who could trust the Wolf Cubs with the Segmentum Obscurus? The current situation was that 4.5 expeditionary forces were with the Primarch, and half of the Iron Hands were unaccounted for. The White Scars continued to clear out enemies in the storm sector, going further and further, with supply lines barely maintained. The Wolf Brothers were responsible for the Segmentum Obscurus, their main forces were blocking the Eye of Terror, and other areas relied on various departments for support. The part of the Ultima Segmentum bordering the Segmentum Obscurus was the rear where the first expeditionary fleet rested and recuperated, currently the most stable location. The part of the Ultima Segmentum bordering the storm sector was the position of the Raven Guard expeditionary fleet. The Taiping Star region was completely empty, all expeditionary forces had withdrawn. Now, Yi Feng had only attacked a few sectors, and it was clear to anyone with an eye that he intended to break out from behind the Segmentum Obscurus, and then, between the first expeditionary fleet and the Raven Guard expeditionary fleet, stab directly towards Ultramar. This was the result of joint simulations by Primaris librarians and the Adeptus Mechanicus. Eldar advisors were spitting blood. Hyber tried to maintain a calm tone, but his attitude was very firm. We request to be the first to intercept the enemy, let the anvil decide where the fires of loyalty should burn. The Primarch calmly explained that everything was according to plan, and soon the red tide would turn back and plunge into the killing trap established with the Phalanx. The Phalanx doesn't need to deploy, they will come themselves, using the Phalanx to counter that giant warship. Furthermore, after the Ultramarines took over the Calixis sector, they brought back the roaming port. The roaming port was a flying hive city, not a warship, just a pure hive city, located on an important warp trade route, serving as a space station. After some modifications, this ship was highly deceptive, it looked equally huge and equally well armed. This would serve as bait, allowing the Phalanx to strike when the People's Light was distracted, or even allowing the roaming port to directly crash into the People's Light. This plan had been simulated many times, and all the chapter masters knew about it, but their presence here indicated their dissatisfaction with the plan. Regent, I understand the sacred mission the Great Emperor has entrusted to you, and any disclosure could have a huge impact, but if we continue to defend so passively, every battle report from outside the Segmentum Solar will affect morale. Hyber's words were still very subtle. If the Imperial Fists had spoken, the Primarch might have wanted to kill him, so the Salamanders had discussed it with that stubborn leader beforehand. Guilliman was also speechless. I can't exactly say we're playing the "Why is your majesty rebelling" game, can I? Or should I say I'm playing for real? An alpha traitor Primarch has risen to the position of loyalist second in command? After a moment of thought, the Primarch decided to let the Emperor take the blame. The Emperor has instructed, Feng Yan Star. That is the predicament faced by the Raven Guard expeditionary fleet, more important than the Red Tide Trader flagship currently far from us. The chapter masters looked at each other. Raven Guard? If we fought the People's Light, and our fleet moved at full speed day and night, we might catch up. But the Raven Guard expeditionary fleet was already on the edge of the other side of the galaxy/Milky Way, what would be left by the time we got there? This was even further than Ultramar reinforcing Terra. Then, the Primarch explained the situation of Pharos. The leaders present all had authorization for emergency calls to the custodes from Pharos, so they naturally knew the situation. So, we need to organize elite troops for a large-scale warp jump support. No, we stay put and continue to strengthen our defenses, the Primarch said. You don't know about this because the Emperor believes you only need to fulfill your duties, and leave the rest to the custodes, which means, continue to execute the orders I previously issued. Also, continue to maintain public order. Guilliman had killed a large number of the ecclesiarchy. On the surface, it appeared to be an internal factional dispute within the ecclesiarchy. The regent naturally wouldn't act personally, his proxies successfully seized control of a large portion of the Sol system. With the physical assistance of the Alpha Assassins. The Astartes were proclaimed as the Emperor's angels, no longer known only to a select few, but to more mid-hive mortals. Therefore, the Primaris warriors were also ordered to strengthen public order and combat lower hive chaos gangs. These things sounded like they didn't require space marines, but this large group of battle-crazed individuals needed something to do while stationed here. The Imperial Fists and Salamanders could barely manage, but ask the Iron Hands and Blood Angels to maintain public order. The parent chapter might be okay, but the successor chapters, a bloodthirst outbreak could consume an entire community. Dante had to speak at this point. Sir, this is too great a waste of the Imperium's combat power. We can protect a much wider expanse of the Emperor's territory. With just one command from you, the defense of the Sol system is already excessive. There are still loopholes. The Primarch remained still, just still. Xianch was so angry. What was Xianch? The god of change. He had vashed Torrent, so he definitely had something nefarious planned. Deceiving Guilliman into organizing a grand fleet to reinforce the Nemesis chapter would surely mean Perturabo's interception force would be gnawing on hard bones, while he would seize the opportunity to steal meat. But Guilliman didn't move. Not enough leverage. That's right, at least a Primarch needed to be deployed to force Guilliman to act, right? How could Xianch send Magnus out? If he went out, who would then seize the opportunity to steal meat? Wouldn't he have to trick another Daemon Primarch into going out? He looked at Mortarion, who had recently been grounded by Nurgle, soaking in the depths of the Garden of Nurgle, rotting and stinking, doing who knows what. Fulgrim had only recently clashed with him. Slaanesh was either physically educating him or guarding against Xianch causing trouble again, especially since last time he directly threw the Imperial Regent into Slaanesh's domain, almost onto Fulgrim's bed, and the Emperor's subsequent retaliation was not so easily endured. Angren was in high spirits, but 42K888 was approaching, and Kern wouldn't let him out before then. After much deliberation, he set his sights on Lorgar. Don't ask, Korix was still at the door. 11 millennia had passed in the real world, and Lorgar hadn't been idle either, chanting scriptures while constantly hiding. Whether he had broken down or not was unknown, but his faith had certainly developed some issues. Didn't I turn to chaos because chaos truly had gods? But after ascending to daemonhood, I couldn't defeat my unascended brothers? Korix had clearly received warp power. When he was getting beaten, he'd say it was his warp essence, that Primarches were just that awesome. Why turn to chaos? To weaken oneself? Lorgar's faith had undergone some subtle changes, constantly being defeated had weakened his belief in his god's invincible might. Planets constantly appeared and disappeared in the depths of the Eye of Terror. Lorgar wasn't being blockaded, he was being hunted. The Word-Bearers created a planet, and a few days later, the Raven Lord descended and went on a killing spree. Everyone fled through warp gates, secretly hiding on another world, and their fleet also dared not travel alone. Without his Primarch, Korix, who had awakened his warp essence, slaughtered them like chopping melons and vegetables. He alone could wipe out an entire fleet. Don't look at Angren, who is so formidable, constantly resurrecting and fighting in the real world, a Primarch destroying 2,000 Imperial warships. The Raven Lord was the same, as long as the Word-Bearers' Legion's ships were a little further from Lorgar, it was a single warrior against a fleet. Who could endure that? Lorgar was not without resistance. After ascending to Daemon Primarch, the divinely radiant, unrivaled in might, like a god or Buddha of this age, Lorgar was brutally beaten by an indescribable mass of darkness and shadow, almost instantly killed. A horde of Word-Bearers sacrificed their lives to rescue their Primarch. Xianch, as per usual, began to sow discord. If you sacrifice the remaining Word-Bearers' Legion, you will surely gain immense power. Look, Perturabo sacrificed hundreds of pure Imperial Fist's gene seed and successfully ascended to daemonhood. If you sacrifice tens of thousands of Word-Bearers today, not to mention defeating Korix, you might even touch the fringes of what Horus achieved back then. Xianch tells lies without needing a draft. Anyway, every time Lorgar takes a beating, he repeats it. This time, Lorgar seemed to have made a certain decision, resolving to make some changes. Korix is too powerful in the warp. Why not return to the real world and see? A retreat, should he consider the webway? Lorgar was very skilled, the warp sorcery runes were written very quickly, and the brilliant light soon attracted some warp entities. Marius glanced at it and left, it was him every day, wasn't it annoying? Xianch could no longer care about so much, letting a Primarch out would always stimulate Guilliman. He promised to temporarily delay Korix for Lorgar, at an unspeakable cost. The Raven Lord against the Raven God. The Daemon's power, enough to destroy an entire planet, was easily shattered by Korix, and the writhing, fleshy planets in the Eye of Terror were entirely devoured by darkness and shadow. Stars, each emitting a seductive glow, drifted towards this world. Aided by the demons, the Word-Bearers fought valiantly, and Lorgar tried his best, to lose gracefully. Xianch's great daemon, using the power of thousands of sacrifices, manipulated 9 stars to form a cage, temporarily trapping Korix. This not only meant Lorgar's escape but also a significant weakening of Xianch's power in the real world. Massive daemon planets lost control, chaos cultists couldn't contact their masters, they were invaded and occupied by other demons, and the other 3 gods took advantage of this to plunder Xianch's territories in the real world. My lord, the lead star of the 9-star array is about to be shattered. Kairos, the weaver of fates, soared in the warm sunlight. The starlight was a nourishing spring for it, while an irregular shadow devoured the planet. It attempted to engage the opponent, but in a moment, it turned into fragments. That power was brutal and unreasonable. Everything is according to plan. Xianch liked this phrase. And so, while Yi Feng was making a grand advance towards Ultramar, bad news came from the Eye of Terror. The Word-Bearers, suddenly swarming out, launched a mass charge, ambushing the Space Wolves expeditionary force, who were in fierce combat. The Word-Bearers' Primarch, Lorgar, summoned a large number of unaligned chaos demons and used a powerful chaos ritual to weaken the real-world barrier of the battlefield. The Word-Bearers, in a desperate, all-out charge, heavily wounded the Wolf Brothers. Their fighting style was even more reckless than the Wolf Guard. Who would commit their entire force upon meeting, charging with the intent to die there if the defenders weren't crushed? completely overwhelming the Imperial Navy. Although the Space Wolves ships were extremely sturdy, the Gloriana-class battleship Roughtail was one of the largest Gloriana class, with a very unique design. A grey-blue flying slab lay in the middle of the battlefield, covering the retreat of its comrades. Lorgar boarded here, where a company of Grey Knights, as well as chosen one Primaris warriors and the Sisters of Silence, were fighting him with all their might. This intelligence drifted through the warp, and with Tsianch's embellishments, it quickly spread throughout the Imperium. Guilliman, you have to come out now, don't you? The Primarch was now truly in a dilemma. Lorgar's appearance from the Eye of Terror was unprecedented, and the Feng Yan star, as spoken of by the Emperor, absolutely could not be lost. The Red Tide, there was no choice. The Red Tide had to go support Feng Yan star, and he himself would go confront Lorgar, otherwise the entire segmentum obscurus would be lost. Lorgar, this brother, Alfarius stated. Guilliman's debt is a bit large. That perfect city of his, if he conquers a world, it's not like Perturabo, with a bunch of overseers supervising and lashing laborers into production. It would inevitably be completely converted into a religious world, with chaos cultists everywhere and demons running rampant. If he occupied it, for the Imperium, it would be an exterminatus level event. Don't think that if the Astartes charged in and killed for a while, they could still rescue any mortals. Lorgar's combat was mainly about stability. Every time he captured a world, he would exert all his effort to make all the people of that world believe in his god. Alfarius thought so. But Lorgar wasn't like that. Full charge, full speed, full speed. Go as fast as possible. In the short time it took Guilliman to select the mixed gene seed fleet to accompany him on the expedition, Lorgar had already almost completed his starless zone attack on the Imperium's second line of defense. At this moment, a statue stood beside Vashtor. Does the Lord of Fate mean that Guilliman won't come this way? Should we change our ambush position? Vashtor's mechanized avatar's inquiry was like materialized electronic static, difficult to discern. The Raven God's plan is changing, yes, it is always changing. Under the contract, there will be no alteration. Vashtor stood on a huge forge, from beneath which molten steel continuously flowed, paving that absolutely unbreachable flat ground. Tsianch's messenger trembled. Below the stone statue, the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the energy pipes made it unable to stand steadily. Change and contract are not antithetical, it's merely a different way of achieving the same thing. Perturabo, who had been guarding the vital route between Feng Yan Star and Terra, now had to change direction and set up an ambush between the Eye of Terror and Terra. This change of distance was a bit far. On the scales, an equivalent exchange. Beneath the Tsianch daemon's feet, all the floor, cables, gears, wailing soul fuel, instantly vanished. In a blink of an eye, it found itself unable to move, standing on a set of scales. Ancient scales, engraved with scenes of the first treaties formed between countless races across the galaxy, and as it stood upon them, the murals below continued to extend. Vashtor waved a hand, and countless wailing souls appeared on the other end of the scales, tipping the daemon upwards. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of scrolls fell from the sky, striking the daemon's head. My lord, the daemon cried out in terror. Parchment, bamboo slips, silk scrolls, one forbidden knowledge after another appeared, each a true secret, used to ignite Vashtor's active creativity. The scales, struck by the continuously falling scrolls, returned to balance. Vashtor waved a hand, and the scales and everything on them vanished without a trace. Let's go, he said. Perturabo's ambush forces shifted from the Feng Yan Star route towards the Segmentum Obscurus. The Red Tide's Hive City warships advanced from the Segmentum Obscurus towards the Feng Yan Star route. Commander, does this order from the custodes mean we should? William extended his hand, making a pouncing gesture, then clenched his hand tightly. Support the Nemesis chapter, protect the Gloriana-class battleship. It doesn't sound like proper protection at all. Close protection? The kind that's stuck in a shipyard? Has Yifeng's years of working for the Emperor finally paid off? Has the old man, who only gave tasks and no rewards, finally taken pity and decided to give us a ship? Something out of the ordinary must be afoot. Yifeng repeatedly read the message Guilliman sent to the tech priest. What exactly was the situation with Feng Yan Star being blockaded by the warp? Was it the Tyranids/Tyranids who blockaded it? Just a few more days in the warp, then drift over from the real world, and it would be fine. The flagship rapidly navigated through the warp, and in a brief moment, an emergency alarm sounded. Ahead, a giant forge, spitting molten steel, was flying towards them. The warp is just that strange. On the People's Lights detectors, it appeared as a massive, interwoven black and blue shadow mass. Completely confused by the situation, Yifeng could only order the flagship to yield. Would Vashtor allow that? When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with fury. He opened fire with the Great Forge. In the warp battle, the People's Light was at a complete disadvantage, facing sudden gunfire. Not only that, but it was constantly closing in on the flagship. Jump, let's return to the real world first. Damn warp vortexes, Yifeng thought. When the flagship warped out of the warp, other unknown warships' warp gates also appeared around it. In the distance, an extremely massive warp gate opened, tearing the real-world barrier in a straight line. A gigantic metal plate shot out, its diameter probably 100 kilometers. Yifeng? What is that? My octagonal warship, does it have a tray now? Anyway, since the Blood God has his wheelchair for mutual attacks, does Tsianch have anything to say? The Emperor, sword in hand, charged at Tsianch. With one strike, Xianch's form vanished, and a shadow of Xianch appeared nearby, mocking the emperor for only hitting his clone. With the next strike, the emperor directly pierced Xianch's true body. Xianch's lips bled, and he smiled faintly. A Xianch clone appeared nearby, mocking the emperor for missing again. Xianch, I will never admit my plan failed. Chapter 445, Perturabo? Come in. The situation was so confusing for Yi Feng. He had only been on Langzhugsha for a few years, and stepping out into, he didn't know how to describe the scene before his eyes, it was just very warp-like. Naturally, he had important business to attend to. The emperor said that he didn't know if he would hit Feng Yan's star, but the tech priest was definitely hitting it. Yi Feng had no idea that Perturabo's elite guard and Vashtor were ahead, he just saw steel plates slowly emerging. They didn't look very valuable. If a glittering golden pyramid had flown out, Yi Feng would have certainly had his eyes light up, and the tech marine would have started hauling out detection equipment with a clatter. These steel plates didn't whet his appetite. Let's go, let's go. The people's light accelerated and continued flying towards Feng Yan's star. The warp has dirty things, can't I just travel through the real world? On the giant iron disc, Perturabo descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the very center. After chaos corruption, Daemon Primarch's physiques visibly swell. For example, Mortarion, under Nurgle's corrosion, is now taller than a Night Titan, capable of overturning or, rather, crushing a lemon rust tank with his sheer body. Perturabo is even more absurd, his current form is much taller than a Warlord-class Titan. No one knows which parts are still flesh and which are the armor he wears. This is an iron giant. The demonic armor of Logos now possesses the ability to expand infinitely. Vashtor's inexhaustible creativity and Perturabo's insane obsession with real-world artillery duels have made this the most powerful firepower platform in the world. However, Vashtor was somewhat annoyed that the Emperor had somehow enchanted Perturabo. Wasn't nanotechnology appealing? If you wanted any weapon, nanobots could instantly materialize at your thought. The pinnacle of physical machinery was not much worse than chaos psychic powers. You chant a spell to summon wind and rain, lightning and thunder? Can't I do the same? Nanobots can condense into super meltaguns, plasma cannons and laser cannons even faster than you can chant a spell. Perturabo insisted on using physical weapons and cannons, as if they were anchors for his own soul. Even so, his current self possesses the ability to single-handedly slaughter an entire world, not to mention. His mechanical backpack contained Ferrus Manus's pinpoint fleet bombardment beacons, Fukin's teleportation devices, the Dark Mechanicum's Hive drone cluster launch base, and in cooperation with an army, his combat power could increase tens of thousands of times. The Primarch landed on the arena, roaring at the Hive City armor in the sky. There was no air and space to transmit sound, but this time, Perturabo's roar appeared in all types of signal receivers. A wolf howling at the moon. The moon fled. All communication devices on the entire warship received this roar. This signal surged towards Anos like a tide, only barely stopping after being jointly intercepted by countless systems. It was an impact of unknown principle, perhaps the signal itself was a virus, an attack on the machine spirit. Under the blessing of the Dark Mechanicum, it had a strong suppressive force on the machine spirit. Although this brief strike had no physical effect on the equipment, Anos's flagship, which had entered interstellar flight mode, temporarily reverted to real-world combat mode. Even so, it flew much faster than a normal warship. A blurry holographic image also appeared on Yi Feng's command console. However, with Perturabo looking like this, he couldn't recognize him and thought the other party had gone mad. A Titan flying out to bombard his flagship. If even a small warship had flown out, Yi Feng might have been a little interested. He was rich now, he couldn't be bothered. What was he going to do about it? Perturabo was also somewhat puzzled after roaring. Didn't he say he was fighting Alfarius? When did he get such a large warship? Vashtor told him that the regent had moved, so he also moved. So Perturabo still thought he had already engaged Alfarius. There was no other way, there was no concept of time in the warp. You might think it would take the regent months to years to assemble troops, boost morale and arrange logistics and personnel transport before he could attack. But in the warp, it might just be a step forward, a hop backward. One step out could mean 10 years have passed, or 1,000 years in the real world. He stepped out, ready for an earth-shattering bombardment, only for the other party to bolt and run. Several mooring stakes dropped from the Primarch's body, strong magnetic suction cups locking onto the metal ground below. The armor plates on his back and countless weapons were all moving. A grey gas diffused, and a large cannon, or rather, a warship-grade macro cannon, appeared on Perturabo's back. This macro cannon was very strange. You know, normal people see the large cannon barrels of a warship and think they're huge, but the breech behind a macro cannon battery is actually much larger than what you see. This one, however, was different, it seemed to only have a barrel, and the connection at the back was not large. More iron armies were emerging from the warp. A portion of the 4th Legion's elite forces, riding in new warships acquired only within this century, warped out of the rift. They weren't as powerful as Vashtor, who could just appear. They had to activate their warp drives and follow the blessed machine spirit's procedures to emerge. The Dark Mechanicum merely had a different object of worship, the ritual procedures still had to be followed. Perturabo ignored the support of his progeny, he trusted the tens of thousands of drones more. The drone control device on his backpack was directing them to swiftly fly towards the people's light. With the magnetic locks operating at overload, Perturabo, with a thought, fired a massive, special shell from the cannon on his back with a boom dot. It flew rapidly through space, and countless data streams began to impact the Primarch's brain. Space warfare is a mass of data. The macro cannon you see might have been fired tens of minutes or even hours ago. The trajectory left by a space torpedo's launch is an engagement with an auger array. All he had to do now was wait. The flagship's trajectory was unpredictable. Even if the macro cannon shell had a speed advantage, a single change in course would shake it off. This was the role of the drones. They didn't fly as fast as the shell, and the macro cannon shell was steadily overtaking them. But they flew earlier, using magnetic traction to make fine adjustments to the macro cannon shell's direction. After surpassing all the drones, the shell flew straight in one direction, quickly approaching the flagship. The flagship could certainly turn, but one macro cannon, did it matter? Point defense lances and some point defense cannons were firing. The psychic shields, real-world shields, and all the esoteric battleship's shields were functioning well. Perturabo was also functioning well. A light of teleportation enveloped the Primarch. Under Vashtor's power, the teleportation jump met no hindrance. The Primarch appeared on top of the macro cannon. How terrifying! The People's Light's warp entity characteristics made it almost impossible for someone to board it from the warp, but Perturabo's move directly teleported him to a close point of the flagship. Turn, avoid the enemy, keep the point defense cannons firing. After completing the teleportation, Perturabo was originally preparing to fire another teleportation beacon macro cannon. Such a cannon could be used wherever artillery could provide support. Other librarians might not be able to achieve precise teleportation, but Perturabo could activate teleportation 1 second before the shell landed, descending with the shell. But after glancing at the distance between them, he directly activated his flight module. Yi Feng was dumbfounded. What kind of pirated Grand Librarian was this? Teleporting such a massive body? Even a Grand Librarian would have to exert a great deal of effort to do that. And it came with a flight module and Titan firepower. Enk. What's your detection status? Who exactly is this person? Currently plagiarizing, currently analyzing. It's all the same, it's all the same. Enk was copying super fast. He currently had no inspiration for modifying the Grand Librarian and absolutely dared not wake him up. Couldn't he just copy it directly now? This design concept was too brilliant, the other party must be a genius. The People's Light used its trap detection equipment to roughly scan the opponent. Although that flying giant Titan stealth array was very powerful, it still collected a lot of information. Enk praised the opponent while swiftly grabbing extra memory modules with his small hands. One mechanical arm was still urging Yi Feng to quickly shoot that thing down. How could Perturabo be an ordinary person? The incoming point defense shells were merely streams of trajectory data. Space was his absolute home ground. Iron. The Primarch merely roared, and countless missiles shot out from his back, then, they were stopped by the flagship's shields. I'm not a void shield, I won't intercept slow-moving targets. Perturabo laughed, meeting his match, encountering a challenging fortress. This was a big toy, very big, very fun. His evasion was perfect, countless shells swept past him, their fire not illuminating his dark armor. His chest was indenting, and different types of shells were being loaded. Perturabo used all types of shells at once and began firing. Vashtor had granted him the ability to drag psychic energy back into reality. After a brief clash between the Dark Mechanicum's power and the flagship's psychic shields, a small opening was torn in the shields. The last thing to pierce this shield was a shard of Star God. The psychic shield module showed no abnormalities, not even an overload. It was as if nothing had happened there, but the enemy had indeed broken through. The physical shields were being bombarded. Perturabo, in the manner of a large mechanical impact, crossed the shield system. This time, he unleashed his full firepower, each shot precisely hitting the active point defense cannons. The continuous steel masses below made him feel warm, like he had returned home. Yi Feng remained calm. The outer space fighter squadrons had already launched, even using bombers carrying void missiles to deal with this giant monster. The space ground forces were also ready for battle. This was an army prepared to fight the Tyrannid/Tyrannid. There was no other way, the flagship was too big. In space, this warship, as the only gravity point, was like a planet. This force was responsible for clearing the aliens clinging to the armor plates when the point defense cannons couldn't handle dense enemies. Most space army equipment consists of plasma and laser weapons, with no tanks, because aircraft and gunboats can be deployed directly. This mixed group of warriors did not move fast, as no one expected that a single macro cannon flying in would require such a large-scale mobilization. During warp travel, they certainly couldn't be allowed to fight outside the warship. The warriors on standby for battle rushed out first, their tiny bodies facing Perturabo's enormous physique, and an indescribable sense of dread engulfed the mortal warrior. He was so scared his legs turned to jelly, and he pressed himself behind a damaged point defense cannon, thinking it was enough to conceal his figure. But Perturabo's perspective was too high, clearly seeing the ants emerging all around. Few people knew what Perturabo looked like when he smiled, whether during the Great Crusade or the Great Betrayal, he seemed to have never smiled. Now, you hear it. Come out and duel me. Alfarius, the position of regent hasn't made you rusty, has it? Let me see, brother, if your fists can punch through steel. This sentence, accompanied by his laughter, spread through metallic vibrations. The first mortal to emerge, with his head pressed against the cover, was instantly deafened. The violent metal tremors exceeded his body's limit, and he completely fainted. The Astartes behind him were bewildered. His tone sounded like a Primarch. It no longer mattered. Alfarius? Regent? Can these two things be put together? Yi Feng inexplicably recalled his first meeting with Guillemon, that one phrase, Alpha. Wait a minute, I need to find a reason to lie to myself. Yi Feng's resistance to this information was relatively high, unlike Enk and William, who were both stunned on the spot. What? Alpha Regent. Eliminating options. The probability of the enemy being Perturabo is 95.8%. Commander? The enemy. Blast him. Where are the Angels of Dawn? Tell them to prepare to deploy the Archangel. No, a fake Primarch and a real Primarch are not on the same level of combat power. To hell with it, just blast him first. The choices on both sides were surprisingly consistent, blast him first. Several mechanical needles, filled with electronic viruses, instantly extended from Perturabo's armor of logos, or rather, from his logo's armor. The People's Light's outer armor was very thick, thicker than the length of his mechanical needles. Perturabo specifically sought out still operating point defense cannons, as that would allow him to penetrate the information transmission pipes. Anos was also decisive, wherever an intrusion was detected, he directly cut off the source, physically isolating it. Manifested within the warship, this meant a sudden pipe overload, then an explosion burning a data cable, or a sudden malfunction causing a leak, with corrosive gas melting wires. Tech priests usually attributed such problems to the machine spirit going berserk, and would begin blessing the machine spirit, or one could say, honoring their master. The cannons indiscriminately blasted their own territory, while Perturabo's back, like a beehive, released a large number of palm-sized mechanical mosquitoes and flies, swarming in like a plague, similar to the Necrons' tomb scarabs. In the distance, a large number of drones were also approaching. 3 esoteric battleship of the Iron Warriors Elite Guard, after rapid acceleration, shut down all their engines, with no energy flow whatsoever. The ship's interior was in a state of zero gravity, and humans needed to breathe manually using respirators. This was Horus's tactic, using a large number of warship to provide frontal cover in space combat, where every shell and every lance's flash could blind observers. After forcing the opponent to stop using visual observation, warship with no energy signatures, relying solely on inertia, had a high probability of evading auger array detection and approaching to extremely close range. The flagship, at least, could see everything clearly. Yi Feng was also angry. The 4th Legion, never learning from their mistakes. So what if they had to sacrifice that entire side of the People's Light's outer armor? They would just blow it off and banish Perturabo, then use those warship to cover the debt. It's just a Primarch. If I don't have 2 companies of Grey Knights, I still have an overwhelming swarm of Flying Titan. Transmit my order. Space Manta, enter combat mode, cease all manufacturing tasks, and deploy from the warship for swarm combat. He'll be buried under a pile of giant moths. Perturabo hadn't forgotten his last mistake. He tried to lure Alfarius out, to fight him on a prepared large steel disc. As soon as Alfarius attacked and stabbed into his body, this armor would activate a teleportation, sending both him and Alfarius to the steel disc. At that point, once this bulky external armor was shed, a large number of Iron Ring robots would unleash a fierce bombardment on Alfarius. In short, Perturabo, come out. Yi Feng wasn't afraid of him coming in. How could a flagship have so much space? There weren't many places where a super titan could move freely. If you dared to come in, then large numbers of lemon rust tank would drive through the narrow passages designed only for them, giving you a cannon shell pedicure package. Yi Feng, you dare come in. This surface war continued until Vashtor finally remembered to tell Perturabo that this was the Red Tide, not the Regent's flagship. Apparently, Perturabo on the other side was already addicted to this big toy, and under strong signal interference, it was unclear if he had received the notification. Then let's follow the procedure. Alfarius, you're coming back, aren't you? Let me see if you are going to fight that useless Lorgar or come here. Perturabo's eyes could see the tiniest mechanical structures. He immediately recognized the value of this giant warship. To put it bluntly, it felt more valuable than the Phalanx. I'll steal this ship and go head-to-head with the Phalanx. If Dorn could be on the Phalanx, that would be the most satisfying thing. Perturabo unilaterally believed that the value of this warship was enough for the Imperial Regent to abandon fighting that combat-lacking Lorgar and come to a decisive battle with him. He looked down on Lorgar. Just send a few companies of Grey Knights and Sisters of Silence, Lorgar wasn't even as good as Mortarion. Besides, wasn't the last procedure the same as this one? First, beat up this Red Tide, then wait for Guillemon to arrive. That's good, the large steel disc doesn't need to move. Leave it there. Yi Feng, you dare come in. Perturabo, I'm coming in. The Lord of Iron's external weapon on his left arm shifted backward, mechanical axes pulling giant steel modules to his hand. A simple, unadorned great hammer was grasped by Perturabo. Iron. Yield to me. The pitch-black logo's armor spewed out a large amount of steam, forming a spherical gas cloud in space, which was then pierced by bodies flying everywhere. The great hammer slammed onto the armor plate. The moment of contact, a decomposition field tore apart a large amount of metal, then the hammer's built-in siege meltagun began to operate. One hammer blow directly melted open the armor plate. The hole wasn't big enough yet. While the demolition foreman was at work, the weapon systems on his back also didn't stop. Turbo laser cannons aimed at the Thunderhawk, and dense plasma attacks continuously pushed back the Space Marine line. The point defense cannons, controlled by the virus, leveled out, pulverizing the mortal space forces like harvesting leaks. Void Raven fighter jets delivered a gift then spun, flaming, disappearing from sight. Stasis bombs were intercepted before falling, the clash of gravity guns and anti-gravity particle barriers shredded the edge armor, singularity bombs exploded in mid-air. Perturabo's body seemed to have everything. After the meltagun ran out, the positronic burst projector took its place. This truly wasn't made by Vashtor, it was a gift from Lionel Johnson. The hole was quickly melted large enough. Perturabo raised his great hammer high, though this action caused him to endure a large number of attacks, his void shield humming. Iron, submit to me, I submit to iron, I am iron, Lord of Iron. With one hammer blow, destruction bloomed. After one strike, the Primarch leaped into the shipyard. A half-repaired Phantom Dragon-class battleship lay horizontally before him, like Snow White sleeping in a field of flowers. The Primarch smiled once more, only when faced with these magnificent technological treasures, or when the joy of defeating a brother surged, would his iron countenance relax. Boom! Boom! Firestorm defense turrets roared. Lemon Rust tank were already in position, assault tanks drove along the wide iron tracks of the warship equipment cargo channels, and artillery fire immediately engulfed the Primarch. Perturabo's shields couldn't withstand so many attacks either. He leaped, jumping behind the still unrepaired warship. This way, most of the firepower wouldn't hit him. This way, you've also fallen into the trap. Energy signal warnings beeped. Perturabo's brain instantly completed analysis from the chaotic signals. A power capable of killing him thousands of times over had already condensed. Madman, a true madman. Who would put warship in a shipyard into battle readiness with macro cannon and lance loaded? And it was a broadside. Don't you want your shipyard anymore? This Hive City class big baby will be severely damaged. The entire broadside of the Phantom Dragon class battleship unleashed a volley of fire. Flames erupted from the deck, the close-range explosion shattered most of the Phantom Dragon class battleship and the outer wall of the shipyard. Welcome. The voice came from a burning speaker. A petite Perturabo, a Primarch who, after shedding his skin, was only Night Titan-sized, stood dumbfounded. As planned, Perturabo chose to blast through the Phantom Dragon-class battleship and rush inside the warship, avoiding the broadside volley. Ahead, the ripples of the stasis bomb were dissipating. Sanguinius, you are dead. A fake archangel, but a real glaive of Sivandra. Chapter 446 In the Name of Holy Blood. The spatio-temporal constraints of the stasis field were fading, and the flow of time around Sanguinius gradually returned to normal. Standing beside him was a White Scars Tech Marine. His previous, almost suicidal self-detonation had trapped him and the false Great Angel simultaneously in the stasis field. The power of spatio-temporal stasis caused irreversible damage to the Tech Marine's body. In an instant, he was still rushing towards the false Great Angel. Within 0.01 seconds, he realized the bomb in his hand had disappeared, and then artillery fire struck his mechanical backpack from behind. Flames burned on the metal, a chill. A bone-chilling cold. The glaive of Sivandra did not move. The surrounding temperature had plummeted, and with the false Great Angel's feet as the epicenter, the intense explosions and raging fires from earlier had all vanished. The deterrent power of this ancient Eldar holy sword even surpassed that of the false Great Angel himself. The false Sanguinius stood dazed. One moment, he had killed Omegan and confirmed that this was not the vengeful spirit. The next, he was in a completely different world, facing a giant black mech who called him his former brother. Oh, look what those damned biologists did. Compared to them, I'm not sacrilegious at all. This sentence drifted from Perturabo's loudspeaker, he seemed to be mocking himself. Who exactly is Chaos? You worship the scripture more than Chaos cultists, at least Chaos has several gods to choose from. Your Adeptus Mechanicus is even more sacrilegious than us, daring to create Primarches, and even, the progeny of false Primarches. Your fanaticism, your indulgence, your sins. Don't make excuses for your cowardice, little girl trapped in iron. Your fragile heart doesn't need iron armor protection, no one wants to see it. Yifeng's casual, yet somewhat playful voice echoed throughout the Phantom Dragon-class battleship. Once the fighting starts, who needs respect? Whatever is effective, that's what we'll do. Can my White Scars brothers be bad at trash talk? Anyway, I'm not the one holding the line, go for it, Sanguinius. The false Great Angel did not move. The ice from the glaive of Sivandra tried to spread over his perfect body, but he merely rotated his wrist, and the frost covering his fingertips dissipated completely. Perturabo swung his Warhammer, perhaps out of nostalgia for the Forge Breaker, or perhaps for the Great Crusade. The Warhammer's appearance was a giant version of the Forge Breaker. Vashtor, the Forge Lord, was very displeased about this. The giant hammer smashed towards Sanguinius. As they drew closer, the power of the ice slightly slowed the movements of the mechanical armor, allowing the false Great Angel to elegantly fly up and dodge the hammer strike. Omegan's blood still stained his beautiful wings. Cannons roared, plasma exploded. Perturabo suppressed his opponent with ample firepower, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He could not only teleport out but also serve as a teleport beacon for mechanical sentinels to teleport in. However, here, he unexpectedly found the teleport beacon unusable, his close guard, who should have been within teleport range, could only continue flying outside. Fighting Space Manta. The false Great Angel's state was very peculiar. His rage was suppressed but not gone, instead, it became even more refined, the fury in his eyes concentrating. The glaive of Sivandra could only be fueled by the souls of Eldar nobles. When the residual pure soul power impacted the depths of the false Great Angel's soul, a sudden change occurred. He moved. The Lamenter's Gene Father roared and flew towards Perturabo. In his endless sorrow, only two things, or rather one, remained in his memory, the death of Sanguinius. The black rage of the Lamenters rebounded on them with dozens of times the intensity in the late 41st millennium, because their warriors suffered from a double-layered illusion. One was the death of the true Archangel, and the other was the Archangel's own prophecy of his death, very, very long ago. The two scenes constantly alternated and folded, wildly filling his mind. However, the ancient Eldar holy sword made him clear-headed for a moment, realizing he was not on the vengeful spirit right now. He was completely different from Conrad Kurz. After Conrad Kurz prophesied his death, he became neurotic, manic, perverse, and mentally collapsed. Sanguinius was different. After prophesying his death, he calmly went all out. If I've seen my own death, doesn't that mean I'll never die before that prophesied battle? Am I invincible? The false great angel's fighting stance became even more fanatical, even more reckless. The false Sanguinius's speed was not as great as a Primarch's, but his desperate posture made Perturabo's memory waver, as if he had returned to those glorious years. Boom! The Archangel was sent flying by the Warhammer, leaving a trail of blood drops in the sky. The glaive of Sivandra was firmly stuck to his hand, or rather, frozen to his hand. Perturabo looked at the Warhammer with confusion. Where it had struck the enemy's sword, ice spread, machinery short-circuited, liquids froze. That old man Vashtor lied, didn't he say the power of the warp would no longer affect him? The Lord of Iron raged, but what he didn't know was that this sword's fuel was not psychic energy but directly souls. It could cut through the corruption of Slaanesh, let alone Vashtor. This was essentially purification. Vashtor annihilated the blessings of opposing chaos gods by mutually cancelling blessings, while the holy sword purified the blessings of the dark Mechanicu's god as well. The purified area reverted to its true physical state, a chaotic arrangement of metal molecules ravaged by the warp. After this strike, Perturabo returned to his original state. You are not Sanguinius. Filthy lump of flesh, crude imitation, how dare you defile a Primarch? Perturabo's pride as a Primarch was severely provoked. He charged towards the false great angel, deeper into the warship. His body was too tall. 3 decks were shattered by his swinging Warhammer as he advanced step by step, searching for his opponent's shadow amidst the impact debris. Mechanical viruses were corrupting machine spirits, and singularity bombs compressed all facilities ahead into a single point, then vanished instantly. The Archangel charged from the front, half of his body streaming dreadful blood, his wings full of loyalty. The other half of his body was covered in frost, crystal clear, as if made of ice. The ice was devouring him, holding it for such a long time was enough to freeze hundreds of Lakshans into ice sculptures. The flames spewed by the Lord of Iron's flamethrower intertwined with the ice. Amidst the sky-high wall of fire, the false great angel once again surged out, crashing headfirst into the front of the mechanical armor. The sharp blade pierced the armor's front plate, causing electrical chaos. The disassembler field and ice collided, destroying most of the corridor again. Perturabo struck him again. A mechanical arm transformed into a blade, brutally cleaving the opponent, tearing half a wing. White feathers were dyed crimson, scattering across the sky. This mass of blood before him possessed half the valor of his brother. Perturabo laughed again. He felt he had laughed more times on this outing than in all his countless years of wandering the warp before. Several consecutive plasma bolts from the ion storm seized the opportunity to strike the Primarch but were intercepted by the defensive shield. After a few rounds of combat, the false great angel was already fatally wounded. Outside the ship, the sniper team was in position. Facing an iron Primarch, recreating Sarakin's achievement of sniping a Primarch was no longer possible. This time, true veterans, carrying stasis bombs, moved around. Aggressor pattern marked the 10th power armor, strictly speaking, Gravis pattern power armor, with shoulder-mounted grenade launchers and bolter storm gauntlets. While controlling the turrets, the weapons on their armor also roared, covering the assassins as they approached. Veterans wearing Mark the 10th Phobos armor approached with bombs. These were the true elite forces of the chapter. They quietly approached the Phantom Dragon-class battleship amidst violent explosions. A large hole was blasted in the shipyard wall by a round of internal broadside fire, and countless gases spewed from broken pipes. The warriors had to remain cautious, dodging flying debris. The veterans completely abandoned defense. When facing Perturabo, heavy defense was self-defeating. The Primarch's weapons were by no means ordinary, and with his terrifying strength, a single blow could penetrate adamantium armor. Originally, Yifeng's plan was even grander, to directly self-detonate this Phantom Dragon-class battleship, but inside the People's Light, void shield modules and other warp-related equipment were suppressed, so it might not have enough power. One team moved from the shipyard ceiling towards that area, and 3 teams quietly moved along the outer deck of the Phantom Dragon-class battleship. 3 tank teams advanced cautiously inside the warship. Just as they were about to reach the breach in the warship, a bloody shadow was sent flying out. The force of this blow was so immense that it propelled the Archangel along the previous artillery trajectory, out of the People's Light. Perturabo also flew out through the hole in the shipyard. The Angels of Dawn and the Lamenters were all rushing, but at this moment, almost all of the Lamenters' secondary hearts experienced a sharp pain. Their Gene Father was dying. No Blood Angel's successor could have imagined such a heartache could come again. Matthew Rio was running frantically with his warblade, the path ahead rugged and long, death dogging his every step. On the other side, Byway Army veterans were also rushing. At Yifeng's instruction, they donned power armor, mounted anti-gravity motorcycles, and brought girls on their back seats. Eldar girls. Continuing the consistent brutal imperial technological thinking, the tech marine and the librarian made no progress in their research on the glaive of Sivandra. So, Yi Feng could only take a gamble, directly using Eldar lives to try and awaken the holy sword. Dozens of byway army soldiers brought various types of Eldar, some from feral Eldar worlds, some from Craft world. The 4th company captain also participated in the operation. Tied to the back seat of his motorcycle was an Adam's Lexicanium. That damned Drukari/Dark Yildari criminal who carved flesh into the likeness of a librarian. Every roar of the engine raised the captain's fighting spirit to new heights. The space mantis swarm supported the false Great Angel. Although they were cut down like vegetables in space, they provided protection and cover for the heavily wounded Archangel. With one wing shredded, his flight capability was severely compromised. He lay on the space mantis back, gasping for air, but there was no atmosphere in space for him to breathe. The byway army marched, singing ancient military songs, sweeping out from the shattered corridors. They used the slightly curved outer deck of the Phantom Dragon-class battleship as a launching pad, soaring into the sky through the breaches. Some snatched stasis bombs as they flew at high speed, while others transformed into fireballs amidst their soaring battle cries. Their lives were so dazzling, the legends they left across the galaxy so glorious, just like their end. Perturabo activated the teleportation device. Outside the People's Light, it could finally be activated. A large number of drones and swarm robots instantly appeared by his side. Facing the space mantis' clumsy and singular ion stream attacks, this army of steel was so composed. Warrior after warrior, riding anti-gravity bikes, flew towards the false Great Angel, tossing one Eldar captive after another at him. False Sanguinius made no distinction between friend and foe. He sliced every living creature that flew towards him into pieces. The glaive of Sivandra was stained with Eldar blood, but this holy sword remained still. After dropping the captives, the byway army looked at Perturabo as if relieved. Their speed increased another notch as they charged into the dense drone swarm. Matthew Rio knelt down. The Lamenters knelt. They stood helplessly at the breach in the shipyard, watching the fierce battle before them. The standard bearer held high the tier banner. At this moment, all Lamenters, whether clad in adamantium armor or not, felt extreme pain. Matthew Rio prayed, misfortune had never left them. They could do nothing. They felt the Gene Father's pain as if it were their own. The Lamenters found it incredibly difficult to even move, experiencing 1,000 times more agony than when they were recruits. Tears fell, not merging with the ruins, but drifting in the universe. The librarians gathered, and the Psychers also fought, but they could not harm the darkness in the universe. Perturabo grew stronger with each battle. He swung his warhammer and leaped onto the back of a space manta. With a heavy blow, the 10-meter-long machine below was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The Primarch looked up. Thousands of space mantas circled him like a tornado, spewing ions to form a storm thousands of meters high, trapping him. Then, the sky cracked open. Near Perturabo, a warp rift opened once again. Vashtor's demons rushed out of the passage, vying with each other, and plunged into the ion tornado. Shinix collided with Golden Age technology, tearing, biting, spewing, shattering. Vashtor offered terms. False Sanguinius would make a fine collectible. Perturabo, do you want a combat servitor? The Lord of Iron had never felt such joy. Every drone, under his precise control, continuously annihilated enemies, and other Primarches bowed before his iron hammer. Its existence is a blasphemy against Primarches. But, a combat servitor is a good option. The Primarch suddenly accelerated, his flight module operating at overload, rushing towards the gradually deteriorating ion tornado. This storm, which had once blocked Yi Feng and the Adeptus Mechanicus combined forces, could not even hinder him for a moment. Gravity weapons activated, and the opponent's body seemed to fly willingly towards the destructive great hammer. Matthew Rio could no longer see the scene ahead. He lost his vision, and then, a resonance from the gene seed level consumed him. All the Lamenters entered False Sanguinius's perspective. It was so tragic, the Primarch intended to deliver a final blow. As gravity pulled his chest towards the great hammer, the glaive of Sivandra thrust out its last attack. In the warp, the soul forge was boiling, flames burning fiercely. Perturabo did not intend to truly smash the opponent into a pulp. Preserving a relatively intact body was still necessary. After the gravity weapon dragged the opponent in, he put down his warhammer, exposing his chest. His front chest plate opened, and undefinable machinery gushed forth. Brother Yi Feng, we cannot do it. Matthew Rio's mind was already hazy. I'm sorry, brother, we can't do it anymore. You were right. The Emperor created us for more warriors, not burdens, but, please forgive us. We have no other recourse but to pray to the Emperor. We feel the Gene Father's pain as if it were our own. Oh, Emperor, please help us. The Angels of Dawn could not understand the Lamenter's current state, but they still felt sadness from the bottom of their hearts. Warriors without vehicles could only shoot helplessly, the powerful bolter was now as useless as a toy. Despair spread. Yi Feng. Yi Feng maintained absolute calm. Mere external things. False Sanguinius was a valuable asset, yet also a wicked blasphemy. Yi Feng ordered the main guns to prepare for firing. Let a biomechanical experiment of the Adeptus Mechanicus, an Eldar holy sword, disappear along with Vashtor and Perturabo. I was born with nothing. If I feared death, I would not have walked this path. If I feared failure, I would not have taken a step forward. If I feared loss, I would not be standing here. The psychic energy here was so turbulent, the sorrow of the Lamenters and the death of False Sanguinius shone brightly in the sea of souls. We have already lost a Primarch once, we must never, never lose another. The tear banner shed tears of blood. The false great angel extended his blade, a weak and powerless stab into one of Perturabo's mechanical whips, and the Primarch's arms hung limply. Countless medical tubes and needles plunged into his body. Perturabo roared, servant of the false emperor. Do you think you can defeat me? In the name of blood. The moment the needles pierced the flesh, the broken body spontaneously combusted. The fractured wings turned completely to ash, and the pure white feathers, along with the brother's blood, were consumed by the flames. Half of the false great angel's body was frozen, the other half scorched black. Flames overflow from the cracks, burning in the void and dark space. No, the angels of dawn screamed madly, but, the lamenters stood up. A warm power surged from deep within them, and the Primarch's pain left them. Yi Feng suddenly stood up. It was too familiar. The false great angel's half-body, that wasn't burnt, that was, a curse. A familiar old friend descended from the warp rift. Unbeknownst to all, the forge fires behind the rift no longer shone, replaced by sacred flames. Saint Celestine spread her wings like a true Primarch, and holy radiance bathed every inch of space. Demons shrieked, their bodies boiling, machinery melting. Perturabo roared, what is that? False Emperor. An Astartes. All the cannon fire and lasers passed through Saint Celestine's body, as if this divine angel had never existed in the world. It was as if that existence was not in the same dimension as you. Amidst Perturabo's impotent rage, Saint Celestine's body gradually merged with the false great angel. Everyone could clearly see the divine angel flying towards the broken body, but everyone's movements were incredibly slow, the river of time was cut short here out of nowhere. At the moment Saint Celestine and the false great angel merged, powerful energy erupted from the archangel. On the cursed half of the holy body, the flames of the curse burned fiercely. The archangel's beloved white wings would never return, now there were only wings of vengeance. Perturabo was instantly filled with rage. When fighting Mortarion, the emperor himself descended upon Guilliman. Fighting him, it wasn't the emperor who came? Not even Sanguinius's soul? It was Saint Celestine? A stand-in for the emperor of the Second Imperium? False emperor, how dare you treat me with such contempt? Perturabo swung his warhammer. His body, over 10 meters tall, moved with agility in space. Mechanical muscle segments and electronic muscle fibers swelled after a furious injection of energy, becoming so hot they could burn a demon alive. The warhammer smashed violently towards Sanguinius, but he spread his wings. The archangel's movements were no longer savagely like a madman's. He deftly dodged the warhammer's heavy blow, then retaliated with a punch imbued with cursed flames, striking Perturabo squarely in the chest. A clear shattering sound echoed in Perturabo's mind, like another crack in his pride. The Iron Warriors were formidable warriors before the Primarch's return, but after his return, they became increasingly neglected. The Blood Angels were inferior ghouls, the shame of the Astartes, before the Primarch's return, but after his return, glory belonged to the Archangel. You are not as good as Sanguinius. This body of false Sanguinius finally spoke a complete sentence, I swear loyalty to the 9th Legion. The wings of vengeance cut through Perturabo's power armor like sharp blades, and the Archangel flew high into the sky. There is no up, down, left, or right in the universe, but at this moment, Perturabo felt a powerful pressure, forcing him to bow his head. Cannon fire intertwined, the space war was a mass of data, the orbital parameters of ammunition clearly displayed in Perturabo's tactical helmet, except for the Archangel. You are not worthy to call me brother. Divine power surged into the glaive of Sivandra, the soul vast and boundless. The loyal Blood Angels warriors who had died in battle throughout history roared. This strike, you must take it, whether you want to or not. The ancient Eldar holy sword trembled, as if defending its ridiculous pride. The shattering began. The holy sword, which carried the hope of the ancient Eldar's revival, developed dense cracks from within. And finally, the holy sword shattered and dissipated. The holy sword, painstakingly created by the Eldar Bonzingers, crumbled. A fantastically beautiful and indescribable phantom of a holy sword floated in Sanguinius's hand. The Eldar artisans had merely carefully forged this material from the warp, and the Emperor returned it to its original form. The Archangel, with half-cursed flames and half-divine frost, descended upon the world. Chapter 447 Where there is Saint Lay, there must be. The phantom of the holy sword gradually emitted a platinum-like glow, its divine power returning it to its origin, and the exquisite craftsmanship of the ancient Eldar all turned to dust. As Saint Sanguinius merely held it in his hand, his soul resonated with it. Every heartbeat of the Archangel became a hammer blow forging it, and the endless fury in his heart was the blazing flame that melted it. With each flap of Saint Sanguinius's wings, the holy sword solidified a bit more. He flew rapidly towards the Daemon Primarch, leaving behind spatial rifts where his wings swept, a tapestry of fire and ice. The fabric of reality shattered with his every movement. The warhammer met the sword, Perturabo unleashing all his strength. The energy core of armor of Logos erupted with a dazzling light, and at the connection points of flesh and mechanical nerves, black blood was instantly vaporized. His flesh tightened, harder than steel, crushing some of the machinery deeply embedded in his body. The speed of his hammer swing even surpassed the firing rate of the warhammer's built-in plasma vents, creating a plasma storm on its surface. False Emperor. My name is Saint Sanguinius. Sword and hammer clashed. Where the warblade touched, Vashtor's blessings receded. With one strike, a corner of the warhammer was sheared off, and large patches of frost covered the smooth cut. Several mechanical arms on Perturabo's body fired frantically at the Archangel, but the half-cursed body that approached ignored all damage, and a fist slammed into his chest again. Only an emergency steel plate had been affixed to the shattered chest armor, now it was ripped open again by the flaming fist. This punch struck deeper and hurt more than before, hitting Perturabo's flesh directly. The fist did not embed itself in his flesh, but the shattered steel fragments crushed his bones, embedding themselves into the Lord of Iron's remaining flesh. Perturabo momentarily lost control of his body, even letting go of his Warhammer, allowing it to drift in space. Perturabo was struck and sent flying, and a multitude of drones supported him. The tables had turned. The holy sword grew more solid during the battle, shattering the self-destructing drones like cutting melons and vegetables, just as his opponent had cleaved the space manta moments before. He soared through the celestial river, meeting the red tide, leaving behind a long rainbow of flame and frost, brilliant as an unceasing river. More reinforcements arrived, surging from the wreckage of the shattered space manta, fanning out on the enemy's flanks. The blue-white ion whirlwind once again unfurled, this time with an immense scope, intending to envelop all enemies within it. The Archangel spoke, and it was the voice of Saint Celestine. You chose the wrong path, and now you will pay the price. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted. He was the sun, all shadows would dissipate before him. Perturabo lost all sensor signals, all his lenses melted under the brilliant light. He lost all vision, now just a chunk of flesh trapped in steel. He's flying towards me, I can feel it. The Lord of Iron muttered to himself, with a hint of cunning amidst his madness. Technology hasn't lost to your sorcery yet, false emperor. The data is as clear as a mirror in my mind. Perturabo activated a teleportation device. That power, intertwined with the emperor's might, and Vashtor upheld his end of the bargain, taking the brunt of a blow for Perturabo. The light of teleportation shone from the Warhammer. The Warhammer, drifting in space, had already been surpassed by Saint Sanguinius. Now, the Lord of Iron gripped the mighty hammer, right behind the Archangel. Every alloy plate on armor of logos was shedding, and the flight engines were nearing their limit. In moments, a dark band of black metal fragments appeared directly beneath the flame frost rainbow, chasing after the Archangel's back. In a flash of lightning, the two primarches collided once again. Perturabo tore off one of his mechanical arms, it instantly shattered, revealing a relic-grade power lance within, which he thrust fiercely towards the center of the Archangel's wings. In aerial combat, Saint Celestine was clearly more skilled than his opponent. The angel's movements, while powerful, revealed an elegance. He soared upwards, and after an elegant turn, shielded himself with the holy sword. The power lance struck the exact center of the sword guard. The angel was knocked back several paces, using the momentum to create a few meters of distance, then stopped short and counterattacked. He was more agile, faster. The sword's tip continuously struck the Lord of Iron's body. Armor of logos was collapsing, while the drone's long-range laser support relentlessly scorched his ice crystal-like wings. The ion light obscured everything. The space manta completed its encirclement, all drones isolated within, while outside, demons flew out from the warp rift. Yi Feng couldn't see inside. The main cannon's firing button was beneath his finger, with a slight movement, everything in front would vanish without a trace in the surging warp tides. Curse, what did the Emperor value? The last, and only, time the chapter truly felt helpless was during the battle against the Coke Orcs on Langjugzhu. Other major battles, like the two Gloriana, or the warp encounter with Kaldor, were situations where they could flip the table if they couldn't win. This time, the Emperor wouldn't let them flip it. What did he want to protect? Commander. The signals ahead are too chaotic, we can only observe demons on the flank approaching us. Should we fire? Brother Yi Feng, leave it to us. Matthew Rio's voice suddenly came through the comms channel. The Lamenters now seemed to possess infinite strength, all the warriors were encouraged. Their father was fighting in the giant ion sphere, and the Lamenters were equally eager for battle. Some radicals had already jumped out of the shipyard's breach, grabbing onto Space Manta, intending to support the Archangel. Chaos Thunderhawks, almost in daemon engine form, flew out of the rift, carrying chaotic servitor and molten demons, charging towards the ion whirlwind, attempting to disperse the high-energy storm. The chapter's aerospace forces were intercepting the enemy. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, it would take a significant amount of time to restore the number of Space Manta before rapid repairs could begin. The battle continued for over 10 minutes. The first wave of demons had already approached the ion-spewing Space Manta. Their mission was to break the encirclement and rescue Perturabo. Just as the first daemon finished its bombardment, and a grey disintegration field lit up on its daemon blade, and the corrupted machine spirit prepared to savor the pleasure of cutting through metal, the entire encirclement exploded. The ion wind was blown away by a powerful psychic shockwave. The golden holy light shone for a moment, then suddenly contracted, the light condensing into a single point. At this moment, Perturabo had almost lost his adamantium armor. His flesh and veins were intertwined with cables and conduits, barely clinging to the Primarch's body. A black, viscous liquid covered the Primarch, making it impossible to tell whether it was his blood or oil. Saint Celestine's cursed body remained unchanged. After any attack, the raging fires of vengeance within his shattered adamantium armor would heal his wounds. But the icy half of his body was truly gruesome. His internal organs were also exposed, a large portion of his flesh had disappeared, and transparent muscles made of ice replaced his bones and skin, supporting this body. The holy sword had solidified into a physical entity. All the golden light condensed onto its blade, gradually sinking into it, revealing a pure white form. It was a beautiful white holy sword. The aquila pattern on the hilt perfectly matched the archangel's wings, similarly half cursed flame and half ice, with the iconic blood angel's blood drop in the center. The archangel raised the blade, his handsome face reflected on the pure white sword, divided in two by the sword's spine. It's time for quenching. This is the final step. Perturabo roared, his words indistinguishable. Spaces like that, 1,000 miles away is no different from half an inch. We cannot hear your final madness. The Lord of Iron opened his large mouth, something seemed to be hidden within his alloy teeth, a last resort. He struggled to turn his body. With his flight modules damaged, he was merely a space drifter. The long sword did not strike Perturabo's head as expected. His final adamantium teeth were not put to use. The sword's tip pierced his ribs from the side, puncturing his heart. The traitor's heart's essence completed the final quenching of the holy sword. The daemon Primarch's body swelled, seemingly on the verge of a violent explosion to end his journey in reality. The archangel remained still, watching silently. Time was chaotic. In the frozen time, Vashtor's power and the Emperor's intertwined, but two powerful forces forcibly intervened in the battle. Perturabo's body vanished into the warp rift, he was pulled back into the warp by the Forge Lord. The archangel's cursed body gradually disappeared, and the ice also receded. The only thing that could be called flesh, his internal organs, were consumed by golden flames. He was vanishing, the great Saint Sanguinius had fallen once again before his sons. There was no time for grief. The angels of dawn were the first to witness the shocking scene. Golden light emanated from the archangel's remains. The more the remains disappeared, the brighter the golden light became. It grew progressively brighter, even the enhanced eyes of the Astartes could not look directly ahead. Matthew Rio had a faint smile on his face, as did all the lamenters. They removed their helmets, looking ahead in a pilgrimage-like manner. Although the breach in the shipyard had almost sucked all the oxygen from this area, the Primaris warriors felt no discomfort under the golden light. The golden speck of light finally stood at the edge of the people's light. Pure white wings, golden adamantium armor. Just as he was 11 millennia ago, Saint Celestine, clad in golden armor, his face covered by the Primarch's golden mask, stood outside the breach. After Saint Sanguinius's remains completely condensed, they ultimately transformed into a single drop of blood, suspended in Saint Celestine's hands. Matthew Rio, closest to him, watched this scene speechless, kneeling on one knee, his adamantium helmet on the ground, but his head held high. The chapter master of the Lamenters gazed up, his head held high, at Saint Celestine's golden form, as if to engrave the scene forever in his soul. The banner of tears fluttered. A voice seemed to emanate from the soul, the anti-psychic adamantium armor was completely unable to block this sacred connection. That drop of blood slowly flew towards him, solidifying into a blood-red crystal in the shape of a blood drop. Matthew Rio clasped his hands together, cradling the blood crystal firmly in his palms. The moment of contact, countless pieces of information flooded his mind. Those were 100 pure blood angels' gene seeds, a gene tax from the blood angels chapter. In that distant era, the Primarch's blood could be made into gene seed, and during the 21st founding, the Adeptus Mechanicus attempted to reverse engineer the Primarch's blood from pure gene seed, thereby creating a Primarch. The final result was this. At the same time, the holy sword also slowly drifted towards Matthew Rio. Saint Celestine entrusted the holy sword to him. "We will meet again," he said, "you will hand this sword to me, and I, in turn, will hand it to." Boom. A violent power swept through this reality. The shattered reality barrier was once again broken to pieces, and a frenzied roar came from the void. The chaos power blew away the last vestiges of Saint Celestine's power, and he returned to the warp. And it came. It came, it walked in carrying its gree attacks. Sanguinius's number 1 sycophant, the loser beneath the golden longsword, Gurn's first bloodthirster, one of the most powerful 8 greater demons, Karbandha. The roar of the daemon arriving in reality blew away the last of the holy light. It descended from the sky, charging towards the people's light. Xianj briefly assisted Vashtor in blocking the Emperor, pulling Perturabo back. What's a Primarch who specializes in commanding legions for sieges doing rushing forward for a one-on-one fight? And against the fiercest, Sanguinius. Was it, or was it not, the real Sanguinius? Wasn't that just a thought of the Emperor? Who knew what exactly the Saint Celestine was? After Vashtor, with Xianj's help, pulled the Lord of Iron back, he cast a deep gaze at the red tide. He wanted to continue fighting, but the powerful intervention of Gurn's power was dispelling the dark mechanicum's power. Let us go where we should go. According to the contract, we must first fight the Imperial Regent. Although Perturabo was on the verge of death, he hadn't truly died, so it didn't count as being banished. If Saint Celestine had just landed one more blow, the Lord of Iron would probably need hundreds of years to reconstruct his power in the warp. Even so, to recover quickly, Perturabo could only accept more of the warp's light, and more parts of his body turned to iron. On the Iron Warrior's silent warship, astropaths simultaneously received a summons. All the warships were restarting and turning to leave. The People's Light had no time to deal with them either. Gurn's demons poured into the warship through the breach in the shipyard. The damaged Phantom Dragon-class battleship became a defensive cover for everyone, and the demons landed on the deck. Matthew Rio was at the forefront, directly facing Karbandha's assault. The greater daemon's massive body almost filled his entire field of vision. The blood god above. A mortal merely glanced at Karbandha, and his entire body instantly exploded. Blood surged wildly, shattering fragile blood vessels, and his heart burst amidst the turbulent, boiling blood. Carbandha came here to wash away the shame of being banished by Saint Celestine. In a moment of desperation, Matthew Rio put the ruby in his mouth, holding the newly acquired holy sword, and barely blocked one blow, sending him flying. Carbandha's other hand swung a hell chain, smashing towards Matthew Rio. It was unclear whether he intended to capture him or to chop off the heads of all the blood angel whelps to offer to Kern. The Angels of Dawn and the Lamenters charged towards the attacking Daemon army. Their morale was high at this moment. After witnessing the magnificent battle posture of the Primarch, all the Archangel's descendants were boiling with excitement. The appearance of the Greater Daemon briefly affected the mechanical equipment, as no communication device could withstand the Greater Daemon's corruption and still function. Yi Feng didn't know Carbandha had arrived. He was just thinking. Old Emperor. Give me back my false sanguineous. This thing isn't meant for one-time use. Wait. On second thought, isn't this a one-time Primarch experience card? Damn it, the cursed founding was done by those tech priests? Mass production, must mass produce. I must at least save up 10 or 8 of them and throw them all out at once. I can also be like the 20th Legion, not just everyone is Alfarius, but Primarches thrown out one after another. Yi Feng was just thinking when he felt something wasn't quite right, as if something was missing. Custodians, Perturabo has been defeated. You. At this moment, the custodians were preparing to retract the traps deployed inside the People's Light. Those were originally meant to be used when Perturabo broke into the flagship after Yi Feng's plan failed. Now, they found a new use. The custodians understood Kern much more deeply than Yi Feng imagined. Both custodians had switched to melee weapons. If a long-range weapon like a Nova cannon, a 50-meter diameter cannon flying at sublight speed towards a 15-meter tall Greater Daemon, couldn't be used, then it could only be settled hand-to-hand. Carbandha tore through the entire Phantom Dragon-class battleship. The warship lay in the shipyard, its broadside blasted away, and its center looked as if it had been violently snapped, revealing dense swarms of demons. The Tech Marine's artillery fire had little effect on Kern demons. Much of the internal defense system had been destroyed by Perturabo, so they could only rely on supporting forces arriving from afar to hold the line. The Adamantium warriors felt an indescribable pressure. The cleaving of the Hellblade was incredibly heavy. Power Broadsword and Blood Skull attacks clashed, and both sides felt their blood surge. Just as the two Primarches were fighting, time slowly passed. The year 42K877 moved into 42K878. All of Kern's demons grew stronger. As blood flowed, Carbandha's attacks grew increasingly thirsty. It seemed to believe that all of Sanguinius's descendants were its prey, and no other enemy was worthy of taking their heads. Everything of the Archangel is mine. This offensive was so strange that, minutes later, Yi Feng's first reaction upon receiving the news was, why isn't it Scarbrand? Unlike the unpredictable rage of that one, Carbandha's appearance usually involved blood sacrifices. This was one of the strongest Greater Demons, requiring an incredibly vast amount of warp energy to summon it. There were no large numbers of cultists here, nor an altar. For it to appear just like that, what kind of price had been paid? In any case, Yi Feng walked out of the command room. Thanks to his brand new anti-psyker armor and enhanced engines, the two Byway army soldiers blocking the door were pushed aside by his sneak attack. Kern frowned. Some of the Byway army had already gone to reinforce, so there weren't many around the command room. Division Commander, Kazanov has already gone. He won't be able to handle them, Yi Feng said with conviction. We need to commit the entire chapter's strength to defeat it. On the bright side, at least it's not a Primarch. A Greater Daemon, any Greater Daemon, can be weakened by my armor set. My order, William takes command. Yi Feng gestured to the Byway army soldiers. Today, it's my turn to overturn the natural order. William was moving towards the battlefield when, all of a sudden, 1,000 armed Guanyin pressed down on him. William? Damn it, you dog. Kazanov struggled to open the door on the moving Thunderhawk. The old days were really good, there was always a war to fight somewhere. Mad Wolf always appeared in the strangest but most needed places. And later? Either he was told to stand by, or now, enthusiastically putting on his armor, having the Terminator's squad don their armor, which takes a long time, much slower than Mark X, getting on a Thunderhawk, and halfway there, the enemy was banished. It was just. Kern came. Kazanov immediately ordered the Thunderhawk to flank them. This warp rift wouldn't last long. Sure enough, not long after, the warp rift closed. These demons sent out needed to keep chopping off heads too. It was also very difficult to open a warp rift inside the People's Light. Anyway, most of the demons had already charged into the shipyard. At this point, under the Thunderhawk's covering fire, the Terminator's squad counterflanked the entrance to the shipyard. This was equivalent to stabbing the Daemon army in the back. Kern frowned again. In front, the custodians were desperately intercepting Carbandha. Their gleaming golden adamantium armor was stained with blood, and relying on the adamantium armor and the prearranged secret grade traps, they were still being beaten back step by step. The blood of the Angels of Dawn flowed onto the ground. A tech priest wielded a power axe, striking at the enemy, successfully hitting Carbandha's crimson thigh. Carbandha ignored him. One-on-one. Carbandha had locked onto another custodian. The Gree attacks descended with a single blow, not even the adamantium armor could stop it. Several squads had already launched melta-bomb assaults and grav gun cover fire, but Carbandha moved as if unopposed, breaking through all blockades. At the very front, several warriors were frantically carrying a severely unconscious Matthew Rio. Last time, Karbandha's appearance killed over 500 Astartes, but fortunately, we are not short of people. Nearly 1,000 Primaris warriors, clad in adamantium armor, converged on this area. Both the armor and the men were incomparably superior. As the greater daemon delved deeper, an increasingly powerful warp blockade was weakening it, though at the cost of more Primaris warriors' lives. Karbandha tore apart 29 angels of dawn, blocking its path in one breath, and exchanged hundreds of blows with the custodians. As the last descendant of the blood angels was cleaved by the Gree attacks, it found that there were no more archangel whelps in front of it. Boring. After chopping down this custodian, I'll go find that fellow who took Sanguinius's blood. Chapter 448, some progress, but not much. Karbandha's barbed whip was covered in sharp thorns, and in the narrow passage, one violent swing from Karbandha shattered the entire aisle. The rooms and mechanical equipment on both sides were exposed, along with the custodian guards' traps. The tech priest instantly activated the equipment. Karbandha's preemptive strike meant the device wasn't in the optimal position and couldn't restrain the opponent, but it successfully locked onto Karbandha's whip. Karbandha was furious. He pulled with all his might, and beneath his scarlet skin, his robust muscles bulged. They were peculiar muscles, unlike those of any other creature, and merely a physical manifestation of Karbandha's unquenchable rage. The equipment experienced some turbulence, and the long whip was slowly being pulled out. The custodian guard seized the opportunity to charge forward. He leaped high, reaching the greater daemon's chest level, gripping his guardian spear, and delivered a powerful overhead slash, aiming for Karbandha's chest. His wings folded, Karbandha's tug-of-war stance drew his arms in front of his body. His wings effectively shielded his torso, absorbing the attack. The greater daemon's counterattack was swift and unpredictable. Before his wings had even fully retracted, his massive axe slashed at the custodian guard through the gap. From a distance, it looked as if the axe had split the wings wrapped around his body. This was a two-handed axe, fortress gate-sized for other greater demons, having claimed countless heads, yet Karbandha wielded it effortlessly with one hand. The warblade's strike nearly killed the custodian guard. The guardian spear was held horizontally to block the massive axe. The renowned warrior of the 10,000 had made the most correct defensive move, but was still sent flying by the brute force. The guardian spear's shaft was bent to an absurd degree, then sprang back with force. Inside his ormite armor, the custodian guard's hands were covered in bloodstains. The custodian guard retreated several more steps, then swung his weapon back, smashing it against the wall to absorb the impact. The entire wall was pierced through. The guardian spear's disintegrator field was already off, yet the spearhead still nearly impaled the hidden warrior behind the wall. That was good, the warriors gained a firing port and launched a counterattack early. After the custodian guard pulled out the spear, Karbandha had almost extracted his barbed whip from the equipment. The tech priest used a long-handled power axe. He attacked Karbandha from behind, cutting through thick muscle fibers and splitting two insignificant black spikes with one axe blow. This strike enraged the greater daemon. The greater daemon rotated his body, slinging the long whip over his shoulder like a boatman pulling a barge, and swung his one-handed axe back, which the custodian guard deftly dodged. The hidden warriors seized the chance to fire grav flux particles from the firing port, slowing the opponent's charge. Kern's blessings shone, greatly weakening any effects unrelated to melee weapons. Karbandha finally pulled out his long whip, glaring majestically ahead. The custodian guard also breathed a sigh of relief. The punching bag has arrived. Brother Yifeng strode onto the battlefield with an arrogant gait. Lion-headed tiger-shouldered pauldrons guarded his twin pheasant tails, golden dragon patterns flowed across his crimson armor, and anti-psyker energy drew closer with each heavy footstep. Key of Helic hung at his waist, no scabbard could conceal its sharpness. Brother Yifeng held a helmet in his left hand, Matthew Rio's war helmet, with the clear mark of the Blood Angel's purity visible on it, while in his other hand he held the holy sword entrusted to him by Saint Celestine. In an instant, the anti-psyker power exploded several-fold, and the black stone lining began to exert its force. Brother Yifeng drew Key of Helic, its tip pointed directly at Karbandha. He began his charge. Brother Yifeng, it's just a greater daemon of Kern. I've fought one. Karbandha, it's just a Primaris chapter master. I've killed one. The custodian guard stood beside Brother Yifeng. As expected, Karbandha flapped his wings, bursting forth with terrifying speed while almost hugging the ground, charging at Brother Yifeng with unstoppable momentum. He had once killed over 500 blood angels in a single battle, so why would he fear a flashy Terminators? Though an untouchable skeleton paired with the Terminators was rare. Karbandha roared, his specific language unclear to the Lemon Russ's ears. He swung his long whip behind him and brought his battle axe down with one hand. Brother Yifeng's charging stance suddenly paused, and the custodian guard's figure also halted abruptly. Their coordination was extremely tacit. The custodian guard was much faster than Brother Yifeng. After several full-speed sprints, he locked his front foot on the ground, twisted his waist muscles, and threw the guardian spear with all his might, like a javelin thrower. His movement was fluid. After throwing the weapon, he smoothly spun around and took the holy sword from Brother Yifeng's hand. After his sudden stop, Brother Yifeng deftly leaped back a step. It was hard to imagine how such seemingly heavy warplate could perform such agile movements. The massive warblade cleaved down right before Brother Yifeng, landing where his next foot would have been. Karbandha could have split Brother Yifeng in two, but the anti-psyker power instantly weakened him as he approached, causing him to misjudge his forward speed on the first strike. The guardian spear pierced his body, cutting through his chest muscles, and was sacredly embedded within his torso. The hideous, hell beast-like face and the adamantium-plated war helmet were so close that Brother Yifeng could predict the opponent's next move. The warblade was embedded in the floor, Karbandha's right arm still gripping the axe handle. Instead of lifting his hand to pull out the axe, he yanked it back violently, increasing the greater daemon's forward speed. Lowering one's head is sometimes not a sign of submission, but rather an intention to gore you with horns. Karbandha's head, with black spikes thicker than bull horns, sharper than antelope horns, and sturdier than deer antlers, aimed at Brother Yifeng's body. Brother Yifeng had no intention of avoiding it. He also wanted to know if Key of Helic, almost indestructible in the cosmos, could split this filthy head of yours. The sword stance had not yet been executed when the greater daemon collided. Fortunately, Brother Yifeng's sword stance was also both offensive and defensive. Christina's improvements gave this armor extreme mobility, the most notable point being the ability to wield the sword with both hands in close quarters. The metal deck instantly cracked. The black spikes and Key of Helic collided, and an eerie necromantic energy covered the entire key. The gem in the center of the cruciform sword burst with astonishing energy in an instant, seemingly an emergency protection mechanism, safeguarding the key's fortification field. The reinforced alloy floor was plowed with a black furrow. This armor, through its physical structural properties, transferred most of the force it received to the ground, but the impact of a small amount of force still made Brother Yifeng hear the sound of bones cracking. The inside of the armor creaked, as if some mechanical axles were overloaded. Energy output remained at its highest level, but he was still rapidly retreating. His outstretched arms became bent, his elbows almost touching the opponent's forehead. The blood chi exhaled by the greater daemon was scalding, it was the warp's scorching heat, somehow able to penetrate such dense anti-psyker power and affect Brother Yifeng's flesh. A gush of blood surged to his throat, and his abdominal muscles tore, but Brother Yifeng appeared even more frenzied, lowering his legs to a greater angle, actually adopting a grappling stance. I have custodian guard support, what am I afraid of? The custodian guard, holding the holy sword, this holy sword, tempered in the blood of Daemon Primarchus by Saint Celestine, now blazed with renewed flames in the custodian guard's hands. The fierce whines generated by his rapid swings intensified the vengeful fury as he slashed at Karbandha's neck. The daemon's long whip was swinging. Karbandha positioned it behind him, giving it ample space for acceleration. The steel walls were like tofu, unable to impede the barbed whip in the slightest. Each wall it tore through, along with the resisting troops behind it, was shattered. Blood was absorbed the instant it touched the barbed whip. Those cover points and walls not only failed to hinder the long whip but instead provided it with blood energy, making it swing faster and faster. The custodian guard attacked from the side. Halfway through his swing, he had to change targets, redirecting his strike to Karbandha's left arm. The pure white blade collided with the greater daemon's meager grey-blue armor, and the sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield through the thin air. Some combat servitors who were too close had their heads explode on the spot. The whip's attack was affected, tracing a bizarre arc in the air, circling Brother Yifeng, and striking him from behind. But it didn't matter, Karbandha was now being ganged up on. So, the bloodthirster's long whip could release bloodletters. Dozens of bloodletters appeared from behind Brother Yifeng. They would fight you one-on-one, but it would be a continuous series of duels, giving you not a moment's rest. Karbandha's movements were stretched to their limit, his right arm, gripping the warblade, could no longer advance an inch. After his charge stopped, Brother Yifeng's retreat did not cease, plowing several more meters of metal ground before halting. Numerous cracks appeared on the black spikes. Karbandha straightened up, pulled the massive axe from the ground, and the guardian spear was still embedded in his chest, mostly submerged in his body, with only half of the long shaft remaining outside. Flames burned within his body, through the wound, one could see the unquenchable daemon fire within, and the blood god's blessings struggled to erupt from his skin. Originally, these flames were supposed to burn at the wound, repairing the injury. Brother Yifeng gasped for air, swallowing the blood. After combat stimes were injected into his body, the pain gradually disappeared, or rather, compared to the pain brought by the anti-psyker field, it was insignificant. Karbandha, is this thing really an Astartes? Brother Yifeng, can a greater daemon be this strong? At this moment, dense, fine cracks appeared on the dragon patterns on Brother Yifeng's front, and the reactive armor actually fell off. The bloodletters charged at the custodian guard, indicating that the greater daemon was locked onto Brother Yifeng, ever since he appeared carrying the Lamenter's chapter master's helmet. Anyway, all that greater daemon thought about was that the skulls of the blood angels were all his, and Brother Yifeng's actions seemed to him to be a provocation. Even though there was nothing in the helmet. This time, Brother Yifeng attacked first. He advanced instead of retreating against the bloodthirster, engaging in close quarters combat. The closer a greater daemon of Qing fights, the stronger he becomes. The closer the anti-psyker power, the greater its influence. The greater the influence, the weaker the greater daemon becomes. So, the stronger the greater daemon, the weaker the greater daemon becomes. Logical. No greater daemon of Qing would refuse a challenge from an Astartes. After Karbandha repelled the custodian, he raised his battle axe and cleaved towards Yifeng. Yifeng rushed forward a few steps, and with each step he took, his body lowered a fraction. Key of Helic, utilizing his lower stance, spun rapidly, cutting the opponent's thigh before continuing to spin. The greater daemon exerted even more force. This guy, after a spinning slash, showed no defensive posture at all and actually wanted to spin again in place to slash him. He would be cleaved in half halfway through his spin. The battle axe fell even faster, so fast that the custodian almost couldn't select it. Just as Yi Feng exposed his back to the greater daemon, the custodian stepped on his back, using the leverage to leap into the greater daemon's embrace, stabbing a sword at the opponent's neck, while his other hand grabbed for the guardian's spear. Yi Feng also used the custodian's push, the reactive force helping him stumble forward a few steps, and Key of Helic instantly cleaved 2 blood letters at the waist. You lock onto me, what does that have to do with me? Since we knew the greater daemon was going to chop me and the blood letters were going to chase the custodian, then if we swapped targets, wouldn't it become the blood letters being ambushed by Yi Feng when they focused on the custodian, and Carbandha being ambushed by the custodian? The custodian's attack aimed at the neck was blocked by the broad, heavy plate axe. He successfully gripped his spear and pulled hard, but it didn't come out. The inertia of his body forced the custodian to use the spear for a 360-degree horizontal bar swing followed by a crotch grab. After spinning once to dodge the counterattack, the custodian landed at the greater daemon's feet and thrust his sword upwards. Whether he hit or not was unknown, but Carbandha's whip once again went astray. Behind him, the tech priest charged left and right as if entering an uninhabited land, his power axe shattered into dozens of pieces, held by magnetic restraint fields around him, looking like Cancelo's metal bind. He himself drew a rapier-style thin sword from the axe's long shaft. One strike, one kill. The sharp fragments hovering around him caused countless casualties. Any daemon that rushed before him was already wounded and sent back to the warp with a single strike from his longsword. He was also closing in on Carbandha, with Khazanav's lightning power claw generating violent currents behind him. 2 custodians plus a moving anti-psychic null field meant banishing the opponent was not impossible. The librarians gathered in the distance. Balz's ice domain had already spread, countering the flames. The Wolf brothers appeared from the lower deck, and above them were angry tech marines, awakening the dreadnoughts to rush in as support. Yi Feng was once again repelled dozens of yards, already far from Carbandha. Each time he was repelled meant he charged into a pile of blood letters. The powerful anti-psychic force slowed the demons to a degree where even recruits could easily see through them. It was truly a wolf among sheep. The Khan's swordplay was broad and sweeping, constantly banishing demons, while Carbandha's long whip struck at him constantly. Each attack, while heavily impacting his body, also released more demons. Now it was a battle of attrition, whether Carbandha killed faster, or the reality barrier returned faster. The mortals were retreating. After the first wave of assault, the mortals in this area were almost all dead or wounded. Now, those still charging forward were at least combat servitors. From afar, Da Flit saw Yi Feng. Although he hadn't seen that armor before, he could tell it was him from the Khan's swordsmanship and the strong anti-psychic power. Brother Yi Feng, I'm here to help you. Da Flit shouted this, his loud cries attracting the attention of some bloodletters, who then charged towards this support unit. Da Flit was an Angels of Dawn dreadnought, equipped with melee weapons, and he immediately engaged in a fierce fight without hesitation. He punched right through a daemon's body, and then Yi Feng crashed into his embrace. Brother Yi Feng, are you all right? I'm fine. Can the Belisarius call be implanted twice? I feel like one isn't enough. Yi Feng's voice was weak, but his movements were not slow at all. He turned and slashed, even mockingly imitating Carbandha's earlier charging stance to re-enter the daemon horde. He had to get close to Carbandha to provide enough support for the custodian. Carbandha fought with exhilaration, his long whip lashing out again and again, not caring if he shattered his allies. For Kern forces, there were no allies. Yi Feng continuously created opportunities for the custodian, but even the holy sword couldn't quickly kill the opponent, which made the White Scar's big mech gradually agitated. Are you going to do it or not? I'll do it myself. This time, after deflecting a whip strike with his sword, he no longer bothered with the blood letters and charged fiercely towards Carbandha. This delighted the greater daemon. True warriors should see bayonets stained red in a charge. After shaking off the custodian from his head, he also charged 2 steps towards Yi Feng. His body was so massive that he crossed the chaotic battlefield in just a few strides. Da Flit's few anti-psychic bolter rounds struck his armor, causing no pain or itching, only a few small bullet craters appearing on the armor. Key of Helic and the giant axe collided, leaving a sharp gash in the axe. The Skull Throne's blessing thickly enveloped the battle axe, its cleaving momentum unstoppable like a falling sun. The cruciform sword flew out of his hand, spinning, from the violent collision. Yi Feng, using the delay from this strike, circled around the axe's cleave from the side, aiming for Carbandha's chest. His 5 fingers clenched together, his adamantium nails gathering the shattered flesh and bone, forming a fist. He aimed for the end of the guardian's spear. With one punch, the spear pierced through Carbandha. The greater daemon, severely wounded in the chest, staggered. He saw a long sword flash past his eyes. The custodian threw Carbandha's coveted holy blood sword to Yi Feng and went to retrieve Key of Helic himself. The winged sword hilt unfurled in the air. The Lord of the Crimson Tide could barely open his fingers, clamping this warp blade, imbued with infinite power, with both hands. Unfortunately, in Yi Feng's hands, it was just an ordinary longsword, but it appeared in the most crucial position. This sword was inserted from Carbandha's collarbone, cleaving downwards all the way between his legs, splitting the greater daemon's entire front open. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Yi Feng's armor was too heavy, he didn't jump high enough. The greater daemon revealed a cruel smile, as if enjoying the joy of victory in a duel. A flick of its barbed whip sent Key of Helic flying even further away. The custodian, with empty hands, abruptly stopped in place. The greater daemon raised its daemon foot, the long daemon claws growing on its beast foot still held the remains of loyal sacrifices. This kick went straight for Yi Feng's head. Did you forget someone? Or rather, the custodian. The tip of the guardian spear was exposed on Karbandha's back. The toe of a shining golden power boot lightly tapped it, and the tech priest leaped up, his power axe instantly reassembled via magnetic connection, and he brought it down fiercely on Karbandha's neck. You will endure the blood god's wrath. Go back and ask the cripple on the brass throne, ask him who I am. Yi Feng lay on the ground, watching the daemon's huge foot get closer and closer, then further and further away. The greater daemon fell backward, a tiny warp rift devouring its remains. The daemon's final whispers were no longer clear, the custodian could only hear Yi Feng's agonizing scream. Give it back. Are all chaos gods like this? When Karbandha returned to the warp, he also took the guardian spear embedded in his chest with him. For any Astartes or even Grey Knights, a sacred warblade remaining in a greater daemon's body is the highest honor, but for Yi Feng, it was worse than losing a motorcycle. The White Scar's big mech lay on the ground, panting heavily. It was right not to bring the byway army, this guy was infinitely stronger than the likes of Kierkram, especially in 42K878. Damn it, how strong would he be in 888? The custodian was very pleased, this fighting style proved effective. In previous records, only Primarchus or Saint Celestine had banished him. Even someone as strong as Mephiston, the Astartes' first librarian, gathering many librarians, only managed to throw him into space, failing to banish him. Two custodians and Yi Feng being able to banish the opponent without losses was an absolute profit. The custodian seemed to have crossed out all the dozens of Angels of Dawn who had died before, because he believed the deaths of those warriors had not weakened Karbandha. Yi Feng lay on the ground, the after effects of the Belisarius call activation showing. He didn't even have the strength to lift his armor. Click. The custodian stepped on Yi Feng's arm. Big mech, at a time like this. Then the custodian took the holy sword that Yi Feng was clutching in his arm. It was at this moment that Yi Feng had a sudden realization. Case solved. The Emperor wants this sword. Or rather, the warp material from which this holy sword was forged. Yi Feng's mind was instantly filled with numerous conjectures, multi-threaded thoughts argued among themselves, material for repairing the webway, a medium between the warp and reality, the key to blocking the Eye of Terror. In any case, it was certain that for the Emperor, the body of the false great angel was not as important. It offered no help to his plan, unlike this holy sword. Yi Feng only learned of this holy sword's power from the enemy when he was destroying Kumarak, at least proving its effectiveness against Chaos God's blessings. The sounds of battle gradually receded. This time, Yi Feng did not lose consciousness, he was simply unable to move, placed against the wall like a mascot, watching the adamantium army brutalize the Kern demons. At least he didn't end up in the emergency room, that's progress. It's just, even Matthew Rio gets carried when he's injured. Can't someone carry me? Commander, the custodian lord said not to bother, just leave you there. Very quietly, from an unnamed political commissar Valis. Chapter 449 Feng Yangxing still has to go. Dong dong. Poke, retract. The grating sound of the power spear scraping against metal was harsh and unpleasant. Each powerful thrust, sending sparks flying, signified a daemon successfully banished. Poke, retract. Is there a possibility that you are the hardest shield yourself? No, master, you are the hardest. Yi Feng was leaning against the wall, waiting for his body to slowly recover. The power armor's internal system was performing low-level self-repair and emergency backup system replacement. Not long after, a squad of demons charged wildly towards them. Then, several adamantium warriors silently positioned their master directly in front. Yi Feng was already taller than an ordinary warrior, after donning this power armor, he sat down with his back to the enemy. Two warriors directly rested their power spears on Yi Feng's shoulders, continuously thrusting forward. One was left-handed, the other right-handed, and they coordinated quite well. Yi Feng, the anti-psyker bunker, the true bane of demons. The third-generation adamantium armor had the best impact-resistant curvature, with extremely smooth shoulder pads. Forget resting a gun on it, even glue wouldn't leave a mark. Afterward, the People's Light Weekly reported, Master Yi Feng fully demonstrated the spirit of sacrifice in battle, using his heavy body to shield all the warriors behind him, blocking the enemy's fierce attacks for his comrades. Such a noble spirit is a model for all Primaris Astartes. The Blood God's offensive gradually receded. On any normal planet, demons would not be so easily defeated. Thousands of blood letters were jammed on one side of the warp rift. Anos's warp seal was contending with Chaos, and after the simulated hordes that rushed into the flagship failed to achieve success, Chaos abandoned this offensive. The adamantium warriors had formed a converging encirclement, unless the 888 years of preparations were thrown out in advance, there was no ability to break through. Kazanev's flanking maneuver had a clear effect, no daemon could ignore his powerful lightning power claw, capable of banishing a bloodletter with a single strike. The champion successfully attracted a daemon prince bloodletter. Such demons were all renowned for their battle achievements, and coincidentally, Mad Wolf was too. After Karbandha was drawn away by the custodian guard, this daemon was the largest. He was a full half-body taller than other demons, and even standing among the bloodletter array, his physique appeared conspicuous, only the fluttering battle standards were taller than him. His hellblade was also exceptionally broad. A warblade that had slain a Grey Knights was considered a holy relic even in the Chaos world. He raised his great blade high, his roar shaking the heavens and earth. The speed at which the two approached ignored everything around them. Other demons in their path were cleaved apart like melons and vegetables. The Daemon Prince bloodletter slew no fewer demons than Kazanev. The two carved a path through the crowded tide of blood, and from above, it looked like a needle against an awl. The Daemon Prince Bloodletter rested his great blade on his broad shoulder, his body rotating to gather strength, while Khazanev's twin claws hung lower, a stance for striking high from a low position. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and flames filled the sky. Flames filled the sky. The daemon's entire body shattered, terrifying cracks appearing all over its physique. Flames bestowed by the blood god, emerging from within, attempted to repair its body. After a round of attacks, Mad Wolf slid under the enemy's crotch, raised his arms, and plunged them downwards with great force. Zayahu and Piao sank into the metal floor. These were lightning power claws, capable of creating energy shockwaves similar to a thunder hammer, though with slightly less power. With his twin claws smashing into the ground, a lightning shockwave blasted outwards, directly sending several bloodletters flying. The Daemon Prince Bloodletter realized that he had underestimated his opponent's speed because of this adamantium armor. This was a specially made power armor, completely different from what the Angels of Dawn corpses beneath his feet wore. The Hellblade twisted twice in the air. In such thin air, its swings created a howling sound like thousands of wronged souls wailing in unison. Mad Wolf charged directly into his opponent, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Zayahu and Piao, his twin claws, were used in a mace-like fashion, smashing fiercely into the side of the Hellblade. The Daemon Prince Bloodletter furiously sought to use every means to sever his opponent's head. As he swung his blade, he opened his mouth, revealing fangs, ready to bite, his black spikes gleaming. This time, Khazanev leapt high, actively offering his shoulder pad to the enemy's mouth. Boom! All the demons felt a soul-crushing suppression. Khazanev's full-force strike did not aim for the opponent's body, but heavily smashed against the Hellblade. Lightning flowed across the broad, black blade, and countless souls were damaged in their wailing. This strike directly plunged into the very center of the guard of the giant blade. Countless souls were thus freed, and this weapon, as if purified by the Omnissiah, was losing the blood god's blessing. At the same time, the bloodletter bit into the adamantium shoulder pad. Surprisingly, it bit through the shoulder pad. At his rank, how could his strength be lacking? His fangs were more destructive than any power sword, more effective at cutting than any disintegration field. Blood flowed to his fangs, instantly absorbed by him. Your blood is excellent. The blood god will like it. The only pity was that the Daemon Prince Bloodletter's teeth were not long enough to bite through Khazanev's body, let alone tear it off. Mad Wolf smiled. Now, can you still escape? The two were in the air. While the bite hurt, the impact of the shoulder pad after the leap was sending the Daemon Prince Bloodletter flying through the air. Zayahu reversed and slashed backward. 3 gashes appeared on the Daemon Prince Bloodletter's belly, while Piao blocked the opponent's other Daemon spike attack. Both sides used every part of their bodies to fight, with short-range knee strikes and kicks constantly intertwining until they finally fell to the ground. Mad Wolf could hear the battle cries of the Angels of Dawn, they were right ahead. This engagement had cut through the entire Bloodletter array. Anti-Psyker bolter fire could even reach here now. The Daemon Prince Bloodletter took a bolter round to the back of the head, releasing its fangs. Khazanev rolled over and straddled the huge daemon's body, his twin claws swinging. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The blood god gave a thumbs up. That's how it should be, fierce enough. Crazy enough. As soon as the battle ended, a bloodletter behind them let out a howl, trying to attract Mad Wolf's attention, to prevent a sneak attack from behind, but a warrior from another Angels of Dawn assault team descended from the sky and split it in half. With the front and rear joined, the blood god's army was beyond saving. In this situation, for the Daemon horde to counterattack, even deploying Angren would not be safe, especially since Perturabo had just been sent back by the Saint Celestine suddenly thrown over by the false emperor. After the enemies from the warp disappeared, only ruins remained. Yi Feng was finally supported by the warriors. He himself had recovered enough to walk. The emergency system within his power armor not only forced all energy into overload mode but also activated a special ripple. Fortunately, it was intercepted within the people's light, otherwise. It's hard to imagine Yi Feng being severely wounded. No, if one day Yi Feng were to fall, who could stop Christina's army from going berserk? It could be a group of powerful unmanned sentinels, under the command of the archbishops of the Untouchables, crossing over from real space. The tech priest spoke highly of this battle. Yi Feng proved that his existence could help the custodian guard defeat powerful enemies, even if he died. At least, in his injured and immobile state, Yi Feng could still serve as an effective cover. However, Enk now felt a tingling scalp. There was a large hole in the shipyard, this thing couldn't be repaired anytime soon. The outer armor material requirements for the People's Light were quite high. They couldn't possibly enter the warp in an open-top warship, could they? The chapter could only choose to drift towards Fengyan Star in real space. This battle was purely an unprovoked disaster. We lost the false Sanguinius and an Ildari Holy Sword. If the reforged Holy Sword counted as an income of unknown value, the casualties of 631 Space Mantas, 1 Phantom Dragon-class battleship, and a large number of Space Marines were a huge loss. Originally, several Iron Warriors warships were drifting towards them, but one of Kern's attacks not only severely damaged the Astartes but also scared away the Iron Warriors. A huge loss. The combined casualties of the Angels of Dawn and the Lamenters exceeded 200, primarily dozens killed by Carbandha's charge and warriors killed by Perturabo while supporting the Archangel. From the chapter's perspective, this loss was within an acceptable range, as after more than 100 years of recuperation, 2 near-extinct chapters now had sufficient personnel. But from an emotional perspective, my father flew out. My father started fighting with the traitor Primarch, My father was almost beaten to death. My own father manifested. My father won. My father is gone. The emotional ups and downs were so intense that the warriors didn't even have time to mourn the fallen warriors. After the battle ended, the Angels of Dawn quickly gathered all the warriors and began creating portraits of Sanguinius's return from the battle video recordings. The Emperor's old habit, cursed warriors would only exist in ordinary people's memories for no more than 2 days, and mechanical records would be the same. It was still unknown how the portraits would change, but the Angels of Dawn decided to record it in the way they were most skilled at. Some people even started painting while lying on corpses. The warriors who survived were lucky, and those who fell died glorious deaths. Those in the darkness saw true light, and from then on, nothing could break their will. Yi Feng, you truly are unkillable. Situate took a moment to check on Yi Feng. This time, there was no need to even remove his power armor, a miniature mechanical tube was simply inserted along his neck to perform the suturing surgery. Aside from extreme weakness, there were no other problems. The Grand Librarian was clamoring for a roommate earlier. When are you going over? I don't have his abilities. Can you bear to see an old friend sealed in an iron can and bullied by the machine spirit? I look forward to that day. Situate roughly shoved a tube into Yi Feng's mouth and began pouring in a high-nutrient energy paste, mixed with his homemade medicaments. Yi Feng seemed to have grown accustomed to it and began conversing in sign language. His broad, sweeping gestures were as if he were performing a full set of calisthenics. After all keywords were filtered out, it could only be summarized as "this stuff tastes terrible." The custodian guard lord said to continue our operation and head to Feng Yan Star. What do you think? How else can we look at it? Send out the ships repaired in the shipyards first for support, and the flagship will follow immediately. Situate had several apothecaries under him specifically responsible for the Mad Iron Hands. Some warriors had death due to adverse reaction to modified organs written in their recruit records, which in reality was a complete concealment of Yi Feng's suicidal behavior, a fanatical desire to become the machine spirit of a Phantom Dragon-class battleship. A new batch of machine spirits had completed their adaptation, and the other 6 shipyards had completed warship construction as planned. Alright, you get some good rest. William is currently enjoying your treatment. The chief apothecary pulled out the feeding tube with force, and Yi Feng was quite happy. Get me a pen. I'll personally show you my skills. Aside from cooking, Yi Feng's remaining suppressed artistic talent was actually in inkwash painting. The veterans all remembered the famous super-large inkwash portrait of the Emperor on the Eternal Mountain, which was characterized by a scattered form but an unbroken spirit. Due to its potential for blasphemy and easy labeling as heresy by the Inquisition, Yi Feng had stopped this super-large amateur activity under the constant persuasion of the veterans. Now, most of the veterans were dead. The seal was loosening. Situe's expression was complex. Did your painting skills have to be displayed at such a sacred moment? An inkwash version of Sanguinius fighting Perturabo, it just sounded like a dark, muddled mess. If you're so idle, I'll send you back to the command room. Yi Feng had already made up his mind that he absolutely had to paint a piece to commemorate this great moment. It wouldn't do for the outside of the command room to be filled with Byway Army's artworks while he had none of his own. There was no intelligence at all from Feng Yan Star. A small warp storm was pressing down heavily. Now that they were idle, mourning, mobilization, and war preparations, everything that needed to be done was being done. The People's Light had almost halted all warship maintenance work, dedicating all its efforts to recovering and manufacturing Space Mantis. A tech priest took a pile of data back for analysis, and another custodian, after escorting the Holy Sword back to the stasis field where the false Great Angel was originally placed, also hurried off to find the tech priest. He was likely going to report the loss of the Guardian Spear and needed some special communication equipment. Lorgar's attack progress was surprisingly fast, attacking Imperial planets almost without regard for casualties. Once the word-bearers conquered a world, they would quickly invade the local world's databases and libraries. They were searching for information about the Webway. Lorgar decided to risk entering the Webway to evade Corix's pursuit, but so far, they had made no progress. There were many Webway gates around the Eye of Terror, as it was once the Ildari's old home. However, during 11 millennia of conflict, Ildari pirates also burst out of these Webways to raid Imperial fleets, and humanity's response was to destroy every Webway gate they discovered. Even if the word-bearers successfully raided an Inquisition fortress, the information they found was only about the ruins of destroyed Webway gates. The Space Wolves launched wave after wave of counterattacks against the word-bearers, but their numbers were too few. The 6th Legion had only 13 companies left, while the word-bearers possessed an entire legion. The other chapters of the Space Wolves Expeditionary Force and the boisterous Wolf Guard were not all on friendly terms, inevitably leading to isolated operations and disobedience, and this small probability, when applied to the vast battlefield around the Eye of Terror, caused countless casualties. The Imperial second line of defense was shattered at the cost of heavy word-bearer casualties, with remnants retreating to the third great defensive line. After Perturabo entered the warp, Vashtor, rushing to catch up, finally found one last opportunity to warp out of the warp. The 4th Legion exercised their instincts, beginning to dig trenches, build fortress worlds, and prepare a decisive battleground against Guilliman. The problem was, this activity was initiated by Tsianch. That's the biggest problem, isn't it? Did Tsianch want Perturabo to crush Guilliman, and then, after the word-bearers took all the worlds around the Eye of Terror, help Lorgar hide in the Webway? Who would do such a thankless task? He wanted Lorgar to sacrifice his offspring, that vast number of word-bearer warriors, whose chaotic faith was not as good as directly sacrificing gene seed and pledging allegiance to him. Only a desperate and uncontrollable battle situation could force Lorgar to do this. Therefore, having Corax and Guilliman sandwich the word-bearers was a very good choice, which meant Perturabo could not successfully block Guilliman. However, Xianch wanted to throw Magnus into the fray when Perturabo and Guilliman dueled, so that the two rivals would fight and Xianch would reap the benefits, which required helping the Lord of Iron block his opponent. It seemed somewhat contradictory, but if you changed your way of thinking, it was a matter of sequence, and then it would be fine. He activated some hidden pawns, spreading chaotic astropathic messages in the warp to mislead Perturabo. The 4th Legion thought they were setting an ambush behind the Space Wolves' defensive line to ambush Guilliman's reinforcements, but in fact, as we said, the word-bearers were advancing extremely quickly. They were actually behind the word-bearers now. How to make the freed Corax bypass Perturabo's trap and directly pursue Lorgar? This question was too simple. Xianch had 999 ways. At that time, the Regent's army would fight the word-bearers, Corax would appear from behind, strike hard at the word-bearers, forcing Lorgar to sacrifice a large number of offspring to gain power, but at the critical moment, he would fall short, and would have to continue fleeing. The Regent's army would march proudly to reclaim lost territory, only to be ambushed by the Lord of Iron. The two sides would go back and forth in a series of great battles, and both the 4th Legion and Guilliman's army, after repeated battles, would be at the end of their strength. At that time, Xianch's army would suddenly strike, and surely achieve a great victory. By then, whether it was the word-bearers and Iron Warriors who did not worship him, or the Imperium, all would be heavily damaged, and the entire Segmentum Obscurus would become the possession of chaos, would it not? The script was written. The Lord of Iron diligently began setting traps, carefully avoiding all passing warships so that the Imperium would not detect this trap, and at the same time dispatched reconnaissance forces to confirm the Regent's position. Heh, guess how many of the reconnaissance forces you sent out are Omegan? Vashtor sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Powerful entities in the warp focused more attention on this battle, which would involve 4 primarches, so there wasn't much attention on Feng Yan Star. Guess why the Emperor told the emissaries Imperial the name of this planet? The People's Light was slowly drifting. A total of 3 Overlord-class battleships departed early, first traveling through the warp to a position near Feng Yan Star, then entering that location from real space. 3 ships seemed unable to provide much firepower. Of course, the deadly passengers on board were the key. The 3 battleships carried a full chapter of adamantium warriors, fully equipped, and as a result, the alert density of the People's Light decreased significantly. This force was led by the old librarian Sisyphus, and unusually, the librarian refused the assistance requests of Valus, Ans, and others, taking with him a warrior named Heracus. This one was a son of Guilliman, a pure descendant of the Emperor's scythes. He foresaw something, so he took this warrior, who was merely a captain, as his second-in-command. The Nemesis chapter had been struggling for a long time. More than 3 companies of warriors had already sacrificed themselves on the flagship. They were truly on the verge of collapse. These were a group of fanatical warriors. Their parent chapter was the Ultramarines, but their style was absolutely fierce, even more insane than the Doomsday Warriors, who specialized in exterminatus. When the Iron Warriors' army launched a siege against them, Feng Yan Star had already turned into a writhing ball of lava. All traitors who colluded with Xenos perished under the strike of exterminatus. Cyclone torpedoes destroyed the entire world, showing no mercy whatsoever. They were composed of the 13 legions' most skilled warriors in destruction, formed from the fiercest warriors who counterattacked the word-bearers in the Battle of Calth. Their abundant heavy firepower made them supremely confident. Nothing could stop them. When they first faced the enchanted warriors of the word-bearers, their reaction was quite simple: treat them as unknown Xenos and drown them in artillery fire. Guilliman detested them, but outwardly appeared very friendly, entrusting them with powerful exterminatus weapons, and then, leaving them aside. The weapons they possessed even exceeded those of some first founding chapters that had lost their flagships. But this time, the Iron Warriors' artillery fire was equally fierce, and their numbers far exceeded theirs. The Nemesis chapter personally destroyed their own retreat route, which would have allowed them to struggle for survival on the planet, and thus had no choice but to hold the Gloriana battleship and fight the traitors to the death. The battle had progressed to a point where it was a room-by-room struggle, and the expended ammunition was enough to pave a long road to welcome the ultimate victor. Only one figure sustained them to this point. Victor stood upon dozens of corpses, awaiting the next wave of Suicide Squad's assault. There were so many bodies here that enemy missiles would be blocked by the intertwined power armor, and the Iron Warriors' proudly hard adamantium armor now served as Victor's cover. It would probably require bombs left over from 30K to thoroughly clear this node. The fires of Syrixus was still connected to the Bloodchild battleaxe, only Victor had somehow acquired a pair of gloves. What appeared to be Xeno's equipment completely shielded him from all soul pressure, and Victor's soul was even recovering. Like Yi Feng, after years of oppression, the sudden liberation made it more resilient, more pure. Chapter 450, The Iron Warrior Who Almost Went into History. Behind Victor, the passage was being urgently fortified with barricades, as mortals used everything at hand to pile up a half-wall that could withstand an explosion. Several mortals carried power picks, which were merely mining tools. 3 injured Nemesis warriors shifted their bodies, finding comfortable positions, as if searching for their own graves. A warrior who had lost both legs sat behind the low wall, counting his remaining magazines. A tattered man, clutching a bolter magazine, moved with difficulty towards him. It wasn't hard for a mortal to carry a magazine, but he was too hungry. The Iron Warriors had contaminated their food stores, and he hadn't eaten in a long time. The veteran held his combat dagger, not trusting the mortal before him. How long had it been since the Nemesis chapter had undertaken a mission to rescue mortals? He didn't know, but it seemed there had been no such operations since he began his service. If not for Victor's command, no one from the planet below would have boarded their warship, there would be no refugees on the Holy Gloriana-class battleship. Put down the magazine and leave here. Go back to where you belong, he said. The man laboriously set down the magazine, his steps unsteady. Yes, my lord, he said. He turned and walked a few steps, then collapsed onto the metal deck. The veteran didn't spare more attention for the dying body. If he could, he would have even wanted to shoot the person in the head first. Saving people was simple, but judging whether the thing you saved was actually a person was very difficult. The Nemesis chapter had never cared about such things, they only cared about whether they had successfully destroyed the enemy. Victor's figure appeared from the passage entrance. A golden figure emerged beside the piles of Astartes corpses. He was glad to have regained his radiant golden armor, but even this couldn't withstand a direct hit from a destructive missile. The missile flew along the passage. Its enormous size required extremely precise control, a slight miscalculation would cause it to hit the passage wall and explode. A Terminator's veteran personally controlled it, successfully blasting the large pile of corpses into fragments. The 4th Legion charged again. Victor rolled into cover. The violent impact was mixed with fragments of reinforced ceramite. Steel surged in the storm, scraping away and largely destroying the barricades people had painstakingly erected. The half-wall in front of the disabled veteran was greatly thinned, now serving only to obscure vision. Before entering, the Iron Warriors had used their auger array to lock onto the energy signals ahead. Before even entering the passage, their muzzles were already pre-aimed at the approximate positions. The veteran hesitated for a moment. He should have set up his gun and focused on the passage ahead, but a custodian was now half-crouched behind him, one hand pressing on his back to shield him from the powerful missile impact. The next moment, Victor charged out, and the veteran, no longer hesitating, peeked out and aimed forward. A Terminator's arm appeared in his vision. He could see the opponent holding a heavy power maul. Several grenades were thrown into the passage, bouncing off the wall once before flying deeper inside. Victor didn't even use the fires of Syrixus, kicking and swatting all the grenades back. The grenades exploded near the Terminators. The 4th Legion veteran was unaffected. Taking another step forward, several bolter rounds accurately flew towards his face. The shield system blocked these attacks. Then, he saw his Terminators as big shorts. Victor cleaved the opponent in two with an axe. Even adamantium armor couldn't withstand a weapon meticulously forged by a Primarch, let alone Terminator armor. After the custodian's strike, he ducked down beneath the still-standing half-Terminators, dodging the overwhelming barrage of gunfire. Flamethrower flames instantly engulfed him. The Iron Warrior, having lost his lower body, wailed as the flames spread into his wounds, quickly burning his internal organs to ashes. Victor wanted to do it again, piling up the charging enemies into a mountain of corpses, but the veteran's shout caught his attention. A special assault team blasted through the wall, entering the rear of the passage from another area. One Nemesis veteran was shot in the back of the head by a bolter round. Another reacted quickly, swiftly counterattacking, but all shots struck the opponent's arm and shoulder plates. The opponent hid behind a boarding shield. The path ahead was straight, requiring no aiming, the plasma gun was mounted in the firing port and fired a shot. Boom! The bolter counterattack didn't end. The Iron Warrior pulled back his plasma gun in confusion, gripped his shield, and advanced a step. A warrior behind him moved up with a meltagun. The next moment, his vision went completely dark. Victor, taking advantage of his opponent's self-binding action, holding a shield in one hand and a freshly fired plasma gun in the other, gripped his tactical helmet with his radiant golden hand. He vaulted over the heavy shield like a hurdler, and with his other hand, swung his axe down onto the head of the enemy holding the meltagun. Once in close combat, the custodian's advantage was fully displayed. The resistance time of the 5 traitors in the assault squad was measured in seconds. The only damage the custodian sustained was 2 bolter rounds from a sneak attack, which struck his arm guard and ricocheted. Victor didn't look back, quickly rushing to the next defensive point. From the moment this assault team blasted through the wall behind them, this passage was declared lost. Victor could continue to kill enemies here, even if he was caught in a pincer attack, but he couldn't gamble. He couldn't gamble that all the enemies who had circled around to the back would charge at him. Even one Iron Warrior charging deeper inside was unacceptable. He had come with the Emperor's mission. Under the barricade, the Nemesis veteran was abandoned by the custodian, just as they abandoned mortals. His bolter had run out of all its ammunition. The magazine the mortal had given him was also empty. Spent casings littered the ground, like his own legs. The combat dagger, thrown like a knife, pierced the traitor's armor, but only just pierced it. The charging Iron Warrior gave him a bolter round, casually pulled out the combat dagger, dropped it to the ground, and without the slightest pause, continued to charge forward. Chaos Battle servitors also joined the fight. Amidst the hail of bullets, they seized most of the non-critical areas of the Locklaw, providing a foothold for subsequent enemy landings. This Gloriana-class battleship was called the Locklaw when it was with the word bearers, and the Iron Warriors were accustomed to referring to it by that name. Victor successfully retreated to the outside of Refugee Room 3, which was the last defensive position, connecting to Rooms 4 and 5. Children were housed in Room 6, where the space was not large, and the people inside were packed like sardines. The previous room was already filled with defensive installations and temporarily armed men, mostly elderly retired workers. There was no other way, the Nemesis chapter had reached a desperate point. These men took the blood-stained weapons, delivered by a burly woman pushing a cart. Some of the guns even had severed hands on them. She walked numbly, and after completing her task, an old man with a mechanical prosthesis forcefully overturned the cart to use as a thin barricade, then pressed the woman's shoulder and lay down with her behind it. The Emperor will protect us. The Golden Angel will protect us. He had no idea what a custodian was, but he knew what an Astartes was in his youth. These people, as the fortunate ones who could enter the Nemesis chapter's refuge ship, had their loyalty absolutely guaranteed. Victor walked past him, silently, but others who saw his arrival cheered. But the custodian wasn't there to protect them. For the Emperor, hold this position. We must protect the children, shouted a temporary, self-elected political commissar. The powerful sense of oppression brought by the golden armor now gave the desperate people confidence. As strong as the oppression was, that's how confident they now felt. An Astra Militarum veteran crouched beside Victor, gun in hand. He wasn't even retired, merely recovering from injuries in a hospital on Feng Yan Star. My lord, he said, somewhat fearful. He couldn't gauge the temperament of this Astartes. Those children, can they go to the Schola Progenium later? Anyway. Thinking this, his courage suddenly swelled. Anyway, I won't survive. Those children are still young, their future is bright. They can serve the Emperor for a long time. The continuous explosions in the distance made the Astra Militarum close his mouth. Metal dust wasn't palatable. Victor didn't speak. The Astra Militarum veteran couldn't even discern his movements, he was too fast. The custodian also didn't care about the lives of these mortals, including the children, he only needed to protect the one furthest back. Boom boom. The unique engine sound made Victor's entire body jolt. The enemy knew there was a custodian here. Naturally, they had brought a tank. Bomb squad, the political commissar shouted. The Astra Militarum veteran threw down his gun. Guns were plentiful now, so plentiful that each finger could have two. What was lacking were bombs. The mechanical arm extended all its metal clamps, securing a heavy bomb in his hand. This was a bomb for heavy tanks, too heavy to be thrown. When this bomb was handed to him, his best outcome would be for his prosthesis to be long enough to keep the explosion a few dozen centimeters away from him, perhaps leaving a complete corpse. A violent explosion came. The custodian heard it clearly. The landmines and bombs hidden under the rubble had been cleared. The tank was still advancing. The long warp journey had made the tank's engine sound eerie. Victor could only identify the enemy by sight. Closer, it was getting closer. The gun barrel slowly emerged from the front. That was, the secondary cannon. The secondary cannon emerged earlier than the main cannon. This was bad news. Victor quickly charged forward. The veteran, after feeling a gust of wind beside him, also charged out. Slowly, the thicker main cannon appeared in view. Damn it, these people are insane. That was a Lemon Russ Punisher. Its main weapon was a Punisher Gatling cannon, which fired rocket-propelled shells. Its range was extremely short, but its power was absurd. It is specifically designed to blast bunkers and fortress gates, fired at such close range, even a custodian will surely die. If it can't hit, use the area of effect, right? The Iron Warriors cautiously stared ahead. This was an overt strategy, the custodian would inevitably charge forward, attempting to destroy the tank before its main cannon fired. The traitors behind, armed with grav guns, were constantly ready. These were not relics, they were captured call pattern grav guns. The 4th Legion suffered heavy casualties in their last sortie, leaving many valuable weapons in the intricate tunnels of the Red Tide homeworld. The machine spirit, blessed by the dark mechanicum, appeared exceptionally bloodthirsty, its indicator light flickering. The moment Victor appeared, the grav gun trembled, but unfortunately, the traitor's reaction wasn't quick enough. By the time he pulled the trigger, the custodian had already appeared directly in front of the tank. Normally, Iron Warriors would provide cover on the flanks or even in front of the tank, but the power unleashed by this tank in such a confined space was too immense, no one dared to directly withstand the explosive aftermath of a crusher shell. Fire! The grav gun fired, and all the machinery in front wailed. The entire tank deformed, and the renegade auxiliary troops inside were compressed into canned meat before they could utter a single word. Victor gritted his teeth, enduring immense pressure, he could still move, remarkably. Thump thump. The Iron Warriors raised their hands and fired 2 shots, killing the mortals attempting a surprise attack with bombs from the ventilation ducts. The custodian hid in front of the tank, a blind spot for shooting, but the situation was excellent. The passage was too narrow to pass through, why not just blast open both sides of the passage? The bomb squad quickly began attaching bombs. The grav gun warrior didn't have time to rejoice before a sense of weightlessness assailed him. Victor used his blood-child battleaxe to cleave a hole beneath his feet, cutting several cables, and fell to the deck below, escaping the grav gun's range of influence. He took a few steps forward, then spun his axe, and his opponent fell down. Intense pain simultaneously struck both parties. The Iron Warrior's chest was split open, and Victor, who usually maintained a stoic expression, now showed a pained look. Those gauntlets were overloaded. He leaped high, wedging his battleaxe in the center of the large hole. The golden giant leaped up. Even without the fires of Syrixus, his fists were powerful xenotech gauntlets. A mass of dark purple particles enveloped his fists. As he swung them rapidly, leaving faint after images, his fists entered the fray, and 3 squads of Astartes were no match for him. Iron Warriors, like the Night Lords, as one of the least blessed traitors by the warp, and being only ordinary Astartes, were much easier to kill than Yi Feng. With one punch, Purple streaking light pierced through the iron body. The warship trembled as more boarding pods crashed into it. The deck's vibrations made Victor's punching style even more agile. No one could predict his strikes. The most advanced detection systems and predictive models crashed upon observing him. The strong die from arrogance. After killing over 20 enemies as easily as slicing melons and dicing vegetables, Victor, as before, punched an enemy's head. The Iron Warrior's entire head exploded, and then a faint sound came from deep within the torso. Damn madman, you actually placed a stasis bomb inside your body. When his life reached its end, he would surely drag his killer to the grave with him. Victor's reaction was already the fastest, but the spatio-temporal stasis wave caught up to him. The entire passage instantly froze. The remaining 4 Iron Warriors appeared from the front. The custodian was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, awaiting the arrival of death. Time passed so quickly, an instant in the stasis field felt like a long time had passed in the real world. The scene before Victor's eyes changed rapidly, so fast that his brain couldn't analyze or react to what was happening. The kaleidoscopic images made him briefly wonder if this was the rumored death playback at the final moment of life. Breath. The damage inflicted on the flesh by the stasis field was extremely terrifying. If an Astartes fell into it, the damage would be irreversible. Even a custodian could not recover through self-healing, he would need to return to Terra and have other brothers assist with surgery. Only a Primarch could repair himself with his formidable physique. His eyes unfocused, and he felt a headache. The figure in front was somewhat familiar. He searched his memory for a while before confirming the identity by the hammer wielder in front, Librarian Sisyphus, wearing iron-clad Terminator armor. At the old librarian's feet were 4 corpses. 1 enemy was engulfed by raging golden flames, 2 died from the golden mace's blows, and the remaining 1, who dared to not wear a helmet, was charred by psychic lightning. Sisyphus was also gasping for breath. He should have brought some Terminators as a teleportation support force, he alone was ultimately insufficient. Are you feeling better, my lord? Step back. Sisyphus retreated behind the wreckage of a lemon rust crusher, while Victor leaped, magnetic locks helping him adhere to the ceiling. The old librarian successfully established a psychic link with Victor. A few seconds later, he had a premonition. My lord, it's poison gas. The two tried to close the door, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. There were several large holes in the door, and the mortals behind had no respirators. 1 minute later, the only living beings in this area were Sisyphus and Victor. They couldn't be blamed. The last time the Iron Warriors used poison gas might have to be traced back to their battle with the Plague Guard, being forced to use one of their Great Crusade-era heirlooms. The clamor outside grew louder. Heracus led his squad in fierce firefights with the Iron Warriors. The characteristic of Guilliman's sons was their numbers, and with enough numbers, powerful individuals would always emerge. The Lord says, Heracus, do you have any ideas? Victor said. The noise outside grew louder, but no Iron Warriors appeared. I have brought him, you will see him in a moment. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than Heracus appeared, stumbling. The power sword in his hand was already destroyed, its promethium engine burned out, but he still held it. In his other hand, he carried an unreachable shield. Old Librarian, Lord Custodian. In the multicolored, hazy poison gas, a golden figure and a librarian carrying a hammer stood in the middle, looking utterly out of place. We need to open the ventilation valves to draw out this poison gas. Perhaps there's a simpler way, Heracus said. That wall I passed when I came in, just blast it open. The connected area is already exposed to space, and the poison gas will be sucked out. Victor tried his best to stay conscious. Dazed, he signaled to the warrior to do it, and quickly. The warship shook violently, an explosion had occurred somewhere. He must protect the cargo, and transfer it now, immediately. Victor opened warehouse number 6. The children inside were huddled together. Some were crying, some were curled up indifferently in a corner, and some, upon seeing the tall giant, stood up and performed an Aquila salute. In the crowded mass of people, the custodian walked straight through, mercilessly bumping into several children, scaring them into quickly shrinking to the sides. The old librarian was behind, away from that cursed shield, gently lifting the fallen children with his golden mace, carrying them into the air like on a seesaw, and placing them on either side. But after only 2 attempts, Victor had already pulled far ahead of him. Who cared about the lives of these children? Lingering for another moment risked losses that the populations of several planets could not recover. Another door further back was opened, unguarded. The next room also had no guards. After passing through 3 consecutive rooms, there were no living creatures except for a few traps, until finally, an immobile Primaris warrior could be seen, directly welded to a gun turret. Open the gate. At your command, my lord. The display in the room was surprisingly simple, a coffin, some portraits of the emperor, and sacred prayers, nothing else. In the crystal coffin lay a small boy. He wore cowboy-style leather pants and a leather jacket, the clothing heavily damaged. The shoes on his feet were covered in the animal dung-smelling soil of Feng Yan Star, which might be humanity's last olfactory memory of Feng Yan Star. The little boy's head wore an ill-fitting Astra Militarum helmet, also heavily worn. His hands were clasped over his chest, as if holding something, his face expressionless, as he lay in the crystal coffin. Protect him, go. The old librarian frowned, looked at Heracus behind him, and said, Lord Custodian, will the anti-psychic shield? Follow the Emperor's will, Heracus, protect him well. This is an honorable mission. Heracus was also puzzled, but he chose to obey the order, slowly approaching the crystal coffin. When the anti-psychic shield came close enough, in an instant, the crystal coffin shattered. The crystals, like blooming flowers, bloomed, decayed, and vanished in the air. The little boy still had a thin, transparent biomembrane on his body. To put it bluntly, how did it look like cling film? Old librarian, Lord Custodian, what is going on? Sisyphus had already retreated outside the door at this point. He also looked at Victor. The custodian, after a brief hesitation, spoke, "You do not need to know. Your duty is to protect him. You will know when this mission ends." The warship trembled again, and a large piece of warship debris crashed onto the bow of the Locklaw. After a brief hesitation, Heracus placed the unreachable shield horizontally, like a stretcher, and placed the little boy on it. His calm face showed no pain, only a faint, almost imperceptible smile. At this moment, the warp was in a furious rage. Chapter 451 Chaos Conference. Not only were the 4 Chaos Gods stunned, but even lesser Chaos Gods like Marius and Vashtor were bewildered. "Oh, you old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes." Sitting on the golden throne, the overlord with the largest territory in the galaxy/Milky Way, the Imperium of Man, with his spirit permeating the warp, he actually engages in sneak attacks, petty theft, and even outright robbery. Twice, this is the second time. No wonder they always say grandparents spoil their grandchildren. The Carcharodons learned it from you, didn't they? The Red Tide learned it from you, didn't they? The violent chaos in the warp manifested in the real world as a supermassive warp storm. The Emperor's actions almost fooled all his enemies. A massive amount of psychic energy was poured into battlefields across the galaxy. The psychic energy on the Regent was especially strong, preparing for a war involving 4 Primarchs. His avatar also appeared in the mortal world, walking among humanity with violent and unstable psychic energy. The Custodes found him and protected him closely. The warp watched that body warily, the holy light emanating from him scorched all things of chaos. But, who told you there was only one? They were twins, special beings with intertwined souls, like the Titan pilots of the Eldar. They were brothers with telepathy, a situation that usually occurs in twins who awaken as psychers at the same time. When the Emperor entered the soul of one of them, on the warp level, it manifested as raging psychic energy tearing apart the other brother, mixing his soul, and using it as a medium to enter the first brother's soul. Essentially, a sacrifice for the Emperor's divine descent. However, the actual power the Emperor expended far exceeded the Chaos God's expectations. That one was hidden away. The Emperor also played a trick, copying a move from others. Malkador's soul fragments protected Yifeng for a while, after which Yifeng remained under anti-psychic force. This state was not sustainable and would cause severe damage to the soul, so Yifeng was very lucky, he found Lang Zhuxu. The Emperor was different, he didn't need that much time. The little boy's body was pressed against the Null Maiden's bone shield. Heracus found some soft straps in the junk pile and tied him to the inside of the shield. And so, a double-sided shield was made. The outer layer was the Sisters of Silence's bones, and the inner layer was the little boy wrapped in cling film. What to do with this being that even the Emperor himself couldn't find once it entered the vicinity of the anti-psychic force? Give it to Yifeng. What if 2 negatives made a positive? Anyway, the little boy wasn't important, his soul was just a vessel. The main thing was the stuff snatched from the warp. Sergeant Heracus's walking posture became very strange. He had to use magnetic locks to secure his gun to the shield, then walk with both hands holding the shield. Fortunately, Librarian Sisyphus cleared the way, so he didn't suffer too many attacks. "Old librarian, what about these children?" Heracus walked out of the room, followed by the children's incessant crying. "Close the door, Sergeant, and tell them that the next time they see light, they will be out of danger, and the Emperor's angels will arrive at the end of the darkness." The old librarian wanted to stay here and launch a pincer attack with the adamantium warriors from the outside, which would quickly annihilate the iron warriors. The Custodes insisted on breaking out. The door to room 6 gradually closed, leaving only a crippled Nemesis chapter warrior inside. He did not ask the Custodes to move him even a little, he remained deep within the innermost cover. After discarding all emotions, this disabled Astartes' value was incomparable to the children outside. Even if he could delay for a few seconds, it completely conformed to cold logic. On the other side, the Nemesis chapter finally received support. The struggling warriors hid behind cover, listening to the bolter fire ahead. The bolters flew over their heads, hitting the wall behind them. An iron warrior jumped down from above. The Nemesis warrior, who had been ambushing for a long time, instantly drew his power sword, piercing the enemy's body. However, when the complete power armor crashed into the cover, the warrior found that the traitor's head had already been shot through by a Nemesis bolter. He didn't pay attention, thinking it was the old dreadnought's masterpiece. A few seconds later, he heard, "For the Emperor's grace. Old-timer, come and see the Imperium's newest might." The warrior's cover moved slightly. After 19 hours of fighting, he didn't expect this cast-iron dreadnought to still be able to move. The ancient warrior fired several heavy bolter rounds. 3 shattered the remains of an iron warrior centurion, who had been pushed in front of an adamantium warrior to block the shells, then discarded on the ground after being broken. The remaining shots hit the adamantium armor. This Red Tide warrior paid the price for his flippant language. The shock of the heavy bolter explosion caused some damage to his waist. Kidney pain. This thing was a heavy bolter capable of blowing up an infantry fighting vehicle. After the old dreadnought fired these few shots, his gun barrel completely fell silent. The Nemesis warrior behind him was surprised by the veteran's decisiveness, because the dreadnought had said before falling silent that these bolters would be saved for the most deserving traitors. But very quickly, he realized, support had arrived. Now there was no reason to conserve ammunition, fire all the saved firepower. Counterattack. Victory. Those few heavy bolter rounds were like fireworks celebrating victory, completely igniting the morale of the remaining Astartes. They leaped out of cover, only to see a ground covered with corpses. The adamantium warriors, on the other hand, were startled. Good heavens, did the dreadnought use a shadow clone jutsu? So many people were hiding behind it. The plan to covertly take the dreadnought fell through. The dreadnought didn't recognize the adamantium armor, because he had been deployed here since he awoke. The chapter had 3 suits of adamantium armor in total, their tactical positioning elevated to that of a dreadnought, placed at various nodes. No one would deploy adamantium warriors and dreadnoughts together, that would be a pure waste of firepower and heavy armor. But the old dreadnought recognized the Chaos Centurions. The Dark Centurions created by Vashtor were intended to contend with the adamantium warriors. If they weren't the Nemesis, a chapter that had taken most of the 13 legions' inhumane destructive weapons during the split, they would have collapsed long ago. Seeing several warriors charging forward, the old dreadnought was so anxious, his legs were broken, and he couldn't move. He thought the young ones were going up to fight the enemy to the death, constantly buzzing. Then, the adamantium warrior saw the corpse of a Chaos Centurion, which flew through the air like a shadow for a while, then crashed to the ground with a clang and slid all the way towards him. It hit his leg like a bowling ball, as if trying to knock him over. The old dreadnought was forced into a corner. He used his heavy bolter barrel as a club, and his other arm's power fist activated its magnetic lock, lifting the Chaos Centurion to shoulder height and tossing him outwards. The adamantium warrior jumped a little, not very high, almost tripping over the corpse. The fighting styles of both sides were extremely similar. The adamantium warrior made the most friendly and popular gesture, throwing their own ammunition supplies to the Nemesis. Then, with his back to the warriors, he shook his backpack, signaling that they could use the spare warblades on his back. Which chapter are you Astartes from? Redemption Light Battle Group. The veteran wanted to say Emperor's Scythes, but then remembered that he was supposedly a bastard child and librarian Sisyphus didn't allow them to use that fake designation, so he had to settle for the next best thing, choosing a chapter that was also nominally a descendant of Guillemon. However, the Nemesis weren't entirely convinced. Sisyphus had them erase their chapter emblems before battle, returning to the Great Pirates, no, the ancient tradition of the Segmentum Obscurus expeditionary era. Several warriors watched each other warily, but one veteran led the way in welcoming him. Follow me, brother, we're going to take down those traitors. Other places were much livelier. As for the specific situation, iron is strength. For Dorn, for the Emperor. Warriors of the Imperial Fist's gene seed bravely charged forward. Rare battles of Chaos Centurions and adamantium armor in close quarters combat could be seen. Although the Iron Warriors didn't have as many Centurions, they had strength in numbers. Terminators as carrying combat shields, followed by 2 warriors wielding heavy weapons that required both hands, formed low-end Centurion teams also in combat. Vashtor's War Centurions were also exemplars of martial prowess. Even adamantium warriors couldn't withstand such an astonishing number of direct missile bombardments, which shattered their internal organs. There were no external injuries, but the internal injuries were no better. When the number of attacks reached a certain point, whether it was adamantium or not ceased to matter, being shattered or being shaken to death made no difference. Everyone thought of using shields to defend, but shields were so expensive. If they were easy to manufacture, Indomitus pattern Terminators wouldn't be without them. By the end, the Chaos Centurion, like embracing a child, spread his arms, fired his weapons, and held an iron-clad Terminator in front of him with both arms. The Terminators then raised a storm shield. The red tide was even more extreme. They hadn't brought their first company, and few of the Nemesis chapter's Terminators were still standing. So they simply played the villain, using sheer numbers to reduce the density of firepower. Embracing a Terminators would prevent the direct missile nests in the ribs from firing. The Nemesis chapter brought several relic vehicles, all more or less equipped with void shields and deflection fields. After serving as fixed cover turrets for so long, they now joined the counterattack. The warriors on both sides were locked in a desperate struggle, but the naval battle was not so easy. The 4th Legion's ships had an absolute numerical advantage. After 3 Overlord-class battleships intervened, they had to slow down for boarding and, because they were not professional Astartes warships, took more time to deploy the astonishing number of adamantium warriors onto the Gloriana. During this time, the Iron Warriors warship continuously bombarded the Overlord-class battleships. The newly appointed warsmith, M.O. Vesely, who was in charge of this battle, almost laughed out loud. Incompetent general, incompetent general. When the 3 battleships appeared, Vesely was extremely terrified, because he had just deployed the last batch of reserves onto the Nemesis chapter's warship. Not only was there no power to recover the enemy's boarding warship, but the internal defenses were empty. If the enemy boarded us, these warships would be in danger. And the result? Those idiots, enduring our bombardment, deployed most of their forces at a slow, and moving pace to the areas where our army was heavily concentrated. We didn't fire our cannons because our warriors were all around the Nemesis chapter's ships. You wouldn't think our cannons were broken, would you? He ordered the warships to fire at will. There were no warriors of ours on the Overlord-class battleship, so there was no need to worry at all. The enemy warship's counterfire was so weak that only the Nova cannon could draw some attention. Macro cannon crew, load faster. Why are you 30 seconds slower than before? Sir, the slaves in gun crew number 8 made an operational error and were crushed by a shell. Operations have now resumed. Everyone hurry up. Multiple intelligence reports were received simultaneously by the astropath. First was the issue of the Primarch. After some embellishment, the war intelligence was sent over, roughly conveying that they shouldn't be afraid when they next see the Primarch. His body was forcibly repaired after being illuminated by the warp, and his appearance is now a bit strange. This kind of intelligence normally wouldn't need to be transmitted via astropath, but Heracus is now a warsmith, one of the highest commanders below the Primarch, so he must know about this. The second astropathic message told them to initiate a full sector lockdown, swiftly search the entire star system, and find a warp entity at all costs, as it might currently be shielded by anti-psyker forces. What does it look like? We won't tell you, your rank isn't high enough. Then how do I find it? Don't worry about it. Seize everything you can find, and we will distinguish it ourselves. Distinguishing this item requires Vashtor himself. It is so important that even if it were entrusted to a great daemon of the Dark Mechanicum, the Forge Lord still wouldn't trust it. After it's done, he will come personally. Heracus spread his hands. What to do? Anti-psyker power? Anti-psyker armor is everywhere. Which one are you talking about? Although I enjoyed commanding the warships to bombard indiscriminately, the boarding action was indeed severely hampered. The third astropathic message told them that other chaos demons would also intervene, possibly even great demons, urging them to act quickly. If not, they should withdraw and wait for another opportunity. Do not even think about holding your ground. With the intensity of the war here, your forces cannot defend it. Vashtor didn't say one thing, the intensity here might approach that of the Golden Throne. Not long after this astropathic message arrived, the star system where Feng Yan star was located became completely chaotic. Ships collided even at the Mandeville point. The Slaanesh and Tsianch armies arrived very quickly. The Emperor's children politely greeted the Tsianch demons, sang a friendly song, and the military band enthusiastically chorused their welcome. The Noise Marines were practically using the astropath as a microphone. The Qing army was not to be outdone. In the year 878, Qing's power was extremely strong. The Bloodletter army attacked on sight, regardless of which faction you belonged to, their main goal being to kill all enemies. The Plague Legions arrived slowly, but a heavyweight great daemon, the Rainfather, Rotigus, was among them. He might be the strongest daemon in the current daemon forces present. He was originally Nurgle's second favorite Great Unclean One, but after the Plague Wars, Kugath, the first Great Unclean One, was hit by a lemon rust tank, and then a mortal climbed out of the tank and banished him by plunging a power sword into the Great Daemon's eye. Such a humiliating death truly shamed the Great Daemon. The Rainfather's record was more impressive. He was most famous for summoning a massive storm during a Qing invasion of the Garden of Nurgle, preventing the raging fires of the Brass Throne from burning into the heart of the garden. Nurgle's virulent flood surged from the warship where the Rainfather was located. The entire battleship resembled the rotting head of a giant beast in a swamp, covered in hollowed-out dry bones, from which yellowish-green liquid flowed, occasionally erupting like a geyser, splashing into space, its tiny droplets shattering the fabric of reality. It was like bacteria gnawing at the veil of reality. The Rainfather would answer farmers who yearned for rain during droughts, but there were clearly no such beautiful sights here. Feng Yan star was utterly ravaged. Slaanesh cultists were surprised by the Rainfather's arrival, but they were already being chased everywhere by the World Eaters. Vashtor couldn't spare any forces to assist them, as most of his power was tied up in Perturabo's trap. The small detachments sent by Marius were primarily demons, as his Chaos Warriors had suffered heavy casualties in the battle with the Deathwing and had not yet recovered. More and more named warp entities converged on this location, so much so that when those aboard the Locklaw Gloriana warship could finally break free to prepare a counterattack, they found the entire world shattering. It was an extremely spectacular sight, the entire star system's periphery seemed to be collapsing, and strange, dazzling colors dispelled the darkness of the universe. Before they could observe in detail, external observation equipment exploded, the observer team lost contact, the astropath died on the spot, and a psyker mutated right in front of the Astartes, his body swelling, covered in blisters of various sizes, his tongue detached from his body, becoming a separate organism. The flames of a Prometheum flamer finished him off. The 4th Legion had almost taken all of the Nemesis chapter's warships except for the Gloriana, or rather, emptied them. Heracus made one last call to the warriors who had boarded the Locklaw. Receiving no response, he led his forces to withdraw. It was clear to any discerning eye that these demons had gone mad. Well, they were mad to begin with. This colossal ship would certainly not be spared. The Astartes were finished. Now he just had to execute his orders, withdraw and patrol the periphery, waiting for the demons of the various factions to exhaust themselves fighting within that Gloriana, then strike to seize it. The Adamantium warriors and the remaining fewer than 100 Nemesis warriors cleared the entire warship. Unlike the madness of vengeance, the Adamantium warriors were calm. They inspected and confirmed that the warship had no capabilities left. All turrets were inoperable, the void shield module was damaged, and the machine spirit was unconscious. The only saving grace was that they had used their lives to protect the engine area. The engines were not too severely damaged and would require about 3 hours of repairs to break through. Teams of Adamantium squads patrolled, constantly capturing and executing remnants of Iron Warriors' forces. The Custodes and Sisyphus walked together, accompanied by 3 uninjured warriors from the Nemesis chapter. "Who is your current leader?" Sisyphus asked. "We obey the orders of the Custodes Lord, advancing for victory." "I asked who your internal acting chapter master is now." "By rank, I suppose it would be me. A warrior stood still. He wore Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, slowly and heavily turning to look at Sisyphus. We will escape from here. Yes, but we must first figure out what the situation is like outside. Sisyphus frowned. Please do not interrupt me. Listen carefully now, we have brought over a replica of the Phalanx, a colossal ship. The Terminator's warrior turned his head to Victor, who was still somewhat confused and remained silent. You know how enormous the Phalanx is, right? Yes, but how is that possible? Calm down. It has a closed dock that will directly bring this Gloriana warship into the dock. Therefore, I need you to tell all the warriors and tech marines not to randomly activate the warship's equipment, to avoid crashing around in the dock. Also, pray that warship can break out of the current chaotic currents. Sisyphus was a powerful librarian. His perception of the warp was incredibly keen, but now, he didn't even dare to direct any attention towards the warp. In the distance, there were faint cries, but they gradually disappeared amidst the roars of the Astartes. The children in room 6 were corrupted. My brother has already dealt with it. It's not that simple. Corruption was engulfing this world. The Locklaw's void shields and Geller field had both gone offline during the war, and the mortals on the ship were the first to be affected. Combat servitors were influenced by the blood god, and the groans of the sick attracted Nurgle's attention. The battle continued. Adamantium warriors, take your positions according to contingency plan 13. My characteristic is that I have many people. Today I brought 1,000 anti-psyker armors, spread evenly throughout the warship. They can hold out for at least a few hours. 3 Overlord-class battleships also approached the Gloriana-class warship, using their Geller field to cover a portion of its area. While it would reduce the intensity, this isn't the warp, is it? Demons rushed towards them, vying for position, only to be pursued by other demons. Simply put, if you pushed forward, other factions would inevitably drag you back. Those who charged ahead would also be subjected to artillery fire. Who was the fastest? Of course, it was the big mech of the White Scars. Several hours after the Overlord-class battleships arrived at the battlefield, the flagship finally arrived belatedly. Newly produced Space Mantis hadn't had time to build decks, so they directly used their bodies to block the gaps. The clustered jets of massive ion streams formed an energy shield. After evacuating the personnel from that shipyard, they began to accelerate in the real world. This emergency repair method caused a large number of items within the shipyard to drift outwards, resulting in significant losses, and they suffered some corruption while traversing the periphery of Feng Yan Star. At least 19 Space Mantis were corrupted and began attacking other integrated repair units, causing damage to a total of 53 Space Mantis. Compared to the revenue, it was negligible. Notify the Iron Hands, another Gloriana needs to be repaired. Anos. Open your mouth. Chapter 452, The Confinement of Subspace in the Real World. A strange ripple in the warp slammed into the star system. As the reality of the outer worlds was gradually corroded by the warp, sailing through space inevitably left traces in the warp. The People's Light's entry point was very clever, and of course, very brutal. The warship directly smashed a daemon nest. The Imperium had basically never seen these warp nests, because they were daemon ships used only in battles within the warp. In most cases, they were high-level weapons used only when a certain evil god launched a large-scale invasion of another evil god's domain. This daemon nest, which was hard to describe, emitted scorching steam, and flames swirled in the darkness, directly colliding with the People's Light. Dozens of demons were directly hit by a warship that had decelerated to sublight speed. Have you ever seen a Nova cannon shell the size of a hive city? The entire nest disintegrated on the spot. The People's Light's iron-hard warp state made the demons crash into it in disarray. The weaker ones instantly turned to dust, while only a few strong ones woke up on the outer wall of the People's Light's psychic shield, looking utterly bewildered. Gurn demons are extremely violent. Looking around, the surrounding scenery flashed by rapidly. Before they could clearly understand what was happening, the blood god's blessing made them instinctively attack downwards, trying to tear open the swirling psychic ripples beneath their feet to enter the warship. The problem is, you're outside the warship, and there's no field to protect you. The People's Light surged forward for a while, entering an area around Feng Yan Star where the reality barrier was more stable. A large U-turn, deceleration drift, and aerial catch directly flung all the remaining demons out. The Kern demons directly crashed into the dark and terrifying eternal night domain of the Marius demons. Anos opened the shipyard and immediately took a gulp. The scene was utterly chaotic. 3 Overlord-class battleships and 1 Gloriana-class battleship were crammed into the shipyard at once. These were 4 super battleships, and lying together, they almost smashed the shipyard. It was full, so full that not even a speck more could fit. Anos, I feel like I need some digestive tablets. Yifeng, I understand, ship position disappearance tablets. With a click, the door to the adjacent shipyard opened, and after the severely damaged warships were loaded with bombs, they were all thrown out. It was clearly visible that the machine spirit of the People's Light began to become agitated, filled with distress, deep distress. Who would have thought that one day, you, Yifeng, would become a spendthrift? Yifeng declared, all ships that cannot recover combat power within 42,888 years, throw them out. Not a single one left. This utterly confused the demons. What kind of flying supernest just flew in? And it's spitting out warships all the way? Isn't that a hen that lays golden eggs? The question is, what is the People's Light's current posture? A grand U-turn drift. It was rotating around the periphery of Feng Yan Star. In other words, on the front line where most demons were charging, there was a show-off circling the entire field and throwing money around. This steel coin, flying towards your face at sublight speed, getting bigger and bigger. The commanders of various chaos warships urgently initiated evasive maneuvers. The small frigates were fine, although severely damaged. Vashtor could repair them for use. But, what about the adamantium keel flying towards us while rotating? Splendid explosions continuously appeared in the star system. Some were hit by the adamantium keel and basically lost their combat power. Others had brand new warships embedded in their engines, causing a series of chain explosions. Yifeng, Enos, trust the White Scar's racing skills. Victor, although I don't know what to do, just beat Yifeng for now. Victor protected the little boy and entered the Overlord-class battleship. He originally wanted to order the warship to retreat directly, but upon hearing that the People's Light was on its way, he agreed to Sisyphus' plan. After a violent shaking, he found himself in the familiar shipyard. He naturally met with the tech priest immediately, who told him not to be afraid, there was no need to return to Terra. He had been tinkering here for countless years, preparing these very things. The Custodes' primary goal was still to prepare for the Red Tide's true rebellion. In the Custodes' simulations, besides directly attacking them with large-scale artillery, self-destructing stasis bombs were one of the most effective methods. The tech priest had, of course, established healing facilities in his secret base, which could potentially serve as the Custodes' last bastion after the battle began. Wait a moment, Victor was much better after taking medicine. Breakthrough first. My lords will must not be jeopardized. That stasis field area, forget about it. The tech priest originally wanted to say it was sealed in the relic chamber, but then he counted the frequency of attacks. The relic chamber had suffered from attacks including the destructive blow of a shard of Star God, multiple escapes of the false Great Angel, the false Great Angel fighting a fake Omegan, and the visit of Unicorn among the clowns. This thing counted as an ultra-dangerous area. This line of thinking was also correct. Which super-strong individual who could break into the People's Light would care about those other insignificant things? Except for a changeling of Xianch wandering through the mortal factory, no force would focus on attacking that place. So, the little boy should hide in the Astartes dormitory. Unless it's a super large-scale invasion where the entire ship falls, how many super-strong individuals have you seen infiltrate and then go to the living quarters of ordinary Primaris warriors? Currently, Primaris warriors have single rooms with their own prayer rooms and weapon rooms, spacious enough for an Atres wolf to run wild. Up until now, few would invade ordinary Astartes rooms. No sooner said than done, Tech Marine Heracus's dormitory was requisitioned by the Custodes. In an instant, several 100 million renovation plans appeared in the tech priest's mind. Before that, Victor insisted on first seeing Yifeng's intelligence from when he was away, especially this guy's combat thinking when he got hyped up. A few minutes later, the People's Light came to an abrupt halt and began to consider the problem of breaking through. The observers were terrified by the current situation. They had never seen so many different demons rushing towards their ship. This was simply making an enemy of the warp. Division Commander, we need to break through. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. This message had been sent multiple times. Calm down, trust me. Yifeng initiated a full system notification. Seeing how flustered the Byway army were, Yifeng said loudly, don't worry, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Fortunately, I'm taller than all of you. Obey my command, main guns ready. The command post's decision was quite brutal. Since Fengyan Star was already like this, the intense geological activity might not stop for tens of thousands of years, so main guns ready. Drukari/Dark Yildari, regarding this extremely egregious incident, I want to emphasize 6 points. The cultivation techniques of the homunculus are quite messy. To put it bluntly, each homunculus has different techniques, so our current Drukari/Dark Yildari cultivation tanks, even if built above a Tau slaughter production line, still have a very high mortality rate. Fortunately, we achieve miracles through sheer volume, building many. The defective products are thrown out for warriors to use in combat training. At this moment, the organisms in the various tanks were disintegrating. The People's Light was rotating and floating in place, searching for a breakthrough direction. Find me, in which direction are Vashtor's troops? The surrounding demon horde was incredibly chaotic. Demons of various factions were intertwined, and some had no obvious characteristics. Slaaneshi demons of glory and desire often lurked around the blood angels. The strange body shapes of demons of sloth and gluttony were easily confused with Nurgle. Xianch demons were even more ever-changing, if not for seeing a few named greater demons, everyone would have thought Xianch hadn't come. Those observers truly had a headache. Even the Coral Pituitary couldn't withstand it. The only thing to be thankful for was that they might explode after looking for 2 more seconds, rather than falling into chaos like ordinary Astartes. The librarian also couldn't figure out the situation in the current chaotic state, so Yifeng had to find another scapegoat. Kern was definitely not to be provoked, his demons inherently had ranged attack resistance and were currently in a strong phase. And compared to Nurgle and Slaaneshi demons were more fragile. Today, I'm going to hammer you. Lord of Pleasure. In space, countless world-destroying psychic attacks and cannonballs burning with fierce flames flew towards the People's Light. Hearts of plunder, hearts of destruction, hearts of slaughter. Dense demons and traitor warships, strong and numerous like the 18 warlords gathered, the warp's physical manifestation had not yet descended, but a large number of signal-receiving devices had already crashed. The main guns turned. Slaanesh's position contained quite a few Kern elites, but at this moment, they all sensed a terrifyingly powerful force gathering. If they took this hit, no one knew how long it would take to piece themselves back together. The vanguard demons had already rushed to the periphery of the People's Light. This time, the powerful flagship, activating all its capabilities, raised a psychic shield of extremely high energy density, blocking these demons skilled in rapid assault. The initial demons did not possess the terrifying attack power of siege daemon engines. The short-bladed, light-armored daemon horde gritted their teeth and launched their assault. Alarms sounded one after another. Yifeng's expression was solemn, as if mourning the impending evil. Farewell, my 18 warehouses of energy. Farewell, the nemesis warships I failed to save. Farewell, the loyal warriors who gave their all to protect this place. Today, in the name of vengeance, main guns, activate. Two gleaming golden armors stood face to face in the command room. Yifeng's action of pressing the button was without hesitation. Victor frowned slightly. Controlling great power was addictive. Would he, holding this red button, one day also be swallowed by desire? Chaos would not invade him, Victor never doubted this. But don't forget, chaos originates from the deepest, most primitive desires within all sentient beings, which are often the most terrifying. Welcome back, Victor. I didn't mistake you, did I? Both their gazes were focused on the fires of Syrxis. Victor had even changed his armor and gauntlets. Yifeng activated his treasure identification method. I come by the command of my lord, and must not use the word back. My resting place is only beneath the golden throne. Yifeng's eye twitched. Victor smoothly sat down in his usual ambush position. You could probably crawl into the tech priest's lab with your eyes closed from here, yet you're still arguing. A shield painted with a chapter emblem hung high on the wall. Victor sat on it, silent, observing Yifeng's new armor. The shield emitted a crisp, rhythmic vibration. Its adamantium-clad edge continuously knocked against the wall, indicating the entire warship was trembling. The fastest charging demons had already sensed danger. Facing an unstoppable offensive, they accelerated their charge with all their might, reasoning that it was safer by the cannon barrels than in front of them. Boom! In an instant, intense light consumed the plague army. No one said the forces ahead were neatly grouped. Everyone was pushing and attacking each other. The Slaaneshi Daemon battle formation's ability to engage in direct combat was terrible. During group movements, the entire formation twisted like a snake. The Slaanesh vanguard appeared in this position simply because the Nurgle forces behind them were too slow and were quickly overtaken by the Slaaneshi demons. Seeing an open space, they moved to the side. The Rainfather's warship was covered in rain, and plague storm clouds spread around the warship, corrupting any shells that flew towards it. But at this moment, all the demons present had only one phrase in their minds: purification. Immense power tore through the sky. No living creature could look directly at this light, this blow that pierced the darkness, like a star appearing out of nowhere in a star system, then violently colliding with the original star. Yifeng's roar echoed through the entire ship via the core communication lines. Accelerate. Charge forward over the enemy's corpses. The flagship's shield system overloaded amidst the commander's roar. The main cannon blasted a path of psychic energy, filling this destructive channel with numerous ruinous warp eddies and dark currents. This strike not only annihilated the demons in front but also carved a massive hole, not of their power, in the warp storm stirred up by the chaos gods. Pass through, and the sea is wide for fish to leap, the sky high for birds to fly. The psychic shields crackled. The void shield's overload speed far exceeded the tech marine's expectations. All Adeptus Mechanicus personnel rushed to the front lines to appease the machine spirits. The flagship's engines vibrated continuously, like a powerful off-road vehicle pushing through a muddy swamp. The demons still laboriously carving holes in the psychic shield were torn apart by the warp currents, gradually vanishing from existence. The only lucky survivor was a Slaaneshi daemon, a rare sight even in the warp, a greedy daemon. And a thief. If your emperor stole things from the warp, I must steal them back. Is there a problem? This little creature looked like a thief with a black bandana covering its face and a large sack on its back. Its limb proportions were between humanoid and Yildari. It wore a full set of stealthy night clothes, appearing unremarkable. Even walking through a hive city, no one would suspect it was a daemon. But now, it was crying. Just now, it had lost everything. Those few seconds spent clinging to the flagship's psychic shield were a deeply ingrained, unforgettable pain it would never forget in its life. The situation forced it to take out all its bags of gold coins and use its innate ability, wealth can reach the heavens, to forcefully punch a hole in the psychic shield. Then, it put itself into the empty sack, dropping down like an airdrop pod, passing through the space manta's ion stream. The price was that its tattered sack was completely ruined. Now, a lone daemon stood in the empty shipyard, shedding hot tears. An expert, truly. This is too clean. Not even a single nail was left for me. This was where Perturabo and the false Great Angel fought previously. The damaged Phantom Dragon-class battleship had also been moved away. Calm down, calm down. It slapped itself twice, trying to enter a special perception of treasure. The Lord of Desire's power would guide it. It would surely find the stolen treasures of the Lord of Pleasure. The daemon wasn't interested in the space manta, it wasn't a subordinate of Vash-Tor. Now, the daemon slowly closed its eyes and squatted down. This was actually a sorceress ritual, calming its mind to sense the location of treasure. It didn't even know what it was. It guessed it must be a super shiny, glittering treasure. Calm your mind, open your eyes, treasure-seeking eye, open. A glittering, shiny treasure. And it had sacred markings, aquila wings, a long crimson crest. It looked up to see a custodian staring at him indifferently, his fist already raised in the air. Having just lost his guardian spear, the custodian was furious. A punch from the custodian sent ripples spreading outwards across the alloy ground, as if it had been struck by a thunder hammer. The daemon was sent flying by the punch, crashing onto the back of a space manta. It frantically shook its night clothes, muttering. Daemon chants could corrupt mortals and affect space marines, but its chant was different, it was silent, not of the physical world. Transforming into smoke, it suddenly dispersed, the daemon vanishing from its original spot in an instant. With excellent stealth skills and completely silent movement, it lurked beneath the veil of reality. The custodian smiled faintly. It seemed this fellow didn't understand what the red tide was. He stood still and snapped his fingers. Hundreds of nano-sized particles floated out of his gauntlet. The Gemini formed by him and the tech priest, evaluated by the custodian marshal as a combination that could defeat Victor, were they mere ordinary individuals? Among the custodians, where everyone was omnipotent, why do you think the other one was evaluated as a tech priest? A series of explosions echoed through the entire compartment. Within a kilometer radius of the custodian, flames ignited out of thin air. If the custodian wanted to unleash firepower, no chapter could rival him. The daemon reappeared in the sea of fire, completely engulfed in flames, continuously bouncing on the floor as if trying to extinguish the fire on its body. Seeing the custodian's arrival, it hastily turned and fled, praying as it ran. Black smoke billowed from half its body, but was quickly suppressed by the other flames on it. From a distance, the thief looked as pathetic as if its backside were on fire and smoking. The custodian closed the distance in 3 strides, delivering a punch that pierced through the opponent's body. The daemon shrieked as it was banished back. The custodian still didn't stop. He wanted to ensure not a single corpse remained. In the warp, aided by the thief daemon's meditation, Slaanesh sensed a large amount of treasure, though none of it was what the Emperor had stolen. However, Slaanesh did discover the librarian who had once entered Slaanesh's domain. The red tide, using the cover of the main cannon's residual power, vanished from the sight of the other chaos gods. After flying for a moment, these residual powers were about to run out. The treacherous warp storm returned to reality. Yi Feng ordered the ship to enter the real world to evade pursuit, quickly withdraw, and head towards the Iron Hands Gloriana-class repair point. Previously, the main cannon was either pointed at Kamarak in the webway or at a warp rift. But this time, due to the severe intrusion of the warp into reality, the main cannon directly shattered everything in front of it. The power of this strike, like the first test shot, brought immense disaster to the real world. The Olaner dynasty trembled. The Necron's overlord was drawn by the vibrations of the shimmering star chart. This secret treasure rarely produced such violent reactions. Passing through numerous mechanisms, the Olaner dynasty's overlord personally activated a series of anti-Trazen devices and slowly walked to the outside of the shimmering star chart's restraint device. An observer stood reporting the situation, while the overlord listened and personally began to observe. The shimmering star chart was a treasure capable of recording the real-time status of the entire galaxy, including the positions of stars and planets. If they were willing to bear unpredictable chain reactions, it possessed the ability to directly stir any location in the galaxy, such as directly crushing a star. It showed a powerful psychic anomaly appearing around the Feng Yan star system. Such a powerful psychic energy level once again activated the most ancient detection standard suspected old ones. The amount of psychic energy was sufficient. One look was enough to shock how much warp energy had gathered around Feng Yan star. Could it be the starting point for another great rift? The Sea of Souls once again churned with violent waves, repeatedly impacting the barrier of reality. The Overlord dispatched a reconnaissance fleet. And there was unfortunate news, the Olaner world and the Sodic dynasty, where the Storm Lord resided, were mortal enemies. The Red Tide had been operating under the Storm Lord's banner, a deception, until now. A Scythe-class light cruiser quickly reached the location of the People's Light using its inertialess engine. Would the warship sent by generals in Drek let it go? They were old rivals, fire immediately. As soon as the People's Light warship landed, the real universe became so chaotic that one might wonder if they were still in the warp. Hyperspace was shattered, strange fragments were embedded in the real world, time flowed in regional separations, optical detection completely failed, void space had strong gravitational interference, and light swirled, making it hard to distinguish heaven and earth. Stargazer, where are we? Report, the Stargazer died suddenly. As soon as the flagship landed, its almost overloaded psychic shield was struck by a giant Gauss cannon, collapsing instantly. The residual psychic energy scattered like stars in the air, a beautiful sight. A communication signal connected to the command center, displaying a standard Necron's face, adorned with some glittering green alloy canisters. Judging by the extent of the modifications, he didn't even qualify as a general. Vassal of the Sodic dynasty, I am at number Yuan. Unknown pronunciation, under generals in Drek. I now invoke Article 89 of the agreement, conscripting you into battle. Immediately annihilate the Olaner dynasty ship. Chapter 453. You guys hold on for now, I'll go back and report to the king. Yi Feng knew nothing, he was completely unaware that the Olaner dynasty's presence here was a direct result of his indiscriminate shelling. He just felt unlucky to have stumbled upon a Necron's fight right after leaving. Especially with the Astartes watching, it was best to either wipe them all out or simply flee without engaging. Taking the risk of getting beaten to help the Necron's fight would either yield some supplies and information or do something beneficial for the Golden Throne. Otherwise, if he was just helping them work, the Astartes would surely suspect him of treason. Yi Feng then displayed the demeanor of a leader, quickly issuing an order, activate language conversion, set to Necron language. Praise the glory of generals in Drek, Please tell us how to defeat the enemy warship, and we shall assist you. Beside him, the Astartes had already taken out a small notebook and started recording. Information about the weaknesses of Necron's warships was extremely valuable if obtained. The Sodic dynasty's warship did not want to reveal too much information, but their hatred for the Ulaner dynasty was etched into their programming. It was a command from their superiors that could not be disobeyed. They sent a document which, when opened, showed the weak points of the opposing Scythe-class light cruiser. There were no thinly armored areas, as everything was covered in living metal, but there were still core energy points and the commander's regeneration point. After destroying those, the enemy's captain would only be able to regenerate in their own dynasty, and this warship could almost be considered captured. In Yi Feng's eyes, there was no such thing as captured. That phrase slowly transformed into confiscated in his gaze. Then, our attacks cannot hit the enemy, making us unable to coordinate with your forces. The enemy warship emitted an unknown ray, and the area of the People's Light's holographic projection instantly experienced a gravitational collapse. The range of this attack was too vast, so much so that it affected the People's Light's main body. This is why Eldar ships primarily consist of small and undefended vessels. It's more efficient for evading enemy attacks. The moment the holographic projection was attacked, the flagship did not hesitate, immediately scattering decoy flares of every available type, as the warship fled outwards at top speed. The psychic shield was overloading. It was questionable whether the current shield could withstand even one more hit. The massive hull passed between two gravitational anomaly points, seemingly fleeing but in reality attempting to use the terrain to reduce the enemy's possible positions. The fields generated by these attacks were originally intended to destroy Necron's warships. Even the enemy would have to think twice about warping into such an area. Flagship, full throttle ascent, 8-barreled main cannon prepare. The Stormlord Dynasty warship angrily ordered them to immediately return to the battle, while Yi Feng, still fleeing, demanded it provide more feasible plans. If any plan involved using his ship as bait, Yi Feng would condemn the other party in the name of General Zendrek. Because the position granted by the general was equivalent to an honorary consultant, he theoretically only needed to obey the commands of the old general and Oberon. All other Necrons were of equal authority. Of course, he also had no right to command other Necrons' forces. The enemy ship found their position, and the warp zone was within their expectations. The flagship quickly fired its cannons, then activated its warp engine. The enemy had just settled in when they found several lagging shells flying towards them, but, at least they were powerful. If 8 shells hit them, they couldn't withstand it. The Necrons' counterattack instantly destroyed the shells, and the shockwave headed straight for the flagship. The warp rift that had opened at this moment interfered with the enemy's detection. And no one said you had to enter a rift once it was torn open. Yi Feng seized this opportunity, re-establishing the holographic projection, and the actual hull turned sideways, with terrifying attacks grazing the ship's edge. I don't want to help either of your ships, so what do I do? Lure an enemy to fight you both. The massive warp rift torn open by the flagship instantly attracted the attention of the Chaos Gods. Only a few super warships could tear open such a huge rift. The Daemon army immediately rushed towards this area in a chaotic swarm. They knew that if the Red Tide escaped this time, the warp artifact sealed within the Emperor's divine sun would not be recovered. A large group of demons, riding the warp currents, arrived at the edge of this huge rift, waiting for the People's Light to enter, and then, why isn't it entering? Oh no, the rift is closing. Charge out with me. As soon as a few demons rushed out, they were met with devastating blows from the Necrons and banished back to the warp. Basically, no demons wanted to continue advancing, but the blessings of the Chaos Gods kept deepening. All the Chaos Gods were working hard for this, and under heavy rewards, there would surely be brave warriors. A group of sorcerers opened the rift, and the demons charged out. After dealing with the thieving demons, the Astartes came to Victor and gestured for him to switch shifts and go with the tech priest for treatment. Yi Feng was piloting the warship with Enos's help. Fully controlling this giant ship was an extremely difficult task, requiring millions of people to cooperate simultaneously. The People's Light rarely fired its cannons, each firing meant exposing itself. They had to hold out until the psychic shield module's overload subsided, so they had to engage the enemy as little as possible. In the name of the Sodic dynasty, I once again demand your unit adhere to Agreement Number 89 and execute combat protocols. Please elaborate on the contents of Agreement No. 89. Yi Feng replied unhurriedly. The two Necrons' warships had both sustained damage, but their living metal quickly repaired their injuries, making it difficult to determine which of the two warships had the upper hand. Requesting information support, including the cause of the war, intelligence on Ulaner dynasty warships. Yi Feng babbled like a busybody, and each of the other parties' responses was meticulously recorded by the Astartes. At the same time, because the Necrons' warships were much faster than them, the People's Light closed in on its own ship with every maneuver. The distant enemy ship saw two targets in roughly the same position. Which one would it bombard? Either hit both, or bombard the Sodic dynasty warship. The People's Light had shown no threat so far, making its priority very low. Immediately join the attack on the enemy. Received, moving towards your position. Attack the enemy, repeat, attack the Ulaner dynasty warship. Received, I need precise enemy ship coordinates. In a short while, this world, filled with deadly turbulence, was already strewn with the wreckage of chaos warships and scattered demons. The two Necrons' warships frequently warped, flickering irregularly through this space. 3 super warships maneuvered, twisted, and pulled at each other in space. The People's Light's void shield was the first to recover. After launching a few lances and space torpedo attacks, the gauze cannon's counterattack quickly overloaded the void shield, easily breaking through the other shields and heavily damaging a land-based main cannon. The 8-barreled cannon became a 7-barreled one. After this, the People's Light never launched another large-scale attack. The Alainer dynasty's warship began to consider retreating, as its mission was merely reconnaissance, and it now appeared that the warp anomaly here was the work of the Sodic dynasty. It had been exposed, so the other dynasty's secrets would be carefully hidden. It was time to withdraw and look for other opportunities to track them. Although the war thinking of the warship under Zendrek was operating frantically, everyone knew that a full-scale dynasty-level war was impossible now. The main force of the Sodic dynasty was fighting the Tyranid swarm on the outskirts of the Galaxy/Milky Way, and its mission was only to monitor Yifeng. Data formed their combat assessment. It had previously factored the Red Tide's combat capability into their overall strength, concluding that they would achieve a great victory. Now, the Astartes' notebook was rapidly recording the information sent by the Necrons. After a data transmission was complete, Yifeng replied. Can you fix the enemy's warship in place? We have sufficiently powerful attacks, but it's difficult to hit the target. The 8-barreled main cannon was reloaded once again. The main cannon was only in a prepared state, not reactivated. They certainly had restraining weapons, but there was a cost. Due to excessive energy output, when used, they themselves were unable to channel surplus energy into their engines, so their movement was also very slow, essentially meaning both were restrained together. The energy of the Shard of Star God was endless, but the speed of energy extraction was limited. The Sodic dynasty's warship was recalculating Yifeng's loyalty level. Who knew, if it fixed the enemy, would Yifeng attack the enemy or them? This world is like that, the minority obeys the majority. More accurately, minority military power obeys majority military power. Even more accurately, it's about the amount of military power you can mobilize. A duckweed arises from obscurity, a comet strikes the moon, a white rainbow pierces the sun, an eagle strikes in the long haul all by one person. Is a local king's power not formidable? But against an assassin, the military power that could be mobilized in the Great Hall was insufficient. After a Necron's warship made a non-inertial flash to evade an attack, it no longer planned to rely on Yifeng. Both sides were calling for reinforcements. As for Yifeng, he simply wanted to shake off this trouble. I can't possibly return to the Sol system with the flagship with a Necron's warship still trailing behind, can I? 231 to 27,982, unknown ship detected. An even larger Retribution-class battleship appeared on the battlefield. It was still somewhat stiff upon arrival, with most systems not fully activated, but a powerful oppressive presence had already descended. Unknown fluctuations were affecting the entire area's electromagnetic signals, and the real universe plunged into a gravitational maelstrom. A Shard of Star God, the Gravity Star God, Citan Haldi, Master of Gravity and Consumption, was destroying this place. Demons that had just burst out of the warp rift were crushed by gravity, and the enemies of the Sea of Souls were retreating. The flagship turned and fled, heading towards Zendreka's home system. Never mind, I'm going back home to collect rent. This doesn't concern me. Pretend I was never here, thank you. The flagship turned and fled, astonishing the Sodic dynasty ship. No, my reinforcements have arrived, why are you running? Yifeng, do you take me for a fool? After you're done, if those two ships surround me and accuse me of not fighting on the front lines, how am I supposed to live? The flagship charged at the Sodic dynasty at full speed. Following protocol, I must report to General Zendrek, regarding the code of conduct and combat priority list for encountering Alainer dynasty ships and skirmishes. Anyway, just fully utilize the old imperial bureaucracy and drag things out, by the time their approval comes down, the battle here will have long been over. What? You say Necron's communication is super fast? Am I not going there in person? No one is limiting my speed. First, I'll go to our Tau Gena Stealer infighting production planet. For the Astartes, this battle exchanging a land-based cannon for a wealth of Necron's warship information is completely acceptable. The flagship flew for dozens of hours before leaving the affected range of that monumental battle, and the warship's psychic void shield modules returned to normal. Yifeng had just caught his breath, slumping onto a chair, when the voice of the Astartes came through. I must remind you, remember your mission. Yes, 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 isn't this just for show? At a time like this, we can't create another powerful new enemy for the Imperium. It'll be quick, at this ship's speed, we'll reach the target location in a few months, collect the taxes, and then head to the Iron Hands shipyard. If this were an official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he would surely receive a commendation. He travels thousands of miles alone, loyal to the holy tax of the floating island, surrounded by enemies, yet with a loyal heart and courage, he insists on production. The Astartes thinks you're crazy, where exactly did you get a production base? Subsequently, Yifeng explained his plan to the Astartes, using the Tyranid swarm to tie down the main Necron's forces, temporarily reducing their control over the Galaxy/Milky Way, and buying time for the Emperor. That's how it is. Without this plan, we might have been surrounded by dozens of such enemy ships just now, with no chance of survival. Do you think the other side hasn't noticed? But it serves their interests. Yifeng smiled slightly, your understanding of the Necron's race is a bit off. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. They are even more arrogant than us, presumptuously believing that the entire Galaxy/Milky Way is their backyard. The Tyranids are mere petty thieves daring to covet their home, and they will surely be met with a head-on blow. Yifeng had one sentence he didn't say, but the Astartes read it in his eyes, even more arrogant than you. Hey, it's wartime, no hitting the commander, Hey, my face, is it wrong to have bright eyes? 3 seconds later, Ina received a communication from the command console. Opening it, she saw a jumble of garbled code and a selfie of Yifeng's large face shoved in front of the camera. She could see one of Yifeng's arms in the distance trying to remove his helmet, but the pheasant feather, longer than his arm, whipped through the air in a blur, lashing rapidly towards Yifeng. How can a still photo show such vivid action? 1, 2, 3, 7. A single pheasant feather traced 7 progressively lighter and darker after images. It must have been very painful to be whipped across the face. This communication was meaningless, completely an accidental touch during a sparring session. But Ina. Come. Get this photo printed for me, the biggest size. I want to hang it in my room. 5 minutes later, Yifeng sent orders to various departments via typing, Space Manta production to continue, full effort to repair warship damage, prepare warehouses, ready basic resource warehouses for transport, upgrade vigilance at semi-finished product factories, and Astartes to patrol along the route. While the battle raged with earth-shattering intensity over there, Yifeng slowly drifted towards his fiefdom. The Necron's battle would take a very long time, the self-healing ability of living metal was too strong, making it difficult to determine a victor. Continuous fighting for hundreds of years was possible. When the People's Light arrived, the residential areas of the Pyramid Hive City below were already packed with Gene Stealer cults. The 4 massive hive cities were occupied by Gene Stealer of 4 different broods, and the fighting had reached a fever pitch. Gene Stealer cult members consider pure strain Gene Stealers to be angels. With angels leading the charge and defending the hive city, it was clear that one hive city was at a disadvantage and its homeland was under attack. Descend above that hive city world. Announce that the Emperor's envoy has arrived. Exchange supplies for basic resources. The ratio, what was it again? 3 to 1. Food can also be exchanged at a 10 to 1 ratio. Remember, let people with a higher degree of mechanization handle the transactions and don't say too much. A 3 to 1 ratio might not yield much profit in other worlds, the Adeptus Mechanicus would even call you a black-hearted merchant for making them work for free. But here, it was more than enough. The strong physiques of the Gene Stealer cult made labor costs lower, even non-existent. Food was even more important. The outer territories of this world had been conquered, losing their farmlands. But if they acquired this batch of food, they could rapidly mass-produce troops in a short time and push back. The envoy of this Pyramid Hive City immediately came forward. It was cautious, the Patriarch had told it not to make enemies. But upon seeing the vast quantities of food and basic resources, it let out a sigh, a sound rarely heard in these 11 millennia. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is so good. Resources below were so scarce that they were dismantling the hive city to make weapons. This batch of supplies was a godsend. Don't underestimate them as basic resources, in just 3 teradae, they could be transformed into weapons. By the God Emperor, we want to exchange for food and metal. They still believed they were serving the Emperor. Beep beep beep. Hello? Patriarch. The communicator rang. Confirmed, that is not a representative of the 6-winged God Emperor. Be careful, drive them away. Patriarch, but we really need these supplies. The angels have suffered too much damage. Saying this, the believer knelt down, weeping, let me try. Tell them to give me an hour. The other hive cities were distributed far away on the planet. Their envoys arrived very slowly, some even believing it to be an enemy warship and actively preparing anti-air weapons. Half an hour later, a Gene Stealer assault team attacked the supply lines of the other Gene Stealer, and the stolen goods were immediately sent up to a transport ship. After getting the supplies, we didn't hesitate, directly giving food and metal. The envoy looked on tearfully as large quantities of supplies boarded the transport ship. Our families are saved. By the God Emperor. These supplies far exceeded the losses of the assault team and could save them from dire straits. When the logistics lines of the other hive cities were intercepted, pursuit gunboats immediately followed, even firing a few shots. But upon seeing the People's Light's cannon barrels, larger than the gunboats themselves, gradually turned towards them, they reluctantly wanted to retreat. At this moment, the looping broadcast once again flooded their communication channel. The Ministry of Internal Affairs warship, patrolling the God Emperor's domains, has arrived to collect taxes. Basic materials and processed products are collected at a 3 to 1 ratio, and food and processed materials at a 10 to 1 ratio. The ratios for various specific items, spoken in a cold electronic voice, stunned the pursuing forces. Then they saw large numbers of pursuit forces, escorted by powerful frigates, flying towards the hive city below. Those are our supplies. They robbed our supplies. We don't care about that. Whoever brings supplies to us, those supplies belong to them. We will protect the supplies you exchange for back to your hive city. Here, there are only 3 phrases, fair, fair, and damn fair. After several ships attempting to rob were destroyed, the outer observation ships saw that the shameless entities in the hive city below reacted extremely quickly, driving up damaged gunboats, fires still burning, and exchanging them for half a ship's worth of food. The envoys of the other watching hive cities couldn't sit still. Should we also send some up to try? They were very cautious, dismantling their weapons into parts before surrendering them. Yifeng generously gave out basic resources, leaving the Astartes stunned. It's just an equivalent exchange. Even if it's a real loss, so what? 1 cart of supplies makes 2 major factions temporarily unable to concern themselves with us. It's a worthwhile trade. I will record all of your actions. Let the Emperor judge me, preferably after he stands up from the Golden Throne. Amidst their banter, several more ships' worth of inventory went down. The envoys of the 4 hive cities below immediately started fighting in the trading hall. It was madness, shouting heretic at each other, and asking the Ministry of Internal Affairs to help them execute their enemies. The cold voice of the combat servitor sounded, according to the preset script, true believers possess the mighty power bestowed by the Holy Emperor, they will not fail in war. Well, the fighting intensified. Our basic resources and food are limited. Whichever representative exchanges the most supplies will receive additional resources from us. This was a vicious cycle, you couldn't defeat such a large hive city, nor could you ignore it. If others traded and you didn't, you wouldn't be able to defeat them. The strong make the rules, who wants to get down and play with you? The flagship fired a lance, blowing open a huge mountain range on the world below. It was desolate and the mountains were rugged. Scary? Of course, but Yi Feng never makes a losing deal. It had been thoroughly surveyed even before the hive city was built. There were rich minerals deep within, but the terrain was rugged and difficult to mine. They had originally planned to blast the mountain, but at the time, they deemed the explosives too expensive and didn't do it. The basic resources they left for the gene stealer ensured that the latter couldn't develop such advanced exploration equipment. He didn't give them the most crucial crystalline material for the equipment. The Imperium is indeed like this, almost all the galaxy/Milky Way wide resource circulation creates certain prosperous worlds. The 4 representatives were all very nervous, and simultaneously stopped there. Martial arts sparring. Envoy, what are you doing? Your efficiency makes me very dissatisfied. You actually expect us to supply you? With such a small amount of supplies surrendered, are you supporting the God Emperor's plan to crusade the Milky Way, or is the God Emperor supporting you good-for-nothings? If there are no minerals, can't you mine them yourselves? The combat servitor opened the holographic map, showing the bomb's impact point. There are rich mineral deposits here, why aren't you mining them? The next time I come, if you still only have this much in supplies, then I will have to question your loyalty. Also, next time I expect to bring, list of advanced equipment, with me. Chapter 454 The Dissatisfaction of the Goddess of Vengeance. After Yi Feng, who loved to watch the excitement, stirred the pot, the war below successfully escalated, and both sides even wanted to develop long-range aerospace technology. However, with a planet that was not yet unified, any faction that tried to build space warships would be opposed by the other 3. Yi Feng was not very worried. After the time limit was reached, Yi Feng rewarded the gene stealer cult, who had exchanged the most supplies, with some useless weapons. These weapons were mainly very expensive to maintain, highly effective, but completely unnecessary in ordinary warfare. Most of them were for defense, such as super-energy electromagnetic traps with extremely high energy density that would kill anyone who entered, but because of their high energy consumption, they had to be set up next to a power plant, usually used to protect relic warehouses. The key was, a single stasis bomb could make it overload and burn out. My first requirement is that each of your factions must survive, otherwise, how would different tentacles come this way? Looking at the lively scene below, Grand Farmer Yi Feng's eyes were filled with tears. Good people, this job was done beautifully, and the quality of the products delivered was truly high. Apart from the dozen or so pure strain gene stealers included as a bonus, everything else was top-notch. Everyone immediately began pre-repairing the Gloriana battleship of the Nemesis chapter. According to the calculations of the custodes, Clan Harmach of the Iron Hands would be unable to complete the repair plan for the 3 Gloriana battleships within 10 years, although the first 2 warships should be almost repaired. The Crimson Torrent chapter had to first use their heretical and barely blessed equipment to carry out preliminary repairs on the warship's foundation. This mainly involved the damaged turrets dismantled from the other 2 Gloriana battleships, which had been modified by tech marines through years of secretly learning in the Oi Think technique. Some were intended to be installed as main guns on Phantom Dragon-class battleships, while others were to be sent to the ground as fixed gun emplacements. Now, none of that was needed, they were all to be installed on the Locklaw. The People's Light had been drifting in the real world for 2 years, continuously rushing without pause towards Clan Harmach's repair base. General Zayknik also didn't know when he would receive our message, but it wouldn't be any time soon. In the entire incident, the most bewildered were undoubtedly the dreadnoughts and surviving warriors of the Nemesis chapter. How did it become the super phalanx in an instant? The custodes acted as if they were home, walking with their eyes closed. The severely wounded warrior recuperated for a period, finally escaping mortal danger and beginning rehabilitation training. Wandering around, he discovered, isn't this the symbol of the traitors? The only surviving tech marine had been knocked unconscious when activating the dreadnought, so he was only found deep within the warship after the battle ended. Now, his head was buzzing. He tried to repair his own flagship, as he understood simple repair techniques, but the damage was now too severe. Several warriors of the Nemesis chapter held fast to their warship, confined to limited areas of activity. The Crimson Torrent was trying to make a warship available to them, but even the best warship could hardly compare to a Gloriana. The recovered gene seed also needed to be used for recruit modification. They remained wary of the equipment provided by the traders and refused to select recruits from the children of factory workers. Midnight blue power armor and black gauntlets were collected. Warriors continuously searched every nook and cranny of the warship for shoulder pads depicting scales and a death skull. The remaining warriors fell into confusion, unsure of where to go. Some madmen believed this was the traitors' headquarters, and that the Custodes' rebellion led to such a massive scale, because they couldn't imagine what meaning there was in orchestrating such a grand rebellion themselves. The radical faction, led by an old dreadnought, wanted to question the Custodes. After being blocked by adamantium warriors, their bolters were loaded. The tense atmosphere was broken by the Nemesis chapter master, who had taken over in the line of fire. He led more warriors to this location. Although his words suggested he was there to persuade the radical warriors to return, the warriors he led were positioned ambiguously, ready to join the radical assault force and attack the adamantium warriors' defensive line at any moment. This was an internal conflict within the Nemesis chapter. In fact, most of the remaining active veterans had appeared here fully armed. Can your chapter master stabilize the situation? This question was a bit redundant, but several warriors keenly sensed the hidden meaning within. Believe me, I need to spend some time communicating with the esteemed ancient warrior. All right, I understand. We will ensure the safety of your meeting, and no external forces will be able to interfere with you. After the adamantium warrior finished speaking, he raised his palm and waved it downwards. On the ceiling, metal panels instantly detached, and 3 ion storms appeared from above. The side walls also vibrated, and gravity weapons instantly activated, enveloping both sides, ready to cover the internal area at any moment. The Iron Hand's thunderfire cannons appeared far behind the adamantium warrior, but the Nemesis warriors had no doubt they were within the enemy's firing range. You. Before the panicked Primaris warriors could say anything, the adamantium warrior turned his back to them and said, "Don't worry, no one outside will interfere with you. Do you need silent sealing to be implemented? What do you mean by this?" The dreadnought pushed aside several warriors and walked towards the adamantium warrior. The chapter master blocked him with his body, looking at the adamantium warrior with uncertainty, as none of his weapons were aimed at them. The chapter clearly showed them one thing: every passage here was so amply armed. Looking past the gaps in the adamantium warrior's strong body, automatic turrets were raising beside the thunderfire cannons, and more weapons were activating. "I'm not targeting you, every single one of my passages is heavily defended." Although the old dreadnought was reckless, he had served for a very long time in the Nemesis chapter, which possessed countless destructive weapons. He immediately recognized that the large cannons unfolding in front of him definitely had a chance of blasting through a dreadnought's body. "Are you seriously bringing tanks over? Old senior, how about we just drop it and plan for the long term?" "You plan for the long term, for me, it's a blink of an eye." Endless pain enveloped him. It was the powerful mental shackles of his honor that prevented him from pulling the trigger. The communication was very brief, they abandoned their ideas. At this moment, the adamantium warrior informed them of something. "The Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus will come to oversee the repair of your chapter's monastery. Afterward, it may be handed over to the repair forces of Clan Harmach of the Iron Hands, who will guarantee to return this warship to service within 10 years, it must be guaranteed." "So, what you mean is, relocate your chapter's equipment and supplies to the temporary vessel as soon as possible. Of course, you can choose to temporarily join this warship sequence, we can allocate an area for you. Kicking us out, driving us from our home." The Nemesis chapter was an ancient chapter established during the second founding, with a long history, numerous relics, and sacred honors. How could they be dismissed with a single sentence? They were furious. Although Guillemon did not like them, they were still descendants of the Ultramarines Legion, and honor and duty were deeply imprinted in their hearts. "We refuse to relocate. Even if we live with the Adeptus Mechanicus, sleeping on cold floors amidst the noise, we will remain with the glory of generations of warriors. I will convey your request to my superiors. Please wait, there will be a reply soon." Their strong words met with a soft rejection. Of course, they believed they had won. "I want to participate in the repair project," the Soul Tech Marine said. "This is a sacred task, more important than repairing power armor." They almost unilaterally announced this in front of the adamantium warrior, who ignored them. In front of the opposing chapter master, the adamantium warrior connected a call with Yi Feng. As soon as he explained the situation, Yi Feng immediately launched into a tirade. Even the Nemesis members were baffled by the content. "How do you talk? Ah. Can you talk? Can you talk? Are we those poor, stingy people? Allocating an area for them or lending a warship, why can't you just give them one? Have you read chapter history? Look at the Dawn Angels chapter, they first returned the Dawn of Light battle barge upon meeting. What about the Lamenters? Not to mention before Tearfall was repaired, the two chapters were like one family, advancing and retreating together. We at least gave them private space. Lending or allocating a part of my territory, wouldn't they feel like they were being monitored? Just give it to them, stop bickering. That battle barge is empty, give it to them directly." One sentence stunned both sides. The main reason was that the flagship didn't have many battle barges now. It was easy to produce troops, but how difficult was it to produce ships? A large forge world might produce one every few decades, and some small, broken Adeptus Mechanicus factions might take hundreds or even thousands of years. "Hey, didn't we get a battle barge when we beat the 4th Legion before? Just give it to them directly." "Division Commander, this. Is there anything else?" "Yes, the opposing Tech Marine requested to join the task of repairing the Gloriana battleship. Is there still hesitation needed for this? Assist them at all costs. Prioritize the allocation of any needed supplies. Remember, repairing the warship to restore combat effectiveness is the most important task right now. I will also have Tech Marines join in." "That's not necessary, that's our ship." The opposing Tech Marine suddenly intervened, but Yi Feng's attitude was even more resolute. "Don't bicker with me. I want you to restore this ship to full combat capability in 10 years. If you can do it, do it, if not, stop talking nonsense. I'm not joking with you. The Emperor's mission will absolutely not be allowed to be affected by you." Yi Feng hung up the phone directly, and both sides stood frozen. However, the clicking sound of defensive weapons turning jolted the Nemesis warriors awake. They were still under the enemy's guns. Thank you for your chapter's support, but for specific matters, I hope to speak with your chapter master. Division Commander? Is that the correct title? I wish to speak with him alone. I will arrange it. Does everyone have anything else? If not, please move aside, the first batch of supplies is already on its way. Ahead, a massive transport ship, almost 2/3 the width of the passage, approached, hauling a large quantity of alloy materials. Everyone watched as the adamantium warrior skillfully pressed a button, and a space just large enough for him to stand appeared beside him. Then he stepped inside. Alright, let's disperse. Enk is very busy right now. He had long prepared to convert the 8-barreled cannons into 10-barreled ones. So, when one of the cannons was destroyed by the Necrons earlier, he immediately ordered the servitors to install the spare cannons. He currently manages a tech marine team of hundreds, devout Adeptus Mechanicus members and countless servitors pilfered from various places by the Neon Ci Jin trading fleet, but technological power is still stretched thin. Yi Feng, you want me to repair the Gloriana? I understand it's very important, but you want me to stop those other projects? Every single one of them is crucial. I really don't have any spare capacity. How about you bear the burden with your life? I think you can do it. What was Enk doing? Of course, he was trying to please the Grand Librarian. The way the Nemesis's tech marine survived severely stimulated him. Now, he was imitating, modifying the Grand Librarian's body according to the configuration Perturabo had when he last appeared. Yi Feng, next time you go wake him up, I'm not responsible, alright? The Grand Librarian doesn't just smash people with random punches, when he gets angry, he attacks with psychic lightning. I believe you can withstand it. It'll only be hard for a little while, once we reach the Iron Hands, it'll be fine. Enk irritably removed a mechanical module from the back of his head. Steel surged, and countless mechanical arms installed external electronic muscle bundles, additional power armor, and external mechanical legs onto Enk, transforming him into a physically massive iron giant. The rear support slots extended, and a cube-shaped structure several meters long slowly descended from the sky. Even with Enk's body so heavily reinforced, the moment the installation was complete, he still felt top-heavy. The knowledge of warships was too vast and complex, these hardware components alone couldn't contain it all. Several intern tech marines attended to him on both sides, carrying numerous hardware devices that could be inserted into Enk's rear knowledge base to supplement specific technical details. Let's go, let's see what's special about this Gloriana. Chieftain Haemunk received intelligence that the red tide was approaching. Whether due to the astropath's unclear message or a translation error caused by the astropath's own disbelief, they translated the Locklaw as Locklaw, which was a Adeptus Arbit's vessel. Reply to them, everything proceeds according to plan. In fact, the two Gloriana-class battleships had entered their final blessing stage, with about 5 more years of blessing for their void shields and Geller fields, they would basically be ready to deploy. The flagship burst from real space, the Iron Hands had indeed found a very hard-to-find good spot, a completely barren star system. 2 Phantom Dragon-class battleships quietly appeared near the enemy's reconnaissance zone, towing the Locklaw forward. It was still composed of a large number of mixed warriors, with the exception of the Space Wolves. The Iron Hands had killed Space Wolves warriors because the Wolf brothers discovered the secret of their empty dreadnoughts. The tech priest rarely left the People's Light, personally inspecting the warship's repair progress. A small, barren star system now gathered 4 Glorianas, which, in the 30K era, would have been a Grand Legion gathering. Drones scanned the keel codes, quickly transmitting the information to Chieftain Haemunk. The chieftain was currently removing his technological attachments and donning his formal ceremonial power armor, as it was possible the custodian guard were arriving, and while he might disrespect others, he could not disrespect the custodian guard. Hearing that another Gloriana-class battleship had arrived, the chieftain was startled, and with a forceful movement, he snapped a Medal of Honor. Reconfirm the signal. Database comparison complete. It is the Locklaw, originally belonging to the Word-Bearers Legion, recovered and serving as the Nemesis Chapter's chapter monastery. Omnis Sia be praised. Chieftain Haemunk continuously activated cooling systems, and numerous devices within his body idled senselessly, as if this could alleviate his excited state. He kept telling himself, it's fine, it's an Imperial warship after all, don't be surprised, a chieftain must remain like Dante, calm. Even Dante wouldn't be calm in this situation. The entire clan Harmach was present to welcome the esteemed guests. Chaos's main attention was focused on the encirclement and suppression of the Emperor's stolen artifacts, so what do you think happened to Lorgar? Were the Word-Bearers, abandoned by their gods, any different from when they believed in the Emperor? Yes, they were even worse. Previously, the Word-Bearers had unyielding faith, so they fought with great determination. Now, if you spend a lot of time chanting and the effect is unsatisfactory, isn't that just a waste of time? The Word-Bearers' frenzied attacks were stubbornly resisted by the wolves. Ragnar Blackmane fought without restraint, knowing that the Wolf Guard's bloodline would not be broken, and darkness could never defeat them. The Word-Bearers' enchanted warriors and the 13th Company's Wolfen warriors clashed, and the bloody, brutal trench warfare held the Word-Bearers firmly at the 4th defense line. The Battle Sisters also lost their strength, but the Imperial lines were not entirely defended by these women, millions of men were fighting to the death, delaying for even a second before their demise. A momentary weakness appeared in the warp storm due to the slackening of the Chaos Gods. Mephiston, the first librarian of the Imperium, seized the opportunity, guiding the fleet through the warp and reaching the world ahead. Guilliman had gathered a large number of librarians, including young psychers from his many successor chapters. The good news was that the renowned librarians ensured a smooth voyage. The bad news was that a certain chapter had numerous librarians and was also a son of Guilliman, so 3 companies were conscripted to join this expeditionary force. The battle barge's furious litany and observer accompanied them. They were the Blood Ravens chapter. The 2 battle barges carried a significant portion of chapter relics, and the Blood Ravens chapter was assisting the expeditionary force's navigation with high combat morale. However, they had dispatched too many librarians to assist Guilliman's other fleets, resulting in their own observer battle barge lacking the necessary strength. The protection of the Geller field was briefly breached, and a demon in the warp, pushing through the Geller field, charged deep into their warship. The newly appointed librarian, who also served as the company chaplain, banished it, but the Geller field flickered several times, causing a surge of psychic energy to rush into their warship. The good news was, it was one of their own. The bad news was, it was a Grey Knight's. Deep within the Blood Raven's vault, a suit of Grey Knight's power armor was hidden. It came from a retaliatory Daemon attack where a Daemon army assaulted a Grey Knight's fortress. Most of its forces were tied up by the Great Rift that opened during the 14th Black Crusade, leaving the fortress with little defense. The Grey Knight's distress signal was fortunately received by several Blood Ravens librarians at the last moment. So, when they arrived, the Grey Knight's fortress had already been breached. The Blood Ravens chapter successfully banished the demons and seized a suit of Grey Knight's power armor that the enemy was trying to destroy. Now, he was back. The only Astartes immortal. Anger to win, Justicar of the First Brotherhood of the Grey Knights. The extremely awkward part of the whole situation was that it was almost like a Blood Ravens chapter exhibition hall, storing many secret treasures. After Angelus Venom revived in his Grey Knight's power armor, he found himself confined on an exhibition stand supported by transparent reinforced glass. Around him were relics from various chapters, including power armor from the Sons of Horus, a staff from an early enchanted warrior of the Word Bearers, a Golden Age cannon from a battle fortress. Anger immediately used his powerful psychic abilities to free himself. There were so many types of chapter insignias on the relics here that he couldn't determine which chapter's storage room he was in. What's certain is that this isn't the Grey Knight's relic vault, he muttered to himself. My brothers wouldn't put me on display. This suit of power armor must have been inherited by another brother. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. After the Geller field restabilized, the machine spirit scanned the relic room and discovered an anomaly. This alarm and the sound of many footsteps made Anger tense. He used his psychic powers to shatter a relic display case and took down the nearest weapon. It was a huge hammer. A Blood Raven's librarian kicked open the door, his gaze automatically locking onto the treasure, and he shouted, "Put down the forge breaker." Anger to win was surprised that the famous weapon in his hand was the legendary forge breaker Warhammer. This hammer was forged by Ferris during a competition between Fulgrim and Ferris. After the heresy, Fulgrim took possession of it, then gave it to the War Master, Horus, who then gave it to Perturabo. Now it was in his hands? I am Anger to win of the First Brotherhood of the Grey Knights. Who are you? Anger did not recognize the Blood Ravens chapter, perhaps because the Blood Ravens had not yet been founded at that time, or they were newly established and unknown. The Blood Ravens looked at each other, confused. Hadn't they confirmed that there was no one inside this power armor? How could it move? When in doubt, call a senior librarian. The Blood Ravens chapter has good anti-chaos corruption protocols, and librarians usually double as company chaplains, company captains, or even apothecaries. What is the question? Chapter 455, Who called for support? Why is everyone being attacked? How did you appear in our relic chamber, intruder? The Blood Ravens mustered their courage, shouting at Anger, their weapons gripped tightly. A few Blood Ravens, like those caught in the act, could only bluster and make a final stand. If a Grey Knights appeared in anyone's inner chamber, it would be a horror movie. I battled demons in the warp, the God Emperor guided me, and the psychic contact of the Aegis armor merged with me, bringing me back from the warp. Even power armor equipped with a teleportation device, like that of a Grey Knights, allows them to teleport into battle like a Terminator's. Anger concealed his secret. The fewer people who knew the Grey Knight's secrets, especially their individual abilities, the better, as this would aid them in combating demons. After removing the Grey Knights' cryptic parts, the Blood Raven warriors understood the general meaning. This guy fought demons in the warp, and the Emperor activated the psychic beacon of this armor as a teleportation point, sending him back. We must confirm your identity, which will take some time. Before that, please come with me. For the time being, please understand our actions to restrict your movement. We will notify other Grey Knights to meet with you. A Blood Raven spoke kindly. Another Blood Raven's tone was not as amiable. I'll say it again, put down the ruin breaker, or we will activate our defensive mechanisms and treat you as an enemy. The defensive mechanisms had already been activated, but the person in front was incredibly strong psychically, as the Blood Raven librarians could sense. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The Blood Ravens were unsure if there was a daemon in the Aegis armor, and Anger was unsure if the other party was a traitor. This warehouse, like a galactic museum, contained Necrons, various traitor legions, Ildari, and loyalist chapter relics. Who wouldn't be confused by that? The Emperor guided me here. Anger repeated the sentence, but the threat in it was already very heavy. The unspoken half-sentence was likely, it could be to rejoin, or it could be to kill the enemy. The Blood Raven slowly entered the relic chamber, forming an orderly formation. This formation seemed harmless and was counterproductive in terms of bolter firepower, but it was a psychic array. Once a fight broke out, 2 ordinary warriors would hold the line, and 4 librarian candidates could concentrate their power on one person to greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. Angertowin needed more information to make a judgment. He slowly put down the ruin breaker, indicating no desire to fight, but surging psychic energy pulsed within his body, proving the truth of his words. His psychic power was strong enough to perceive the Emperor's guidance. Where and when am I now? The Blood Raven squad leader informed him of the generally known information. A mighty force was traversing a warp storm, led by Lord Regent Robert Guillemon, to crusade against the heretics, the word-bearers and their Primarch Lorgar, who had emerged from the Eye of Terror. The Grey Knight's heart was filled with doubts. Time could change everything. He had been gone for minutes, hours, days, even hundreds of days, but never for such a long time. The changes in the Imperium of Man made him feel unfamiliar. Unfamiliarity brings doubt, and doubt brings scrutiny. Angertowin scanned the warriors before him with the eyes of an inquisitor. There were too many librarians, and too many for recruits. A few reserve librarians felt uneasy under his gaze. The Blood Ravens, while not entirely clean-handed, knew that the Grey Knights were legitimate, violent robbers. The recruitment of Grey Knights recruits was diverse, primarily from psychers captured on Inquisition black ships, but it was also very common for them to directly snatch recruits from other chapters if they were deemed suitable. Brother Enger, is it? Welcome. The Blood Ravens chaplain, who also served as the chief librarian and commander of this warship, finally arrived on the scene. The Blood Raven warriors visibly relaxed. However, his actions were entirely to block the door. Brothers, hurry. Quickly move the loot from next door, the relics. It's explainable if the Grey Knight sees this much, but any more would be hard to justify. Enger was about to retract his psychic energy when the other party seemed very enthusiastic, and abnormal. Brother Enger, it's all right, I understand your caution. When did you enter the warp? I have already notified the other Grey Knights. Before they arrive, I can tell you about recent events. The chaplain sat down on the floor, waving the other warriors back, out of the room, then added, don't be nervous. If you wish, I can also tell you about the origins of these artifacts. They represent a glorious history of battle. Professional Imperial Fabricator is online. Seeing no hostility, Enger retracted his psychic energy into a defensive stance, but even so, the Blood Raven chaplain still found him dazzling to look at. This armor should not be in your vault. The one who just spoke mentioned that this ship is on a glorious expedition, operating with many other ships, including Grey Knights. Why has it not been returned to the First Brotherhood? At this moment, the chaplain wanted to strangle that recruit. Why did he speak carelessly, digging a pit for himself? Our current situation is not good, brother. I think this is why the Emperor guided you here. Perhaps you can save us. The chaplain paused. Actually several multi-threaded thoughts were battling, fabricating lies. But on the surface, he appeared resigned to the current situation. We were indeed summoned here, but not during the assembly phase. We arrived just as we were about to traverse the warp storm. This part is true. We dispatched a large number of brothers to the Regent, and they also had the task of contacting other Grey Knights, but they have not yet returned. The fleet then set off under the Regent's command. The expeditionary fleet is traversing an extremely powerful warp storm, and we are drifting away from the fleet. Believe us, the navigators and librarians have tried their best, but we are still getting further and further from the main fleet. Enger made no comment. Then, he saw the chaplain kneel on one knee, bowing his head. I beg you to help us, to guide us back to the main fleet, and of course, back to your brothers. If what you say is true, I will help you, but I cannot trust you. Subsequently, the chaplain began to recount the origins of the rows upon rows of relics here. Some were easy to gloss over because the Blood Ravens chapter had a very good relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus exploration fleets, always assisting them in their exploratory activities. The problem was, what the chaplain said sounded like a fantasy. Angertowin, he wasn't even a Primaris warrior, but a loyalist from the distant past. Are you telling him now that a mechanical civilization called the Necrons is exceptionally fierce in battle? Their weapons only care about your defense thickness, not hardness, capable of destroying all matter, endlessly numerous and unkillable, their warships capable of world-ending destruction and freely teleporting across the galaxy? Are you telling him that the Tyranid swarm is endlessly numerous, leaving nothing alive in their wake, and that 30,000 blood angels died in one war? Or that tens of thousands of chapters from various gene seeds only managed to defend one planet? And that was just a tendril of the invasion? Are you telling him that Guillemon walks the galaxy again, has clashed with traitor Primarches multiple times, and has established forbidden things like the logistics department and the psychic department? It's hard to convince him. Your explanation is difficult for me to accept. After returning to our fortress, I will communicate with other brothers to determine its veracity. Now, there is one last thing, you still haven't explained how you acquired this armor. He looked at his armor. When a Grey Knight dies, their equipment is passed on to the next generation of recruits, and their body is inscribed with 666 sacred prayers, Grey Knights chapter number 666. Most Grey Knights hope to be buried in a place called the Land of the Dead, which is next to the Grey Knights' main stronghold. But he was different, the 666 sacred prayers were affixed to his armor, meaning his brothers revered this armor as a relic, believing he would return, even though his last battle left him virtually annihilated. 2 hours passed, and Enger reluctantly agreed to the chaplain's request, heading to the navigator's cabin. Upon entering, the raging warp storm had completely engulfed the area. An anti-psychic adamantium armor stood at the forefront, struggling to resist. Its weakening effect on the storm was far from reaching a level acceptable to the psychers behind it. One navigator had already collapsed, lying on the ground, curled up with his head in his hands, reciting the full Emperor's prayer. Where is your chief librarian? How can he let a group of librarian reserves command a warship? He's on another warship, we're short-handed. Every warship has this many librarians. As soon as the Grey Knights arrived, his sacred psychic energy immediately shielded the navigators from the warp currents. The light emanating from his body enveloped the entire cabin, allowing the navigators to concentrate on confirming their position. Anger knelt on one knee, the sacred prayers affixed to his armor now completely adhered to his body. We are Grey Knights, with faith as our armor, purity as our sword, holy light bathing our bodies, loyal blood permeating our eyes, seeing truth with our hearts as our eyes. Anger suddenly stood up and punched the fallen navigator. Navigator? With one blow, the navigator died instantly, blood flowing across the floor. Anger pulled out the navigator's heart and smeared the loyal blood on his tactical visor. The holy light shone brightly. The warp storm outside still raged, but in the perception of the internal psychers, the warp storm seemed to have vanished. The remaining navigator could easily see the Astronomicon and confirm their position. Full speed ahead, the Emperor protects. The chaplain watched from behind, showing no emotion at the navigator's death, and was carefully sensing the Grey Knights' operation with his psychic energy. His fervent desire for psychic knowledge made him believe this was a good opportunity to learn psychic techniques. It's not common to see the Grey Knights' sacred spells unleashed. No one cared if the navigator lived or died, and of course, no one cared if they lived or died. The Blood Ravens chapter's observer battle barge burst out of the warp, arriving at the battlefield even before the main fleet. It was a disaster. They were powerless against the Word-Bearer's massive legions, especially since the legions personally led by Lorgar had already breached the star system fortress guarded by the Space Wolves. This was a magnificent battlefield, at least 3 Forge Worlds local defense forces were mobilized, and there were 10 Ramils-class star forts on the battlefield, 2 of which were chapter monasteries. Such a star fort is powerful enough to serve as a ship repair base and a fleet counterattack center, just one could shorten the duration of a campaign by several years. But now, the star forts were deployed like pawns, scattered like nails in the path of the Word-Bearer's advance, their only strategic purpose being to delay the enemy's progress at all costs. Of the 10 star forts, 4 formed a triangular pyramid as the core defensive position, the remaining ones no longer resembled their initial formation. At least 3 star forts had completely fallen, burning fiercely in space as balls of fire. Some warship were impaled on the other star forts. This was not a suicide collision. The Word-Bearers had summoned some super-large daemon, and the entire front section of the warship had become like squid tentacles, with open mouths and suckers clinging to the star fort's outer walls, constantly dissolving the adamantium armor and corrupting the machine spirit. Anger to Win quickly entered combat mode. I need a weapon, a sacred weapon. Anger to Win's eyes glowed blood red. The navigator's blood had been completely absorbed and evaporated by his psyker powers, but the blood red in his eyes still hadn't faded. His eyes seemed to pierce directly into people's hearts. I will arrange it. The Blood Ravens chapter's armory was complex, which had one advantage: the true owners of some relics had already been annihilated. They found an Exorcist's chapter demon-slaying sword. This sword had slain hundreds of demons. When Exorcist's chapter recruit failed after letting a daemon enter his body, it was this sword that slew the unfortunate fallen. The Exorcist's chapter is suspected to be a successor chapter of the Grey Knights, and Anger to Win trusted this sword. The warship fired fiercely. After greeting a navy battleship, they quickly joined the battle. The 3rd star fort needs support, the enemy has breached the void shield, and a large number of enemies have boarded the star fort's interior. Blood Ravens chapter received. The Blood Ravens chapter's senior chief librarians were not present, they were assisting navigators in other warship, and incidentally, confirming the locations of other chapters' treasures. They quickly dispatched a librarian to conduct a prophecy. The Blood Ravens chapter is a rigorous chapter, they excel at leveraging the agility of their librarians' minds to devise detailed and targeted tactics, allowing them to maintain an advantage in combat. A reconnaissance cum support unit was deployed in the boarding bay, ready to drop directly into the battlefield, while another hoped to enter the star fort via a transport ship from an area still under Imperial control. Bombardment cannons ready. The cannons aimed at the warship impaled on a section of the star fort. The steel giant squid was devouring the star fort, and huge cracks could be seen appearing on that section of the fortress, constantly spreading towards its interior. Brother Anger to Win, we. Whoosh. Anger to Win directly activated the power armor's internal teleportation device, deploying himself onto the battlefield. Awoo. Blasphemous monster, come and meet your sacred death. As soon as Anger to Win appeared on the battlefield, he found a werewolf in tattered power armor roaring to his side. The First Brotherhood's legendary arbiter quickly drew his sword and decapitated the wolf. Word-bearer's enchanted warrior. Wolf brothers of the 13th Great Company. Whose support is this? After one strike, Anger to Win noticed the packs of wolves and word-bearers tearing at each other behind him. He quickly made a judgment: the Wolf Guard's warrior had been corrupted or possessed by demons and needed to be completely purified. Fortunately, it seemed the demons on both sides were not allied. The word-bearers had summoned demons from different factions, causing them to fight amongst themselves. This Grey Knights could not be blamed. The Wolf Guard's 13th Great Company was only recovered in late 41K, and the secret of the other great companies' lycanthropic transformations had been well kept. A pure soul walked upon the battlefield. Anger to Win's powerful psychic glow caused nearby demons to automatically retreat. To be honest, he wasn't particularly skilled at this. Among the Grey Knights, the brothers known as purifiers could envelop themselves in holy flames, moving through daemon hordes, destroying everything they touched, their purity directly causing nearby demons to dissipate. The Arbiter, equivalent to a captain, wielded the demon-slaying sword. The Warblade, silent for centuries, once again erupted with a heart-stopping glow, with crackling thunder and lightning interweaving. A berserk werewolf tore off a daemon's head, black blood dripping from its mouth, its bloodshot eyes looking towards the Grey Knights. A daemon tore a werewolf in half with one blow, its spine and internal organs exposed, its body separating from the left rib. The scene was bloody and cruel. It also looked towards Angr'dawin. Angr'dawin's warblade danced in the air, performing a beautiful flourish. Thunder and flames surged along the sword's trajectory, then burst forth in an instant, blasting towards the daemon. The werewolf lunged at him. Halfway there, a head flew over his head. The wolf brothers behind him were familiar with dealing with berserking werewolves. Indeed, the stronger scent of blood attracted the werewolf's senses. He changed direction, charging towards the head, where a tall enchanted warrior stood. Let him suffer a bit. A normal wolf guard warrior thought this. Angr'dawin had no reinforcements around him at this moment, he would face several demons alone. I know you. Amidst the low hum of the cogitator arrays, Imperial Universal Computers, the screams of the word-bearers, and the roars of the demons, Angr'dawin heard a faint but clear voice. Of course you know me. I will banish you, no matter where you come from or where you hide. I will drag you out, tear you to shreds, and kick you into the warp. Angr'dawin rarely spoke so many words in one breath, he was accustomed to such petty tricks from demons. He slammed his sword into the ground. Sacred thunder flowed across the earth, electricity danced on the alloy floor, splashing out from the flames of the ruins, striking the daemon charging at him. The indescribable entity instantly disintegrated. Before the thunder had fully dissipated, the Grey Knights drew his long sword and struck upwards. As he swung, a bolt of thunder erupted from his eye, hitting a spot in the void. A rift opened in space, and the daemon hiding within fell out, only to be decapitated by his sword. Ho ho, look, that's a good fighter. A wolf brother tore open a word-bearer's power armor, glancing at Angr'dawin to see if he needed support. Now, it seemed the demons were the ones who needed support. Thump thump thump. Dull drum beats echoed from afar. All the werewolves who heard the drums felt their blood surge. At this moment, their eyes held only slaughter and blood. They howled, tearing at any living thing that approached, even other wolf brothers. A greater daemon of Qing was summoned here, the word-bearers using the blood-soaked ground to allow it to break free from the warp's shackles. The moment it arrived, all the werewolves felt a surge of power enter their bodies. Two words ceaselessly repeated in their ears, skulls. Blood. Skulls. Blood. The Primaris warrior quickly shook off the influence, but some werewolves uncontrollably began to slaughter. One werewolf lunged at Angr'dawin. Wolf priest, what are you doing? The wolf priest raised his plasma gun, aiming at the charging werewolf. They were protective of their own, but not fools. He hesitated for a moment. The Grey Knights did not give him a chance to hesitate. Thunder empowered his holy sword. He was surprised that the enchanted warrior before him dared to charge him. The thick mane and long claws, exposed where they had pierced through his power armor's gauntlets, showed him to be a severely mutated corruptor. Superhuman speed, a muscle mass impossible for an Astartes. The Grey Knights no longer hesitated. A bolt of thunder descended upon him, scorching him black. His thick fur caught fire and burned, emitting a foul odor. The first werewolf Angr'dawin killed was ambushed and slain with his sword, he hadn't yet realized the horror of the werewolves. But a Primaris werewolf. The Arbiter was sent flying by a single impact. The werewolf pounced on him, and the two rolled on the ground. The werewolf's arms were pinned, and the daemon-slaying sword had pierced his body, but he still bared his teeth, constantly trying to get closer to the grey helmet. Foul monster! A hint of doubt appeared in Angr'dawin's mind, the holy power hadn't destroyed it. But soon, he cast the doubt aside. If you do not wish to hear my discourse, I also know a thing or two about fisticuffs. Bang! Then Angr'dawin was flung away by a strange force. Though the body is crippled, the corrupted heart is hard to cut out. The Emperor's will is a torch, illuminating and destroying all fiends. In an instant, a blue, shimmering light erupted from the Grey Knights, like a cold sun hanging in the sky. The psyker power directly crushed the werewolf, the destructive force pinning him down, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The other demons fared even worse, large swathes of daemon hordes melted under the illumination of his light. Even the enchanted warrior developed large, scalded blisters on his body, and even on his power armor, metal blisters strangely swelled, as if he would explode completely at any moment. This powerful psyker energy attracted the attention of the greater daemon of Qing. It let out a long howl, and its two brutal warblades clashed heavily together. The impact sound drowned out the echoing war drums of the warp. It declared that the silver-grey fellow was its chosen opponent. Chapter 456 Angel's Prayer. Angr'dawin was like a blazing sun across the sky, under his radiant glow, the demons within the enchanted warrior wailed and disintegrated. The greater daemon of Qing's bloody eyes fixed on the Grey Knights. Thump! Its heavy stomp shattered the earth, the deck cracked, and no one was spared in the violent tremor. Thump! Its advance mirrored the blood god, piles of skulls everywhere, and all things perished, only war endured. Thump! Words were meaningless, the axe was the Qing daemon's warcry, for the brass throne. On its charging path, the greater daemon of Qing smashed through all obstacles. The corpses of the word-bearers, mixed with the mangled remains of the wolf brothers, spun in the air. Its twin axes swayed with its charge, and the howling wind rushed into the hollow axe handles, made from the horns of unknown beasts, emitting echoes of hell. The holy prayers on Anger's body spontaneously ignited without wind, the flames gradually consumed the sacred words, and the Aquila emblem mark gradually became stained with black smoke, its wings turning pitch black. The Grey Knight's original power armor was revealed, and his psyker power flowed over his body like water, gathering the ashes of the flying prayers in his hand. The demon-slaying sword danced in the air, then cleaved directly into the center of this black ash orb. The daemon grew closer and closer to him, the wolf brothers bared their fangs, and all holy relics and machine spirits present fell into a frenzy. The Grey Knight's movements were unhurried. He suddenly clenched his single hand, gripping both the ash orb and the sword hilt within his palm. The sword slowly drew, and the holy white blade of the demon-slaying sword took on a layer of grey, so solid, so dense, that every prayer inscribed on the sword was covered by ash. The silver-grey palm held tight as the long sword was drawn from the fist. The ashes had completely adhered to it, becoming the scabbard of the demon-slaying sword. The cold sun in the sky gradually disappeared, its radiance slowly converging on the Aegis power armor. No one would doubt the strength of this warrior. This was a seasoned Grey Knight. He clearly understood that using psyker power to blast a Qing daemon was far less effective than using psyker power to empower a weapon. The word-bearers quietly retreated. Qing demons detested psyker spells, so if he were to cast sorcery to attack the Grey Knights, the greater daemon of Qing might turn around and chop down the word-bearers first. In the battlefield, apart from a few individuals so frenzied they lost self-awareness, both the wolf brothers and the word-bearers were relocating, moving the battlefield as far as possible from the greater daemon of Qing. The word-bearers were genuinely retreating, while the wolf brothers had prepared to assist the Grey Knights. They acted like cowards, retreating to the side, but in reality, all the warriors of the assault squad, Skikklaw squad, present had adjusted their jump packs to an overloaded thrust mode, ready to launch a one-way mass assault at any moment. In such arduous combat, the wolf brothers perfectly coordinated recklessness and discipline. Even the most hot-headed warrior of the Skikklaw squad, at this moment, suppressed the urge to activate his jump pack under the wolf priest's command. Of course, it might also have been a simple desire to see the Grey Knights get a beating first. Compared to the greater daemon of Qing's size, the pitch-black longsword looked like a toothpick. Anger sealed all his fury onto the warblade, his heart now devoid of joy or sorrow, watching the opponent with indifference. Just a greater daemon of Qing. I killed one when I started out. An axe descended from the sky, striking the suspended grey figure down to earth. A second axe followed immediately, raising dust that could engulf everything around. The diminutive figure and the colossal daemon exchanged several blows in a single heartbeat. With every rotation of Anger's body, the residual force from the psyker's propulsion was visible. He used psyker power to forcefully shift his position, barely managing to increase his movement speed to a level where he could engage the daemon. Psyker power cleansed flesh and blood. A powerful psyker skilled in flesh manipulation could easily enhance their physical attributes by 4 to 10 times, like the Inquisitor who cooperated with Guilliman to eradicate the Gene Stealer on Terra. Even so, Anger was at a disadvantage at this moment. The fierce wind scraped against the Aegis helmet, emitting a shriek. The battle blade sliced 3 inches above his head. Anger gripped the sword hilt with his right hand and still held the scabbard with his left. The pitch-black ashes began to crack after the huge axe struck, but what emerged from the fissures was not a pristine white blade, but a heart-pounding flame. Bending, thrusting forward, drawing the blade all in one fluid motion. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, holy flames clinging to every inch of its blade. Now. Go. The Skikklaw squad all activated their jump packs. It was a spectacular sight. Above the ruins and under the gaze of the Emperor's statue, dozens of Emperor's angels soared into the sky, striking the daemon like comets hitting the moon. Neither the Grey Knights nor the daemon was affected by the sudden appearance of the Wolf Guard warriors. Anger struck with his sword very seriously, his eyes fixed on the burning holy blade as he mechanically yet fluidly cleaved the daemon's waist. The unknown beast's hide was easily cut open, and the blade plunged into the daemon's body. The twin axes fell, and the silver figure dodged the axe blades, but the end of the exposed axe handle heavily struck his jump pack, driving him halfway into the ground with one blow. Anger no longer feared death. With each rebirth, he understood the essence of the warp more thoroughly. Even though his legs had lost sensation, he calmly delivered another strike, utterly mangling the daemon's lower body. The Space Wolves warriors flying from the sky accurately slammed into the daemon, one claw tearing at its face. The daemon retaliated, striking the warrior away, and the next warrior, holding a sharp blade, plunged it into its arm. The daemon rapidly swung its arm, intending to smash the warrior against the wall, but before that, a flying kick firmly struck its face, completely tearing open the wound left by the previous claw mark. This Skikklaw squad was special. He flew over with a bomb. The plasma bomb exploded on the daemon's wings. Qing's blessings greatly weakened its damage. The daemon flapped its wings, bathing itself in the plasma, and the bone spurs on its wings pierced the waist of the Skikklaw warrior, who was oblivious to his fate. The battle became incredibly chaotic. Anger hacked away, blow after blow. The daemon, having lost its mobility, was trapped in place. It wanted to deal with the Grey Knights first, but wave after wave of Wolf Guard warriors held its hands. The Wolf Priest's charge speed surpassed any of the Wolf brothers. The moment the action began, he injected a large amount of stimulant into his body. He wielded a two-handed power warmer, his cape fluttering behind him. A Skikklaw squad warrior was torn apart, his corpse falling to the ground. A wolf brother stepped on the corpse and leaped up. Just then, the last Skikla squad warrior descended from the sky, flying the slowest because he carried a thunder hammer. The massive hammer crashed down. Even though the opponent blocked with his arm, the wild growth of black spikes on the daemon's elbow aimed at his chest. But this wolf brother maintained his offensive, the massive hammer still held high, allowing the spikes to pierce his power armor and embed in his chest. As he was impaled by the daemon's spike, the thunder hammer began its descent. The daemon had no way to avoid this blow, and it instantly slammed into the daemon's head. The daemon was no ordinary foe either. Using its thick, pointed horns on its head, it almost parried the thunder hammer. The force of the thunder impacting its horns made it extremely nauseous. This move effectively evaded the massive hammer, at the cost of merely lowering its head. The wolf priest was waiting for this moment. He leaped into the air, and at the moment the opponent swung its arm, he brought his power warmer down with full force. This blow squarely hit the back of the opponent's head, causing the daemon's entire body to topple over. Grey Knights, I have delivered the enemy's head before you. The massive daemon head slammed down directly above Anger. The Grey Knights aimed his sword tip at the writhing throat. What did it want to say? It no longer mattered. The demon-slaying sword plunged into the enemy, its pristine white tip breaking through crimson blood skin to see the light of day once more. From beginning to end, this immortal Grey Knight said nothing. He knew that one day this daemon would return from the warp, once again bringing endless calamity to humanity. The future was dark and despairing. In prophecies, he would fight to the death beneath the golden throne. But not today. Anger plunged his sword into the daemon's body again and again. Even though the light of the warp was already bursting forth from its shattered body, and the daemon was returning to the warp, the Grey Knight's Justicar maintained his attack frequency until there was no daemon left before him. The daemon horde retreated. They consciously avoided this silver-grey madman, then engaged in battle with the wolf brothers. A wolf guard warrior fell from the sky, a large, pitch-black hole in his chest where the daemon's horn had pierced him. Anger looked at this warrior, who was still alive, and began to recite the prayer for the soul to return to the golden throne, comforting this loyal and brave warrior. Shut up, Grey Knights. When will something good ever come out of your mouths? Anger's counterattack was faster than his turn. Before his gaze had even shifted from the fallen Space Wolves warrior, the demon-slaying sword slashed towards the source of the voice. The wolf priest held his power warmer horizontally, easily blocking the blow, at least it looked easy. The champions of Fenris are not like you. They won't fall just like that. This little injury. Anger looked back, surprised to find that the warrior's chest was rapidly growing flesh as if by magic, healing a wound that would have killed an Astartes. The activation of the Belisarius call had saved his life. Although he would be very weak afterward, being alive was everything. At this moment, this Grey Knights finally realized how astonishing the Blood Raven's warrior's words, the Astartes have been enhanced with the help of Archmago's call, truly were. Then, the wolf priest used an injection to stop the warrior's bleeding. The wolf priest served as both a priest and an apothecary. Your injuries are a bit severe, Grey Knights. If your psyker power cannot heal you, I can offer some assistance. I am a warrior of the First Brotherhood. Are there any other Grey Knights on the battlefield? There once were. They were good fighters, but unfortunately, they died too quickly. In the psyker confrontation with the Word-Bearers, all 11 Grey Knights perished, because they faced an army of sorcerers on a legionary scale. I accept your goodwill. I can feel that you are a loyal warrior. The wolf priest suddenly burst into hearty laughter. I thought you wouldn't say that the Space Wolves expressed goodwill, but rather that the Emperor guided us to save you. After witnessing him unhesitatingly kill his wolf-mutated brother, most of the wolf brothers expressed disgust towards the Grey Knights, but the wolf priest was sensible, he was a priest after all. I will help you gain strength like ours. Anger frowned slightly upon hearing this. There was a secret related to his origins. Anger Dewin met the Grey Knights on a black ship. During his first encounter with them, he calmly said, I look forward to accompanying you. Afterwards, the Aquila emblem symbol, a sign of loyalty, appeared on his body. The Grey Knights recruited him, but legend has it that merely after the gene seed was implanted, his body automatically developed into an Astartes, without the need for any other bio-implants. The powerful immortal refused to entrust the secret to the wolf priest. That can quickly heal your injuries, allowing you to move as swiftly as you did 15 minutes ago. The Grey Knight's leg injury was severe. He smeared the remaining ashes of the Holy Litany on the wound, then his psychic power erupted, forming an Emperor's statue behind him. A blue-white, constantly surging Emperor's statue. He began to pray. The wolf priest spat, then went to help the other warriors, including those unconscious wolf-mutated heroes. This time, his prayer was both incredibly devout and full of hope. This was the first time, after countless resurrections, that he felt the Imperium's situation had improved, if only by a tiny bit. The war continued, but the Primarchs had returned, the Astartes had grown larger and stronger, and expelling a greater daemon only resulted in the loss of one squad. One must remember that a greater daemon slaughtering several companies of Astartes was common. Karbandha was famous for killing over 500 blood angels in a single battle. Today's achievement filled him with genuine joy. Joy for humanity. There were far fewer Xenos. The current battle was of such a large scale and had lasted so long without any sight of green-skinned ships, which was a good thing. The Eldar and the Imperium had allied, or something close to it. The most absurd thing the Grey Knights did was when Anger fought a Slaaneshi daemon prince who was trying to absorb the power of soul stones. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself and returned to the warp. Afterwards, his Grey Knights comrades actually returned a bag of soul stones to the Eldar. Who knows what prophecy caused this, even the Eldar praised the Grey Knights as true Emperor's angels, unlike those accursed Deathwatch who loved to desecrate their ancestral graves. Anger had lived too long, fighting from 36K to the present day. He had personally witnessed the Imperium's decline, with more and more powerful enemies threatening humanity's survival. But today, a rare glimmer of hope for the Imperium, and he would be the first to act. I am not alone. Behind me are thousands of troops. At the Mandeville point, so many warships tore open warp rifts that from a distance, it looked as if the entire sky was ripped apart. A long river of thousands of warships formed a fleet that bisected the brilliant galaxy. At this moment, the mighty power of humanity's 11 millennia shone brightly. The majestic Macrag's honor, bathed in the glory of Ultramar, sailed into the battlefield. The elite assault fleet, composed of Ultramarines and their successor chapters, followed closely, like a sharp blade piercing the word-bearer's attacking forces. They faced the tattered, patched up but still ferociously powerful Abyss-class battleship the Litany of the Holy Trinity. Lorgar gazed at the distant sky. He clutched his three-eyed skull staff, which had been broken in his battle with Korix and, after refreshing, had the ashes of the perfect city mixed into it. He should be the Avenger. War Sons. The staff crashed heavily to the ground. He had killed Guilliman countless times, in visions, in battles against the shape-shifting Daemon Prince Emkakan, in past Daemon simulations. Today, he finally stood here. The warp said I would not fight Guilliman again. Was the warp wrong? Lorgar did not speak aloud, his voice resonated directly in the mind of his arch-librarian. Prophecy did not foresee today. In prophecy, we should still be in the Eye of Terror now. The scarred hull of the Litany of the Holy Trinity was riddled with large holes punched by Korux. Countless inscriptions and statues could not conceal the terrible damage, but at the same time, they made it appear weathered by history. This epic warship was much larger than the Macrag's honor. The warship could withstand the firepower of an entire fortress without a scratch, and its hundreds of heavy laser cannons on the broadside could instantly destroy swathes of enemy fleets. One Macrag's honor could not defeat him. Humph. Robert Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Lord of Ultramar, Regent of the Imperium of Man, the last son of the Emperor to walk the earth, a living saint, how will you make your move? Guilliman spoke to an astropath and received an affirmative reply. He said, attack. Exterminate all traitors. Who said there was only one Gloriana? The Red Tier and the Phalanx guarded Terra, the Salamander's Gloriana was missing, and the Raven Guards had been destroyed. However, the Phalanx was not a Gloriana. The Imperial Fist's Gloriana-class battleship warped in from another direction in the star system. The Black Templar's flagship, Eternal Crusader, and dozens of warships launched over the horizon strikes from afar. Space torpedoes and an overwhelming barrage of macro cannons flew towards the word-bearer's rear flank. The hastily repaired Space Wolf's flagship, Hrafenkel, appeared from behind, instantly forming a 3-on-1 encirclement. Ha! Lorgar, how could you underestimate Guilliman's strategic capabilities? The battle near the Eye of Terror was in full swing, and Yifeng's flagship was shakily heading towards his repair yard, Stone City. After handing over the Righteous Vengeance, now named Locklaw, to Clan Harmach, he also had to prepare for the final war. William, don't you think we should sound the psychic war drums now and gather all forces? That's too early. Gathering indeed takes several years, but... William's eyes darted, and Yifeng immediately noticed. The Imperial Fist's cubs were slightly better than the Wolf Guard, at least most of the time, they could manage not to speak. Speak, what is it? Well, Lord Lian Liluo said he needs more time to integrate military power. More time, what does that mean? Has the war in the space star system already bogged them down, unable to extricate themselves? Lian Liluo had a trick that made the imperial dignitaries postpone the Taiping Star region's crusade until last, paying the tithe. We paid our taxes. However, their actual controlled area was much larger than what the Ministry of Internal Affairs recorded. Was it not normal for those marked as fallen territories not to pay taxes? After several ships went missing, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, under pressure from the Logistics Department, accepted Guilliman's expedition acceleration request and fully mobilized funds. This was the message Yifeng received, but now it seemed incomplete. It's civil war. What ideology do the opponents hold? The main forces are several reintegrated warbands and Black Shield warrior teams. They still demand faith in the Emperor as a god. They said. What did they say? Yifeng's tone was so intense it startled William. They said that after putting on anti-psyker power armor, they couldn't sense the Divine Emperor anymore. Doesn't that prove the Emperor is a god? So you're creating a logical loop here, aren't you? What is their scale? About 2,000 people. Lian Liluo can quell it quickly, but this ideology has influenced some warriors. He needs some time to find the affected warriors. The Taiping Star region front is conducting internal purges. This was even more troublesome than the Alpha Legion. At least the Wolf Guard's senses could detect the Alpha Legion, but the erosion of ideology was silent and didn't show on the surface. What was even more annoying was that the main force of the rebellion was an Astartes force called the Pale Nomads Warband. The Pale Nomads were the former name of the Raven Guard. Their guerrilla warfare goes without saying, winning with fewer numbers was commonplace. If I'm not mistaken, they must have secretly contacted supporting forces, otherwise it would be impossible for a few thousand people to rise up. Find out if it's Chaos, Xenos, or the Inquisition. Report. We are talking. Level 1 message. Speak. Lord Lian Liluo was assassinated by an officio assassin or a Vindicare temple sniper. Lian Liluo's condition. Yifeng's voice suddenly became cold, like a frigid robot. Lord Lian Lai Luo is fine, but Captain Xiao Lan. Speak. Captain Xiao Lan took a sniper round for Lord Lian Lai Luo. The projectile pierced his 2 hearts. Belisarius Call's device activated, but it was beyond saving. Lord Lian Lai Luo immediately threw a stasis bomb at him, then transferred him into a stasis field. Pass on my order, immediately search for beta level or higher flesh-based psychers. This mission is designated as one of the highest priority missions. William's hands trembled. What kind of assassination round could attack Lian Lai Luo and Xiao Lan? At least one of them would be wearing adamantium armor. He shouted incredulously at the messenger, confirm the message again. Quickly, immediately, right now. The Officio Assassinorum has the authority to use relics from the Imperial Saint's vault. Don't be surprised, William. Announce Xiao Lan's disappearance to the entire army. From now on, Xiao Lan is missing, having been drawn into the warp. Understood. This way. Go do it quickly. William understood that Yi Feng was rushing him out, he was about to lose control. The command room door was firmly shut, even the Baiwei army were expelled. Chapter 457 We have paid too much, we must not lose. The command room had been silent for several hours, and William now felt fear. He didn't know why, he should have hated the Officio Assassinorum, he should have desperately wanted to destroy the Officio Assassinorum, which was somewhere far away, but now, this emotion was completely suppressed by the quiet command room behind him. It suppressed him so much that he couldn't breathe. The door of the command room slowly opened, and Yi Feng slowly walked out with his helmet, his steps no different from usual. William, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the front command room? I was waiting for your decision. Yi Feng looked at him, the atmosphere so heavy that even a breath would make one's body tremble. William swallowed and said, should we hold a meeting? No need. Convey my military order, all troops are to assemble, all star system political commissars, and subsector leaders are to gather. Replacements are to be selected from battle servitors and elite mortals. All subordinate worlds are to enter emergency status, with planetary operations shifting from a development model to a survival development model. All Astartes and elite mortal auxiliary forces are to assemble under Lian Lai Luo's command. Division Commander. Everyone, listen up. I give you 5 years. The Duchian world furthest from the assembly point is to gather in fleet formation and advance towards the designated target. Other forces are to arrange themselves independently. In short, I want to see all my forces in the Taiping Star region in 5 years. William lunged forward, embracing Yi Feng's ribs. Division Commander, Yi Feng. Calm down. We can discuss Xiao Lan's matter properly, don't act rashly. I can definitely find a beta-level psyker. Half of the Taiping Star region is in our hands, don't panic, don't forget. Blockhead. Yi Feng struck William, but he didn't understand. Blockhead had long vanished into the river of history. Xiao Lan was assassinated by the Imperium. After my death, she was a candidate for Legion Master. The Chaos Traders know about this. Won't they firmly believe that the Imperium and us rebels are now irreconcilable? This is equivalent to me assassinating Guillemon and blowing Augustus Calgar away with one shot. If that were the case, what would be the Ultramarines' reaction? They would frantically gather forces and launch a vengeful counterattack. We are rebels, we are playing the role of rebels. Rebels should draw up their battle lines. The Imperium has angered the rebels, so the rebels should launch a crazy counterattack. Chaos has already discovered that we possess custodes and adamantium warriors, they are already suspicious of us. We must act like a genuine rebellion. We can't be like the Wolf Brothers and the Dark Angels back then, where after an accidental killing, 2 Primarches fought, and then, it was no big deal. That wouldn't fool Chaos. We must show extreme anger and launch a furious retaliatory action. Convey my order, the assembled forces, under Lian Lai Luo's command, are to prioritize quelling rebellions, and then launch attacks on ecclesiarchy holy worlds, multiple holy worlds, all holy worlds that can be attacked. William, who was shorter than Yi Feng, slightly loosened his grip, and Yi Feng abruptly brought his arms together, grabbing William's head with both hands. Think carefully, William. We have already paid such a high price, we must not show any flaws at this moment. The cost is too great, the sacrifice is too many. We cannot fail, we cannot fail. William, pained by Yi Feng's grip, immediately said, now Guillemon is distracted by Lorgar, far from Terra, and being held up near the Eye of Terror. Strategically, this is our best chance to attack the Soul System, Yi Feng. 5 years is too long, 3 years. Whether true or false, we must launch an attack within 3 years. The adamantium hands suddenly released their grip. Before William could catch his breath, the adamantium arms descended abruptly, slapping heavily on his shoulders. Yes, William, you're right. We should show even more anger, to the point of being unable to restrain ourselves, appearing as if we can't wait another day. We must send a powerful fleet to attack before assembly is complete, with the fury of the World Eaters, as mad as them. I understand. Good that you understand, good that you understand. Come, Baiwei Army, lock William in the command room for me. William? This is the Red Tide's way of protecting the commander, you know, tradition. What I, Yi Feng, say is tradition. Several White Scars Baiwei Army soldiers lifted William, while the other Gene Seed, the Baiwei Army William had arranged, looked at each other. So, should we still lock up the division commander now? Multi-line thinking quickly helped them clarify their thoughts. We don't just have one division commander's exclusive command center, do we? We also have a backup one. Several warriors were quick-witted, swiftly darting to the side of the silver throne, clanking big iron chains to lock it, and calling the tech marine to quickly embed treasures into the surrounding pillars, embedding whatever was most valuable. The silver throne was an emergency escape device improved by the custodes, with ample power and an extremely hard shell. If the driver was willing, one step on the accelerator might not break the chains, but the alloy pillars connected to the chains couldn't withstand it. They would shatter into several pieces and be dragged along by the silver throne. The Byway army was very clever. They didn't choose to reinforce the pillars but rather to throw money at them. If Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator, so much money would be gone, he would be heartbroken, so he usually didn't dare to step on the accelerator. And so, Yi Feng's command position was moved from the command console to the silver throne. The entire red tide moved like enraged rebels. Starwards traversed the warp, war machines began to operate, forge worlds began to take sides, and numerous savants and priests left their original Adeptus Mechanicus worlds, joining the marching ranks under the allure of technology and serving the holy war machines. Gurn was undoubtedly the most excited. Who knows what the people under the anti-psyker armor were thinking? Could they still not hear the star words? War, a grand-scale war. This war would ignite the entire galaxy. It wouldn't need 888 years, he could directly overpower the other chaos gods. Lian Lai Luo, upon receiving the message, was the quickest to understand Yi Feng's meaning. He never believed Yi Feng would go mad over the death of a single warrior, he had witnessed far more deaths than one could imagine. Did you see the order? Let me read it to you. Lian Lai Luo knocked down the leader of the warband of the Pale Nomads with a single blow, the cage splattered with blood. Come, let me read you the order I just received. Now, all surplus forces are to launch a full-scale attack on holy worlds. All holy worlds that we can reach. Lian Lai Luo inserted the barbed spike, tipped with neurotoxin, into the opponent's flesh, continuously twisting it. You'd best confess who ordered you to betray us, otherwise all the fallen battle sisterses, the ecclesiarchy priests blown to pieces, the burning holy worlds, these sins will all be borne by you. The Pale Nomads was the Raven Guard Legion, or rather, a very numerous unit of the Legion before the Primarch's return. This unit was called a warband because they still yearned for those damned days. The days when Horus led them, invincible during the Great Crusade. As Raven Guard, before their Primarch's return, their methods of warfare leaned towards the Night Lords, riots and assassinations were common tactics. This leader, of course, knew nothing of any assassination, because that was the Officio Assassinorum's doing. But he couldn't help but suspect he had been sold out. It was entirely possible that his other brothers had attempted to assassinate Lian Lai Luo without his knowledge. He spoke with difficulty, those blood debts will only be counted against you. His head instantly suffered a heavy blow. His blood had already drained dry. What was saving his life now was the Belisarius call implant he had received after joining the Red Tide. No, don't you know that my territory still pays tithes to the Imperium? Don't you know that my original goal was to wait for that opportune moment, to directly rush to Terra on a warp current, without needing to fight worlds guarding warp nodes? You have successfully forced us to launch a massacre, a slaughter leaving no living thing behind. Lian Lai Luo pushed the opponent heavily to the ground. Whether it was Alpha Legion guidance or chaos corruption, Imperial deception or alien control, none of it mattered anymore. Yi Feng's single order rendered the identity of the enemy meaningless. I'm declaring war on all factions. Chaos, Orcs, Eldar, Xenos in our territory, and now, the last piece of the puzzle, the Imperium of Man. Strategic evasion is over, now is the strategic offensive phase. The Taiping Star region is a small place, roughly 1/18 of the galactic map, with an even smaller proportion of colonies. It is full of barren star systems and harsh planets. After the Imperial forces retreated and the Red Tide fully occupied it, the Astartes density increased rather than decreased. This was thanks to the highly adaptable gene seed of the Iron Warriors and Ultramarines joining. Lian Lai Luo himself didn't know how many personnel there were, as the number was constantly increasing. The number of veterans remained around 30,000, which was the troop count excluding the flagships and garrisons on other worlds. But new recruits, our graduation standard seems to be the ability to walk in unpowered power armor. The number of new recruits was greater than imagined. After Xiao Lan disappeared, the recruit statistics showed clear confusion. Lian Lai Luo had many capable subordinates, but no one could truly match Xiao Lan's skill and patience in training new recruits. All warriors fought for the Great Crusade and glory. Training new recruits would make their tasks simpler, and the glory they could gain, the value of their deeds, would become negligible. Unlike Xiao Lan, that fellow seemed to sally forth enthusiastically every time, only to be the first to rush into the mess hall to eliminate the victory feast upon his return. Lian Lai Luo left the cage, his steps hurried as he walked towards his office area. His adjutant followed beside him, inquiring about the selection of a new recruit instructor. Sergeant Francisco said he couldn't compare to Instructor Xiao Lan and couldn't take on such a great responsibility. Tell him no one can compare to her, and I was also trained by her. Sergeant Francisco has been a recruit instructor's assistant for over 100 years. He was the assistant instructor when Xiao Lan was the chief instructor. Have him take full responsibility for recruit affairs. This is an order. Lian Lai Luo abruptly stopped, his adjutant almost crashing into him. Their eyes met, and Lian Lai Luo's were bloodshot. Tell him that in the past, when Xiao Lan took over the responsibility of the division commander and bore the heavy burden of training new recruits, he also tried every means to decline. Later, the division commander beat him up, and then William and Kazanov took turns fighting him, beating him until he doubted life itself. Don't force me to do the same. As Yi Feng put it, if only those with better swordsmanship than Kazanov could serve back then, the recruit company would be packed into a legion. Why was Xiao Lan the worst at swordsmanship? Lian Lai Luo turned and left. He had too many matters to attend to, far too many. Guilliman's battle still seemed extremely difficult. The Litany of the Holy Trinity had the ability to annihilate any single Gloriana-class battleship. There were a total of 3 Abyss-class battleships. The Furious Abyss was destroyed during the attack on the 500 worlds, and the Blessed Lady was destroyed after the Great Betrayal by a large number of Ultramarines employing suicidal attacks. Its wreckage drifted in the galaxy for a long time before being discovered by a Salamander's battle barge. From their initial design, the 2 warships, the Litany of the Holy Trinity and the Blessed Lady, could fight the Phalanx to a standstill. They were specifically designed to annihilate the Phalanx. Its trident-like form was covered with turrets, and its massive rear jet streams carved a vast rainbow across space. Even the energy traces left by its passage could damage warships that didn't activate their void shields. It wasn't comparable to a star fort, it was a star fort. The Macrag's Honor's void shield was the first to fail, and a barrage of bombardments rained down on its adamantium prow. The Eternal Crusader suffered the same fate. The encirclement by 3 Gloriana battleships, under the opponent's powerful firepower, instead became their own hindrance. If all 3 had charged from one direction, then the Abyss-class battleship would only have one broadside of firepower. But now, with your encirclement from the left, right, and above, I bombard your Macrag's Honor with my port side, your Eternal Crusader with my starboard, and my numerous turrets along the spine counter your recently emergency repaired 6th Legion flagship. I'm fighting with ease, even having surplus firepower to continue suppressing the Ramillies-class star forts below. The other word-bearers' warships, relying on the flagship's powerful fire support, formed an assault fleet and charged towards the Macrag's Honor. They had prepared grand sorcery to summon greater demons. But who told you Guilliman was on the Macrag's Honor? Who decreed that a Primarch must stay on a Gloriana-class battleship? Alfarius isn't even with the Alpha Legion, do you expect him to dutifully stay on the Macrag's Honor? Our esteemed regent is currently aboard a Custodes shuttle, with an entire squad of Custodes accompanying him. As for who is currently sitting on the regent's throne, who knows? There are many blue-blooded descendants who have undergone cosmetic surgery to resemble Primarches. Just put on the old version of the Primarch power armor and sit down, and it's done. The Macrag's Honor is the glory of the 13 Legion, not his. He is merely a transient visitor. His mission is to rouse the Emperor, and before that, it's merely a cold calculation of the Imperium's war-effort balance. If Lorgar dares to board the Macrag's Honor, I dare to have the Adamantium Warriors and Sisters of Silences seal off the enemy's warp teleportation spells, then directly overload the plasma engines to detonate the Macrag's Honor. I'll go board and capture the Litany of the Holy Trinity myself. Sacrificing one Gloriana to take down an Abyss-class battleship is a huge profit. Alfarius is even colder and more ruthless than Guilliman. Anger to win, after completing his prayer, found that the Wolf brothers beside him had vanished. They had already rushed to the next war zone. The Grey Knight's leg injury had been healed. The Emperor's blessed psychic power seemed to be able to change attributes, allowing him to use psychic disciplines he was not proficient in. It was quiet all around. Originally, a large number of mortals in Astra Militarum should have come to reinforce the front line. He didn't know if it was intentional by the wolves or if all the mortals had already perished. He was not good at prophecy and could only see a few important scenes, which reassured him. It was not yet time to die. Raising his Daemon Bane, after slaying a greater daemon, this holy warblade seemed to have grown even more powerful. He began to walk across the battlefield. His damaged Aegis power armor hummed, its machine spirit barely maintaining operation, and its outer shell was severely damaged. No one was dealing with the bodies on the position. He walked further, deeper into the war zone. The situation here was a tangled mess, with positions calculated by rooms. From behind a cover, he discovered an unconscious Battle Sisters. He slowly knelt on one knee, then, pulled out a strip of cloth from between the Battle Sisters' legs. It was covered with prayers blessing the Emperor. He intended to cover the damaged part of his power armor with this cloth. Subsequently, he cut the Battle Sisters' skin and, using psychic power to envelop the pure maiden's blood, soaked it onto the cloth as glue. He couldn't reach the damaged part of his power armor with his hand, so he had to rely on his psychic power. After doing all this, he heard a subtle movement. In the distance, a word-bearer was dragging 2 Battle Sisters' corpses, preparing to use them in a desecration ritual to summon demons. The moment the Grey Knights looked at him, the psychic pressure made the word-bearer quickly discover the Grey Knights. He looked at Anger with pure black eyes carved with mysterious and grotesque inscriptions, and the blood-soaked cloth on his back, as if asking, "What, are you also going to sacrifice a Battle Sisters?" In an instant, a psychic lightning bolt shattered the void, striking the word-bearer. This word-bearer's power armor had hundreds of runes, but now only a dozen or so lit up, forming a shield that blocked the psychic attack. The reinforced ceramite where these inscriptions were located instantly turned into a molten metal flow, like a chaotic, undifferentiated vortex. The word-bearer roared, his gaping mouth tearing his superficial skin. What was once a human face completely split open, revealing severe warp corruption beneath. Flesh and bone were indistinguishable, and blue flickers shone from 17 cracks. The next moment, powerful psychic energy erupted from those 17 facial fissures, forming a ritual circle on the spot. The Battle Sisters' corpses rapidly shriveled, their full, plump thighs reduced to mere bones. On the sacred Aquila emblem, a venomous pattern gradually crawled over the wings. This was a quick sacrifice, which would cause many problems, but it was fast. Anger had charged less than 10 steps when he saw 2 walking corpses crawl out from under the word-bearer's feet, swaying unsteadily towards him. He adopted a cleaving stance, psychic energy burning and covering his holy warblade. The shambling gait of the walking corpses, and the inadvertent swaying of their skin, revealed a flaw to Anger. These were not demons of Nurgle. In a flash, the 2 sides closed in. Anger only released one hand at the moment of engagement, gripping his warblade with one hand to quickly stab at the heart of one corpse, while his other hand, covered in psychic flames, punched and blew apart the second walking corpse. The Slaaneshi daemon howled, its flesh writhing and transforming, but no matter how it stretched and elongated its torso, the holy flames would spread the next moment. In just one encounter, he banished 2 Slaaneshi demons disguised in writhing flesh. The word-bearer knelt on the ground, muttering incantations, his corrupted throat and several tongues tangled together as if knotted, emitting incomprehensible sounds. Anger stepped over the demons and swung his warblade at the word-bearer. Before the blade could descend, the word-bearer's neck snapped automatically, and his head fell, rolling on the ground. Anger? Finish him. Psychic power, electrocute him into ashes. Surging psychic energy poured from his body, but strangely, it was as if the corpse was insulated from psychic power, the energy flowed around him. No sooner said than done, Anger swung dozens of blows within 10 seconds, completely mincing the entire corpse. The black flesh was a putrid mess, spread on the ground, and the head was still rolling. The Grey Knights quickly got up and lunged towards the head, but the moment he stepped over the decaying flesh, a large number of corrupt flies burst from the corpse, and withered arms reached out from the black sludge, grabbing his Aegis power armor. Their grip was so strong that they even squeezed cracks into his power boots. The Grey Knights forcefully swung his warblade, planting it in the ground to steady himself. He maintained a posture of one leg being dragged into the black swamp, and the other leg half kneeling, wedged between the swamp and the alloy deck, and began to pray to the Emperor. Pure soul, true sight like a torch, light and shadow between, seeing the unseen, life and death as one, spurning sin. Boom. The warship was violently bombarded. Plasma torpedoes plunged into the corridor, and everything around him shattered. Adamantium armor flew over his head, and a metallic current swept over his body, slamming him into the dark swamp. Even so, Anger maintained his original posture, unmoving, appearing incredibly bizarre. The moment he finished his prayer, the Grey Knights' eyes snapped open. I am an Inquisitor of the First Brotherhood. I recognize you. We will meet again. The Battle Sisters spoke, then lost all signs of life. Anger, gripping the cloth from between her legs, fell into contemplation. The front of the cloth bore holy prayers, but the back was entirely covered with blasphemous chaos words. This was a trap. How strange. He turned the Battle Sisters over. Her back was covered in bloody, carved chaos words, which must have been inscribed during combat. Life sacrifice, truly rare. A powerful entity had captured her while she was alive and forcibly altered her with chaos inscriptions. Indeed, she could no longer be called her. Anger incinerated this living trap with a psychic blast. Perhaps I was wrong? She was just wearing a Battle Sisters' uniform, and was fake all along? The Grey Knights might repent to the Emperor for a long time for falling into this illusion, but that would certainly be an activity conducted over the corpses of enchanted warriors. The Emperor still endures. Anger cleared his mind and walked on. Chapter 458, The One with Words. A horse may stumble, please forgive me, please forgive me. The Grey Knights' Aegis armor screamed. Before using the blood of the sisters as a binding agent, Anger de Win had fallen into an illusion set by the demons, and the damage to his power armor was still exposed. Fragments of corpses were everywhere, the bodies of chaos cultists polluting this loyal ground. He walked step by step. He needed fire to purify everything, but now, the enemy's fire was likely to engulf them first. There was a strong gas flow at Anger de Win's current location, indicating that the star fort had been breached, and a large hole leading to the warring galaxy was greedily plundering the resources humanity depended on. The suppressive power of the Litany of the Holy Trinity had penetrated some of their void shield modules. 2 long arms of the cruciform Ramesses star fort were now exposed, and the area Anger de Win was in was one of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport in so easily. What he was thinking now was not to kill more word bearers. Anger de Win hoped to rendezvous with his brothers and then find a way to board the Litany of the Holy Trinity. Alternatively, during a flicker in the enemy's void shield, he could activate warp teleportation directly, attempting to infiltrate the enemy's warship, and then use his psychic power as a teleportation beacon to guide his brothers. The 3 Gloriana-class warships were all beyond Anger de Win's visual range. He could only observe the terrifying hull of the Litany of the Holy Trinity through the breach in the star fort. Its immensely oppressive body was covered in countless pinpoint lights, each possessing destructive power. How beautiful! It would be even better if they landed on the enemy's heads. The Grey Knights ran, the traces left by every loyal psychic spell constantly magnifying in his eyes. Tracking demons was their mandatory course, but now, he was tracking a rune priest. The Wolf Guard's librarians, though they themselves never admitted it, were communicating with the planetary will of Fenris, something influenced by the warp due to Fenris's proximity to the Eye of Terror, its state uncertain. They could borrow the power of their home world to unleash ice storms. A true rune priest, with a single thought, conjured a blizzard on the battlefield. The word bearers countered by igniting daemon fire, which ironically exposed their positions, making it easier for the space wolves to find them. The cold grew thicker, and wolf howls echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. Anger de Win continued to advance, gradually sensing the surrounding cold as ice and snow began to cover his body. This was a psychic storm, every snowflake was summoned by psychic power, falling all around, causing great interference to the Grey Knights' psychic lock. The ice and snow covered all footprints, the howling cold wind disrupted the sounds of warriors moving, and scent was reduced to a point where only the specialized space wolves could track enemies. Even heat signatures were vaguely discernible under the cover of ice and snow. He guided his psychic power, making it interact with the surroundings as gently as possible. If his guess was correct, the space wolves should be thinking about how to kill him after the battle. Of course, he was thinking the same thing. The problem with the werewolves was either that the wolf guard were hiding something, or that a disloyal individual had been corrupted. Whichever it was, it would be an absolute disgrace, something that must never be known to outsiders. But that was for after the battle. Everyone hoped the other would die in battle under the Emperor's gaze before they had to unwillingly kill you to protect a secret. The direction of the storm shifted, and the Grey Knights ran with the gale. His footsteps were immediately recovered by ice and snow the moment he lifted his foot. Ahead was an endless expanse of ice and snow, with extremely low visibility. He couldn't even believe he was in a corridor and not some vast ice plain. Before he could explore further, his feet found empty space. The smooth snow beneath was uneven. Just then, several Wolfguard warriors simultaneously leaped out from the surrounding ground, tackling him and pressing him deeper into the snow and ice. A second later, the snowstorm smoothed everything over. 3 wolf heads huddled over the Grey Knight's silver-grey helmet, their steel bristles brushing against his adamantium armor. A heavily bearded space wolf glared at him with a brutish expression. They were communicating psychically, the general gist being, "I've discovered something strange. The lights on the litany of the Holy Trinity above aren't all cannon fire. Some of the lights, when connected, resemble a blasphemous array. Why didn't you just call us on the COMM channel? Do you wear helmets?" Every single Wolfguard warrior disliked wearing tactical helmets, the auxiliary comms device at their neck was the most unreliable thing. The rune priest leaned closer, his exhaled breath condensing into mist on the Grey Knights' tactical visor, eventually turning into frost. "What's your assessment, Grey Knights? What kind of runic array do you think that is? I can only make a rough judgment. It seems to be using the people in this star fort as sacrifices. I cannot determine the specific effect. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of the bombardment, there are likely at least 3 Gloriana battleships, or an extremely large fleet, concentrating fire on it. Our reinforcements should have arrived." The news brought by the Grey Knights was mixed. 4 heads huddled together, and Anger to Win utterly detested this feeling. Someone's coming. Clang. Ah. Thud. "Emperor above, pleased to meet you." A Blood Raven's chapter warrior was dragged down by 3 burly men, looking utterly bewildered as he was pressed next to the Grey Knights, instantly turning it into a 5-person conspiracy. Good heavens, that was fast. The Wolfguard were ambushing word-bearers here, but all who arrived were allies. It was truly unclear where things had gone wrong. "I need help, loyal warriors of the Emperor. The traitors and demons have an evil plan, we must understand and stop them. The litany of the Holy Trinity is the key to everything." "Well said. Next time, tell us something we don't already know, Grey Knights." Although the rune priest's words were not very respectful, his actions were swift. He had already psychically enhanced the company's communications and instructed all librarians to pay attention to the worship in the sky, to see if other rune priests could discern any clues. "By the way, want a piece?" A large hand appeared in the middle of the 5 heads, holding a piece of frozen flesh. Half the blood on it was gushing before it froze, making it look like an ice pop. At this moment, only the Blood Raven's chapter warrior was completely bewildered. This Blood Raven's chapter warrior was a normal warrior, not a librarian, or rather, a normal noob. Compared to these big shots, he was a noob. "Brothers? What's happening now?" "Mealtime. This is... I don't want to discuss the origin of this meat. I can only say it's absolutely fine." Although the Grey Knights didn't want to admit it, it seemed to be wolf meat. Wolfguard recruits who succumbed to the Canis Helix would permanently transform into giant wolves, with the excellent ones fighting alongside Wolfguard warriors, essentially serving as combat thralls. "Sergeant of the Blood Ravens chapter, I will explain the current situation to you. Please remove your hand from my Daemon Codex, usually on the Grey Knights' breastplate, or rather, do you wish to read its contents?" Needless to say, the contents were the Grey Knights' secrets. "Reading? Don't even think about it. An accident, esteemed Grey Knights. I assure you, the same situation will never occur again. Next time, I definitely won't be caught." A few minutes later, the 5-person team decided to find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the litany of the Holy Trinity, even though many teams had already done so. The storm gradually shifted direction, sweeping forward, but there were very few demons on the path. The word-bearers' bodies had been cleaned up quite thoroughly, only some incomplete flesh of unknown meaning could be found, and most of the power armor had been recovered. For a time, no one was clear who had won between the 2 sides. My side definitely held. I didn't let any enemies pass, but over here. The rune priest rechecked the communication signal and then discovered that the word-bearers must have killed the warriors stationed there and used chaos sorcery to randomly broadcast war cries in the dead warriors' communication channels. The Wolf brothers have fallen in battle, so what's with the tremors over here? I'm going to take a look. Let's go, together. Blood Raven's chapter warrior. Several people dragged the Blood Raven's chapter warrior out, leaving the Grey Knights standing by, completely ignored. Anger to Win followed casually. He needed more strength. If the word-bearers were retreating, that meant things were getting worse, indicating that the litany of the Holy Trinity had prepared a powerful destructive weapon to utterly destroy the star fort. Explosions and tremors from afar echoed through the pipes and walls, becoming more frequent and denser, eventually turning into a slaughterhouse. In short, the word-bearer's ritual went wrong. They summoned the wrong demon. They themselves didn't know what they had summoned. Staying in the warp for too long had led to a slight oversight. Summoning demons in the real world was different from summoning them in the warp. One of them forgot this issue and habitually shouted a wrong syllable, causing the situation here to gradually become irreversible. On a massive altar piled with bones, the altar's shape was not very regular. If one were to find a comparison in the galaxy, it would roughly resemble an Eldar face. Now, the entire altar was consumed by darkness. The thing emerging from it didn't seem like an object from this dimension, its body looked dreamlike, yet it killed word-bearers the instant it touched them. Several sorcerers were performing a shamanistic dance, while a librarian nearby was frantically using psychic power to resist the entity. The battle seemed to have been going on for a long time. Because when the Grey Knights arrived, he personally witnessed that librarian bludgeon a comrade behind him to death with a staff, offering him as a sacrifice. The blizzard gradually enveloped the area. The rune priest forcefully intervened in the battle. The indescribable entity flowed towards them, greatly alleviating the pressure on the word-bearers. The two sides exchanged glances, and their actions were incredibly decisive. Word-bearers, warp teleportation. Retreat quickly. Rune priest, counterspell, rise. None of you are getting away. During the psychic confrontation between both sides, anger had already unleashed several psychic blasts. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck the unknown monster, which seemed to suffer little damage. However, the other lightning bolts that hit the altar caused immense destruction, completely shattering one corner of the altar. Ultimately, it was constructed from demonic power, and the Grey Knights' psychic abilities inherently suppressed it. Under the pure light, the entire altar melted, but the summoning area for the monster did not shrink with the collapse of the altar. Instead, it subtly showed signs of expanding. If Yi Feng were here, he would definitely prepare the main cannon and fire a shot at the strange area below first. But Angerwin had other ideas. Rune priest. I will suppress the traitor's sorcery. Can you call the engine room warriors to directly activate the Ramesses Star Fort and ram this corner we're on into the litany of the Holy Trinity? Finally, some sense. Don't hold out too much hope, the eternal night is coming. From the current situation, the word-bearers seemed unable to deal with this peculiar thing. Within minutes of their arrival on the battlefield, several more word-bearers were swallowed. They needed to find a way to throw this problem to the 17th Legion. The replies from the other Wolf brothers were very difficult to obtain, reaching here only after many twists and turns. Hearing half of it, the rune priest's heart gradually grew cold. Had the battle reached such a state? Grey Knights, our brothers have proposed a plan: blow up this Star Fort arm. We will crash into the litany of the Holy Trinity along with the debris of the arm. Are you sure? The Blood Ravens chapter warrior shouted, using a denser bolter barrage to conceal his inner panic. This plan is too crazy. I'll try to banish this bizarre fellow. The monster's body continuously flowed towards them, a mysterious color they had never seen before, mesmerizing at a glance. Even the most powerful librarian would feel a sense of to hear the Deo in the morning, and die in the evening is fine upon seeing it. Anger attempted to trap the opponent with a small psychic vortex. I'm afraid your opposition is useless, brother. The damned Iron Wolves have already done it. The battle situation behind us is worse than you imagine. There are no enemies here because this is already considered the rear of the word-bearers. A wolf brother roared, using all his strength to cleave with his power sword. After it plunged into the monster's body, the power sword's promethium engine instantly exploded, the disintegration field failed, and a powerful force from the blade dragged him inward. The Grey Knights enveloped that warrior in lightning. Blue light flowed along his power armor to the power sword, finally breaking free of the monster's pull and successfully retrieving the warblade. The word-bearers landed behind us and have already crushed our defensive nodes. Damn it, the signal interference is too severe. The previous electronic daemon invasion crippled the machine spirit, otherwise, the communication terminals would have given some warning. The Iron Wolves later gave a final deadline, urging the rune priest to return quickly. The Ramesses Star Fort was very sturdy, but it had been breached by boarding pods. After repeated cycles of corruption and purification, the structure of One Ring was already fragile. This place has long been enemy territory. My brothers want to completely destroy it, or rather, let it serve its final purpose. The secondary plasma engine providing energy to this arm could be detonated as a bomb, providing enough force to sever the arm and send it spinning towards the enemy warship. The cost was not much different from crippling this star fort, the entire system would suffer a tremendous blow. This was a one-way, suicidal attack, but so far, the surviving warriors on this arm had no intention of returning and even wanted reinforcements. This is the Emperor's will, he guided us here. Damn it, can you tell me what the Emperor's command is and what we should do? While Anger chanted counterspells at the word-bearers, he calmly discussed with the rune priest how to resist the impending frantic explosion. I think we can hide behind this monster. I have a feeling this monster won't be killed by the explosion. The rune priest's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and the thick fur on his back was gradually turning white, like the landscape of the Fenrisian tundra. That's a good idea. The Blood Ravens chapter warrior was the first to agree. He fired a few shots at the monster with no effect, then began firing at the word-bearers. The word-bearers shouted in the language of Kalkus, the word-bearers' home world, are you crazy? Deal with this monster first. interspersed with curses from various languages, insulting their ancestors. As the saying goes, insults spread the fastest. The Grey Knights and Wolf Brothers finally moved, not running towards us, thank goodness. The word-bearers thought the others understood their words. They then prayed to the gods to forgive their sins, for the erroneous ritual had brought them profound disaster, and they had received their deserved retribution. Chaos gods, please cease your punishment. Grey Knights, die, monster, in the Emperor's name, help me annihilate the Xenos, and purge all heretics. What both sides were shouting and doing were completely different things. The word-bearer's incantation was to summon another powerful entity to counter this monster, as for the Grey Knights, they were entirely on the defensive. Bah! Holy light protects the loyal warriors. A huge explosion instantly reverberated through the ship's interior. Flames surged into the compartment, and a warrior with damaged legs was instantly flung into the ceiling, embedding himself within it. Warriors with active maglocks felt their flesh about to be torn apart, the powerful torsion forced blood into their brains, compressing their cerebral blood vessels. The warriors illuminated by the Grey Knights' psychic power fared better, and more importantly, the Primaris warriors were more resilient. Emperor protect us, that we weren't the section that hit the enemy warship. The Blood Ravens chapter warrior suddenly cried out. That truly can only rely on the Emperor's protection now. Clang. Blood Ravens chapter warrior, quickly say, Blood Ravens protect us, say it quickly say it. Within the Blood Ravens chapter warrior's body, a ripple spread out, enveloping the warriors' bodies, soft as a ball of cotton. They watched the monster's altar recede from them at an astonishing speed. Everything around them was bizarre and rapidly changing. By the time they regained their senses, they were already standing on the burning exterior of the Star Fort. The Blood Ravens chapter has so many good things, it wouldn't be too much for me to use a few, right? The Grey Knights looked at him in surprise, and the other's explanation was that they were relics discovered during a joint archaeological expedition with the Adeptus Mechanicus, given to him as a reward by the Adeptus Mechanicus's exploration fleet. Before they could think much, the battle had already begun. They had entered the range of the Void Shield, and the blocked signals gradually became receivable. Remnants of countless assault teams from before were now contacting them. Some were hiding in pipes, waiting for an opportunity, some were holding rooms, fighting demons to the death, and many more were running and relocating. Another explosion erupted ahead, with flames soaring into the sky, revealing more of the internal structure of the Abyss-class battleship. The Grey Knights and Wolf Brothers were experienced, there would be no air transmission in space, but metal could transmit vibrations. The moment they saw the flames, they leaped high. The Blood Ravens chapter was clearly a step behind. In his words, the brief stun from the relic made it difficult for me to move. He was almost shaken apart. The rune priest gathered his strength and unleashed a wave downwards, creating a large hole before jumping in. Let me rest for a bit, the battle has been too long. Your name is Anger, right? The next cover is up to you. It's my duty, for the Emperor. The Wolf Guard and Grey Knights formed a strange combination, pushing forward, followed by a flamboyant and dazed Blood Ravens chapter warrior. He had no idea where he hid the relic, power armor should be form-fitting. A corner of the Ramesses Star Fort struck the litany of the Holy Trinity, destroying a section of laser turrets on the ship's belly. The Custodes shuttle seized the opportunity, flooring the accelerator. Alfarius and the Custodes squad took advantage of the opponent's signal detection falling into temporary chaos, and directly charged towards the enemy warship. Quickly restore fire control lock, restart the auger array, reconnect the power lines, and direct all power output towards the positions of those 3 Gloriana battleships. An Abyss-class battleship required the coordinated cooperation of 1,000 Astartes to operate perfectly, and now there were over 3,000 word-bearers in a Primarch here. Lorgar was somewhat angry. The Chaos Gods had not warned him. Had he sacrificed so many lives only to earn the warp's disgust and distance? The Iron Wolf Tech Marine indicated, guess who's wearing the adamantium armor allocated to the Wolf Guard? Power wrench warning. The Custodes squad's surprise attack was swift and fierce. By the time the opponent's signal recovered, their position was too close to be detected. The golden shuttle weaved through the flames on the burning outer deck. The flames severely affected the signal. Alfarius was about to return to his old profession. How exciting. Regent, please be careful later. We are not the Victrix Guard. The Custodes implied, we will not abandon the Emperor's mission to protect you. Although the Emperor never gave them the mission to capture the litany of the Holy Trinity. It better be so. Everything for the Emperor. Sometimes, Titus really wanted to call for help. How did I wake up and find the Primarch gone, leaving only a small note telling me to protect the fake Primarch and await his return? I truly want to cut myself down with a sword. From beginning to end, he never considered the possibility that the Primarch had given him an Astartes grade sleeping draft. Chapter 459, The Primarch's Reunion. Alfarius braced for impact, the Emperor's sword at his waist. The custodians stood before him, members of the Dread Host, with only one mission, to kill every enemy they saw, leaving none alive. The custodians did not seem to treat this mission as an assassination. It was as if the Officio Assassinorum didn't want to talk to you, instead throwing out an Everzer assassin, ready to slaughter everything in sight. The Dread Host had access to most heavy weaponry. Now, standing at the entrance of the shuttle-turned-boarding vessel, was an Aquilon Terminators, an iron-clad Terminator suit personally upgraded by the Emperor. Infused with Ormite, it had become incredibly hard. Before it, adamantium armor was merely a cheap, shoddy imitation. Behind him were 2 Achilles-patterned Terminators. Their offense, defense, and speed were all top tier in the galaxy, each suit of armor worth an entire planet. The rest of the custodians were hard to describe, each suit of armor was custom-made, inscribed with symbols recognizable only within the custodes. Additionally, and quite rarely, the custodians did not choose to cooperate with the sisters, but instead used a null zone or a yes, the complete, or rather, original version of that thing from the Dark Angel's vault. This Xenos technology could seal surrounding warp energies, replacing the anti-psyker sisters. These things had significant side effects, otherwise they would have been mass-produced and deployed into the webway long ago. However, small-scale deployment was not an issue. It was clear that the Regent had issued a death order this time. The shuttle trembled violently. Such intense impact would have incapacitated even Astartes recruits. The breaching melta was incredibly persistent, pushing the shuttle to an unbelievable depth, directly past the outer layers of the city like Abyss-class battleship and into its interior. After a sharp shriek, the door slowly opened. The Aquilon Terminators swiftly stepped into the corridor, filled with twisted runes, observing its surroundings. The shuttle's piercing attack, before stopping, had already killed all nearby enemies. Chaos cultists' heads had exploded, leaving only headless corpses on the ground. Two custodians set up their firepower on either side, while the warriors behind them quickly deployed an auger array to scan the ship's interior and confirm the direction of attack. The Primarch stealthily peeked out. The custodian's auger array was very complex, not that it was difficult to operate, but the screen displayed too much data, and the text was very small, making his eyes ache. Alfarius clearly saw dozens of light points. These were the remnants of the assault teams who had previously boarded this warship. They came from various chapters, waiting for support, or had already become corpse traps to lure other infiltration teams. The litany of the Holy Trinity's interior had been severely corrupted. As Alfarius stepped out, he heard countless whispers of chaos. "Have you located the traitor Primarch?" "No, but we've found many black zones. The enemy should be inside them." The custodian finished speaking, turned around, and found no one behind him. Where was the Regent? Where was that big Regent? Damn it, I was just mouthing off for a second. If we don't protect you, the Emperor will scold us to death. Several custodians exchanged glances. The leader remained quite calm. "Son of the Millennium, maintain formation. First, destroy their command center and cut off their communications." The warrior named Son of the Millennium immediately charged forward. This name was simple, it was his first title name. Because he was so unique, his mother had entered a cryogenic sleep chamber while pregnant and slept for 1,000 years before being discovered. The child was over 1,000 years old at birth. The custodians instantly dispersed, leaving only dead bodies on the ground. Alfarius was running fast. Rather than banishing Lorgar, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his brother. He wasn't some last son, he had brothers. Korix could never die. He tore through the enemy's defenses like lightning. A support squad of the Word-Bearers Twisted Rune chapter, their chapter organization was irregular, some having dozens of companies, running, was struck down by the Primarch before they could even clearly see what was in front of them. The Emperor's sword impaled them like candied hawthorns, instantly turning the Word-Bearers squad into shattered chunks of flesh. One of them had made a deal with a daemon, wicked resurrection contracts were written on the parchment on his body. But after being burned through by the Emperor's sacred flame, even the essence of the daemon he had contracted with was implicated. The Emperor's power, in this place where the veil of reality was thin, was not weakened by the demons, instead, it grew even stronger. The blazing flames showed no sign of stopping. Alfarius charged all the way. Some lucky ones would take a sword hit and not die, the Primarch did not stop to finish them off, letting them lie on the ground wailing. A broken corridor leading to the inner core appeared within the litany of the Holy Trinity. Alfarius's greatest difficulty was not the defending forces, but the warship severely corrupted by the warp, making it impossible to determine where the passages led. He squeezed into a ventilation duct, pushing against a fierce gas current, but only at the end did he discover it was a nest. Deep inside was a monster, whether daemon or corrupted beast, whose heavy breathing pulled the airflow through the entire duct. He jumped into a passage where severe corruption made the walls fleshy and elastic, but he ultimately had to accept the reality, it was the digestive tract of a chaos worm. Of course, the most upset one should have been the chaos worm. While sleeping, it had been stabbed in the belly by the Emperor's sword, embracing eternal silence. Alfarius ran faster and faster. A bright light gradually shone from his body, the Emperor's blessing was flickering, a warm power guiding his direction. At the same time, the appearance of this psychic energy also made Lorgar feel a wave of nausea, the false Emperor had arrived. His golden-runed bald head was completely corrupted, his skull uneven, growing short daemon horns and skin like withered wood. His face was bizarre and ugly, barely recognizable as human. The Primarch's body was even taller. His body was covered with human skin scrolls, on which countless chaos secrets were written, rising and falling as he strode. Anyone who dared to peek at him would be targeted by the warp and severely corrupted. Lorgar had discarded his original weapon. It had been truly boring during his home isolation in the warp. He had personally affixed runes to a brand new weapon and steeped it in warp energy. No matter what it was, after 11 millennia, it had become a chaos relic. A rectangular battle standard, that's all it appeared to be. On the thin flag, the front depicted the Emperor's battle with Horus, but from a chaos perspective. The battle standard waved without wind, each ripple showing a different period of the battle. As for the back of the battle standard, it was filled with chaos fissures, looking like mud, decorated in the style of Nurgle. But in each fissure were several suffering souls, nourishing the chaos sorcery contained within. Pain and torment seemed too primitive. Lorgar grabbed the battle standard, it hung low by the Primarch's side. Almost no one would carry a battle standard like this. The flag was not only folded but its end also drooped to the ground. Where are the sacrifices? Haven't the sacrifices arrived yet? They'll be here soon. The Imperial fleet is faster than you. In the warp storm, a warship that had lost its Geller field spun. Roars filled the cabins, and Daemon laughter pierced through time and space, directly interacting with the word-bearer's sorceress psyker powers. They are ready. I don't need to teach you, do I? Lorgar propped the battle standard horizontally and walked towards the wall ahead. The wall of flesh split open into a large crack, like a daemon opening its blood-filled maw. After the Primarch passed, it slammed shut. Anger's squad, after the rune priest indicated he needed rest, moved under the Grey Knights' psychic guidance. Why doesn't the Alfather speak to me? Perhaps it's because your mouth stinks too much. One word from you could knock someone out. Two wolf brothers were whispering, their heads exposed. The foul stench of chaos filled their nostrils. Enemies were everywhere here, there was no need to search. The Grey Knights was already numb. Let them say what they wanted, he couldn't chop them down. Though Anger thought so, the wolf brothers relentlessly pressed on. Hey, Grey Knights, we successfully charged in. What do we do next? Let's go bite the enemy leader's neck. Obey the Emperor's command, and follow the guidance. I suspect he hasn't received any orders at all, he's just leading us on a wild goose chase. Whispering. A Blood Raven's warrior followed behind, not daring to say a word. Their chapter's bigwigs were indeed impressive, capable of contending with top-tier librarians, but the ordinary warriors were indeed weak, fighting the orc boys to a standstill. Just keeping up with the wolf guard's speed was exhausting for him. Often, he would just arrive at the battlefield, and the wolves would have already split open an enemy's helmet, with the Grey Knights' psychic power evaporating the corrupted flesh inside the armor. He would then give the opponent's corpse a crotch-level insult, and then have to pant and huff to catch up with the big bosses. The Grey Knights led them into a breached passage, a straight run through. The circular passage was filled with disgusting slime and wriggling steel. Runes flowed on the walls, if those pitted surfaces could be called walls. Ahead, brothers. The wolf brother roared, pouncing forward, and then landed in a squat, turning his body in confusion, his nose twitching incessantly as if in a spasm. It seemed like enemies were everywhere. And yet, it seemed like there were no enemies. Liquid enemies. This is a river of melted chaos cultist corpses, flowing down from above, Anger said. He wore his helmet, Grey Knights didn't need to expose their flesh for the Emperor to see them. Their Aegis armor contained secret crystal fiber structures that greatly enhanced psychic abilities. Sounds like something they would do. Disgusting. The Wolf brothers made no secret of their disdain. The Blood Raven weakly said, what do we do next? Do we go up? Yes. The Grey Knights was the first to walk up the passage. But the Wolf brothers did not immediately follow. They turned to look at the rune priest, and only after he nodded did they continue forward. 10 minutes later. The way ahead is blocked. Perhaps we can blast it open, but we only brought one meltabomb, and it should probably be used in the most crucial place. The scene ahead was blurry. Blood Raven walked at the very back, and by all accounts, he should have seen the least clearly, but now there was a noticeable change in his eyes. Commonly known as red-eye disease. I recognize it. This is a Custodes Saturnus pattern shuttle. It's Custodes support, they've broken in. The several bigwigs all turned to look at the Blood Raven warrior. I've seen ancient records of the chapter. We were fortunate enough to see schematics of this shuttle during exchanges with the Forge World. What else could he do? He couldn't say that his monastery fortress had one hidden away. Blood Raven's eyes were exceptionally bright now, as if he was about to embrace it the next moment. Anger noticed the anomaly, but every chapter had its secrets, and he wasn't about to exacerbate internal team conflicts at this tense moment. This is good news. We will fight alongside the Custodes. Let's find a way forward, a meltabomb can't blast open a Custodes ship. Anger said this entirely because the two hotheads were about to set up the bomb, seemingly eager to find out whether a Mars Mark 9 meltabomb or a Custodes shuttle was stronger. The Grey Knights burned through the wall with his psychic powers, creating a passage. After this attack, he was also panting, his psychic energy nearly depleted. In this area, psychic energy recovered much slower than usual. Blood Raven, uncharacteristically enthusiastic, walked at the front. He seemed silent, but in the comms channel, he was shouting until his throat was hoarse. Of course, it was communication with his own librarian. He darted to the front with a whoosh, to admire the majestic and imposing front of the Custodes shuttle. Haha, kid, you've got guts. Keep up the good work. If we provide significant help to the Custodes, maybe we can hitch a ride back on this shuttle. The rune priest clapped Blood Raven heavily on the shoulder. He had no idea what astonishing plan this kid was concocting in his heart. The surroundings were clean, with no signs of battle. Or rather, the corpses had already turned into a bloody fluid flowing through the passage, seemingly healing the wounds of the litany of the Holy Trinity. The Custodes Aquilon pattern Terminators were the slowest, the enemy's resistance wasn't as fierce now. The Achilles pattern Terminators charged at the front, while he brought up the rear. After losing track of the Primarch, they proceeded with their original plan. His mission was to go to the heavy weapons armory zone and kill all the word bearers before the enemy could activate any absurd chaos tanks. As he walked, he killed the ambushing word bearers. The Soulright Gauntlet's field was within the Terminator's shield range, which prevented ordinary artillery from destroying this warp-resistant relic, making daemon and sorceress attacks bearable. Custodes individuals were also formidable, but ahead appeared over 20 Terminators, each an enchanted warrior, making him feel somewhat troublesome. He felt like the mission might not be completed on time. The Lost Mew Storm Bolter fired, its sound muffled, like a cowhorn striking a worn battle drum, one after another. The sound of shattering Terminators began to fill the Custodes' ears. The word-bearers had almost no Indomitus pattern Terminators. This outdated power armor seemed like meaningless junk to the word-bearers, who hadn't ventured out much since the Great Betrayal. The enemy also had iron-clad Terminators, but a few Lost Mew Storm Bolter rounds could break their shields, and one round could blast a large crater in their hard armor. A second round landing in the crater could kill the pilot. If not for the psychic shields blocking some terrifying attacks, these Terminators would have had no chance to form up. The Aquilon pattern was running, his slowness was only relative to the Custodes. Before the insane daemon roars within the word-bearers could finish, the Soulright Gauntlet's field had already approached them. The psychic shields instantly weakened, and the Custodes also felt a heavy pressure from the Xenos construct above his head. For it, too much daemon power would not reduce its strength, but it would accelerate its overload. What a challenge! Killing them was a timed mission. The Auric Power Claw hung on his forearm, complementing his tall stature, giving him an astonishing presence. After absorbing too much warp energy, the enchanted warriors' bodies had swelled by several tenths. Some monsters were even taller than the Custodes, but in the Aquilon pattern Terminators' furious charge, they instinctively retreated a few steps. But their steps halted. It seemed they remembered something, why they were here. I seem to be a member of the Primarch's Guard. Boom. The Soulright Gauntlet's overload alarm sounded almost in a single breath. Lorgar's powerful spell pierced through several decks, striking the Custode's head. Dark torrents washed over this small golden reef. Amidst the raging waves, the last bastion of the real world tottered. The Custode's tactical display flickered, and Lorgar's giant daemon face instantly appeared before him. Slave of the False Emperor. A huge daemon hand reached for the Custode's body. In a flash of thought, the Soulright Gauntlet suddenly pulsed. The absolutely real environment disgusted Lorgar, and the Auric Power Claw plunged towards the heart of the Lord of the Word-Bearers. Too slow. Amidst the raging waves, only the small shadow beneath the Custode's feet still retained its metallic form. Now, even that shattered. A sensation of weightlessness came, and holy flames separated the Custode's eyes from the disgusting face of the Daemon Primarch. You've changed a lot, Guilliman. You weren't like this before. Before, I stood on the ruins of the perfect city, watching your suffering tear apart your soul. The Emperor's sword grazed the Aquilon pattern Terminator's chest, striking towards Lorgar's head. 3 seconds ago, the Custodes would never have imagined that Guilliman was beneath his feet, and Lorgar was above his head. Lorgar was actually startled. He knew the Custodes were here and wanted to deal with these troublesome guys first before finding Guilliman. Did you not bring your bodyguard? Those little guys dressed like broomheads. Alfarius was speechless. Look behind you, those offspring don't even have power armor visible on them anymore, just strips of human skin covered in runes. And you have the nerve to criticize me? If you have a thick skin, you can't be broken. What about the holy sword? The holy flames brought warmth to the Custodes, but to Lorgar, they brought an all-consuming heat, like the fires burning on the perfect city. No, false emperor. You will pay for everything you've done. You can't deceive me anymore. Alfarius's strike successfully hit Lorgar's body. He had tried his best to dodge, moving his chest away, but his shoulder was still pierced by the holy sword. Unquenchable flames ignited on the Daemon Primarch's body, continuously burning his wound, constantly reminding him that he would die under this great power. Lorgar swung the flagpole of his battle standard. The dark, clean, and shiny ebony pole struck the holy sword heavily, repelling Alfarius along with the Custodes. In the warp, the more normal something was, the more terrifying it became. This flagpole was too normal. Amidst the chaos and disorder, something as normal as it should be like the leg of a magnificent bed in Slaaneish's palace. That was hard, and it wouldn't break no matter how much it shook. Lorgar felt some doubt in his heart. All of the opponent's actions were unlike Guilliman, but time could change everything, and being the regent might have changed him. The next moment, Guilliman took off his helmet, and Lorgar's rage immediately consumed his sanity. Runes appeared all over his body from the darkness, some were blood red, emitting wails. The Psyker's cries connected him to the unity of chaos. Summon something, Lorgar, otherwise you'll truly be useless. Ha 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 ha, I truly miss this. The Daemon Primarch's body expanded, his muscles twitching wildly as he unleashed a heavy blow towards the regent. The banner swirling in the air continuously whipped up winds of chaos, attempting to extinguish the flames of the Emperor's sword. Alfarius shouted loudly to the Custodes, I will kill Lorgar, you go and slaughter the ants that follow him. This sentence spread from this battlefield, almost throughout the entire warship. All the Astartes who had survived the previous assault team were moved to tears. They roared, rushing out of their hiding places. The Psykers erupted in bright light, guiding the teleportation of their librarian brothers. Anger also heard it. His body trembled. This was his first time seeing a loyal Primarch. He was so close, as if right in front of him. Follow me. For Russ and the Alfather. After advancing for a while, the 5-man squad realized they were the closest team to the Primarch because they had followed the Custodes route, which was easy to find, as there were mixed corpses everywhere. With Bloodraven present, they were more or less running towards wealthy areas, which stemmed from their ingrained reconnaissance instincts, allowing them to judge the value behind broken defense systems. They ran directly towards the heavy weapons armory. Anger preyed as he ran. The rune priest took a deep breath, then forcefully conjured a warp storm. Blood flowed from his mouth and eye sockets, freezing on his face in the ice and snow. Brother, I feel the Alfather's call. In the Emperor's name. The storm was coming. A chill came from afar, carrying endless killing intent. Alfarius, with incredibly fast strikes, closed in on Lorgar. From the daemon banners behind, demons disguised as sons of Horus Terminators leaped out, bearing their fangs and claws. And the words of Sanguinius. Where are you, Guilliman? I'm dying. Where are you? The Archangel's voice was filled with weakness and disappointment. I'm dancing on the ruins of the perfect city. Chapter 460 Lorgar's Trap. Lorgar, although I remember Guilliman likes to gloat, his mouth doesn't seem to be this foul. Why does it smell like Kogarus? Alfarius, if Sanguinius could say such words, then the Emperor of the Second Imperium would definitely not be him. I strongly suspect that if Lorgar dared to cause such a commotion, Karbandha himself would come carrying a large axe to chop him down in a moment. The Guilliman was visibly agitated, both in his fighting style and his manner of speech. Lorgar. Alfarius roared as he brought down a heavy blow, nearly snapping the banner pole. A deep gash was left on it. The light emanating from Lorgar's body brushed over the gash, healing it completely in a few seconds. He was puzzled by Guilliman's abnormality. From every angle, the other party did not seem like the brilliant commander of the 13th Legion. Alfarius, of course, was aware of this, he did it on purpose. Next, his words would make Lorgar relax. Lorgar. Look at this Imperium, you want it, don't you? This is what you want, masses of subjects kneeling on the ground, praying to gods. Do you know how desperate I was governing these rotten worlds? Lorgar, you deserve to die. Guilliman thrust his sword at Lorgar again and again, but Lorgar was not in a hurry to attack. Nearly 10,000 years of self-imposed isolation in the warp had been extremely difficult. The efficiency of obtaining information through warp prayers was too slow, clearly not as good as hearing it directly from the current ruler of the Imperium. It's that damned the scripture you wrote. Look at this world, everywhere are the messy ecclesiarchy scriptures that evolved from it. Look, where is the ecclesiarchy not present in the armies of devout mortals today? You deserve to die, Lorgar, you are fighting against the steadfast belief system established by your once loyal self. And I've been enduring this disgusting governance for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years, it's like I've been cleaning up the ashes of the perfect city scattered across the galaxy, all by myself. With a tiny broom, sweeping endlessly. Watching the babbling retainers below was immense torture for the irrational, scientific Guilliman. A strange, inexpressible pleasure suddenly arose in Lorgar's heart. Merely the mistake of believing in the false emperor had tormented this poor Robert into losing his reason, losing his greatest reliance and his greatest war trait. An uncomposed he was even worse than Angron. Lorgar looked down at the furiously attacking Guilliman with the eyes of a pitiful child. The opponent's offensive was relentless, his steps pressing forward one after another. Lorgar judged that he would soon lose all his stamina and collapse, and did a daemon primarch even have such a thing as stamina? He had originally wanted to retort with the matter of call, but now, he had changed his mind. Waving the war banner, the Lord of the Word-Bearers said, I did make many mistakes in my youth. Look at you, my former, foolish brother. I could never have imagined you with white hair back then. It seems your vaunted intellect cannot solve the small errors I left behind. No matter, I will help you. The glory of chaos will once again descend upon the galaxy. Lorgar began to counterattack. He always retreated, causing Guilliman's furious attacks to miss, seizing opportunities to use sorcery to restrain the Primarch's movements. While the Emperor's sword burned through his sorcery, the war banner could also strike heavy blows upon Guilliman's body. We will expose the lies of the false Emperor, let the entire galaxy see his hypocrisy. The realm of truth will descend upon the world. I will correct the errors, cleansing this beautiful world with the blood of the false Emperor's servants. Just as Lorgar's swelling pride reached its peak, Alfarius suddenly stopped his advance. This strike did not land in its intended position, causing Lorgar to be caught in an awkward, weapon-flailing posture. The loyal Primarch seized this opportunity, suddenly changing speed and crashing into the Daemon Primarch. The size difference between the two was so great that this strike looked like a moth flying into a flame. The Emperor's sword was hidden behind him, concealed by the wings of despair. The front of the attack was carried by his shoulder guard, a shoulder charge impacting Lorgar's dantian area. You, give me back everything that I and my brothers fought for. The Primarch's roar carried a mournful quality, no one had ever heard the regent's voice in such a tone. The flames of the Emperor's sword blazed incredibly high. The Primarch completely ignored the squirming flesh on his left shoulder guard, and his right arm swung out a long, straight strike. Lorgar was startled by this blow, death had never been so close to him. From above the daemon's breastplate, several demons leapt out, or rather, several demons were expelled by Lorgar. They were sliced through by the Emperor's sword like butter, vanishing from this world forever. A tremendous force erupted from Lorgar's body. Praying to the gods could yield a response, and Lorgar's power surged several-fold. Before the long sword could land on his body, he used pure muscle strength to push Guilliman away. The word-bearer's Primarch's bodyguard, at this moment, made no move to assist their Primarch. Instead, they remained in place, either firing at the Aquilon Terminators of the Custodes or engaging them in swordplay, showing no desire to even move. It was as if the one above them was not their Primarch, and his life or death had nothing to do with them. The Custodian guard slaughtered the enemies with the fastest speed. He weaved through the piles of Terminators, tearing through their blasphemous flesh and helmets with agility far surpassing his foes and irresistible holy claws. Boom! A loud bang behind him drew his attention back to the Primarch's duel. The custodian guard saw the regent thrown into a pile of tangled discarded equipment, while Lorgar knelt on one knee, sacred flames burning on him. Some flames gradually disappeared amidst the flowing runic light, but the flames on his shoulder became even more dazzling. Instantly, the custodian guard raised his storm bolter, intending to shoot at Lorgar, but the regent suddenly leapt out of the ruins, and his unfurled wings of despair unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lorgar. The speed of the two Primarches was so great that the custodian guard, clad in heavy Terminator's armor, was completely unable to aim at them. Gritting his teeth, the custodian guard turned and charged towards the Terminator's bodyguard. Since the War Master, few strong individuals had been able to run so fast while wearing the ironclad variant, causing even the master-crafted connecting axles to emit strange noises. The skirmish here had no effect whatsoever on the Primarch's battle. The firepower saturation from the Wings of Despair and Lorgar's prayer runes blasted the entire battlefield into disarray. Lorgar was somewhat frustrated. The false Emperor's blessing, to some extent, nullified the power bestowed by his great warp masters. Every unconscious movement of Guilliman exuded the Emperor's blessing. Lorgar felt a surge of impatience. The warp ritual had not yet been completed, the process was too slow. It should have been finished before the Imperium's relief fleet arrived and ambushed near Mandeville Point. The two crashed into each other again, engaging in dozens of rounds of combat. The interior of the Litany of the Holy Trinity was severely damaged, with hardly a flat surface to be found. Toxic gases ran rampant through the ship's compartments, and sparks from broken machine terminals ignited it. The long-corrupted logic engines twitched spasmodically, and defense systems indiscriminately blasted warriors, sometimes even firing into empty space, senselessly clearing out gun decks. Lorgar wielded the war banner, its black spiky tip scraping across the armor of hope countless times. The regent's armor was now battered and scarred, while his helmet remained pristine. The warp is a vast epic, foolish Robert. That boundless expanse includes both you and I. Lorgar's smile was full of confidence. Under the distortion of chaos, the corners of his mouth pulled into a sinister arc. We, by pain, command the Sea of Souls. Do you feel it? I am the Tide Master. The dim underworld will wash over this land of sin in the remnants of the shattered veil of reality. You will be purified, those specks of mortal light cannot hinder our great endeavor. No sooner had Lorgar finished speaking than the Aquilon Terminators completed their slaughter, killing all of the Primarch's bodyguard present. This was exactly what the Daemon Primarch wanted to see. The war banner flew high, how could it not have soldiers following it? Become my strength, my excellent children, reintegrate into my body, in the abyss of blood and darkness. The Daemon's sneer seemed to echo from all directions. Guilliman felt a tremendous suction force pulling him in all directions, as if into the Daemon's belly. All the warp power, formed from the Primarch's bodyguard as sacrifices, flowed into Lorgar's war banner. The Daemon Primarch gripped the banner pole with all his might, his waist suddenly exerting force, plunging the banner pole deep into the ground. As it contacted the alloy floor, the reality barrier was pierced directly by the banner pole. It rooted itself in the warp, standing firm on the ground of reality. The words of Sanguinius and the curses of the sons of Horus Terminators grew closer, like silver needles piercing the Primarch's skull, like a millstone crushing his eardrums. After a long time, Alfarius vanished from the world, and in the banner, the blue man appeared on the vengeful spirit. Lorgar knelt beneath the banner, his hands clasped together over his chest. His skin strangely bulged, as if a maggot had burrowed between his skin and flesh, wriggling aimlessly. The Daemon Primarch began to pray to the warp. Amidst the rising winds and clouds, a layer of light membrane formed around him. The custodian guard was greatly alarmed. He had been fighting fiercely, his every thought focused on assisting the Emperor's chosen one, yet he had inadvertently fulfilled the enemy's wish. In his fury, his power claw erupted with an unprecedented glow. Then, the earth collapsed. The ground where the word-bearer's Primarch's bodyguard had died instantly caved in, dropping hundreds of meters, falling through an unknown number of layers. The entire room was isolated, like a solitary peak in the Tian Shan Mountains, shrouded in thick fog with no clear path. Alfarius felt the world spin for a moment. When his consciousness cleared, he was startled to find that the surrounding scenery was vastly different from the Litany of the Holy Trinity, and the flames on the holy sword in his hand had actually extinguished. His first reaction was that this was an illusion, that he had fallen into the enemy's sorcery. Horus! A deafening roar came from afar. Alfarius's hair stood on end. How long had it been since he heard those familiar words? 10,000 years. He had fought in the warp for 10,000 years, and then disguised himself as Guilliman for 900 years. I've been searching for my brother for so many years, and now this. Alfarius told himself that everything here was fake, that Lorgar was mocking him, and that he should utterly destroy it. The Primarch advanced with his sword drawn, and a whirlwind swept through the bridge. The vengeful spirit was the flagship of the 16th Legion, and its complex internal structure caused immense trouble for intruders, but now, someone else was in trouble. Alfarius nimbly leaped, catching a glimpse of some dark figures out of the corner of his eye. Sons of Horus. He kicked open a Gasterland Terminator's helmet, and red and white matter splattered all over the Primarch. Then, he saw a glint of adamantium. He's even wearing adamantium armor, I'll kick you to death. Alfarius lightly stepped on another Gasterland veteran's head, crushing his tactical helmet and pushing his skull into his chest. Leveraging the force of that kick, Alfarius's body soared high, and a flying kick sent Rogel Dorn tumbling to the ground. Dorn was numb, and Alfarius was also numb. Dorn was mentally numb, Alpharius's foot was numb. Damn, he's really tough. Rogel Dorn rolled on the ground once before standing up. He looked up angrily, but to his surprise, he saw the man who should never have appeared here. Robert, you're here. Has the support arrived? Faced with Dorn's confusion, Alpharius's reaction was, I'll damn well smash you to death. What kind of daemon illusion is this? Seeing that my Emperor's sword has no fire, all sorts of monsters and ghosts dare to pretend to be gods and spirits? The Emperor's sword gleamed coldly, instantly striking down. Dorn took a deep breath, swinging the heavy Storm's Teeth, a very heavy chain sword belonging to the Primarch, to block the attack. I never thought you would betray us, Robert. The head-on clash shocked Alpharius, then filled him with doubt. The power the opponent unleashed exceeded that of a normal daemon, indeed reaching Primarch level, but then he firmed his belief. He didn't see what he should have seen in the opponent's expression. Guilliman and Dorn's relationship was good, yet very understated. Both greatly admired and trusted each other, yet neither knew that the trust the other placed in him was far greater than he imagined. Daemon, how dare you impersonate my brother? Alpharius roared. For a moment, he had doubted, is this truly the final battlefield? But then, he firmed his belief. Regardless, the game was set. He furiously attacked Dorn, his offensive incredibly sharp, and Dorn returned Alpharius's words with the same phrase, Daemon, how dare you impersonate my brother? Robert's fighting is never like this, he's not this strong. For a moment, Alpharius was truly dazed. Dorn seized the opportunity. He always maintained his composure, landing a heavy blow on the Emperor's sword. Alpharius, holding the sword with one hand, had no power to parry. Storm's teeth pressed against the holy sword, pushing directly onto the armor of hope. The chain sword continuously cut against the Emperor's sword. If not for the holy sword's hardness, the chain sword would have already severed the front plate of the armor of hope. Dorn's charge was relentless, pushing him all the way back against the wall. This was also what Alpharius wanted to see, even what he deliberately led. He lightly tapped the floor several times to make Dorn adopt this posture, holding the sword with both hands to increase suppressive force, his bolter hanging on his thigh. The voice of Terra, Dorn's bolter was a gift from the custodes, was skillfully kicked by Alpharius in his toppling posture, sending it flying. By the time Rogel Dorn realized something was wrong, Alpharius had already grasped the powerful bolter. His posture at this moment was the classic guard stance with raised shoulders, as he believed the opponent's empty fist would smash into his head. Dorn, left with no choice, aimed at Guilliman's head. Clang. Both Primarches were dizzy. Dorn used offense as defense, landing a solid headbutt on Alpharius's chin, while the bolter attack now hit the raised aquila ornament on the upper part of the power pack behind his neck. Bolter fragments embedded in Dorn's scalp, which for a Primarch, wasn't even considered an injury. Alpharius pulled the trigger again, and at the same time, he lost his balance. Dorn used brute force to lift him, intending to resolve the current predicament with a single arm over the shoulder throw. The world spun, and Alpharius liked it this way, he was good at it. In a seemingly unbalanced state, he fiercely kicked Dorn's leg. The voice of Terra Bolter fired wildly, but that was just his cover. The Emperor's sword had already changed to a reverse grip in midair, and in the chaos, it plunged into Dorn's adamantium armor. Without the Emperor's holy flame, this was just an ordinary blade and failed to penetrate the adamantium armor personally forged by the Emperor for Dorn, when the Emperor appointed Dorn to oversee Terra's defenses. But Dorn didn't know this. He wouldn't believe that the opponent would use such a weak weapon to ambush him. Conscious dodging and yielding force allowed Alpharius to turn the tables, throwing his opponent to the ground instead. Dorn crashed to the ground in an awkward posture, not suffering much damage, but his limbs and Storm's teeth were tangled, requiring more time to get up. Alpharius rolled several times on the ground, looking disheveled, but quickly got up and thrust his sword at Dorn. Just then, a Chaos Sorcerer, appearing from who knows where, used control-type psychic powers. Invisibly, it was as if a large hand squeezed the Primarch in midair. He didn't go easy on Dorn either, unleashing a black flame impact directly onto the adamantium armor. With this one move, he could brag from 30k to 42k. Half an hour later, Alpharius stood on a broken steel beam, looking down. In the battle against the enemy's sorcerer reinforcements and the Sons of Horus, the entire room collapsed. He had the wings of despair, maintaining his flight posture. Dorn, amidst a cloud of smoke and a stream of bolter fire from the voice of Terra, fell below and disappeared. Alpharius sensed for another moment but truly couldn't find the opponent. Then he cautiously discarded the voice of Terra. Everything here was untrustworthy, especially weapons. What if they turned into demons and bit him back at a crucial moment? He turned and left, feeling the distant rumble that was about to tear the warship apart. As he sped along, he saw another interesting thing. Wow, a golden big mech. He'd rush over for a fight. If he called him Alpharius, he'd run away. If he called him Guilliman, he'd fight him to the death. If you call me Guilliman, it's definitely not real. At most, it's a greater daemon. What do I have to be afraid of? Alpharius swiftly flew towards the opponent and kicked him again. A golden light instantly erupted, and the Primarch was sent flying dozens of meters away, his wings broken, and electricity constantly flashed from the fractured points. The golden figure said nothing, completely ignoring Alpharius, and continued to charge deeper into the vengeful spirit. My great, never falling, eternally standing regent of the Imperium of Man was dazed from the beating, but he became even more excited. Damn it, I'm not dead, you really are fake. He roared, my sword is cold, Lend me some fire. The wings of despair scattered a shower of falling feathers in the corridor, becoming increasingly bare from continuous overloaded flight. Call, don't look at me. Didn't I say? Anti-gravity flight device, feathers are deceptive camouflage. Alfarius leaped at the opponent once more. The golden giant finally turned, revealing an expression of anger, seriousness, and dread that he had never seen before. His psychic power was like the majestic Alps, completely solidifying the surrounding air. The Primarch felt like he was struggling to move through concrete. He was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. The vengeful spirit, steeped in warp energy, became eerily unpredictable. The ground where the Primarch fell was incredibly hard, like hitting the eternal gate. His consciousness gradually blurred, and the surrounding environment gave Alfarius a sense of familiarity. Ah, it seemed he had seen it in some ancient scripture, that illustration. The scripture's record slowly flowed through his consciousness. Rogaldorn encountered stubborn resistance and failed to reach the battlefield in time. The Emperor failed to reach the bridge of the vengeful spirit at the first moment of boarding. By the time he arrived, Sanguinius had already fallen in a pool of blood. Memory after memory assaulted Alfarius. Books he had read many years ago during a stealthy visit to the Ecclesiarchy library now felt like an inescapable nightmare. No matter how the Primarch tried to shift his thoughts, those pieces of information kept emerging from the depths of his memory. Is this place truly real? Sink, sink. Lorgar's whispers were constant, a strange smile playing on his lips. Sink into the illusion. Doubt is exploration, exploration is sinking, sinking is death. My foolish brother, I can make you commit suicide before me. Thump, thump, thump. Lorgar, open the door. It's me, Corvus. Lorgar? Corvus's keen eyes instantly pierced through the chaotic mist, looking at the flagpole in Lorgar's hand. Behind him, one wolf brother fell amidst the word-bearer's encirclement, another had lost an arm but stubbornly refused to wear a helmet. My fangs are my other arm, he said. The rune priest unleashed a fierce blizzard, beginning to invade the misty land. They stood at the edge of the corridor, the depths below them bottomless, as if one misstep would lead to a complete fall into the warp. Angerduin knelt on one knee, the psychic energy emanating from him growing more terrifying with time. Right in front, he clutched the book containing the Grey Knights' daemon secrets to his chest, storms raging in his eyes. Emperor, guide me. Chapter 461 Shadow Legend. The Emperor's power indeed could not penetrate that strange banner and support the regent. The flames of the Emperor's sword had extinguished, and Alfarius could no longer sense the presence of the human master. But, don't forget, Alfarius's assassination attempt nearly pierced his heart, and even if it avoided a vital spot, the holy flame still burned on the shoulder wound. Angerduin knelt before the mist, his figure appearing even smaller in front of the vapor, his head bowed even lower. Blazing flames pierced through the light membrane, passing through the dense, impenetrable mist, glowing faintly. The light flashed and vanished in the mist, and a sharp gleam erupted in the Grey Knights' eyes. This is the path of destiny, loyal ones, follow me. Anger roared, a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's howl to the others. With a single shout, a large section of the mist before them dispersed, and a cylindrical passage appeared in the viscous, water-like fog. Mist churned on the walls of the passage, just like a warship adrift in the warp. Outside the Geller field, countless demons and evil spirits eyeing the delicious feast within. The Grey Knights' strike was inspiring. The dense mist that the rune priest's blizzard had failed to breach was pierced by Anger's attack, and the wolf brothers eagerly wanted to rush in. The Raven Guard reached out and grabbed the one-armed wolf brother, almost getting dragged along himself. Fortunately, the wolf brother was severely wounded and physically weaker, and his steps were halted by the Raven Guard warrior's desperate embrace. Wait, brother, that's not solid ground beneath the mist. This was the Raven Guard's fighting style, they preferred to probe, gather information, and analyze it comprehensively. There was faintly solid ground ahead, but that absolutely didn't mean it was underfoot too. Rune priest, I want to jump over. Please let the storm lend me a hand. Don't pray to me, pray to Fenris. The power of the blizzard spread into the passage. Suddenly, a beam of sorcerous impact flew from behind, carrying the wails of fallen Astra Militarum soldiers in its darkness, striking the Grey Knights' armor precisely. On Anger's sacred Aegis armor, the psychic shield system instantly lit up. The dark mass intensely countered the pure psychic energy, both psychic energies eroded each other, then exploded with a roar. This single attack severely damaged the machine spirit. The previous damage to Anger's armor was further exacerbated, greatly affecting the power supply system of his jump pack. Praise the Chaos Gods! Who knows how many word-bearers were supporting them from this direction? Behind them, demonic shadows flickered, and every humanoid silhouette was not quite normal. If only there was a Sisters of Silence here, the Raven Guard warrior lamented, feeling regret. His unit had accompanied the Regent's Great Crusade fleet, which contained the forces of almost every imperial department. The rune priest spat, nearly hitting the Raven Guard's foot. The highly corrosive liquid in his saliva emitted wisps of white smoke. Are you trying to kill us, brother? You're the one trying to kill me. The rune priest shook the thick fur decorations on his body, which came from the depths of Fenris and was one of the mediums connecting him to the planetary will of Fenris. At this moment, the fur was tattered and severely corrupted. Under the corruption, the lustrous fur had become dry and curled, and its color gradually darkened. A bolter round whizzed past the Raven Guard's eyes, hitting the fur. The explosion caused no damage, for a Fenrisian beast, fur that could withstand bolter rounds was basic. The aged wolf brother forcefully expanded his body. The blizzard and strong winds made the fur behind him fluffy, and more white snow fell upon it, making him appear exceptionally burly. Standing alone at the entrance of the passage, he seemed capable of blocking the entire passage. His wolf eyes burned like torches, possessing the courage of a single man holding a pass. The storm froze the entire passage. The blizzard seemed to connect with the dense mist, and visibility within the entire passage dropped to an incredibly low level. The rune priest assumed an attacking stance. The Raven Guard warrior seemed to have made a decision. After releasing the one-armed wolf brother, he grabbed the rune priest's solid arm. "Kid, you can't stop them. Let me do it." The rune priest signaled him not to say more. Sorcery attacked haphazardly in their direction. The blizzard summoned by psychic power severely interfered with sorceress detection, making the enemy blind as well. The Raven Guard was somewhat speechless. Did all wolf guards like to engage in close combat? Do you remember how we got here? Of course, by killing. Kid, you're hiding quite a secret. The Raven Guard, for once, stood firm. The fluctuations emanating from his body once again covered the four of them, passing directly through the chaos mist and disappearing into the passage. They didn't care at all if this dense mist caused problems for the enemy. Anger was muddle-headed, supported by the one-armed wolf brother, while the wolf brothers just wanted to pounce on the enemy's faces. Wherever the Emperor says to pounce, that's where we pounce. Everyone was constantly flying. The Raven Guard's relic was like a solid personal field, seemingly able to change a person's spatial position in the real world to some extent. As they flew, the rune priest vigorously sniffed the Raven Guard warrior, practically pressing his face against him. Together with the Adeptus Mechanicu's exploration fleet. "You don't need to explain. There's no foul smell, so I'll believe you for now." The Wolf brothers' criteria for judgment were that bizarre. However, the journey through was not smooth sailing. The reactive passage walls were contracting, and more warp creations extended tentacles to touch this barrier. As the whispers from the Sea of Souls assailed them, Anger's voice suddenly rang out. His eyes were wide open, completely unconscious, yet a loud chant came from his mouth. "Revere the Emperor, he is the savior of humanity, obey his holy word, he will lead you into the glorious tomorrow, remember his wisdom." These words were absolutely the most familiar to the Grey Knights. Even if he forgot everything, he could subconsciously recite them. What's more, at this moment, the psychic energy in his gaze was so sacred and vast, as if one could directly step beneath the golden throne by climbing through his eyes. Under the light of the Emperor, the enemy was effectively repelled, but at this time, the squad did not realize that the departure of the monstrous entities was not due to their strong resistance. A much larger entity was coming this way. The warp-wandering warship finally broke through the reality barrier, spinning out of the warp rift. Having lost its Geller field, it had long been severely corrupted by the warp. An entire transport ship, carrying 1 million people, had now all been devoured by warp demons, becoming sacrifices. This warship rushed out of the Mandeville Point at an extremely high speed, without considering whether its crew could withstand such powerful acceleration, charging towards the battlefield like a torpedo. Its speed was so great, yet it did not plunge into the very center of the battlefield. Few warships would waste firepower on that particular warship. The litany of the Holy Trinity was targeting 3 Glorianas, and the Imperial fleet's entire attention was on the Abyss-class battleships. It wasn't until this warship reached the flank of the Imperial fleet formation, entering the range of the outermost lunar-class cruisers, that a round of probing macro-cannon barrages was fired. A transport ship, without even a decent main weapon, what was there to fear? Weren't such wrecks common on the battlefield? And this warship offered little resistance. It didn't even have void shields. The moment it was hit by Imperial weapons, its engines detonated. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Several other Word-bearers warships also exploded in mid-air. The detonation of the void shield modules generated a large number of warp rifts in space. This cluster of explosions linked together under a strange power. An enormous warp anomaly appeared, forming at a speed completely beyond Imperial expectation. Warships that were too close urgently activated their Geller fields to withstand the psychic evil emanating from the hole. This was something no commander had anticipated. Just a few warships? Even if they were packed with people, how could they create such a massive anomaly? The Inquisitor representative of the War Council was completely unable to comprehend this. The warp was greedy, it would never give something for nothing. Within the anomaly, a colossal sphere was moving. All Inquisitors, Ancient Adeptus Astartes chapters, Officio Assassinorum, and the Psychic departments, they were all familiar with the depredations of chaos, constantly hearing of planets in the real world being dragged into the warp by chaos sorcery. The records couldn't be described as vast as the sea, but they were certainly not few over 11 millennia. It was just that they rarely saw the warp spewing planets from within into the real world, especially at such an unlikely time. Who decreed that sacrifices could only be made in the real world? The word-bearers never accepted that statement. Can't I make sacrifices in the warp? Couldn't the plundered, enslaved people, these severely corrupted creations living within the Eye of Terror, be offered as sacrifices? It was difficult, the souls of creatures entering the Eye of Terror were considered the warp's own. But with enough practice, it was absolutely possible. Coincidentally, we word-bearers have long dwelled in the warp, meticulously studying this art, and have made significant progress in large-scale traps. The sacrifice of several warships in the real world was, at best, a psychic beacon. The true grand ritual was taking place within the warp. Countless resources plundered from the real world vanished under the light of the warp. Demons gorged themselves, souls melted, and even planetary wills went mad. The word-bearers didn't need to deliver the planet intact. In that case, there wouldn't be enough sacrifices, nor was it necessary. The planet was disintegrating. Large chunks of rock, severely corrupted by the warp, each one a devastating blow to avoid shield. The Imperial War Council was silent, all of them shaken by such a sight. The opponent didn't want to talk to you and threw a continental plate at you. It didn't need an entire planet, a single continental plate flying out of the warp into the real world and instantly shattering into countless fragments would be enough to destroy the entire Imperial fleet. No one had anticipated the word-bearers' audacity to be so great, as if they were making an all-or-nothing gamble, throwing everything they had. Their home in the warp? They didn't want it anymore. Everyone rushed into the webway to swap homes with the enemy. To live peacefully in a place the enemy couldn't find. The Imperial captains were now cold all over, as if plunged into an ice cellar. Warships further away began emergency jumps, while those closer. War Council order. Get to the site of the Litany of the Holy Trinity, at all costs. I refuse to believe that your Abyss-class battleship has no escape plan. For a unified chaos, this would be perfectly acceptable, but chaos is never unified. Its factions fight among themselves, and losing the Litany of the Holy Trinity is absolutely unacceptable for the Word-Bearers Legion. The Ultramarines Chief Librarian stood on the Inquisitor's corpse, issuing commands. All psychers present were purged. The Naval Admiral and Astra Militarum representatives were spared because they were commanding from the front lines using holographic projections. A massive rock had already burst out of the warp rift, followed by countless fragments hundreds to thousands of kilometers in diameter. It was difficult to even call them rocks. Everyone understood that they would sleep here forever. Let me be the curtain for this epic. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Imperium of Man. Despair, anger, sorrow, killing intent, countless emotions intertwined, awakening that one being. Do you think because the warp has its people, I don't have mine? Don't forget why you haven't been able to emerge for so long. A shadow enveloped this part of the warp. The remaining word-bearers fled in haste. The Dark Mechanicum priests desperately kicked servitors one by one into the blessed furnaces to please the machine spirit, hoping to make the warship move even a fraction faster. The warp void twisted. No words could describe the terrifying scene, which was more despair-inducing than any doomsday scenario, any apocalyptic battlefield, or an exterminatus viewed from the ground. On a crumbling planet within the warp, on an altar the size of a giant city, the sacrifices were almost all dead. The fanatical word-bearers knelt excitedly, thousands of voices chanting the names of the Chaos Gods. One end of a massive psychic beam delved deep into the altar, connecting to the planet's core, while the other end linked to the warp's wall, connecting with the temporary signals created by the sacrifices of the exploding warships. Everything went smoothly until the shadow descended. A mass of shadow, dotted with countless eyes, at first glance seemed like pure darkness, but on closer inspection, everywhere the gaze fell was a sharp, eagle-eyed stare. The Raven Guard had arrived. The wrath of Korux, the Raven Lord, now unshackled, was greater than ever. He instantly plunged into the enemy ranks, tearing through the city-sized altar in a flash. This was true death, chaotic death, death outside of ritual. The altar's beam took on more brilliant colors as the souls of the word-bearers fanatics joined it. The planet became more volatile, accelerating its speed towards the warp opening, and becoming more unstable. It began to disintegrate and crumble within the warp itself. But Korux did not stop there. The shadow began to extend. It flowed like water, unstoppable, unyielding, starting from the very center of the altar and gradually covering the entire structure. His power was constantly amplified by the power of the altar's previous sacrifices, and it also flowed into the psychic energy column, while the souls of the former word-bearers fanatics, filled with endless fear, frantically fled from him. The entire light column was being torn apart. The power of the shadow gradually polluted this fountain of sorcery leading to the warp passage. In the real world, on the Eternal Crusader, the Grand Marshal of the Black Templars led all the warriors still on the flagship to kneel before the Emperor's statue. They did not believe that the sight before them was the Emperor's doing, but they had to accept the reality that they had been saved. On the Macrag's honor, a think tank composed of several Primaris librarians was unable to record everything they saw. They scoured historical records but could not find a similar phenomenon. Finally, a librarian brought up that ancient legend, a Primarch who had disappeared into the warp. The warp void began to be sewn up from the edges by the shadow. It wasn't darkness, observers' reports varied. Some said it was their own shadow, others said it contained endless fury, and some claimed to see dense flocks of ravens. Before their deaths, they were privileged to witness such a magnificent sight, a thin, silken shadow appearing on the warp rift large enough to accommodate a planet, beginning to cover the entire void. The word-bearers' warships tried to concentrate fire on it. Through the shadow pierced by lances and corrupted nova cannons, no black energy filled the gaps anymore, instead, there were eyes. Eyes of pure darkness. It watched you. The word-bearers' warships watched by it all experienced problems, to varying degrees. Some areas completely lost functionality, as if everyone there had died instantly. Korux's body extended across the altar, everything above was merely a small psychic projection, an illusion. The true decisive battle was here. Raven feathers fell chaotically through the air. With a single thought, word-bearers protected by chaos were mentally twisted apart. After all the remaining word-bearers died, Korux successfully took control of the entire altar. The altar had, in fact, fulfilled its purpose. All planned sacrifices had been exhausted. The word-bearers should have used their remaining power to initiate a warp jump and withdraw to the Litany of the Holy Trinity, but Korux continued to inject energy. The shadow deceived the planet's will, misguiding its direction, sending it off in the wrong way. In the real world, In their observations, the massive warp void was covered and enveloped by the shadow, and no more rocks flew out. The word-bearer's plan was foiled. Finally, it's quiet. It seems we're almost there. The 4 Primaris warriors were still flying. This mist seemed to have an effect on the real world. The Blood Raven warrior felt they had been flying for quite some time. Just a moment ago, there were still some demonic tentacles hitting the channel walls, but now there was nothing, only endless, rolling, dense fog. As soon as he thought this, he turned to look at Anger. Bang! A crimson, sharp beak suddenly appeared from the mist, instantly descending before them. The one-armed wolf brothers bared his teeth. His bolter was out of ammunition. He held a power sword in one hand, and the light of its disintegration field flared up. Blood Raven Kid, faster, the wolf brothers said, brimming with fighting spirit, wanting to fly up and strike him with his sword. Korix's body liquefied and then reformed. Who knows how many years it had been since he had taken his real-world form. His skin was snow-white, his long hair black, and his raven eyes were incredibly sharp. The pity was, no one recognized him. Anger was semi-conscious, the 2 wolf brothers didn't recognize him at all, and the Blood Raven had a slight impression, having visited the Raven Guard's armory. At this moment, he was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Where is Lorgar? Are you, the Raven Lord? The Blood Raven leaned closer to the rune priest. He should not be in an illusion. A small finger pointed forward. There was only one passage. We came from this side, so the enemy must be on that side, unless the Grey Knights betrayed us. Korix ignored them, unfurling his dark wings behind him, his body transforming into a raven, flapping his wings and flying rapidly. He was still one step too late. Because Lorgar's opponent was not Guilliman, it was Alfarius. After Alfarius and the Golden Big Mech exchanged several blows, he wandered through the vengeful spirit warship like a tourist. The Assassin King moved through the scene of the final battle from a warp perspective, indifferent to Sanguinius's epic death and Horus's immense power. The psychic aftermath of the Emperor's battle with Horus sent him flying. The surrounding walls healed themselves rapidly. During this period, Horus controlled every molecule on the vengeful spirit, allowing him complete control over the warship. Alfarius calmed down. He cast his suspicions aside. He quietly watched him perform, slowly searching for the other's weakness. His non-participation in this war did not mean he was unfamiliar with his brothers and the Emperor. Lorgar was an arrogant man. In the previous battle, Alfarius deliberately said that the others the scripture had almost exhausted him, causing Lorgar to place himself in an omniscient, godlike position, a divine position. He wouldn't be able to resist. He wouldn't be able to resist interfering here, and that would be the flaw. Lorgar at this moment was, completely unable to comprehend. Guilliman stealthily infiltrated the battlefield of Horus and the Emperor. The two continued to move away as they fought, and he actually. Guilliman plopped down on Sanguinius's corpse, propping his elbows on his thighs, hands clasped together to support his chin, looking like he was deep in thought and watching a show. Sanguinius's blood gurgled out under the pressure of the armor of hope, flowing to Guilliman's feet. He disdainfully lifted his foot, rubbed it on the ground beside him, and changed his sitting direction. Lorgar felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if he had made a mistake. Was Sanguinius's disguise not convincing enough? But even so, it shouldn't be like this. The Lord of the Word-Bearers had, of course, imagined Rabut Guilliman roaring, "You dare to impersonate Sanguinius, you dare to insult my brother," and then wildly hacking with his sword. But this current scene, even in the realms of chaos, it would be considered a world-renowned painting. Flames burned all around. The Emperor and Horus fought fiercely, neither having the time to launch an attack to drive away Alfarius. And he said, as if bored, "Are you done yet? I'm starting to miss Khan and Fukin." "Oh, right, Khan is lying down below, isn't he? If I jump from here." No, that's something Fukin would do." Alfarius muttered to himself. The painting moved. Alfarius stood up and charged towards the gaping hole in the giant warship that led directly to space. "What are the limits of your painting? Can you simulate every detail of Terra? Can you simulate the Imperial Palace? Do you think I won't jump?" Chapter 462, Lorgar, Guilliman. "Thank you." The Wings of Despair were an anti-gravity flight module, so even with his wings stripped bare, Alfarius remained completely calm. "I'm flying to the Imperial Palace. Can you simulate the Imperial Palace?" Guilliman was quite familiar with the Imperial Palace's structure, and Lorgar was too, but if you were to simulate it, it would be impossible not to alarm the Emperor. If you build a brass throne in the warp and then pile skulls to make a throne to sit on, do you think Gurn wouldn't come looking for you? Alfarius still held a tiny glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to see someone. Malkador, the person closest to him, should be sitting on the golden throne now. Alfarius wanted to see him, even if it was a fake, if Lorgar dared to simulate the Imperial Palace. Artillery fire whistled past his eyes, and Alfarius couldn't tell if he was facing Terra's anti-aircraft fire or the traitor's artillery. The attacks seemed to come from the void. The Primarch knew the illusion had been pushed to its limit, and it could no longer simulate greater distances. The question now was the simulation range fixed to the vengeful spirit, or was it fixed with him as the radius? Alfarius quickly found the answer. Because a large face of Lorgar emerged from the light of moon, and the light of chaos illuminated the entire battlefield. There was no air in space, yet Alfarius heard the wailing of a multitude. It was too fast. Chaos corruption wasn't that quick. Nurgle's virus took about a month to erupt, and even an enhanced version needed 7 days. How could you illuminate it 1 second and have Terra become a hellscape the next? If Chaos Gods / the Four Gods were that powerful, they would have unified the galaxy / Milky Way long ago. Don't resist, Robert. You have already fallen under our light. Everything you see is the desire of your soul. You have already joined us. After analyzing Guilliman's absurd actions for a long time, Lorgar concluded, Chaos had successfully corrupted him, and he had gone mad. Besides warp corruption, he couldn't think of why Guilliman would sit on the Archangel's corpse watching the show. Guilliman also had a beaming smile. So what? No matter how much you do, fundamentally, it's just me and the Emperor against you and your masters. You have detailed rituals, strict procedures, and optimal blessings, but you've made the same mistake you made during the Great Crusade. The Emperor had a plan. He sent the red tide to Feng Yan Star, then snatched a lot from the warp, throwing the spoils to the people's light. Now all the Chaos Gods are desperately hunting the people's light. Your gods have no time to answer you, you fool. Alfarius was gathering strength. He hadn't even moved, merely piloting the wings of despair as he plunged downwards. He and the Emperor had cooperated for countless years, he knew exactly what to do. Lorgar used dark magic to place his body between reality and the warp, inserting it into the fabricated warp illusion. This meant, the Emperor's power would also be very strong here, and the Emperor's sword on Lorgar's body had not faded. The flames instantly broke through the crude seal, engulfing Lorgar's entire body like a wildfire, fiercely burning his demonic form. Alfarius was waiting for this moment. The moon in the sky turned into a fireball, like a second blazing sun hanging in the air. The Emperor's radiance, channeled through Lorgar's large face, spread across Terra. Fake Terra met the true Emperor. Lorgar's demonic face painfully opened its mouth and wailed, flames spewing forth. A pillar of fire thousands of meters in diameter instantly blasted through Guilliman's body and fell to the ground. It seemed as if Lorgar had opened his mouth and successfully hit the regent with fire, but Alfarius felt incredibly light all over. The Emperor's sword ignited once more, and the scene below was so familiar. He had seen this scene many times. Exterminatus. A holy pillar of fire smashed towards the fake Terra. The illusion was stretched to its limit, reaching its maximum at Terra's atmosphere. The flames, like a geyser, crashed against a solid wall, shattering, surging, and spreading. From the Primarch's perspective, it looked as if the entire demonic Terra had been shattered by the Emperor's wrath. Alfarius surged upwards, his gaze like a torch. The wings of despair's engines reconnected to his wings. The power of the Omnissiah transformed into fiery holy wings in the Torrent fire guides, life and death are one. Lorgar's demonic face obscured the entire moon. Alfarius was so tiny, seeing him was like a cicada looking up directly at the golden sun. Lorgar. Alfarius's roar carried a pride unique to humanity. Tell me, what did the first human, who looked up at the sun and gazed at the sky, think of the origin of humanity? False Emperor, you actually. The flames had already scorched Lorgar's face, making it look completely charred. You don't know, do you? I'll tell you, it was. Alfarius easily flew to the center of the other's forehead, his long sword aimed directly between his eyebrows. It was. I need to find a way to shoot you down. The Primarch threw the Emperor's sword at the enemy with all his might. As it left his hand, the entire holy sword began to expand, flames constantly swirling around the blade and merging into it. The long sword instantly grew 30,000 zhang in a single breath. A rainbow piercing the sun. The noisy universe fell silent. Light clashed like shields and spears, blinding everyone. The earth and stars reversed, the universe settled, and the moon was cleaved with a single thought. Alfarius caught the Emperor's sword as it spun back to him. After splitting Lorgar's face, the flames dissipated, and it returned to its original size. The Primarch held the blade to his chest. A rift, tearing through heaven and earth, appeared where moon had been. Looking inwards, it was pure white, with an aura of vastness. Chaos energy flowed around it, attempting to repair the rift, but the burning flames at the edges prevented it. The regent, clutching his warblade, curled his body and plunged into the rift. Lorgar, you and your masters did not defeat the Emperor. Now, this is my full force strike. He spun in space, and in the zero-gravity environment, the Primarch spun faster and faster. In the orbit of Calth, Guilliman drifted in space. He hadn't gotten the chance to confront Lorgar directly, but I am not Guilliman, I am Alfarius. Always loyal Hydra. You've withstood one blow from the Emperor, so are you ready to face my wrath, traitor? The moment he crossed the rift, the real world shook violently. The banner was savagely torn, and Alfarius leaped out from within. Lorgar was kneeling beneath the banner, a massive rift, on his face. Countless chaos runes flowed across his flesh, constantly forming arrays to counter the flames, gradually eroding the false Emperor's power. The two Primarches were in starkly different situations. Alfarius was vibrant and seemingly divinely aided. He thrust his sword directly at Lorgar's face, aiming to add another blow to the wound the Emperor had inflicted, to completely cleave the traitor's head in two. In desperation, the Lord of the Word-Bearers forcefully pulled out the flagpole. When the flagpole left the alloy floor, rooted in the warp, it did not repair the hole it left behind. Warp winds blew out from the hole, directly hitting the front armor of the Armor of Hope. The winds of chaos swept over Belisarius's masterpiece. The shield system overloaded extremely quickly, the proud Aquila ornament was erased, and beneath the golden decoration, the servo systems creaked. The Primarch curled his body as much as possible, using his leg armor to replace the repeatedly damaged front armor. It was this change in posture that allowed Lorgar to raise the flagpole and block the sword. However, Guilliman's heavy blow threw him off balance, and Guilliman's body showed no sign of stopping. His curled knee slammed heavily into Lorgar's chest. Lorgar fell, his blood surging, feeling all the runes on his body disappearing. Guilliman straddled his chest, his long sword, in its rotation, pointed at the other's head. The flagpole was flung to one side. Lorgar felt all the bones in his chest broken by Guilliman's blow, and a piercing pain shot to his crown. The scorching holy sword hovered above his head, its light illuminating his face. "Tell me, Lorgar." Alfarius roared, his face drawing closer to the other's repulsive demonic visage. The regent's voice boomed like a great bell, shaking Lorgar's mind into a daze. "Tell me, Lorgar, where is my brother?" At the same time, from directly behind, another furious roar came, "Answer me, Lorgar. Where are you?" The Raven Lord Corax rushed to the battlefield, easily spotting the glowing membrane enveloping Lorgar and the banner. His hands transformed into claws, and his sharp raven claws easily tore through this defense. His head and chest gradually transformed into a sharp, crimson bird's beak, and he bit down heavily. Guilliman was suddenly struck hard from behind. His entire body irreversibly tilted forward, and the sword hovering over Lorgar's brow slammed down. Lorgar was banished. The warp was fragmenting him, then pulling him back to that place from which he could never escape. Corax was stunned. He knew very little about the real world. The Raven Lord had sworn to hunt traitors to the ends of the earth and would never return to the Imperium of Man unless all traitors were dead. If Lorgar hadn't burst into the real world, he would never have returned to human territory. He was afraid to see his own children. He cruelly murdered the mutated Raven Guard, tearing them in half like a beast. Zinc blocks of guilt, a guilt he could tell no one. Don't talk about his soul returning to the Golden Throne, that might fool others but not himself. Guilt made him unable to face his own children, and by extension, other Astartes and even the entire Imperium of Man. Not to mention his brothers. No loyal brother treated his children as he did. On a lonely island in the mist, there were 3 primarchs. "You are." "It's me." Alfarius turned his head. Guilliman's face was covered in wounds. Mottled blood and accidentally stained chaos materials adhered together, and the wounds healed slower than imagined. "You're not, it doesn't feel right, you're not him, this power." "It's me, old friend." Guilliman gave a gentle smile. The last time that smile appeared was in the hot spring, when he held the photo of the People's Light taken by the Raven Guard scout. The Raven Lord did not ask him why he wore Guilliman's face, nor did he ask how much time had passed, he simply said, "You've worked hard, my old friend. Hope is returning. You bear no sin, Corax. Come back." I'm busy, brother." Their exchange was so brief. Both had 1,000 words they wished to pour out. For the regent, even if the Raven Lord did nothing but sit behind him, he would feel immense peace of mind. But the Raven Lord refused. The moment Lorgar vanished into the warp, the Raven Lord tore open a warp rift with his bare hands, chased after him, and scattered into a myriad of dark ravens. Claws cleave the path of life and death, under the Raven's tower, shame unheard. For him, facing a loyal Primarch, Corax's emotions were too complex, shame accounted for most of it. It seemed that with every word he spoke, he wanted to flee this place at all costs. Another part was fear, not daring to face his father. He had found the genetic treasure his father left behind and created the Super Raven Guard, but he had also failed him, being infiltrated by Omegan's progeny. The Raven Lord dared not face the current state of the Imperium again. The rest was rage. He feared he would be unable to resist tearing apart the current Imperium and starting over, from the beginning. Alfarius stood stunned. He now desperately wished he were in Lorgar's illusion. He admitted that if an enemy were to assassinate him at this moment, a weapon could pierce his chest without hindrance. These few seconds felt like a dream. Yi Feng was still being hunted by chaos. His flagship had just arrived at Stone City when a new round of pursuit immediately followed. The Forge world below was under fierce attack, and several Xiansh followers all began to become active. When the People's Light approached and ordered them to prepare sufficient materials, these Xiansh followers organized a series of operations including hiding demons in transport vehicles, suicide attacks, and carving chaos runes on the materials provided. Soon, the adamantium warriors who had landed first discovered the anomaly here. Sage Heichuo was subjected to an assassination attempt, and at the most dangerous moment, his own machinery, with the intervention of Vashtor's power, almost killed him. Librarian Sisyphus found and rescued him. The old librarian was always so reassuring. However, not long after, most librarians felt an indescribable sense of oppression. The warp region corresponding to this world had too many powerful beings, no less oppressive than the arrival of the Great Devourer. Weaker librarians didn't even dare to continue using psychic powers. After Yi Feng ordered the deployment of several adamantium warriors task forces, he immediately led his troops away from Stone City. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. What kind of hot potato did the Emperor throw over? Why do I have so many Feng girls behind me? How can I handle this? The problem of raw materials was extremely serious. No matter how powerful the space manta was, even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. It seemed that as soon as the Red Tide warriors stepped out of the flagship's warp blockade range, the enemy could forcefully detect them and come to attack with a vast horde of demons. Yi Feng's face turned pale with worry. He furiously devoured dozens of bowls of rice, smashing the bowls as he ate. Even melting the bowls wouldn't be enough. Sometimes, I really want to find a beautiful place, bury myself, and be done with it. Isn't it just about getting more powerful the older you get? I'll bury myself for 10,000 years, emerge after 10 millennia, and I'll be the boss. Wait, Yi Feng seemed to grasp something. His thoughts climbed back up the path, multi-threaded thinking intertwining and then quickly separating, spreading to every corner of his memory palace. Bang! Yi Feng slammed his hands heavily on the console of the silver throne. The Baiwei army nearby were startled, quickly covering the control stick and bracing the throttle position. Deliver my order. Hey? What are you doing? Hurry, open communications to Sector Y8, connect to the Tech Marine in charge there. Watching the Baiwei army member fumbling with the controls, Yi Feng was also anxious. Time was already short, and he hoped they could make it. After all, they only needed to repair a shipyard gate, a few years should be enough. Commander, I have joined the communication. I remember, the People's Light has the ability to change topographical structures, right? Yes, most of the current equipment is working perfectly, but I found a small problem, seemingly an old legacy. That's not important. I just want to ask, can it be used for mining? Any planet with intelligent life has a chance of being perceived by chaos. So I'll just find a desolate world. I'll start by mining. We don't need to spend years establishing mining areas, nor do we need to blow up planets and risk great danger to withstand the force of a planetary explosion to mine. I'll directly change the terrain, exposing minerals, and dispatch a large number of space manta to collect resources, which will then be refined inside the People's Light. The main point is that there isn't a single mortal outside, it's either automated machines or adamantium warriors driving. I knew I should have had Christina set up some shipyards earlier. Maybe then we could have directly pulled materials. Yi Feng's flash of inspiration came at the right time. The war between the Primarches was barely coming to an end, at least Lorgar was dealt with. It's just that the method was a bit different from what Xianch had imagined. What happened to the promised mutual destruction? How did you just lose to Guillemon without even putting up a fight? At least inflict some damage, like that unquenchable flame on your shoulder. Lorgar, you better shut up, the Raven Lord is still chasing me. And so, Vashtor and Perturabo, who were ambushed behind, might have to face the Imperial Expeditionary Force in a near full strength state. The planetary impact summoned by the Word-Bearers was indeed powerful, but it was only one wave. Very few warships were damaged enough to require withdrawal from the Great Crusade for major repairs. The Regent also knew that this was the last Great Crusade before the final moment, it had to succeed. The Red Tide did very well. Feng Yan's star seemed to be fine. The vast Imperial territory lost nearly 30,000 worlds when the Astartes army gathered on Terra. He ultimately gathered too many forces, leading to weaker defenses, but the Dark Angels and Alpha Legion swiftly pacified the various battlefronts within the Imperium, sweeping across sectors. Thanks to the decline of the Drukari/Dark Yildari and the battle that heavily wounded the orcs, the enemy density decreased. Just as Guillemon was thinking this, a certain Yi began to ponder. By rights, I am a rebel, right? If I gather troops to attack the Sol system while Guillemon is on his Great Crusade, shouldn't I do something to delay Guillemon's actions? Looking at the battle report again, hey, Guillemon is done. So, if I harass them a bit, it shouldn't pose any threat to the overall situation, at most making the soldiers go hungry for a meal or two. Let's go, brothers. Which holy world is closest? Aerolith 8, right? It supported the Battle Sisters'? Excellent, internally weak, let's hit it. Brothers, only one standard, the momentum must be grand, the duration must be long, and as soon as the expeditionary force arrives, we run. Remember, in the eyes of chaos, we are supposed to be gathering forces in the Taiping Star region to attack the Sol system. This is just a fake main force, a false army to attract the attention of the expeditionary force and delay their return to Terra. The main goal is a sweeping illusion across the human realm. After the flagship issued the order, the hidden forces in the Calixis sector immediately acted. They were originally going to join the main gathering, but now they changed direction and launched a feint attack against the weakened Imperial worlds. Suddenly, Guillemon was overwhelmed by a flood of battle reports, it seemed all surrounding areas were under attack. Inside the Eternal Crusader, a fierce debate ensued. The Black Templars Grand Marshal ultimately decided to maintain the original offensive route, attacking the Eye of Terror was more important than supporting Imperial worlds. But Guillemon handed them a stack of distress signals from Ecclesiarchy Holy Worlds under attack and ordered them to organize an elite force to join the expeditionary force, while the rest went to support the Ecclesiarchy worlds. The Primarch easily transformed the conflict between the Black Templars Grand Marshal and himself into an internal conflict within their ranks. What? You think you should go to the Eye of Terror? Then you're not elite enough. Blame yourself for not beating your other brothers, then. However, the expeditionary force did not directly rush to the Eye of Terror either, because battle was raging all around. At this moment, Perturabo asked Vashtor, how much longer do we have to stay here? Who knows? Keep digging trenches. Vashtor was focused on joining the operation to reclaim treasures from the People's Light and didn't have much mind to chat with Perturabo. Yi Feng. Hello, Valis. There is no war at the moment. The two stood with the Silver Throne's door open, one inside, one outside, conversing, looking like a princess leaving in a luxurious car and a poor boy, dusty from travel, catching up. The Red Tide successfully found a mineral-rich world. The flagship's advanced prospecting equipment quickly discovered the minerals contained within. We obtained energy from a gas giant and then began mining on one of its moons. Peaceful mining time was running out. Valis finally had time to continue researching the ideological program. After studying for a while, he raised a question. The imperial truth states that humanity is the optimal biological form for ruling the galaxy/Milky Way. Then, Necrons are not biological forms, and Tyranids are not the galaxy/Milky Way creatures. So, it just needs that tiny bit of a version update. Wallace did not find the answer in Yifeng's Analects. Yifeng comforted him, saying, "When we have time, we can ask the author of the imperial truth." Wallace seemed to understand. Then, he went to find Khazanov. Chapter 463 The War Begins. Don't look at how grand the war is now. In fact, most of the war zones are compressed into a very small area around the Eye of Terror. The galaxy/Milky Way, on the whole, can be considered quite peaceful, comparable to the millennium of peace after the Great Betrayal. At that time, the Primarchs were present. After the Primarchs disappeared, Sigismund cut down all the enemies. It can be said that as long as the Alpha Legion and the Red Tide don't stir up trouble, the galaxy will generally remain very stable. The biggest pirate bosses are all our own people, so you tell me if it's stable or not. As long as Guilliman pushes the front line to the first defensive circle of the Eye of Terror, which is the planetary defense belt surrounding the Eye of Terror's corridor of light beyond Cadia, the situation will be in the Empire's hands. The success rate of the 4th Legion's ambush is getting lower and lower. Xiange originally thought that the Word-Bearer's Legion could inflict huge losses on the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and then the crippled 4th Legion would be able to contend with the Regent. As a result, the Red Tide's sweeping bubble offensive not only greatly delayed the Expeditionary Force's progress but also made them believe there were too many enemies nearby, prompting them to rest and gather more forces. Chaos was so anxious, like, "Come and fight me quickly. If you don't come, I'll kill everyone." Chaos cultists massacred the worlds they captured on the outskirts of the Eye of Terror, and broadcasted signals with thousands of times the astropathic intensity. The Imperial Army was tied up, but the Red Tide guys didn't recognize that. Their mission was to trick the Imperial Army into supporting the Holy World, but when the scouts looked, they only saw so few. Enraged, they truly concentrated their forces and captured a Holy World before Imperial reinforcements arrived, smashing all the Emperor's statues. Unlike Yifeng, the Ecclesiarchy's policy of keeping the populace ignorant was very effective. Most mortals had no idea about the Primarchs, the Great Betrayal, they didn't even know about the High Lord. They only believed they were serving the Emperor, a truly existing god. The astropathic calls they emitted were not only firm and pure in faith, but under the blessing of numerous Ecclesiarchy priests' prayers, the astropath's message was accurately transmitted to Guilliman. With a push and pull, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, at Guilliman's signal, launched support operations based on the principle of proximity, basically advancing along a multi-zigzag route towards the Eye of Terror defense line. Xiange calculated another hexagram, divination, and in the current situation, he really couldn't guarantee that the opponent would pass through the trap. Perturabo's condition was becoming increasingly abnormal. The longer he existed in the real world, the more erratic the machinery throughout his body became, as if his machine spirit was becoming increasingly crazed under the pressure of the reality barrier. Huge, perfectly flat metal disc-shaped lands floated in the air, one side covered with warp runes. When they lit up, they could transform into the illusion of the endless starry sky behind them, which had a similar effect to the Eldar ship's holographic projections. Perturabo had been waiting for a very long time, and the traps with inscribed teleportation arrays around him had already been replaced once. The assault fleet attracting the Expeditionary Force fleet also had to join the Chaos raiding forces due to lack of supplies, and began sweeping the surrounding planets. However, the Space Wolves' scorched Earth orders and the Imperial Army's resolute resistance did not leave them much in the way of provisions. If these fleets remained idle, they would gradually wear down the 4th Legion. Vashtor, is your contract still valid? Perturabo angrily confronted the Dark Mechanicum god. This was the 4th time this month. I will always honor the contract, unless you break the contract rules first. Then why isn't my brother here yet? Ah, that guy from the 20th Legion must be eliminated by me. Perturabo wanted to say Alfarius, but he didn't know if it was Alfarius or Omegan. The information he had received was that both of them had died early in the Great Betrayal. Vashtor was concentrating on constructing the Heavenly Array. In his plan, Perturabo's position was the Earth Array, where he alone would fight the Regent, while the Heavenly Array would provide aerial fire support, the more the better. He could now guarantee that even if an Emperor Titan descended here, it wouldn't last 10 minutes. The space-based firepower, scattered like meteorites, floated in the universe. At this moment, they all suddenly stopped in midair, rotating to point their weapon ports at Perturabo. Although the disguise wasn't broken, a huge killing intent still permeated the air. Be patient. Patience is your strength, and the key to victory. The Lord of Iron became agitated, his mechanized body bouncing a few times on the ground, completely ignoring the turrets in the sky, and cursing at Vashtor. A mechanical arm shot out from the Forge Lord, holding a hard drive with information about Perturabo. This was meaningless, just a formality. Then, he said, Dorn was much more patient than you when building Terra's defenses. Boom. Perturabo fired a shot into the sky. Then he angrily went back to waiting. Vashtor was also helpless. This ambush had lasted too long. Many people had already noticed this place, including some powerful prophetic librarians, and it was possible that even the Inquisition had detected it. But the contract was his authority and also his limitation. He had to fulfill the contract. If he still hadn't ambushed the enemy by the year 887, he would retrieve his power as much as possible. By then, no one would contend with Kern. Just as he was thinking this, an exploration fleet appeared at the Mandeville point in the distance. The Star Bears chapter of the White Scars was a chapter composed entirely of Primaris warriors, established during the Ultima founding. From its inception, it was associated with the Regent, completely obeying Guilliman's orders. Their appearance invigorated all the troops. The Imperial fleet was coming. Some demons were wandering about, and a disguised mining facility on a nearby planet had its inhabitants corrupted by the Forge Lord, turning them into servants of the Dark Mechanicum, tirelessly excavating minerals to supply a Dark Mechanicum cruiser orbiting the planet. The Star Bears chapter was well hidden. They were not discovered by the Mechanicum ship and eliminated all Chaos cultists through a successful raid. Soon, after sweeping the area, the opponent left. The Forge Lord knew that victory was when people were most likely to be careless. It's about time. Have the fleet advance into the star system and prepare a meteorite shower near the Mandeville Point. The main Imperial fleet usually arrives in this star system about a week after the reconnaissance force. The 4th Legion finally mobilized. The artificial meteorite shower gradually drifted towards the Mandeville Point. Such natural phenomena are very difficult to detect, especially when a huge asteroid flies slowly. Who knows when your fleet arrives, it will suddenly explode. 2 years after receiving the report of this battle, Yi Feng slowly raised his teacup, flipping through the messy documents sent by the Astropath, and then almost successfully solo killed the mastermind behind the great betrayal of 42K with a mouthful of water. What the hell? Defeated Perturabo? What's going on? Is this guy a leak? Fought once on his home world, once against Sanguinius, and now again. Even if the Iron Warrior's gene seed compatibility is high, they can't be this reckless. No, it seems that during the Archangel's battle, the opponent's Astartes suffered almost no casualties. Immediately, Yi Feng was pounding his chest, regretting not being bolder back then. If he had been more reckless, wouldn't all those warships be his? Why should he be so stingy now that he doesn't even dare to send people out? The People's Light had been peacefully mining on a rich mineral planet for several years. Yi Feng was initially cautious, exploring to make sure he hadn't found another Necron dynasty tomb. After confirming there were no Necrons, the flagship demonstrated astonishing planetary environment modification capabilities. This was originally a comeback device designed to quickly transform a planet into a suitable colony, but now it was just creating huge canyons. Tens of thousands of meters of ravines covered the entire planet. Space mantis soared within them. Some ores only accounted for 0.01% of the rock layers and contained a large amount of impurities. The space mantis ion spit melted them first, leaving the ground pockmarked. Yi Feng put aside the 4th Legion's report. The next one was the report of the shipyard completing basic repairs. It was almost time to leave here. In 42K884, the Red Tide Army completed its assembly. Except for a special unit, all Astartes were gathered before the passes of the Taiping Star region and the Sol system. The bubble forces also completed their mission and converged around the flagship. Yi Feng looked and felt something was off. The number of troops looked ominous no matter how he saw it. William, are you sure this report has completed all the statistics? Yes, I have included the number of warriors in the flagship, including the Lamenters and the Angels of Dawn, as well as a large number of 10-year recruits. According to chapter tradition, once the war begins, they will wear adamantium armor. Although their movements will be slow, their combat effectiveness will clearly meet regular army standards. After several years of imprisonment in the command post, William, as a descendant of the Imperial Fists, also looked a bit haggard. I'll tell you a secret, don't spread it. Yi Feng said stealthily. In a communication channel, volume size was meaningless, but whispering gave people the illusion that you were telling the truth. A long time ago, before Lionel Johnson returned, my legion, well, the 5th Legion, discovered an enemy in the Mole star system in the northern Milky Way. William interrupted Yi Feng. I feel that telling historical stories before a battle seems even more ominous. Shut your mouth. What I'm telling you, you wouldn't necessarily find even if you stormed the Terra Library. Yi Feng continued in a deep voice. At that time, the most powerful 1st Legion, with the most expeditionary fleets and the most destructive weapons, had just suffered a defeat. They needed to defeat a powerful opponent to make the Legion reborn from the ashes. They chose that Xeno's force. Its name was Rangdan. Yi Feng held up the Red Tide's chapter data, which included all the battle brothers from the 1st Trade Fleet, Lian Lai Luo's unit, Calixis's unit, Dacian World's unit, Wolf Zhuzhu's unit, and others. 50,000 Astartes, hundreds of powerful capital warships, and 3 Gloriana-class battleships. This was the force deployed by the 1st Legion at that time. It overlapped uncannily with the manifest I held now. The Imperium was invincible, Yi Feng, in that era, William said. Do you know the casualties? 10,000 Astartes, 50 capital ships, and 1 Gloriana class. Thankfully, that was only the first Randon campaign, the Lionel Johnson had already returned by the second. More than that, I'm curious where you got this information. The Star Hunters always discover them first, oh, and the Pale Nomads. Yi Feng pushed the information onto my dearest parent chapter, the scapegoat. So you mean? This battle will go very badly? Since when do you believe in things strictly forbidden by the Imperial truth? No, what I mean is, 11 millennia ago, I was, at the very least, a true lord of the Legion. Now I'm hung deep within a warship like a piece of wetware. It's a world of difference. Is that why you made me your roommate? Can't you change these bad habits passed down by the Green Templars? William almost roared. Yi Feng's call this time was so utterly devoid of substance compared to other important matters, it was a complete waste of time. Yi Feng's words were slow and drawn out. Cherish this time. Next time, most of our battle brothers won't be seen again. Come, let's go find Belisarius Call. Let's find him on Jupiter. Under this completely unserious command, the flagship set off and rendezvoused with Lian Lai Luo's forces. On the first day of 42K885, the battle began. Alarms blared throughout the entire Sol system, because 90% of the Taiping Star region had stopped paying taxes. The Ministry of Internal Affairs protests were quickly relayed to Guillemon, who had just finished repairing the first defense line, via astropath reports. At this moment, the regent was still contemplating what the target for the third phase of the first defensive perimeter construction in the Eye of Terror region should be. Upon hearing this, his keen intuition immediately told him, it had begun, it was about to begin. The Grand Army returns. Straight to the Sol system. At this moment, the Sol system's defense system, which had been built for nearly 30 years, sprang into action. The War Council, led by Hyber, the chapter master of the Salamanders chapter, quickly took their positions, even including a custodian representative, though he remained silent. The Red Tide rebels are at the Hakarim Iron Curtain defense line. Once the line is breached, 19 wealthy star systems behind it will be exposed to them. The taxes they provide account for 21% of the entire Taiping Star region. This is absolutely unacceptable. We should swiftly dispatch troops and immediately reinforce the Iron Curtain defense line. An official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was giving an impassioned speech, although the War Council didn't need the Ministry of Internal Affairs participation at all. The Taiping Star region was an extremely imbalanced star region. Areas near the Sol system were extremely wealthy due to imperial trade, while the outer regions were typical examples of vast land and poor populace. Scattered wealthy worlds formed semi-independent autonomous zones, all of which had now declared their allegiance to the rebels. This meant that the Red Tide traders' controlled territory exceeded 30,000 worlds. Hyber remained as steady as a mountain. His massive physique brought immense pressure upon the mortals. The genetic advantages of the Salamanders, combined with their unique forging talents, allowed Chapter Master Hyber's build to rival that of the Custodian representative once he donned his specialized heavy power armor. Moreover, he was wider and sturdier, looking like a city wall. Everyone looked at him, but he merely gestured for the Ministry of Internal Affairs official to sit down and invited the next speaker. The Departamento Munitorum and the Logistics Department were both staunch proponents of war. They believed that even if the regent was not currently on Terra, the defensive density here was too high, making an offensive entirely feasible. Gentlemen, the problem now is that deploying forces piecemeal would be sending our fleet to its death. The dilemma we face is that once we assemble a force capable of suppressing the enemy, it will leave Terra's defenses extremely vulnerable. And small detachments will merely give the enemy an opportunity to whittle us down. Although the Departamento Munitorum was agitated, they were not impulsive. The enemy's assembled forces far exceeded their imagination, and such a large-scale troop buildup had occurred without any intelligence being received. It was a disgrace. The Officio Assassinorum representative frowned slightly. It had to be admitted that this was their oversight. They believed that the assassinations had been successful, the rebels' arrogance had been suppressed, and everyone was too fearful to act. But in reality, they were merely assembling their armies. The Inquisition representative stated that they had done their best, but numerous Alpha Legion assassins had killed their inquisitors deployed to the Taiping Star region, and some Death Watch outposts were also very resistant to their arrival. The Xenos Inquisitor confirmed that all Red Tide warriors had disappeared, but the Astartes who had worked with them had not retreated. Instead, they had taken on significant responsibilities due to the absence of their superiors. There was no other way. If they expelled every warrior who had come into contact with the Red Tide, the Death Watch might as well disband. This was sealed as an important secret of the Xenos Inquisition. Unexpectedly, they had assisted in the traitors' information security. The areas reported as Xenos active were, in fact, areas of rebel activity. I truly don't know what the regent is thinking, he is indirectly nurturing a tiger for future trouble. The old Inquisitor slammed the table. He was a staunch supporter of the Primarches, and his actions were a strategic retreat to advance. The Custodian opened his eyes. The old Inquisitor's serious analysis had pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch, but no one spoke. Gentlemen, if our enemy were merely the Red Tide, it wouldn't cause us such a dilemma. What I need is a plan to counter the Alpha Legion, a defense plan for when the Alpha Legion invades Terra while we are engaged with the Red Tide. Dante was en route, and the 3rd Company captain, temporarily serving as the Blood Angels representative, remained clear-headed. And their flagship, the Imperial Fists added, I suspect the regent took the risk of capturing the Abyssal-class battleship precisely to deal with that warship. It, combined with the Phalanx, would surely achieve victory, but the Mars Forge world has only just begun its purification work on it. Hyber grasped the Imperial Fist's representative's hand, signaling him to say no more. That was a higher level of classified information, and some people present were not privy to it. The Adeptus Mechanicus took over the conversation. Based on our information comparison, the enemy's claim of 200,000 Astartes is false. However, their individual combat strength is indeed fierce. Our warships have engaged them several times, and according to survivor reports, almost all of them wear adamantium armor. If the actual number of adamantium armor suits exceeds 20,000, it would be enough to rival an army of 200,000. Discard your data-driven analysis. In the Galaxy/Milky Way, capital ships and heavy guns are the main force. With one shot, adamantium armor and power armor are no different. The Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy finally spoke, making no secret of his disdain for the rebels. He also implicitly mocked the other Astartes. We also need to consider the flexibility of the warriors. If we simply use armor hardness and firepower intensity as data, then why not directly deploy Titans? It was very rare for the Adeptus Mechanicus to refute the speaker. When the other party advocated for Titans, they said, after calculations, the combat power of adamantium armor rises in hierarchical increments when the number reaches 8, 21, 90, 500, and 3000 suits. The Adeptus Mechanicus carefully analyzed the combat records on the Skitarii corpses. The key was, the Adeptus Mechanicus had also been bullied by the Red Tide more than once. Over 1,000 adamantium warriors and more than 30 capital ships had sailed to the doorstep of a forge world, shouting, "Open the gates, free trade." This awful incident was still fresh in their minds. They had resisted before, and the result was that the enemy's fleet only grew larger. If you describe the rebels as mere rebel, where does that leave our reputation? The War Council argued endlessly. Hyber merely sat there, analyzing for a while before giving up completely. Dante, Regent, either of you would do. I'm good at war, but politics truly baffle me. Hikarim Iron Curtain Defense Line. The battle had already begun. The military strength displayed by the Red Tide filled the defending forces with despair. The planetary defense officer did not flee. As a military man from the Schola Progenium, he ordered them to hold the line to the last man. Each stationed Astra Militarum company huddled in the already constructed underground fortifications, awaiting the enemy's attack. The void defenses were shattered in an instant. Hundreds of capital fleets, led by a flying hive city, broke through. With just one flash, the planetary-level shields overloaded. If not for the fortress world having multiple shield systems and immediate backup plans, the entire planet would now be covered in orbital bombardment craters. After this initial assault, the enemy continuously bombarded the entire fortress world. Veteran infiltrators began destroying the planet's defense turrets, taking advantage of the gaps during the replacement of backup void shields. The planetary defense officer felt despair. They were being encircled to draw out reinforcements. Adeptus Astartes chapters had already responded to their distress signals, but what could a single Adeptus Astartes company, a single warship, accomplish? He personally listened to the Astropath's reports so brazen they were broadcast across the entire planet. Those reinforcing units were destroyed, warships captured. Every report perfectly matched the units that had answered the call for aid. Outwardly, the defenders proclaimed, "Do not believe the enemy's propaganda from above, they are merely trying to scare us." But the High Command felt a suffocating despair. The rebels' information was true, every single piece of it. A feeling of despair began to spread from the General Command Post to the billions of citizens on the planet. The intense emotions surged in the warp, so bright and dazzling that demons turned their gaze towards it. This was Yifeng's goal, a final declaration to the warp of their strength and their resolve for rebellion. Chapter 464, We are supposed to be clearing the court, but why is it like a general attack of chaos? Currently, in the warp, there are two captivating treasures, one is the Great Betrayal, and the other is the People's Light. When these two things come together, the chaos forces invariably go insane. At the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line, the situation gradually shifted from a massive attack to a fervent internal purge. The frequency of Red Tide warship attacks became increasingly rare because internal corruption incidents were significantly increasing. Even ship personnel who had never traveled through the warp showed symptoms of corruption and infection. Every prayer and every intense emotion called out to warp demons. The adamantium warriors were completely suppressed within the ship's compartments. Compared to the number of ships and mortals, the quantity of adamantium armor was too small, too few to spread their strength to every suffering compartment. The fighting became more frequent. The only fortunate thing was that the mortal support reserve teams from the next star system were unaffected, as if the warp had concentrated its power to cover only the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line. Without any chaos rituals, sealing off an area out of thin air would consume a large amount of chaos god power, but this did not diminish the enthusiasm of the chaos forces. Warp rifts were constantly appearing, and the Mandeville point was unusually lively. Reports indeed mentioned many loyal Space Marine chapters and companies coming to support. Initially, they were indeed battered by the Red Tide, but most of the later ones were not destroyed by us, but rather damaged after falling into the chaotic fleet melee near the Mandeville point. Yifeng was also straightforward. If his forces still needed to avoid the enemy's strength, then the Imperium might as well give up, and chaos could unify everything. The People's Light, the Nightfall, the Omegagon, plus the Nemesis chapter flagship, 50,000 adamantium warriors. It's hard to say if Terra's defensive density is even this high. Furthermore, unlike the tactical thinking of all other forces, we can forego warp travel, have the flagship carry ships in batches to escape, and then finally have the Overlord-class battleship tow small warships, swallowing all large warships, and withdraw directly from the real world. The Imperial concepts of blockade and portal worlds mean nothing to us. If we want to go to the Sol system, the Imperium would know our path but find it difficult to intercept, only able to set up heavy defenses at the destination. What is there to fear? Fight. The battle was incredibly chaotic from the start, although the Imperial fortress below, after losing its stellar defense ring, was completely unaware of the great battle in space. The beams as bright as stars and the continuous light points as dazzling as fireworks blooming in the night sky constantly tugged at the hearts of the planetary defense officers. Even on the planet, with normal astronomical telescopes, one could see terrifying warships and explosions traversing the sky. The Red Tide had not yet launched a truly large-scale attack, only the continuous explosions of anti-aircraft turrets reminded them that the main opponent was the rebels, not the chaos cults below. The army here is very loyal. Currently, there have been no deserters or mutinies, but the atmosphere has become extremely oppressive. The commanders are well aware that morale has hit rock bottom, and a mutiny is only a matter of time. Can you be woken from deep sleep by an emergency whistle and quickly rush to an intensely exploding anti-aircraft turret, where ammunition detonations can blow over all living things within a mile radius? Can you witness with your own eyes giant turrets several stories high being blown sky high by ammunition detonations, and lemon rust tank-sized metal blocks falling from the sky, crushing your comrades who ate and lived with you into meat paste, all while maintaining inner calm? Can you fight, rest, and eat continuously for weeks in dark, damp places, constantly facing disgusting chaos cultists? Especially when some of them might be your family, your superiors, someone you love. Can you coldly wield a butcher's knife and cut down those you once swore to protect, even when you know in your heart they are innocent but will eventually become enemies? Can you continue to hold onto your resolve and do these meaningless things when the enemy can evaporate everyone on this world with a single exterminatus at will? If your answer is yes, then, can you face everything mentioned above simultaneously? The ecclesiarchy priests and battle sisters are doing their best to spread the faith of the emperor. They are the ecclesiarchy forces permanently stationed on this fortress world, and their pure faith boosts morale, but only temporarily. The valiant image of the battle sisters wielding chain swords on the battlefield lingers in your mind, but as time passes, when they rush into your barracks to take your brothers in arms for interrogation, declare your comrades as heretics in front of you, and order their execution, your admiration for them gradually transforms into awe, and finally into pure fear. No one can guarantee whether they are corrupted or you are corrupted, but they hold the power of life and death. Time is passing, and your brothers around you are dwindling, some are already corpses, others lie in hospitals suffering. Ha, there are no hospitals. A few days ago, a bizarre incident of corpses reanimating and biting people broke out in the field hospital, so presumably, there are no living beings left. You are still standing next to a battle sisters, wiping your lasgun, while a soldier next to you is being dragged away by a political commissar, shouting, "Look at the sky, one orbital bombardment from those warships in the sky, and everything we have will be gone. Does it matter if we kill those strange acting people? Is it meaningful to guard this passage? One bomb, and everything will be gone." A gunshot ended his rambling. The survivors either watched indifferently, disdaining him as a coward in their hearts, or bowed their heads, not daring to look at others, silently agreeing with what he said. Political commissar, why aren't the enemies attacking? This was the most frequent question recently. Shut up, do your own job. This was the most common answer. Every space probe was intercepted, the planet had been without external star system exploration for far too long, their auger array could only roughly observe one thing: more and more warships were appearing at the Mandeville point. Yi Feng had lost his usual excitement. In the past, every time a warship was destroyed, he would excitedly plan the devouring scheme with Enos, but now, he just wanted to destroy the enemy quickly. I don't do meaningless things. What can the warships destroyed now accomplish? Nothing at all. After multiple firings, the 8-barreled cannons ceased firing under Eng's supervision, expelling corrosive exhaust from their barrels. The front line was gradually advancing into the star system. Although our firepower was formidable, we still needed to reload and bless the machine spirit, while the enemy's endless hordes of demons seemed infinite, constantly emerging from the rifts. There weren't many enemy ships. Chaos vessels didn't easily break through the Imperial defense network, but there were plenty of demons and space hulks. Fortunately, this wasn't the Eye of Terror, otherwise Abaddon would have charged out with the entire Black Legion. As the front line retreated, the distance between different factions also increased, leading to growing friction. Division Commander, we can't keep fighting like this. Retreat, retreat to the planetary orbit. Instead of us fighting both sides simultaneously, let's escalate to a three-way free-for-all. If a fortress world doesn't dare to fight a defensive battle, then no world will. As the outer ships and the suppression fleet on the fortress world converged, the planetary defense officer below finally understood why the Red Tide had been delaying a full-scale attack. Ships burned as they plunged into the atmosphere, their wreckage impacting like small asteroids, each strike destroying half a continent's ecosystem. When air support went to investigate, they found countless demons crawling out. The Primaris warriors who had been lurking on the planet to detonate anti-aircraft supercannons also ceased their activities and began to deal with the Daemon invasion. Daemon engines and war machines activated simultaneously, a night house and a branch of the Adeptus Titanicus were stationed here, and the god machines fully deployed their formations. The planetary void shield was their only reason to sortie. The morale of the Astra Militarum and planetary defense forces briefly rose. Indeed, it rose. On this apocalyptic battlefield, their morale was particularly high. Death means nothing to these elite warriors. A meaningless death is the ultimate defeat. Now, they saw a goal worth dying for. The enemy had come, landed on the ground, and the disadvantages of both sides were greatly reduced. The entire planet roared. Division Commander, approximately 60% of the enemies have chosen to land on the planet below. That's a pity. If our main force were below, that would guarantee victory. Don't relax, William, those who went down are just stragglers, mere rabble, the true elites are fighting us. Fresh life attracts the attention of all demons, their unity is as fragile as paper. Yi Feng didn't know what great treasure the Emperor had given him, but if I don't know, do you think the Chaos Gods would tell their demons? The demons on the periphery would at most receive a summons and be lured away by the sight of edible souls. Only elite demons would receive direct guidance from the Chaos Gods, heading straight for the people's light. Yi Feng, frontline units have detected that a Slaaneshi fleet is very close to us. There are 3 battleship-class capital ships, suspected to be a Retribution class, a Mars class, and a battle barge, with other large Daemon engines following, and 1 super-large space hulk. We've detected the keel codes of the Imperial Pilgrim ships Galaxy's Radiance and Eternal Light, and detected a lost Adeptus Mechanicus transport ship. William, guess what Jagatai Khan would say about your intelligence if I were him? My thinking can't compare to a Primarch's, what's needed now is clear. Yifeng's laughter was very loud, William felt it came directly from the adjacent silver throne. Jagatai Khan would say, such detailed intelligence must have come from Guilliman. This is no time for jokes. Do I need to say it again? My orders are always the same, call Valis, concentrate fire, and blast them to pieces. The flagship displayed extremely powerful defensive capabilities, whether it was Nurgle's seemingly unclean attacks or Xianx's super-large sorcery, both were resisted by multiple layers of shields, and the holographic illusions attracted large amounts of firepower. Frontline command was handled by Valis and Librarian Sisyphus, who were each aboard 2 brand-new Gloriana-class warships. Valis was on the Nightfall, and the Tianxiong army was an elite guard unit composed of mixed gene seeds. Their mission was to withstand the rapid flank attacks from the Slaaneshi Daemon army. They won't last much longer, Valis stated with certainty. Do you mean that the enemy has no sacrifices and cannot remain in the real world for long, or that our firepower is strong enough? The prophetic librarian stood beside him, clutching a Black Templar's thunder hammer. He had finally been comfortable these past few years. There were enough elite veterans allowed to wear power armor and roam outside, and he no longer had to hide from his brothers every day. This armor is a modified Mark 7, isn't it? Why not wear a Mark the 10th? Saving it for the new recruits, you know, our chapter is short on those, Valis replied to the librarian's question while directing the warship to approach the Eternal Mountain. How boring. I want to swing my hammer. I feel like I'm not needed here. Then go guard the library. That would be even more boring. The Nightfall fired a volley of projectiles, causing not too much damage to the enemy. A huge gap could be clearly seen blown open in the space hulk, but rainbow-colored flesh writhed, healing the wound into an R-rated site. Will it ultimately come down to boarding actions? The division commander doesn't want us to do that, Valis expressed his concern, while the librarian expressed indignation. He said, I don't know if it's their trick, but in the visions I saw, we wouldn't be engaging in boarding actions with the demons on the space hulk. They all seem to be heading towards the flagship. A large number of derelict ships merged together under the manipulation of the warp. It was unknown how many demons were hidden within this blasphemous creation. Don't even think about it. 100 years ago, the division commander would have chosen an unlucky faction and made them fight the demons to the death, but now, let them come. The power of the thunder hammer intertwined with the librarian's psychic energy. Behind him, 1,000 adamantium warriors guarded various critical points of the warship. The two sides were extremely close, so close that the Slaaneshi Keeper of Secrets Greater Daemon could directly open a window and observe the Nightfall's deep macro cannon barrels and the plasma torpedoes that entered terminal acceleration upon firing. The Gloriana warship blocking their path was unexpected by the Keeper of Secrets Greater Daemon. The Eternal Mountain also drew very close, using its bombardment cannons to coordinate with Valis, aiming to directly blast the enemy warship in half. A lance swept across the hull, nearly piercing its observation deck. The Keeper of Secrets Greater Daemon was enraged. It ordered a fleet of Chaos assault landing craft to launch. When it successfully returned with Lord Slaanesh's treasure, it wanted to see raging flames burning on this ship. Chaos cultists? Me? Destroy a Gloriana-class warship? Swish swish. Many flying bricks whistled out, and the boarding pods were a blur of white, making it impossible to distinguish how many enemies there were. Much of the close-in weapon system's attack was nullified by warp blessings. Several boarding pods struck the Nightfall. Looks like your prophecy was wrong again, Valis thought, intending to tease the librarian, but only saw the librarian's excited retreating figure. A team of sorcerers led the charge. Rather than saying they were letting chaos cultists attack, it was more like letting sorcerers lead a group of sacrifices into battle. Some physical sorcerers, like shoveling coal into a steam locomotive's furnace, grabbed fragile cultists with one hand and flung them into an altar. The emanating psychic shriek caused the Nightfall's fire control system to ignore them, allowing them to successfully enter the Nightfall's interior. Upon entering the corridor, the cold metal walls and faint cool-colored lights made him feel uncomfortable all over. Come on, let the moans of the Lord of Pleasure echo throughout the ship. The sorcerer raised an arm, and in an instant, the ship became a riot of light and color. Ion storms and various types of bolter rounds, large and small, assailed them. Several people behind the sorcerer melted like wax figures, blocking this round of attacks for him. Several anti-psychic bolter rounds penetrated the shield and exploded on his palm. The sorcerer screamed and cursed, the excruciating pain from the tau meningeal fluid injected into his arm making him howl. With a swift cut, he severed his injured arm and let it fall to the ground. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. The chaos cultists behind him raised their weapons and charged out. The fastest one was pulled to the sorcerer's side by him. With another clean cut, this cultist's arm was severed, spun a few times on the blade, and reattached to the sorcerer's body. Whoosh! Another bolter round. The sorcerer brandished his steel blade, blocking it. A large gash appeared on the blade, and his sword-wielding arm was numb and immobile from the shock. Just as he was muttering and recalling if there was any sorcery that could repair the blade, he heard the roar of an engine, and the sound of his own neck breaking. The Tianxiong army is a mixed gene seed unit, including White Scar's descendants. The two stationed adamantium warriors chatted while firing, having not been on this ship for long. They shouldn't have given this ship to the Iron Hands for repairs. This cold architectural style, like their people, makes me feel like it's repelling me. Maybe you're too ugly, and the ship doesn't like you. According to that, if the division commander sailed past here, the Nightfall would have to fire 2 shots to drive him away. Are you two that idle? Suddenly, a fierce voice sounded from behind them. The librarian bared his teeth, positioned himself squarely between the 2 anti-psychic warriors, and spat out words through clenched teeth. Where are they? Enemies. They've all been dealt with. We weren't slacking off. When the bolter gunfire ceased, there were no standing chaos cultists left. Ah! The librarian raised his thunder hammer and charged towards the pile of corpses ahead. Librarian, be careful, there might be enemies feigning death. They're exactly who I'm looking for. The librarian swung his great hammer again and again. Besides one heavily wounded enemy being hammered to death and his corpse charred by lightning, there was no other gain. Moments later, the 2 adamantium warriors watched the berserk librarian charge towards the next enemy strongpoint. Librarian, that's... Before they could finish, the librarian was out of sight. That's the route the attack bikes took, whispering. On the other side, the Omegagon, commanded by Sisyphus, was much more unrestrained. Their war was extremely fierce. Qing followers boarded every warship they encountered. The golden mace flew up and down with great agility, carving a bloody path through large numbers of blood letters. The enemy's movements were so unpredictable that Sisyphus had not anticipated them directly ramming their warships into their bombardment. The Omegagon easily destroyed the enemy ships, but Qing demons roared as they stood on the rapidly flying fragments of the warships, plunging into the warship along with the broken hull. Just like that. Orcs? Most of the weaker demons drifted in space, torn apart by lance attacks, but within the wreckage, a furious hell whip waved. Its length exceeded the librarian's previous understanding of daemon weapons. Each daemon it touched was absorbed into it, and the hell whip grew longer. And after the greater daemon plunged into the warship, every mortal killed by its long whip would have an absorbed daemon crawl out from their corpse. Just one greater daemon of Qing jumping in created a large army in a very short time. The bodies of adamantium warriors were excellent raw material, and the demons that crawled out of them were all elite demons. But the defending forces were not to be trifled with. They were veterans under Lian Liluo, having fought for years in the darker parts of the galaxy. Facing endless enemies, they immediately formed battle arrays. The space here was quite wide, but for adamantium warriors, 5 warriors walking abreast was already the limit. Here, they clashed head-on with the Bloodletter army. 20 warriors simultaneously gathered at this intersection, turning the battlefield into a bloody meat grinder. The sweeping cuts of the broadswords and the slashes of the hellblades drew the attention of the greater daemon of Qing. This greater daemon killed 4 adamantium warriors in a short time, but its body was also heavily wounded. We could see a power broadsword, desperately thrust by an adamantium warrior, embedded in its back, yet its massive arm muscles prevented it from reaching the wound. Sisyphus advanced with his eyes closed. Guided by intermittent psychic impulses, he arrived at a warehouse. The shelves were lined with food cans, row after row, a pleasing sight. The librarian, like an old monk in meditation, suppressed all his aura, standing still like a dead object. 3 minutes later, he suddenly attacked, smashing his hammer into the wall. At that moment, the wall completely exploded, and a daemon leaped in. A faint smile appeared on Sisyphus's face. How could a prophecy always be wrong? The psychic-infused blow of the golden mace struck the daemon's chest head-on. The chest of this daemon, covered in banners, was severely wounded. The flag-bearer's spine suddenly arched, and the powerful impact broke several of its cherished banners. Behind the exploded wall, 3 adamantium warriors lay on the ground. Their comrades orderly pulled them back, taking their places in the battle. Greetings, daemon. You at $%. My yen %, battle banners. The greater daemon lunged with both fists. Its cannon-sized fist slammed towards Sisyphus. The old librarian unleashed 2 psychic lightning bolts, then, as if knowing beforehand, retreated a few steps, and then was knocked back 30 meters by a single punch. Chapter 465 Chaos is having a meeting, right? Can I invite one more person to sit down? The actions of Qing demons are always so strange. Most of the Blood Angel's movements are predictable but powerful, and irrational greater demons like Scarbrand are completely unpredictable. Librarian Sisyphus suffered a hidden loss, using his psychic powers to halt his retreat. Before he could regain his footing, the flag-bearer was already upon him, grabbing the broken flagstaff and thrusting it towards the old librarian's head. Violent psychic energy coursed through the old librarian's body. Prognosticator librarians rarely used parrying in combat, they primarily relied on dodging and counter-attacking after predicting the opponent's moves. His golden mace glowed as he swung it heavily towards the opponent's chest. Originally, this counter-attack was perfectly executed. Not only did the old librarian's body evade the attack, but the golden mace also grazed past the flagstaff, poised to strike the opponent's chest. However, the flag fluttering on the staff was instantly burned through by the golden mace's surging psychic energy, and the flag-bearer's rage was instantly reflected in the real world. The old librarian realized in a flash that the future had changed. Before he could react, the flagstaff, instead of thrusting, swept sideways, knocking Sisyphus even further away. Fortunately, he was wearing Terminator armor, otherwise, he would have sustained at least a serious injury. The flag-bearer's assault did not diminish. He took a few steps forward, then leaped up, roaring in the language of demons, his momentum like 1,000 armies shattering an ice river. The daemon whip became as hard as steel under rapid lashing. Sisyphus didn't fully understand the daemon's language, only catching the general meaning, "I will seize your battle standards." The howling gale created by the whip overshadowed its roar. Psychic lightning flashed once more. The old librarian blasted himself with psychic energy, forcing his body to shift several inches to the left, narrowly dodging the whip strike. At this moment, the rear-rank adamantium warriors of the formation began to concentrate their firepower to support the old librarian. Anti-psyker bolter rounds rained down on the flag-bearer, leaving blister-like craters on his crimson skin. To a greater daemon, these attacks were no different from mosquito bites, but they couldn't be bitten constantly. His back was densely covered with red welts from mosquito bites, looking extremely disgusting. So, he casually swung his long whip, and as it arced through the air, a large number of blood letters leaped out from it, charging towards the formation, and one of the flags on his back consequently vanished. Sisyphus's mind was now entirely on Valus. That guy stitched together the battle standards of all the units he had ever led into a cloak. If the flag-bearer saw that, he would surely charge at him like the Iron Warrior seeing the Imperial fists. After releasing the demons, the flag-bearer turned to look, only to see the old librarian shamelessly running to a communications terminal dozens of meters away, then initiating a call request with Valus. At this time, Valus was rather bored. If you said the battle was fierce, it had little to do with him, the enemy cultists weren't enough to withstand a single thunder hammer blow. If you said it wasn't fierce, there was a Slaanesh space hulk nearby, and basically, the Nightfall was heavily bombarding the opposite side. Librarian Sisyphus? I'm here. All right, activate full holographic projection. Subsequently, our communication system flickered erratically amidst intense fluctuations, threatening to die out. The greater daemon of Qing glanced at it, and indeed, he couldn't move, furiously charging towards Sisyphus. He wanted to quickly kill Sisyphus, and then immediately, instantly, eliminate Valus. The old librarian's numerous dodges and counterattacks were successful, and even when his golden mace heavily struck and broke another flagstaff, the opponent showed no further changes. Indeed, the old librarian discovered that as long as the opponent's target remained fixed, he could make simple predictions. The two sides exchanged blows for several rounds. Every strike from the golden mace inflicted effective damage. The flag-bearer had killed too few people in this appearance, his strength was clearly insufficient, and while his offense was still fierce, he had lost his previous speed and power. The old librarian was also drenched in sweat, continuous prognostication was an immense burden on him. Fortunately, the opponent had already reached the planned area. Sisyphus roared, "Coward, can't you even wave your battle standard anymore?" Then he raised his golden mace with both hands and charged towards the greater daemon of Qing. Upon hearing this, the flag-bearer's fighting spirit surged, his muscles bulged, and his long whip created after-images in the air. Sisyphus took a deep breath, continuously firing psychic lightning to reduce the force of the attack, and then used his hammer with both hands to block the attack, a rare frontal engagement that once again ended in complete defeat. This time, the old librarian flew particularly far. No. The flag-bearer realized that it was he who was moving away. This wasn't the Omegagon, this was, to put it simply, well, a completely environmentally unfriendly emergency waste disposal chute. For this short distance, the flag-bearer could easily turn back, but he saw Sisyphus pointing far away to another Gloriana-class warship, then shouting on the psychic plane, "Valus is on that ship." Valus suddenly shivered, and confirmed there were no wolf brothers or rune priests nearby. So, Sisyphus watched as the flag-bearer greater daemon attempted to tear open a warp rift with his bare hands, to directly jump to Valus's ship. They had long prepared a bomb, dozens of anti-psyker bolter rounds were bundled together and projected, causing negligible damage but successfully affecting the opening of the warp rift. By the time the flag-bearer furiously dealt with all the filthy matter, the Omegagon had already moved a considerable distance away. Cold fact, no greater daemon can withstand warship-grade attacks, even Angren would be torn apart by a warship's lance, though he can resurrect infinitely. A single lance strike successfully banished the flag-bearer back into the warp. The Blood God's offensive was far from over, this was only a small portion of his forces, most of which had gone towards the People's Light. A flagship always has confidence. When in doubt, fire the main cannon. With this strike, even a Chaos God would suffer heavy losses, ensuring that for a long time to come, the Chaos God would only be able to stay home and play with puzzles. Yifeng's idea was to aggro more enemies, preferably to make them fight each other. Why would Yifeng need to do such a thing? The warp's chief instigator Xianch proactively took on this arduous task. Look, how many Xianch demons are around. Who knows what he said or did, but in any case, the lost explorers in the Garden of Nurgle were all dragged out by Father Nurgle/Nurgle. On the other side of the galaxy/Milky Way, the daemon worlds occupied by the Plague Legions opened their portals, and billions of cultists walked into them. The Plague Guards, who were currently battling the Tyranids, suddenly gained immense power. They poisoned a large number of Tyranid creatures, melting them into a liquid sacrifice for Father Nurgle/Nurgle. A great unclean one corrupted an entire ship and sailed it into the warp. Throughout the galaxy/Milky Way, countless spoils of war plundered from the real world, offerings from chaos cultists on altars, and poor souls who stumbled into the Garden of Life were all absorbed, in turn constructing a massive scale of chaos sorcery. The Hikarim Iron Curtain Defense Line. This world was enveloped by a powerful warp iron wall, circling the Mandeville point of the star system. An entire spherical area glowed with psychic energy, and iron wall-like crucible walls appeared out of thin air. All things in the world will eventually die, and Father Nurgle/Nurgle is merely accelerating this process. Nurgle's cauldron manifested. Nurgle directly brought forth his cauldron, and with the blessing of massive sacrifices, it instantly enveloped the entire warp region corresponding to this real space area. Demons danced, the laughter of Nurglings was drowned out by a deeper sound, and Nurgle's laughter echoed throughout this world. burning the heavens and boiling the seas. The power of plague tore through the sky. Even during the siege of Terra, such a terrifying sight had never been witnessed. In the Eye of Terror, 777 planets were arranged in a sacrificial pattern. After a terrifying pressure, spheres of flesh, bizarre flower buds, and mists of mud, those worlds all withered, like dead trees, and dissipated within the Eye of Terror. The Imperium has 1,000,000 worlds, and the galaxy/Milky Way has tens of billions of planets, but in the Eye of Terror, worlds dedicated to a single chaos god are extremely rare. These worlds were almost the essence of Nurgle's power. The illusion of the cauldron completely solidified at this moment. The surrounding reality barriers were dissipating with the specks of plague power appearing in the void. Even if the Slaanesh ships turned back immediately, they couldn't make a warp jump from the Mandeville point. The ships shattered as if hitting an iron wall. The planet's void shield was tottering. Nurgle cultists ran rampant in the Hive City, and the roar of battle echoed incessantly within the planetary fortress. Loyal Astrum Militarum soldiers pulled the triggers of their lasguns, but what spewed from the muzzles was viscous, disgusting yellow-green pus. They pulled the grenade pin, only to see the grenade open a huge mouth and bite off their arm. Only the warriors around the ecclesiarchy priests and battle sisters still barely maintained their sanity. They tried to retreat to the churches. The sacrifice of 777 worlds, attempting to drag an entire star system into the warp, was a losing proposition for any chaos god. Even if all the demons and humans present were assimilated into Nurgle's ranks, it would not compensate for the immense loss of power. Yi Feng was stunned. Every detector reading was maxed out. The warship lost all physical observers, and a massacre occurred in the observation deck. Only Primaris observers in adamantium armor survived. Now he began to doubt whether his greatest reliance, the main cannon, had enough energy to break through the blockade here. Nurgle's cauldron was isolating this star system, even on the warp level. Once it completed its contraction, this star system would be Nurgle's for the taking. Marius, Qing, Slaanesh, Vash-Tor, the demons of other factions were weakening. Thorns and pustules grew on dark machinery, the axes of Qing demons rusted, Slaanesh cultists became bloated, and sweet blood turned into foul venom. The engines of several warships began to experience problems. Those warships whose Geller fields were damaged in the war were now in a state of lament. The People's Light had to truly maneuver on the battlefield, sending ships that had lost their Geller fields into the shipyards, thus minimizing the effect of holographic projections. Nurgle demons appeared in groups in space, as if it were their uninhibited warp playground. Great unclean ones of renown walked in the void, and with every step, flowers of decay bloomed out of thin air beneath their feet. The flower was rooted in the bulwark of reality, its root system deep within the warp, continuously providing energy. As the flower of corruption grew stronger, it gradually resembled a withered tree, and through its hollow trunk, demons could freely pass between both sides of the bulwark. The flower in the void was exceptionally alluring, especially to the followers of Nurgle, who found it as amiable as a relative. Nurglings hung on the mighty demons, laughing joyfully, welcoming their new kin. The red tide was rapidly consolidating its defensive line, and Yi Feng had only one choice: immediately fire the main cannon to break through, or wait a little longer. Wait for the other chaos gods to make their move. In fact, he didn't hesitate for long. Qing was always the most impatient one. Nurgle, are you going to hog everything? Did you even ask me? Qing's fury blazed throughout the entire brass citadel, every piled skull spewed raging flames, and the wailing of souls could no longer describe what was happening in Qing's domain. Turbulent rivers of blood rose from the ground, billions of blood rivers lifting their heads. One moment, red serpents danced wildly on the scorched earth, the next, the vast rivers flowed into the sea, an ocean of blood floating above Qing's entire domain, making everything around the brass citadel appear like the ruins of Atlantis. War. 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 Countless lost languages from across time and all existing racial languages in the galaxy/Milky Way roared this one word from the ocean: war. Qing demons reveled in the blood, and the crimson heavenly river would carry them to the land of war, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. The entire galaxy/Milky Way trembled, powerful psychers fled in terror, hive-minded psychic races fell into extreme chaos, and the Eye of Terror seemed to pause for a moment. All demons were terrified. A second ago, they believed with absolute certainty that the great blood god would rise from the skull throne to personally lead the charge, but he seemed to recall something, remaining seated steadily on the throne, merely raising his hand. All manner of weapons from across the world rose from the 8 layers of accumulated corpses in Qing's domain, carrying endless killing intent as they merged into the heavenly river. He brought his hand down heavily, and the ocean of blood instantly reached the edge of Nurgle's great cauldron. War has come, you timid coward. The river of blood, shaped like a trident, violently struck the great cauldron. Nurgle had unleashed his great cauldron, and Qing had unleashed all his weapons, violently striking the breach that Matthew had previously opened. Matthew, blessed by the Emperor, had once shattered Nurgle's great cauldron in the Plague Wars. Although Father Nurgle had patched it up, Qing didn't care whether the Emperor had fought or not. A violent blow blasted a huge crack in the great cauldron. Bloodthirsters howled as they rushed into the crack, wantonly trampling the flowers in the void. The blood and skulls floating in the terrifying war were their domain. They charged directly at their old adversaries, the Rainfather, Slaanesh, Kugath, Skarbrand. The greater demons of both sides clashed. Compared to the previous flag capturers, this was mere child's play. Countless bloodletters surged from the fissure, each casually retrieving blood-soaked divine weapons from the sea of blood. Every bloodletter's combat power surged by several tenths after bathing in blood. As the two sides fought, the universe twisted, and the surrounding planets and moons became their battlefield. The Geller Field Cluster, formed by Imperial warships and the People's Light, became a rare safe haven. William ordered ammunition to be conserved, forbidding cannon fire until the enemy approached the Geller Field. The last torpedo, after stealthily traversing the corrupt flower bed for a while, turned and charged towards the nightfall. Its deck opened, revealing countless thorns that bound a frigate, forcing us to expend more ammunition to deal with them. In such a grand spectacle, the weaker factions had to prioritize self-preservation. Marius's demons released clouds of black mist, enveloping their own demons within. Huge tentacles constantly stretched out from within, grabbing passing enemies and dragging them into the black mist. Very few demons could break out of the black mist with unparalleled combat prowess. However, overall, the black mist was moving towards the edge of the star system. Vashtor's investment here was negligible, and he directly severed the connection. He was no longer qualified to participate in this battle. Any further investment would not increase his chances of success. His only command was to bide his time. Slaanesh issued the same command. He mostly focused on the Ildari life goddess in Nurgle's domain. Although he appeared very aggressive, with powerful keepers of secrets constantly leading troops into the battlefield, in reality, the great demons of gluttony and sloth, who rarely appeared in the real world, were awakened and gathering forces to rush to the Garden of Nurgle. After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Feng concluded. We've been pulled into the Eye of Terror. He also wanted to find some suitable reasons to convince himself, but after searching through his memories, he couldn't find any similar records. Never seen this kind of situation. The forces had contracted to their absolute limit, any closer and there would be a risk of collision. The planets below met their doom, their void shields had vanished. The machine spirit was completely dead. Transport units, under the cover of the aerospace forces, flew to the world below to pick up the warriors responsible for destroying the anti-aircraft cannons. They reported a terrifying sight. Inside the church, after the Emperor's statue's head was severed, it came to life. It grabbed its own head with one hand and a long sword with the other, its titan-like body crushing everything around it, and with each swing of its great sword, tall buildings and spires toppled. The number of corrupt mosquitoes and flies was unobservable. They flew rapidly along the planet's equator, faster and faster, faster and faster. Even in space, one could see a black-green ribbon appearing along the equator below. The warp, under the infinite impact of the corrupt mosquitoes and flies, completely permeated the entire equatorial region, cutting the planet's defenses in half. What? You ask where Tsianj is? Without my great lord of wisdom, how could such a grand spectacle be created? He was currently so eager to press his head against the orb of scrutiny that the blue crystal ball was polished spotless by his face. It constantly changed form, and the crystal labyrinth was practically moving next door to the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line. This was a grand gathering of chaos. The Emperor had not sent any forces, not even a single warrior from the Emperor's scythes, as if he had completely forgotten the treasure in Sergeant Heracus's hand. A guest arrived at the silver throne. After Victor's body was healed, he entered the forward command room upside down, only to find William seated within. So, he bounced back outside and, through a pipe, landed directly on Yi Feng's head. The custodian sat cross-legged on the spherical top of the silver throne, his weapon placed horizontally across his lap, looking perfectly at ease. Yi Feng only heard one sentence: seek justice for grievances, vengeance for wrongs. Boom. The entire star system vibrated. Outside, the trident formed by the river of blood transformed into a battle axe and once again heavily struck the great cauldron's breach. Nurgle was not without a response. The river of blood gained a yellowish-brown hue, and the withered bones floating within became swollen. Ancient undead were about to revive. The mighty warriors who had died in Kern's domain were to rise again for vengeance. The blood god felt extreme disdain for this corruption. You should lift the great cauldron and smash it over my head, you bloated, foul-smelling green fatty. The entire warp watched the battle here. Yi Feng, on the other hand, calmly sat down. I need to figure out a way to trick the Necrons over. There are too many grievances with chaos. I don't even know which one to seek vengeance from, but the Necrons' enemies are obvious. Ha! Everyone I can trick is a win. Ideally, they'd come with the Pariah Nexus. Victor, how are your studies on the Sodak dynasty emblem and the distress beacon that General Zaykduk gave us coming along? Watch your words. Within the Emperor's domain, there are no Xenos dynasties. All right, you're right. Do you think summoning them now could handle the current situation? Victor stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng. To be honest, who knew? Who had ever encountered such a situation? But Victor couldn't say he didn't know. That was the pride of the custodian. They can handle this kind of thing, but you don't have enough sway. Haha, then let's add some extra incentive for them, raise the stakes. Yi Feng waved his hand, slapping the communication button. In an emergency, his multi-track mind immediately ran through the items in the relic vault, and then he noticed an unmanned corner. There, a golden toad encased in amber was kept. I think, the old ones seemed to resemble toads. Time detection for this item showed it was a creature from 10 million years ago, so it definitely wasn't an old one, but we could call it suspected old one, couldn't we? Come, send word, transmit to the Sodak dynasty, a suspected old one has been discovered, requesting support. The principle of the Necron communication system was completely unclear, it simply lit up. Every second it glowed, the People's Light's warehouse was burning. In the dark universe, biomass vanished in flashes of lightning. General Zaykduk still sat in his command chair. He had been there for hundreds of years, but in his consciousness, it felt like only a few days had passed. Oberon, for the first time, frantically contacted him in an emergency, and he excitedly stood up. Oberon, have you finally discovered the traces of the rebels? Those fellows hiding behind the war beasts should be utterly annihilated, in the name of the Silent King. Oberon was burning with anxiety, but the Necron's absolutely strict hierarchy prevented him from interrupting the old general's words. Yi Feng has sent an urgent message, the existence of a suspected Old One has been discovered. Are you kidding me? How many years had the phrase Old One not appeared in the Necron language? Within 3 minutes of General Zaikduk receiving the news, the entire Sodic dynasty directly sprang into action. The Necron fleets fighting the Tyranids outside immediately returned to reinforce, and the Citan shard weapons were rapidly assembled, ready for activation. The entire race, hearing this chilling name, this name deeply etched in their memories, unhesitatingly activated all their world-ending weapons. Chapter 466, The Sotek Dynasty is coming. Quick, pretend to be loyal. The unusual activity of the Sodic dynasty could not be hidden from other dynasties, as the third most powerful before their slumber and now poised to reach the top, countless forces were naturally observing them. Their arch-rival, the Olaner dynasty, immediately responded to the Sodic dynasty's anomaly, swiftly dispatching a large number of Necron's reconnaissance vessels. It wasn't that the Sodic dynasty's secrecy was poor, it was because their king, Storm Lord Imoduk, had ordered the direct activation of their Pariah Nexus's backup equipment. A supercubical reality space, completely devoid of psychic energy, was created, then filled with Shard of Star God weapons and the Storm Lord's whines of aggression. General Zaikduk's martial virtue was an anomaly, the entire Sodic dynasty, apart from him, consisted of fanatical aggressors. They had already conquered vast territories in the Eastern Galaxy, and if not for the Tyranid/Tyranid invasion, the 500 worlds of Otolama would likely have little left. The entire Pariah Nexus directly slammed from the Eastern Galaxy to the Western Taiping Star region within tens of minutes. The containment device for the Heavy Walker Shard of Star God nearly lost control due to excessive energy output and was suppressed by the Storm Lord using another Shard of Star God. If not for the Pariah Nexus device, swaths of Necron's warships would have been capable of performing inertialess warp jumps, instantly arriving around the People's Light. The Red Tide's front line was difficult to maintain, even with Geller field protection. The powerful warp energy compressed the reality bubble created by the device to an extremely small range. Adamantium warriors guarded the Geller field, and the immediate surroundings were temporarily safe, but on the outermost layer of the warship, whispers of the warp had already appeared on the steel armor, and distorted faces emerged on the fired cannonballs. The flames only exacerbated everything, the flowers of corruption and the corpses floating in space were devouring the star system bit by bit. Time became strange, the flagship floated in the air for 10 minutes, while the outer warships reported having fought for a day and a night. The power of the warp also infiltrated the small worlds between each warship, and every ship entered a bizarre state, as if they were sailing alone in the warp, yet allied warships were even within their visible range. The flagship ordered all ships to approach the planet's gravitational influence zone, but 2 ships did not move. The frigate, believing those ships had been overrun, prepared to tow them into the shipyard, only to find that for those ships, they had held out against the Daemon onslaught for too long, unable to even meet the minimum crew requirements to operate. The transmission of orders began to lag. Yi Feng understood the current situation, he held a tremendously powerful force in his hands, and his decisions would determine their life or death. The fate of the galaxy rested in his hands. Main cannon ready. The cold voice carried no emotion, and all tech marines stood ready. There was some commotion in the distance, some warriors under Lian Liluo had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. They didn't know how terrifying the flagship's main cannon was, and naturally didn't believe anything could withstand the Plague Lord's melting sky cauldron, so their morale quickly plummeted. Yi Feng's mistake was to scatter the Wolf Guard warriors to garrison the warships. The Wolf brothers' descriptions of the flagship's power were too legendary and filled with illogical praise, making it difficult for other warriors to understand the flagship's true might. If you cannot make a decision, I can awaken the Grand Librarian. Have you ever seen me unable to make a decision? I have never seen such a situation either. Learn from it, there are many situations you haven't seen yet. Yi Feng's reply was lazy and highly deceptive, but Enk knew that Yi Feng spoke this way because he had alternative plans, he just absolutely did not want to resort to them. It's not just the Necrons who possess anti-psychic power, we do too. The warship had prepared a sufficient quantity of black stone pylons, precious materials intended for the webway beneath the Golden Throne. He absolutely did not want to use them, but if pushed, I could deploy them on a planet in a very short time using the flagship's planetary surface modification capabilities. The flagship would directly land on the planet to serve as a fixed hive city fortress, forcing demons to descend to the planet for close quarters combat. At that point, battle formations composed of tens of thousands of adamantium armor could crush any invading enemy into dust. Later, production could even begin under the cover of the adamantium warriors, rapidly excavating underground factories for subterranean rice and bamboo cultivation and mineral extraction. I want to see what you, Kern and Nurgle, will do in other places after expending so much effort fighting here. There's more than one entity in the warp coveting your divine positions. All Chaos Gods/the Four Gods had a tacit understanding not to send their primarchs, except for Vashtor, the hothead who didn't understand. Chaos Gods/the Four Gods knew very well not to let a primarch touch that treasure. The fierce clashes between powerful daemon engines finally spread to the front line. The artillery net was, after all, not a true barrier, and the outer Astartes warships were subjected to daemon boarding attacks. Yi Feng, there's no time, we can't stay like this. The flagship rotated, automatically locking onto a location. Yi Feng truly wanted to press the button, truly wanted to. A mature machine spirit can lock onto enemies before the pilot. Anos, you did well. Kram, long time no see. How many pieces will you shatter into today? I'm really looking forward to it. Victor, sitting atop the silver throne's dome, heard a hee laugh, frowned, and wondered if the Primaris Big Mech below had gone mad from staying in the anti-psychic field for too long. The Custode's support was also very swift. He had returned this time with something, a Pharos communication beacon. The Custode's squad deployed on Mercury could support here as quickly as they supported all other expeditionary forces. Just as he was contemplating whether to knock Yi Feng out and take command, a sudden change occurred. Innumerable souls in Nurgle's great cauldron began to spin. Nurgle raised a dark, withered wooden stick and stirred everything within the cauldron. The sacrificed souls melted into plague power, forming a soul vortex under Father Nurgle/Nurgle's stirring. Demons of other factions within it immediately felt the end of days approaching. The soul power was like a dense storm of blades, scraping away their skin bit by bit. Weaker demons felt themselves wasting away, and the torment of soul attrition made them wail, their will to survive transferred to Nurgle as they prayed to their respective masters. All the warships lost their observation vision, everything around them spun in a blur. They were at the very center of the vortex, like a delicacy saved to be savored last. The Blood God's offensive was thwarted again and again, which completely enraged the brass throne. The blood river on the outskirts of the star system completely dried up within a few roars. The divine weapons and sharp blades contained within it drank their fill of blood, and the light of death suddenly flared. The Kern demons charging in the blood river were all confined within the weapon masses under the suppression of the skull throne, and the power of each weapon was greatly enhanced. The heavenly river of blood transformed into a torrent of countless weapons, and a phantom of flames emerged from the end of the torrent. The end. Over at the brass throne. Beneath the skull throne, every skull blazed with roaring flames. The skull throne sat majestically, its flames soaring to the sky, manifesting a terrifying daemon red flame idol in Kern's domain. The idol grasped the torrent of weapons, as if holding a daemon whip. Under the wielding of countless flames, the torrent of weapons heavily smashed into Nurgle's great cauldron. This strike caused a tremor throughout the warp, and countless berserkers praised the blood god. Gladiators roared to the sky, and the blood of soldiers surged. The mere aftershocks of the confrontation stirred up a destructive wave in the warp. How dare you oppose me in the year 885, Nurgle, you are too bold. Kern's avatar's personal strike successfully broke Nurgle's great cauldron. The soul vortex that ground all things to dust had a breach, and some Slaaneshi demons directly emptied their bodies, enjoying the intense stimulation brought by the extreme pain of their souls, and flowed out through the gap. The demons behind, seeing this, followed suit. They closed their eyes and jumped into the vortex. The psychic vortex had not fully materialized in the real world, its intermittent state created a great deal of confusion. But one thing was certain, Nurgle's great cauldron was broken again. Even on the people's light, Yi Feng could still observe cracks constantly spreading outwards on the surrounding wall like giant cauldron of corruption. At one point, a dazzling red light burst forth, and the corner of a massive axe was deeply embedded within the wall. At first glance, it was the tip of a giant axe. Upon closer inspection, it was countless battle axes, from which demons were still emerging. The two chaos gods once again clashed with immense fanfare, as if the people's light was already within their grasp. Yi Feng held a trump card, a mutually assured destruction move, but kept it in reserve. Our instructors also strongly suspected that Kirkram's appearance was meant to lure him into firing in that direction. Charging out from the battleground of the two chaos gods seemed to have a high chance of success, but it was, in fact, a dead end. Why aren't those damn Necrons here yet? Is it a holiday today? General Zaykduk couldn't have failed against the Tyranids and been crunched like a brittle bone, could he? As Yi Feng muttered, there was a huge bang, and a strong psychic fluctuation impacted the flagship. The entire warship shook violently, and many mortals who thought they lived in a hive city now believed a strong earthquake had occurred. Nurgle's great cauldron was violently impacted, and it was directly opposite the fissure cut by Kern. He had already invested so many planets, sacrificed so many followers, how could he give up at this moment? The power of corruption spread instantly, and large amounts of poisonous thorns extended towards the cracks in the great cauldron, repairing the breach while spewing forth corrupting power into the distance. The Sodic dynasty's psychic detection equipment immediately maxed out, and the tomb technicians urgently reported to the Storm Lord. Noble Imoduk, the Blackstone detector is rapidly heating up, already exceeding previous observation values. The temperature has now reached low-level stellar class and is still rapidly rising. I need you to confirm something for me now. When did previous begin to be measured? After we fell into slumber. The Pariah Nexus device encountered extremely strong resistance, like an iron ball smashing into thick moss. Viscous mud slowly enveloped it from other directions, intending to completely cover the entire iron ball and sink it elsewhere. How could a Pariah Nexus be compared to an ordinary Sisters of Silence? The Storm Lord showed no mercy, wielding a shard of the star god the Awakener, Ogryata. This entity was suspected to be the most ancient star god, born at the dawn of the universe. It had originally fallen into slumber, and it was highly probable that all living beings of the previous epoch had been devoured by it. At that time, countless Necrons had to be sacrificed to awaken it, and now it too was a prisoner. This was a huge shard, its power empowering the entire Necrons fleet. The Eternal Divine King opened his eyes, and his actions were unstoppable. The turbulent waves of the warp crashed against the reef. The combination of the Pariah Nexus and the power of the star gods was too terrifying, and what's more, there was more than one star god. Under the Storm Lord's whip lightning whipped the shard of the Wanderer, Sakalamar, unleashed terrifying power, directly forging a twisted spatial entrance. The core of the Pariah Nexus instantly entered the interior of Nurgle's Great Cauldron, unleashing absolute nullification power that immediately pulled back the reality barrier. The Great Cauldron was shattered by the impact of the incredibly thick reality barrier, leaving 2 gaping holes. Nurgle's demons strained to look in that direction. The Necrons were under anti-psychic power, and he still didn't know what had attacked him. The Red Tide seized the opportunity and immediately remained motionless. What kind of person was Yi Feng? If the King of Hell wanted him to die at the 3rd watch, he'd slit his throat at the 2nd watch and flash attack the King of Hell's palace. Did you expect him to do anything normal? William was anxious. Yi Feng, this is the best chance to break through. Do you want to celebrate the Emperor's Ascension Day here? Not a bad suggestion. Do you want me to cook New Year's Eve dinner? William immediately beat out a rapid-fire patter with his mouth. The beacon for summoning Necrons was located within the People's Light, so the enemy's main fleet naturally headed straight for the People's Light. Yi Feng's order was, full speed ahead towards Kier-Kram. I want to see if you can withstand the Necrons' attack. Several cruiser-class Necrons warships appeared beside the People's Light, but the flagship's sudden movement alerted them. Confirmed, is the target object on your ship? Signal received, confirming the target object is on my ship. Logically, a picture should have been transmitted, but Yi Feng refused. What if they found something amiss and fled? After all, the Tech Marine's detection could only confirm that it was a creature from 10 million years ago, most likely not a real old one. According to Article 92, immediately stop and pay respects to the Storm Lord. The enemy is here to seize the suspected Old One's seal. Eliminate them. No general would kneel before the Emperor in war. Requesting the Storm Lord's pardon. As a military genius, the Storm Lord naturally understood this principle. His attitude towards the Red Tide was to kill them all, but General Zendrek was right there, so he couldn't explicitly order his death. What to do? His own elder was suffering from senile dementia, so he spoiled him. Grand Librarian, why don't I get this treatment? Enk, where's the body more wagged than Anos that I mentioned last time? Enk was swamped at this moment. Dozens of Tech Marines guarded various critical points of the warship, working together to direct the servitors to activate the engines. The fast acceleration engines in the real world hadn't been started in a long time. At this moment, the flagship and other fleets also began to counterattack. As the Pariah Nexus drew closer, the warp power of the entire star system was greatly suppressed. The 2 Chaos Gods, surprised, relaxed slightly, allowing the star system to temporarily revert to its original state. A normal space. The terrifying power of the octuple cannons was fully unleashed. 8 shells, larger than Nova cannons, shot out from the massive guns, causing the entire flagship to tremble. The ultimate violent aesthetics of the Imperium were displayed to their fullest. The Gloriana served as a backdrop in this war. The powerful firepower that could kill 2 capital ships simultaneously in a single volley only served to narrow the enemy's movement in a battle of this scale. Nurgle hesitated. The Great Unclean Ones were enraged. Their kin had died under massive lightning arcs. Gauss cannons instantly pierced through Daemon vehicles. Enemies from unknown origins easily broke through their corrupted gardens. Unacceptable. The Rainfather summoned a torrential downpour in the void. Demons bathing in the corrupting rain cheered, and many less powerful demons grew mushrooms and pustules on their backs, their combat power increasing significantly out of nowhere. The main force of the Chaos Gods is here. How can a single Necron dynasty contend with my forces from the warp? Nurgle was completely indignant. The Emperor burned me, Kern chopped me, and now you, a metalhead who slept himself silly, also want to take a jab at me? Nurgle pulled out the stirring stick from the Great Cauldron and left, walking towards his villa built on withered wood. His hurried steps precisely bumped into Slaanesh, who had stealthily crept onto the Eldar life goddess's bed. A major caught in the act scene. Nurgle raised the stirring stick and struck, almost completely smashing his villa open. Black sap spewed from all the cracks in the withered wood, splashing onto Slaanesh. Nurgle needed to quickly repel Slaanesh. He absolutely could not fail at the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line, as that would mean he would fall silent for a long time, and the next large-scale blessing might be delayed until 43K077, which was unacceptable. He expertly stomped his foot. Directly beneath the bedroom was the kitchen's storage room, where countless plagues he had meticulously concocted were stored. Slaanesh was about to laugh at Nurgle, the big green fatty, stuck in the hole in the floor. You need to lose weight. Give your belly a good wash, oh, perhaps there won't be anything left. Before Slaanesh could finish, Nurgle found what he wanted. A bottle of purple potion condensed from the corrupted and dissolved remains of countless Tyranids. The glass bottle shattered, and all the potion clung to his stirring stick. Nurgle swung it down with astonishing force. Slaanesh originally wanted to carry his darling and flee, but Nurgle's blow landed heavily at his feet. Even the constantly extending, binding, venomous vines recoiled, as no creature dared to face such venom. Nurgle was briefly held up by Slaanesh, leaving only Kern on the main battlefield. The morale of the Daemon army surged at this moment, with satellite-sized battle standard illusions fluttering in the air. War drums, death knells, horns, those military band demons could easily crush an ordinary human world. The Daemon army swept forward in a mighty tide, and the People's Light finally charged towards them like a warrior. Most demons still walked or flew on wings in the void, their speed far slower than warships. However, blood mist now gathered around them, making it difficult even for the Necrons' Gauss cannon bombardment to penetrate. I'm only difficult to deal with when it comes to anti-psychic power, Gauss cannons with energy impact can still barely hit. Generals and Drek received orders from the Storm Lord to escort the People's Light to the rear. The enemy dared to seize the old one, so they must be taught a painful lesson this time. They must be beaten until they give up hope, so that in future research days, they will never dare to invade the Necrons again. Otherwise, what if they invade again halfway through researching the old one? Large numbers of Necrons' ships furiously bombarded the enemy. Lightning arcs and gauss cannons were both energy weapons, and the Necrons were all too familiar with how to deal with the forces of the warp. As the Pariah Nexus penetrated deeper, the surrounding reality barrier grew thicker and thicker. The Necrons fleed throughout an iron sphere, probably several kilometers in diameter, emitting strong gravitational fluctuations, simulating the state of a planet. The Mandeville point of this planet further pushed out the area where demons could move normally. Yi Feng received the signal, but he passionately declared, with a great enemy before us, I am not a weak and powerless person. Though my strength is meager, I am willing to relieve the Storm Lord of his worries. He was now on the front line. The core of the Pariah Nexus and the Iron Sphere hadn't yet approached, so Yi Feng directly ordered. Aim at Kierkram, main cannon, fire. A few seconds later. The main cannon's power was indeed not as great as before, but it still blasted a large hole. The flagship then followed up with another round of octuple cannons, ensuring Kierkram was utterly annihilated. Then, the flagship retreated towards Generals and Drek in gratitude. The old general eagerly moved all his fleet close to the flagship and ordered everyone not to attack. They had discovered something. Necrons could capture untouchables and transform them into Necrons' war machines after modification. These were mobile anti-psychic humanoid robots. Because they were essentially human, they would still die when killed and would not repair wounds like living metal. However, external armor could temporarily control the body, and even if the untouchable died, the bones could still nullify psychic energy. How hard were those to find? The Imperium controlled 1,000,000 worlds and only found a few? Now, he found a low-spec version of it. Adamantium warriors. Just tell me, is it anti-psychic? Is it living? General Zendrek was delighted. He believed that supporting Yi Feng was one of his wisest decisions, especially since Yi Feng readily agreed to hand over the target object. Truly the person I chose. You must come with me to see the Storm Lord. I must speak with the Storm Lord to formally bestow upon you noble status. Your contributions deserve this status. No matter what Yi Feng handed over, anything that could cause such a large amount of warp fluctuation must be a good thing. Kern's army was blasted with a large hole. Nurgle and Slaanesh were fighting each other. It is time for I, the Lord of Wisdom, to display my might. Xianj made a dazzling entrance. Chapter 467, Nurgle, woohoo my cauldron, you can't break it. When Xianj appeared, he naturally did not do so in his own form. In most cases, those involved in the vortex of mystery would not realize that their opponent was a Xianj daemon, they were like puppets on the strings of the Lord of Wisdom. Under the struggle between the Chaos Gods and the Necrons dynasty, this star system had returned to normal, free from the corruption of the warp and the absolute silence of the Pariah Nexus. In such an area, the Chaos Gods needed to put in some effort to act, but it was not exceptionally difficult, especially when there were cultists below. The planet was already a purgatory. Before the Necrons arrived, the clashes between Kern and Nurgle had severely corrupted the humans below, and Xianj's main forces had also invaded here, even more so than the other two. Xianj cultists hid within the ruins and rebel, only a few scattered Inquisitors and Battle Sisters remained sane across the planet. Xianj cultists ignored them and stirred up a wave of faith. They had long anticipated that Kern followers would mindlessly charge at them, and Nurgle cultists would fall into a vengeful rage after the death of their kin, though these traits were more evident in demons. Before the God of Knowledge, the path of death had been laid, with demons as sacrifices, for eternal darkness. The entity beneath the shadows was stirring, it would never let others see its true face. Its characteristic was strong, the greater the shadow cast by a cluster of intelligent beings, the more powerful its abilities became. Unlike the Drukari/Dark Yildiris ally, Mandrix, it could only appear in the shadows of living objects, such as a child wearing clothes, a lemon rust tank, or the People's Light. It emerged from the holographic projection of the People's Light, with darkness spreading and gazing, giving the holographic projection a true physical form. Unseen by anyone, it acted as it pleased. Yi Feng never imagined that the flagship's holographic projection could attack people. And it was attacking the Necrons. What was Xianj's goal? Of course, it was the little boy protected by Sergeant Heracus. For this, he first needed to break through the People's Light, that iron turtle. It was more appropriate to let the Necrons do the work. The attacks fired from the holographic projection were mainly energy streams, not very threatening. Psychic attacks directed at the Pariah Nexus generator would only grow weaker and weaker. But don't forget, the holographic projection device was originally created to deal with the Necrons, at least to a certain extent, to confuse the Necrons. At least a large portion of the Necrons believed that the People's Light was attacking them. Comply with Passive Defense Article 2, Counterattack. The Necrons' voice was chillingly indifferent. Several warship of the Sodic dynasty swiftly turned their cannons and bombarded the People's Light. The attacks passed through the holographic projection and entered the unknown warp, and like the Void Shield, all attacks vanished into the Sea of Souls without a trace. The questioning came from General Zendrek, while other declarations of war came from Overlord Nazar, Zalen. Yi Feng, our holographic projection is firing? No good. Quickly shut down the holographic projection. William wanted to shut it down directly, but habitually asked Yi Feng first. Why shut it down? Listen to my command, flagship, reveal yourself and join the bombardment queue. Blast that holographic projection with all you've got. With Yifeng's words, the battlefield situation turned into a chaotic battle between the real and fake people's light. Yifeng's response echoed across the entire battlefield. Do you think disguising yourself as me can deceive the wise Storm Lord? Wishful thinking. Follow the will of General Zaikdek and taste the wrath of the Sodic dynasty. The familiar 8-barreled heavy cannons fired, and General Zaikdek immediately understood the situation. It was simple, whoever attacked the Necron's fleet was the fake. A large number of warship turned and opened fire with fierce intensity, and the movement of the People's Light's holographic projection seemed not to be entirely controlled by the greater daemon of Xianch. It was more like both sides were pulling, we projected towards that area, while the other side seemed to have placed many hyperdimensional mirrors in space, twisting space and deflecting it towards another area. Xianch's plan was deciphered in a short time, but he only found it amusing. He had many plans. Necron's weapons have a characteristic: beyond a certain hardness, they don't care about the hardness of your armor, but its thickness. Gauss weapons can penetrate any metal in the world, so adamantium warriors are at a great disadvantage when facing the Necrons. If you use 1 meter of pure adamantium, the defensive effect is not as good as 10 meters of reinforced ceramite. So, the question is, if you're really charging at the Necrons, do you dare to use adamantium armor? You definitely wouldn't dare. Then if I, a daemon, transform into a Necrons and charge at you, do you dare to gamble? Do you dare to wear adamantium armor? After disguising itself as the Red Tide to attack the Necrons, it began to disguise itself as the Necrons to attack Yifeng. After the holographic projection crashed at an extremely high speed into a Necron's warship that had approached and intended to use its lightning arc whip, a large number of changeling emerged from it. The Xianch demons had all transformed into the appearance of advanced Necrons troop types, most of them piloting fake anti-gravity vehicles. Tomb blades, jet bike vehicles with large curved metal structures on their backs for power. Annihilation barges, equipped with super Gauss cannons on top, incredibly powerful. Doomsday arcs, a single shot can shatter and disintegrate an imperial fortress. Canopetex spiders, attack like Canopetex scarabs, equipped with hyperphase void blades and high-energy laser cutters, a preferred troop type for urban massacres. The Xianch demons also wanted to transform into larger warship, but the larger they were, the more power they consumed, and they simply didn't have that capability. An overwhelming swarm of anti-gravity combat clusters rushed towards the People's Light. This truly put Yifeng in a difficult position. He genuinely didn't know which force the enemy belonged to. All the old guys of the Sodic dynasty wanted to see him dead, or rather, they wanted to see any living thing die. Regardless of whether these things were real or fake, the enemy could open fire on us after our attack, under the pretext of confirming our rebellion. General Zaikdek was currently angrily questioning all the overlords. The Sodic dynasty had many vassal worlds, asking which blind fool dared to attack his people? Whoever attacks you, you attack them. Warship 1, the holographic projection, attacked you. Why are you attacking Warship 2, the real body? They even look alike, and the Necron of these surrounding dynasties all look similar, yet you haven't made a mistake before. Are you going senile? Being called senile by General Zaikdek, the other overlords and generals were all seething with unexpressed anger. Emotional memory told them they should be furious, but their mechanical memory storage made them as cold as statues. Large numbers of change demons swarmed towards the flagship. Yifeng calmed down after a brief moment of confusion. A Necron attack should teleport directly in front of us, right? Although these guys flew fast, the distance was too long. What kind of Necron warrior travels like this? The Sodic is not some impoverished dynasty. Flagship, increase the output power of the psychic shield. With Enos's help, the warship quickly brightened. All channels, call. The next moment, the Necron translator was in place. To all overlords and generals, detected warp entities disguised as allied forces. Our unit will initiate an attack in 20 seconds. Advise all units to swiftly recall scattered individual combatants. After issuing the announcement, he ignored everything else and prepared the flagship for a direct collision. You think you are boarding a Hive City-class warship? No, if I accelerate to near light speed, that's a Hive City-sized Nova cannon blasting you. Yifeng left the other forces of the Sodic dynasty with an image of being decisive, unconventional, and arrogant, but militarily, he was not out of line. Colliding? Firing cannons is a threatening act. If you drive a warship into an individual combatant, that idiot deserves to die. The flagship rapidly approached the holographic projection. After both sides had exchanged fire halfway, the flagship directly shut down the holographic projection. Although the opponent reacted quickly, and Xianch used chaos sorcery to create an identical illusion, sustaining it for a while longer, the unavoidable strong psychic fluctuations within were detected by Stormlord Imodic. The Necron's sensitivity to psychic energy was unusually high. He was also unusually furious, thinking, you think such a small trick can confuse me? Within his mechanical thoughts, Imodic unconsciously raised Yifeng's standing even higher, and of course, his killing intent became even more resolute. I need to find a place where Zendrek is not present and create the illusion of an accidental demise. After the holographic projection disappeared, the greater daemon of Xianch swiftly retreated into the warp under the cover of shadows. The changeling disguised as Necrons were instantly shattered by the flagship's psychic shield. All of this was recorded in detail, because the Necrons' living metal would not behave this way, it would smoothly penetrate everything here and impact the flagship's armor. This rapid assault not only helped the Red Tide successfully deal with the enemy but also brought them into the range of General Zaikdek's fleet. All warship, turn around and bring the regular fleet back. Other warship did not have the flagship's speed. Too many warship were brought out this time, even the shipyards couldn't hold them all. General Zaitduk, thank you for the timely rescue. Now that the tide is with us, I am willing to serve as the vanguard to avenge this irreconcilable battle. What specific grudge it was, Yi Feng hadn't thought through. We are nominally rebels, so I can't say, I rebelled to attack the fortress world below, but chaos massacred the world below, and I'm very angry, can I? Ignoring General Zaitduk's response, the warship turned and charged back into battle. General Zaitduk's personal guard, Oberon, advised the general, Yi Feng has repeatedly disobeyed orders, which is an insult to you. I request that he be immediately judged guilty of battlefield insubordination and his forces be crushed. I am willing to go personally, apprehend him, and hand him over to the military commission for trial. The term battlefield insubordination simply did not exist among the Necron, who operated under absolute hierarchical control. This offense only existed during the Necron era. Coincidentally, General Zaitduk considered it a manifestation of a soldier's will, and he greatly admired generals with spirit. We are here to display the might of the Sodic dynasty. As long as eternal death can be inflicted upon the vile enemy, whoever does it, they are our heroes. If it had been a Qing army, General Zaitduk would have admired their commander, but Xianxu's actions had thoroughly enraged him. The fleet surged forward with the people's light. In the distance, the fleet cluster, guarding the Gloriana battleship, split into 3 forces and began to advance. The Nemesis chapter's forces were the slowest. They hesitated, as the current situation didn't seem like the Emperor's will. What was all this? The Qing demons from behind regrouped and bit back, voluntarily taking on the rearguard mission. Their bombardment efficiency was extremely high, continuously launching large destructive weapons backward. A series of explosions made Chaos wary of easily stepping into the terrifying death zone of radiation, gravity, and space-time distortions. Everyone had put their all into it, attacking the demons with full force. The warp demon's endless advantage disappeared without a trace under the pariah nexus. Even the most brutal Qing was considering whether to stop the attack. The Necrons, this enemy, had once massacred an entire Qing daemon world. War was good, but facing opponents without souls. As the blood god paused, Father Nurgle/Nurgle returned to the battlefield with his giant stirring stick. He had originally gone back to retrieve the highly toxic concoction made from dissolved tyranids to deploy on the world. Upon returning, he found the entire battlefield situation had completely changed. The Great Unclean One was retreating steadily, and the Great Rain summoned by the Rainfather had successfully extinguished the Qing's wrath that was burning towards them, but it couldn't cope with enemies devoid of souls. The Rust Plague's speed in corrupting metal was not as fast as the self-restoration of active metal. Retreat? Vashtor's demons, having received the command to wait for an opportune moment, had been hiding at the edge of the battlefield. Now, they felt their chance had come. Why couldn't Nurgle's cauldron be used as a giant forge? Father Nurgle/Nurgle was now in a dilemma, stuck between a rock and a hard place. He would agree to cooperate with Vashtor, having invested too much, like a mad gambler who would put everything on the table. The god of contracts was the most suitable candidate, one who would never betray a contract. The Dark Mechanicum and Nurgle communicated for a moment, reaching an agreement. What Father Nurgle/Nurgle would pay, we do not know, but the Forge Lord's power forcefully intervened in this war. Mechanical cables flickered with electricity, like venomous snakes over the cauldron filled with viscous putrid fluid, the clinging thorns actively recoiling. Poisonous metallic vapor permeated the area around the cauldron, to some extent weakening Qing's river of weapons and the suppression of the pariah nexus. The Rust Plague squealed and chattered, as if pouting, begging Father Nurgle/Nurgle to allow them to play in a brand new playground. For them, the self-moving metal and oil-flowing metal held infinite attraction. The 2 gaps in Nurgle's cauldron were enveloped by the Forge Lord's power, and the gaps were repaired with metal. Within the battlefield, more mechanical structures appeared. Some combined with powerful demons, becoming daemon engines. Nurgle's extended family, in their vengeful fury, charged towards the enemy. Chaos warriors also began to be deployed in large numbers, launching an assault on the people's light. This move confused Yi Feng. Mechanized plague army? What a strange combination, and it was a brand new mechanical army. Could the lives on the planet below be sacrificed to gain so much power? Vashtor, no matter who is fighting the Red Tide, I, the Forge Lord, will definitely lend a hand. Storm Lord ordered the use of the Shard of Star God from the wayward Sahelemo again. The created channels extended to various locations throughout the entire star system. On a massive pyramid, larger than a battleship, strange dark green patterns were flickering with light. Not only was there a strong energy fluctuation at the very top corner, but all 5 corners showed world-destroying energy reactions. It entered the channel, or rather, the channel moved in front of it. In an instant, it appeared in a corner of the star system. A burning shard of star god spewed out flames, which poured out fiercely from a single point, burning towards the entire star system. Almost at the same moment the flames left the giant pyramid, it re-entered the channel. Another apex lit up, and dark fluctuations appeared from the other end of the star system. Space was collapsing, the hyperdimensional world shattering piece by piece, and the destructive power of the spatial collapse poured into the real world, destroying all enemies. The next moment, the giant pyramid re-entered the warp tunnel, appearing directly below the people's light, and a power humanity had never encountered began to spread. Even though all the Red Tide warships were returning at full speed, the 3 frigates of the Nemesis chapter were annihilated in this wave. The final corner of the giant pyramid flickered with light. It reached its last position, and dazzling light swept through everything, moving in waves through space, arriving first despite departing later, surpassing other destructive fluctuations and crashing into the very center of the battlefield. Four forces converged on the battlefield, unleashing an inescapable storm of destruction. Nurgle stood stunned, holding his stirring stick. Why is my alchemical cauldron filled with things I've never seen? The fat father Nurgle extended a finger, dabbed it with saliva, and slowly inserted it into the cauldron. Then, the finger was gone. Quickly, dump it out. Nurgle, uncharacteristically flustered, clutched his cauldron with both hands, upended it onto the ground, not caring what would happen to the garden beneath his feet if it was contaminated by these powers. He shook the cauldron with a clang, using all his might to empty its contents. Just like a void shield, it transferred the received attacks to his feet. But the combined power of 4 shards of Star God was not something that could be dealt with so easily. The terrifying might continuously expanded, any warship without shields melted under the glow. The residual power alone overloaded the Locklaw's aft void shield, completely melting the ion engine's deflector plates. Nurgle was so anxious that Nurgling were swarming all over his head. The big green fatty was bouncing frantically in the warp, holding his cauldron, a rather comical sight. No sooner said than done, the dark mechanicum, adhering to the power of the contract, spread countless machines. The power of the shard of Star God forcefully destroyed the plague power within, and Vashtor's power flowed in completely unopposed. With the efforts of 1.5 chaos gods, Nurgle's cauldron barely avoided exploding. When the internal energy aftershocks dissipated, there was nothing left inside. Yi Feng, you have done very well. I will now take you to meet Lord Stormlord. You must be careful with your words. I will do my best to speak for you. Your merits this time are enough to earn you the title of percent, at end. That strange name was not translated because there is no such noble rank in the Imperium of Man, it should be a high noble status. Yi Feng walked through the huge, dim crypt according to the Necron's etiquette, with no friendly forces beside him. Victor was very anxious, but Yi Feng sternly refused his protection. The appearance of the custodian guard would only push him towards a dead end. Victor said, "You are not qualified to command me," as he disappeared on the spot. Changing equipment, the custodian guard's research against the Necrons ultimately formed an automatic reactive armor system. They affixed special metal plates to their armor that would automatically fly off. When a gauze ray approached, the automatically ejected metal plates would give the custodian guard enough time to react and dodge the enemy's fatal attack. Next was waiting. Yi Feng slowly walked into the Great Hall. Stormlord sat on the throne, with generals standing on either side. Zendrek was the most unique. He slowly walked to a position below the throne before turning to look at Yi Feng. Emotic did not speak, the other generals spoke first. "You, filthy creature, what right do you have to stand here? By the benefits I have won for the Sodic dynasty, with all due respect, you are not qualified to speak to me like that. I am not your subordinate." Yi Feng remained aggressive in the throne room. Emotic wanted to kill him directly, but before that, he needed Yi Feng to hand over the item first. "Where are your merits? I have already submitted them to General Zendrek." The old general's subordinates presented a golden toad encased in amber. Regarding the origin of this object, even the most experienced tomb technicians dared not draw conclusions. It seemed to be, and yet seemed not to be. It might be another similar flower tens of millions of years later, or perhaps a progeny or modified organism of the old ones. The Necrons did not dare to directly cut open the amber. The old ones were super psychers, no device was needed, a single psychic blast could cause immense damage here. A lavishly decorated tomb technician nearby carefully took the amber and slowly retreated. General Zendrek then spoke, "Lord Emotic, this is my warrior. He has made outstanding contributions and demonstrated his value and loyalty to the Sodic dynasty. I believe his noble rank can be promoted." "Loyalty, I doubt it. It is said they also have anti-psyker armor technology. Why hasn't it been handed over? Why not submit it?" The enraged roar of a subordinate overlord was intimidating. The Necron's high-ranking warriors all looked at Yi Feng, their weapons already aimed at the adamantium armor. "You." General Zendrek appeared very angry, but he was also puzzled. "Your Royal Highness Stormlord, you have reigned for countless ages. As a king, you should understand the importance of knowing and discerning people. No king would personally clean tombs, operate warships, polish weapons. Presumptuous. How dare you insult my king? You know it's an insult? I am General Zendrek's subordinate, naturally a subject of the king. The king wants me to hand over the technology, but the technology is originally yours, so to whom should it be given? A tomb technician? Isn't that snatching technology from General Zendrek? Do you still doubt the old general's loyalty?" Yi Feng roared, his momentum undiminished, his words relentless. "The old general first found a suspected old one presence, and also possesses this anti-psyker technology. Instead of a reward, are you going to punitively strip him of the right to research this technology? But, this technology, you did not give to me." The old general's words came from afar, authority concealing killing intent. Chapter 468 Star God, The Lost. "Old general, what are you talking about?" Yi Feng remained composed, even having the presence of mind to consider whether anyone he knew was around to see this. "Old general, the technology has always been in your domain. Have you forgotten? The Gideam star system, it's right next to Oberon's fiefdom." Subsequently, Yi Feng slowly explained that this anti-psyker power originated from the extracted brain matter of the Tau, which, when concentrated, possessed a faint anti-psyker effect. "I assure you, General Zayduk, on the worlds I've established beneath your fiefdom, all the creatures I just mentioned are being reared. Perhaps there are scattered Tau wandering the stars, but I stake my life that our colonies there are absolutely the most numerous and densest Tau settlements. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with that fleet. A certain Necron warship, tasked with monitoring the Red Tide, is currently still engaged in battle with Olaner dynasty ships, and both sides have sent reinforcements. General Zaikdek was enraged. Because in the old general's eyes, Yi Feng was a Necron, and those Tau were also frail Necrons. Have you forgotten your origin? You are actually plotting against. No, old general. Yi Feng said loudly, they are no longer Necrons. They have been corrupted, their genes polluted by a group of aliens, war beasts, dedicated to destroying them, using insidious invasion techniques. Many Tau tribes there are no longer Necrons. Gene stealer? Didn't you throw me over there? Yi Feng was utterly earnest, patting his chest as he guaranteed that he had supplied a large number of weapons to the frail Necrons there, but the war was not yet over. Indeed, that territory is under my rule, but I will not send troops. True dignity must be earned through one's own efforts. Just like I did back then, I will not dispatch any soldiers to help them. However, as long as there is even one warrior below willing to fight, food, armaments, clothing, I will never be stingy. Yi Feng's expression was extremely serious, as if speaking of something sacred. The dignity of a tribal people cannot be obtained through charity. If they wish to rise, there is only blood and struggle. It was this single statement that, in General Zaikdek's heart, transformed Yi Feng's image from a leader of a civilian rabble who had pledged allegiance to him, into one truly possessing the blood and demeanor of a noble general. You thought I was Lu Buletin? Nope. Today, I am Guan Yun Chang. Yuan Shao, Storm Lord, on the high seat belittles my humble origins, while Mend, old general, treats worthy individuals with respect, discerning true talent. Yi Feng's inner thought, little rascal, I'll charm you to death, Zendrek. This series of words also completely put the old general at ease, and he began to explain to the Storm Lord. As things stood, it was no longer feasible for Emotic to openly eliminate Yi Feng. Previously, those considered vassals were Necron's dynasties. You, an Astartes force, fortunately a rebel, a self-established power. If you were a servant of that one on Terra, who would feel safe letting you in? After Emotic resolved to kill, he became indifferent, thinking it didn't matter, since everyone would die anyway. He'd even grant him a CO equal kingship. General Zaikdek hated using death marks, sniper assassins, but the Storm Lord had no such qualms. The other overlords were still roaring, you are not. He glanced at General Zaikdek, one of us. How can your achievements today compare to ours? Do you know how many military merits we acquired to stand in this position? In the eyes of the Necrons, the entire the galaxy/Milky Way belonged to them. Their most important enemies were other Necrons' dynasties. To earn military merit worthy of a kingship, one had to shatter a planet belonging to another dynasty. The majestic, colossal Necron's overlord continued to expound at length, meticulously recounting his accomplishments. His military achievements were indeed fewer than the old general's, but if the old general tried to refute him with seniority, he could immediately pivot and argue that Yi Feng was even less deserving of a noble title. Emotic finally spoke, to be elevated to this rank, one should be granted a fiefdom. In the Sodic dynasty, only the strong are rewarded. Only by conquering a planet does one qualify to claim it as a fiefdom. General Zaikdek immediately spoke, the extraterrestrial war is currently urgent. Why not let him accompany me on an expedition to the Dark Lands? Once he earns enough merit, I will grant him a planet. The old general truly wanted to promote Yi Feng. He knew that the Red Tide's warships had great difficulty fighting Necron's warships with inertialess drives. Though their firepower was immense, they couldn't lock onto enemies. Their main cannons were best suited for fighting Tyranids/Tyranids. Yi Feng was genuinely anxious. With just a few words, you're tricking me into going to the extraterrestrial regions. Never mind the danger, whether I can even survive to return is a question. Will I just be dragged along until I naturally die? He hastily said. The will of the army boils down to 4 words, reward according to merit. The matter of ennoblement is not achieved by a single feat. Without the support of the other overlords and generals, I would die here today. I voluntarily relinquish this merit in exchange for. Yi Feng proposed a wager. Within 10 years, however much territory he conquered, he would gain governance over that many worlds. The Sodic dynasty would only provide rescue, not support. If he provoked other dynasties, it would be up to his own ability. For the Necrons, their worlds differed from those of the Imperium, with extremely strict requirements. Not only did they need abundant minerals, preferably blackstone, but also sufficient strategic importance and a stable stellar ecosystem. Across the entire universe, there weren't many such worlds. As for ordinary worlds, it was like the Imperium's treatment of feral worlds, whether or not they were recorded depended entirely on mood. Even if Yi Feng fought his way to Terra, there would only be a dozen or so noteworthy planets. Because prolonged human mining had rendered many worlds unsuitable for the rich mineral planet criteria. This order was given to all the Necron command centers present, showing considerable sincerity. As for whether it would change later, that's hard to say. After all, it was just a word from Emotic. General Zaikdek had intended to say something. He knew that his recommendation of Yi Feng was not solely due to his achievements, the owner of Key of Helic was also a significant reason. Then, he thought of Yi Feng's words. Wasn't Yi Feng a vassal of the dynasty? If you revealed it, and the Storm Lord bestowed Key of Helic upon Yi Feng, wasn't it already his? Or rather, a force under my command? To seize Key of Helic, wouldn't that be equivalent to severing my influence? Speaking out would actually bring no benefit, so why even mention it? General Zaikduk immediately requested supplies. The most crucial aspect of Yi Feng's wager was military strength. I cannot openly send troops, but providing some material support is still possible. That shard of Star God was also found by Yi Feng and submitted to me, providing immense support to the dynasty. I suggest rewarding him with Blackstone, warships. The old general spoke in a torrent of flowery language, leaving Yi Feng utterly bewildered. Some of the terms, while each individual word could be found in the Necron's language, made no sense when combined. In short, what followed was the old general's political maneuvering. Yi Feng's role as the trailblazer was complete. Enough, Zendrek. During wartime, you are asking for too much. His direction of war is not our primary offensive area, and he should not receive so much war support. Emotic made the final decision, preventing the old general from continuing to make exorbitant demands. Among the Necrons, orders from superiors to subordinates are absolute, but the problem is that the long slumber has damaged the minds of many Necrons. What they respond with, you may not understand, and they may not be executing orders according to your understanding. Respecting your instructions, we are re-evaluating the strategic importance of the primary offensive zone. Afterward, Yi Feng was led away to a reception room. Calling it a reception room, it was actually a place like a Thunderhawk transport bay, with rows of Necron's warriors fixed mechanically to the walls. After he entered the room, the door closed. Yi Feng's bulky frame could only stand sideways in there, and communication was completely cut off. For the next period, he continuously struggled with two Canopitak scarabs. Don't let those cute little things fool you, their efficiency was on par with a space manta. If Yi Feng ignored them for a moment, his adamantium armor would have a huge hole gnawed into it. A few seconds later, Yi Feng stood still, not daring to move, one Canopitak scarab clutched in each hand. He didn't dare to exert even a tiny bit of pressure with his fingers. An hour passed, and everyone finally reached an agreement. The Tyranid war in the extraterrestrial regions continued, while the cryptographer needed to remain within the Galaxy/Milky Way to prepare a larger defensive array to open that amber. Putting everything else aside, this amber was quite interesting and had piqued its considerable interest. It was also difficult for the Sodic dynasty to withdraw military forces. Roughly, after the research on this amber was completed, the forces protecting the cryptographer could then be used to assassinate Yi Feng. The Necron's inertia made them completely unaware that their perception of time was extremely poor. Perhaps by the time they deemed it the right moment for assassination, Yi Feng would have already died of old age. General Zaikduk personally opened the door to the reception room. All right, Yi Feng, I will once again set off for the extraterrestrial battlefield. Those damned traitors are still hiding behind the war beasts. When I return, I hope you will have become a true noble. Yi Feng was quite certain in his heart, old general, you are right, the merit of saving me is indeed great, but unfortunately, I am not here to be your enemy. I am here to be the enemy of all nobles in the Galaxy/Milky Way. Old general, I am very grateful for your timely support. Master of Key of Helek, may you reforge the glory of Helek. Nurgle stared in disbelief at his great cauldron. Was there truly nothing left? Really? After a frantic emptying, the power of the shard of Star God destroyed the space below. Flowers bloomed in the warp, destroying everything beneath Father Nurgle/Nurgle's feet like a waterfall. But when the outpouring energy ceased, he wished he could pour out something more, even if it were just ships making emergency warp jumps within a planetary gravitational ring. A shake. Another shake. Nothing. The great cauldron no longer flowed with anything. He shook it downwards several times with force, then plunged his large head into the great cauldron. It was spotless, completely empty, blasted so clean and tidy by the power of the Star God, it looked like something belonging to the Emperor. Vashtor's power flowed above it, and the great cauldron remained relatively intact. It's complete, it's intact, but where are the things? The surrounding blades retreated. Gurn had ended this war. Since the People's Light was no longer here, he needed some time to recuperate. Now was his era, and he recovered much faster than he bestowed blessings. A clone of Vashtor, Forge Lord, also appeared at this moment. As soon as he manifested, his machinery began to rust, and mushrooms and moss spread upwards from his feet. According to the contract, I supported you and maintained the integrity of the great cauldron. The dark mechanicum god condensed into a strange form, black cables whipping back and forth in front of the monitor, like a happy cat's tail. Where did that damned Red River go? That is not within the scope of the contract. If you wish to know some information, you will need to pay a fee. The two faced each other, Vashtor showing no fear. Ever since he acquired the 4th Legion, the Dark Mechanicum God's confidence had grown. Normally, he would avoid Chaos Gods/the Four Gods, but Nurgle had just been severely wounded and had temporarily fallen to the bottom of Chaos Gods/the Four Gods. The power of the contract had bound a portion of Nurgle's strength, serving as a down payment. He truly had the capital. This, for you. Nurgle threw out a bottle of potion. Of course, he was skilled at making such things. The Rust Plague Bearers extended their small hands, continuously grasping at Father Nurgle/Nurgle's body. They were acting spoiled, that bottle was extremely tempting to them. Behind Vashtor, a brand new scale slowly materialized. Don't ask where the old one went, the main cannon of the People's Light was no joke. One end of the scale held an ancient scroll, the other held the small bottle, barely balanced. Speak. The power of the shard of Star God of the Lost One, Saharan Mo, can travel to any location in the Galaxy/Milky Way, but sometimes, it gets lost itself, just as the sentient beings named it. Vash Tor was clearly a mechanical entity, but his main axle twitched twice, somehow conveying a sense of you know what I mean. Nurgle, with a dark expression, threw another bottle of potion at him. My mechanical power affected some of the enemy warship's machinery, though very weakly. But the power that passed through, I sensed it on a loyal, original chapter home world. Nurgle stopped throwing potions and huffily went back with his big cauldron. Yi Feng went home. The winds of Kogaris were also confused. Hundreds of terrifying Necrons warships instantly warp-jumped and disappeared. Yi Feng leisurely drifted back to the flagship in a small boat, where everyone from the chapter was waiting for him. After the Shard of Star God Storm, the Necrons warships tore open warp gates and took all the warships away. Now they were all parked outside Kogaris. The brass throne, piled with enemy skulls, Chuanzhou Fortress was activating all its weapons, and after numerous holy relics were activated, it was considering a final struggle. He kicked the auger array, checking if it was malfunctioning and reporting false data. Hundreds of massive Necron ships, 3 Glorianas, 1 Hive City-sized super dreadnought, hundreds of Imperial capital ships. Kogaris was rather unlucky. In 890.M41, a Tomb-class Necron's warship attacked this world. The White Scars battle barge and Chuanzhou Fortress's laser defense arrays jointly destroyed it. The White Scars knew very well how terrifying the Necrons were. That was why the warriors in Chuanzhou Fortress were so shocked. Currently, Kogaris only had a 5th company that was being rebuilt, along with attached tech marines, apothecaries and 3 injured Keshik, 1st company veterans, who had returned for treatment. The only silver lining was that a formidable storm seer, librarian, was also stationed there. A White Scars warrior frantically rushed towards the Chuanzhou archives, a lightning-struck spire that was also the location of the Astropath. The storm seer was sitting in Kogaris's traditional Storm of Will, a place where one could perceive the Storm of Will of Kogaris, commonly known as the librarian's awakening ground. When he arrived there, the librarian was seated in the center, surrounded by constant lightning storms striking ancient rocks, shattering historical spires. White psychic energy flowed from the storm seer's eyes, swirling with the gale, sitting on lightning and soaring through the sky, one of the storm seer's reconnaissance methods, sharing vision with thunderhawks. Kogaris, no threat. To be precise, the storm seer didn't sense anything. Seer, the Astropath has sent out the information. Void shields are active, Icarus pattern laser cannon arrays are fully online. What is this situation? There is no answer in the storm. Communication was established. Every White Scars warrior knew this was a hopeless war, they could only hope that the other party was not an enemy. In the name of the Khan, the main force of the Red Tide subchapter has completed its assembly. Yi Feng's expression was incredibly arrogant. Do you know how many White Scars are there in the entire the galaxy/Milky Way? 50,000. Do you know how many Primaris warriors I have behind me right now? 50,000. I'm so proud. The Storm Seer looked at the warrior beside him. In his memory, the Red Tide had already rebelled, but he still held some hope, because who would sell him so many weapons and equipment before rebelling? We regret that we cannot open the gates, esteemed guests. There are rebels known as the Red River wandering the galaxy/Milky Way, and we require some time to confirm if it is a namesake. No need to confirm, it's me. Yi Feng flashed a wide, bright smile, so radiant that it made the White Scars suspect their communications were being interfered with by chaos. Kogaris's defenses immediately reacted with an emergency response, even the ordinary auxiliary troops shouldering their rifles and pointing them at the sky. In 999.M41, the traitor Huron invaded here, causing massive casualties. The corpses of mortals were piled into pyramid altars. Fortunately, the regent provided timely support, thwarting the enemy's plans. Oh, Storm, please help me, for the Khan, protect our communication channel. Please confirm again, this will determine whether we must resort to swords. The figures of the custodes appeared behind Yi Feng, though they were difficult to discern. Victor was still wearing his adamantium armor specifically designed to combat Necrons, looking somewhat bulky. Requesting to land, on the homeworld of my Gene father. I wish to speak face to face. I have wine that can make even space wolves drunk. I hope you have enough stories. Chuanzhou Fortress rejected Yi Feng's proposal. This was the palace where Jagatai Khan once ruled the world, and no traitor was allowed to enter. So Yi Feng landed in the wilderness. Besides 10 byway army warriors in adamantium armor and 4 Terminatorses, the other White Scars veterans, rarely, donned their power armor. Half a company of power armor warriors was truly a rare sight in the Red Tide. The wilderness still bore traces of the fierce battle from over 800 years ago. Giant shell craters were filled with clear lake water. In the distance, on the majestic mountains, rare high mountain snow lotuses bloomed among the exposed white rocks, and the boundless grassland was lush green. The wind carried the unique scent of horse manure from the steppe. This place nurtured the fastest warriors in the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. Yi Feng collapsed onto the grass. Although he appeared calm in the Storm Lord's hall, he was actually incredibly nervous, constantly at risk of being killed by the Necrons. His nerves had been taut for so long, now, suddenly relaxing, Yi Feng felt comfortable enough to fall asleep on the grassland. Division Commander? Division Commander, wake up. Yi Feng had just closed his eyes when a warrior shook him awake. What is it? It's not like I'm never going to open my eyes again. You sound like you are wailing. The warrior carried an ornate sword scabbard, unusually decorated with enemy skulls. The Snow Eagle warblade you requested. Yi Feng abruptly drew the warblade. This chapter relic, given to him by Chapter Master Magan of the White Scars, had been concealed for decades yet remained sharp, its cold gleam radiating a chilling aura. This was a very important token. Something's coming, not Astartes. The power armor veterans were excited now. They rode anti-gravity bikes, soaring across the vast expanse. Their flight path was 7 meters above the grass, so as not to harm the prairie. One of the squads, during their rapid assault, discovered a lovely herd of horses. The horses of Kogaris were particularly formidable, they were capable of carrying a primarch. The wild horses were startled and began to run, and the warriors in the squad engaged them in a chase, which, however, attracted a group of giant beasts. Kogaris was too close to the Eye of Terror. During the 13th Black Crusade, due to the changes on Cadia, the warp intensity here significantly increased, causing the beasts to become even more ferocious, even undergoing severe mutations. With a population of 10 million spread across such a vast world, the sparsely populated White Scars were powerless to protect the scattered tribes. The opponents were like a large group of extremely fast cheetahs, but they had exaggerated muscle mass, soft skin that had become hard and dark, and claws that could tear through ceramite. Although the Space Marines' reinforced ceramite could withstand their attacks, ordinary mortals could not. Yi Feng stood up and stretched his limbs. Boy, go, open the wine. The snow eagle spun gracefully in his hand. Everyone draw your blades. If anyone uses a bolter against these guys, I'll beat them. All the warriors laughed simultaneously, especially the Wolf brothers in adamantium armor, who was the first to charge forward with his chainsword. Seconds later, the White Scars arrived, having started later but moving faster. Their power swords were not activated, the roar of the Prometheum engines should not disturb the beautiful, scenic planet. The Colon wine's fragrance wafted for miles, suppressing the scent of blood in the air. When the Storm Seer arrived via Thunderhawk, a group of bold warriors sat around a bonfire, roasting demon leopard meat and drinking heartily. Chapter 469, Joe Goris is good, but I don't belong here. Good afternoon, warriors of Kogaris. I apologize that we haven't had lunch yet. With that, Yi Feng pulled out a large meat leg, its surface roasted to a golden crisp, the fat sizzling. Beneath the golden crust, the fat was translucent, and the hot oil and seasoning seeping from it blended together. Waves of heat awakened the unique aroma slumbering deep within the spices, invading the entire grassland like a prairie fire. The warriors disembarking from the Thunderhawk clutched their bolters, their hands seemingly casually hanging at their waists, yet capable of gripping a sword hilt and drawing a sword to face an enemy in half a second. The Storm Seer, librarian, not wearing a helmet, was not overcome by the aroma of the roasted meat, he remained absolutely calm, assessing his surroundings. A group of warriors sat around a bonfire. The number of adamantium armors was astonishing, the Terminators wore the Keshik livery. None of those seated held weapons, and all had removed their helmets. The tall warrior speaking in the center wore heavy adamantium armor never before seen, and a sheathed holy sword lay casually on the grass beside him. Is that Snow Eagle? Just lying on the ground like that? There's also the corpse of a demon leopard next to it. Are you using Snow Eagle as a dissection knife? Looking up slightly, 5 anti-gravity motorcycles floated above. The warriors were equipped with power dragon rods and power lances, all melee weapons. The bolters were mounted in positions that would take 0.8 seconds to grasp. In the middle was a thick, fishing rod? Unsure. The Storm Seer quietly had the Thunderhawk ascend, its weapons locked onto the heads of all enemies, ready for air support at any moment. The updraft from the ascending Thunderhawk dispersed some of the roasted meat's aroma. A sacred smell of engine oil mingled in the air, clashing with the essence of Kogaris. Yi Feng appeared quite enthusiastic. Brothers have arrived, quick, more dishes. He wielded his combat dagger, cutting off a large piece of golden brown, glistening meat. The meat was full of juices, and the moment it was cut, an intense aroma wafted forth. The Storm Seer felt a hint of anger. He saw the tall warrior in peculiar armor holding the roasted meat with one hand, shaking it twice as if teasing a puppy, then flicking his wrist. The piece of meat flew straight towards him. All the White Scars warriors placed their hands on their sword hilts. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came. The Storm Seer swiftly concentrated his psychic energy in his eyes. Violent air currents brushed against his rough facial skin. In extreme tension, his beard flew wildly, agitated by the psychic energy. Whoosh! A fishing hook swept through the air, precisely snagging the oily, fragrant piece of meat, then plopped into the water with a splash. Seer, you look well today. I haven't seen you before. You weren't present when I last spoke with Chapter Master Magan. Oh right, I was dressed like this, so you certainly wouldn't have been present. The deep blue lake surface shimmered with oil, and the intense aroma quickly spread into the depths of the lake. Yi Feng stood up, Snow Eagle affectionately brushing against his arm. In the sky, the anti-gravity motorcycles dispersed, and the elite warriors below also stood up, casually discarding their nodbones and wiping their hands with an abnormally large blade of grass. This is my first time in Kogaris, I'm not very experienced, so please forgive me. May I ask, are the fish catches in Kogaris always this big? As he finished speaking, towering waves erupted from the lake behind him. A dark golden carapace smashed the sapphire-like lake surface, like a giant hammer striking a drum, a signal for war. I thought it was a big fish. My apologies, brothers, today we can only eat crab. Yi Feng tried to find the name of this type of creature in his mind, but ultimately could only refer to it as a crab. The long sky gleamed with gold, the waves crashed on the shore, and Snow Eagle's cold light illuminated the bloody slumber. Such heavy adamantium armor rose from the ground. Yi Feng sat on 2 Red Tide-specific adamantium armor heavy missile-type aircrafts. Several Baiwei army soldiers watched their commander flying high. The Wolf brothers dropped the meat from their mouths. Oh my goodness, the commander can do that. Giant pincers violently clamped at Yi Feng from the lake. The rocket's trailing flames performed a beautiful backflip in the air, dodging the attack. The world inverted, and the commander floated upside down. As the flight module unlocked, missiles whistled towards the giant beast directly below. The immense power of the 2 missiles shattered the giant crab's carapace. Yi Feng's blade, descending from the sky, plunged deep into the creature's flesh. Actually, it had little to do with the Snow Eagle warblade. Yi Feng's adamantium armor, just by its weight alone, could smash a hole in something, sitting from its skull to its brains. The White Scar's warriors were speechless with shock. Whose offspring was this, so fierce? It didn't seem like a Fenritian fellow. Anyway, it couldn't be one of ours, absolutely not. Yi Feng plunged into the enemy's body. The environment inside was completely different from its crude exterior. After tasting it, Yi Feng came to a conclusion. It stinks. The warp corruption is too severe. After the 14th expedition, the Imperium's actions against the Eye of Terror had, to some extent, suppressed the expansion of the warp, especially Belisarius Call's Blackstone experimental fields. Koguras's local creatures had recently become more normal, but this didn't mean that those corrupted in the past had completely died out. A 1,000-year snapper, a 10,000-year turtle. I thought you were a crab, but you turned out to be a mutated turtle. Yi Feng raised his blade and slashed. The sharpness of Snow Eagle was unstoppable. Corrupted flesh was mercilessly cut open, and large, fist-sized spherical parasites surged forth with the blood's currents. Then, screaming, they fled. The anti-psychic energy on Yi Feng was killing this giant beast, just as it killed nearby mortals. Even if the commander did nothing, the enemy would go into shock while struggling. The surroundings were corrupt darkness, but one direction was spasming particularly violently. Snow Eagle swung several more times until no more fresh blood flowed from the front. A black bead, as Yi Feng approached, was shattering, and then, several small turtles jumped out, clatter. When Yi Feng emerged from the giant beast's corpse, the Storm Seer cautiously approached, wanting to talk for a while, but was forced back several steps by a powerful anti-psychic force. The psychic confrontation was invisible to others. The Wolf brothers behind him laughed. Don't be afraid, our commander is very good, he wouldn't. Woo-woo. Although this scene looked like Yi Feng's aura of a king had repelled the other party, you are not allowed to speak nonsense. A Baiwei army veteran blocked the Wolf brother's mouth with a large piece of bone and leg meat. The Wolf brother, with a ferocious expression, bit through all the meat and bone. Haran, eat your meat. Yi Feng wanted to show as much friendliness as possible, but the White Scar's brothers were too wary. Then let's talk like this. Anyway, you all can hear what I'm saying. The White Scars were far more sensitive to sound than ordinary warriors, they could hear clearly even from dozens of meters away. Moreover, both sides were on the verge of loading their bolters and aiming. You say you are a warrior under Jagatai Khan? But the information I received is that you betrayed the Khan. Ha, I've explained this to Brother Morgan. Don't you have records of it over there? The Storm Seer, of course, knew, he managed the library and archives. But Morgan's meeting with Yi Feng was before the Great Betrayal. The Custodes mission's name was very useful. Now, betraying the Emperor in the name of the Custodes? You have great audacity. No, what are they? Do they have the right to represent the Emperor? I am merely following the Emperor's last will, following the imperial truth. I want to go to Terra to meet the regent. Will you come with me? Go to Terra. The Storm Seer was so angry he didn't know where to begin. He decided to ask about the current situation first. Then why did you come to Kogaris? Do you want the truth or a lie? Without waiting for a response, Yi Feng began to speak directly. The descendants of Jagatai Khan under my command have never been here, Kogaris, the birthplace of a great legend. Before they die, I want to bring them to see it. They probably won't make it. I was thrown here by a chaotic teleportation during a great war with chaos. Of these two statements, guess which one is true and which is false. Yi Feng's expression was playful. The Storm Seer didn't believe a single word. I don't trust you, unless you step out from under the anti-psychic power and face the judgment of the storm. The judgment the librarian referred to here wasn't the Inquisition's absurd excuse to execute you, but the judgment of the planetary will. During the conversation, everyone gradually relaxed, or rather, the warriors of the Red Tide had never been tense. The Wolf brothers listened for a while, completely bewildered. Tilting their wolf heads, they resumed roasting meat. Hey, this crab is really big, almost as big as a Fenritian sea monster. Hehe, Kogaris is almost as good as Fenris. Trust, Yi Feng repeated the word, then suddenly smiled genuinely. Men raised on Kogaris, let me tell you a story from the past. Once, on a planet in civil war, I saved a child. The rulers there betrayed the people, the army betrayed the emperor. In the chaos, I found that boy, and he asked me, everyone's heart is on the left side, how can we be of one heart? Yi Feng sat on the ground, as if chatting casually with an old friend, a very interesting question. I said, become an Astartes, child. We have two hearts. The same blood flows in our veins, brother, two kinds of blood, one called human, one called son of Chagatai. The Storm Seer was completely unimpressed by such words, which could only be used to incite people. That's the worst fable I've ever heard. This isn't a fable. That little fellow died 5 days ago. The entire ship was blasted to smithereens. Yi Feng spoke casually, he had seen death too often. Since I can remember, I have wandered among the stars, hunting the enemies of the Emperor hidden in the deep darkness, just like our former name, Star Hunters. This will be my first and only time returning here, my second homeland whom I have never met. It's time to set off. Whether or not to go to the Soul System is your decision. Both the Golden Throne and the Khan's palace need guarding. As for me, it's time to fulfill my duty. With that, Yi Feng turned and left, standing by the bonfire. He stepped over the roaring flames, a custom of ancient Kogurus, where warriors who leap over the fire receive the gift of the storm. Yi Feng didn't need to leap, he simply stepped over, treading the bonfire under his feet. Several shadow drone fighters were descending, and the White Scar's Thunderhawks were on high alert. Storm Seer held back the other White Scars, knowing that the best situation was for the enemy to remain still. See you after winter, Yi Feng said. During the Great Betrayal, the Wolf Guard was attacked by the Alpha Legion. Jagatai Khan passed by, unable to determine which chapter was loyal at the time. He said, "See you after winter," and left. This is a Fenrisian proverb, and the Khan wanted to get closer to the Wolf Lord, but on Fenris, winter is terrifying and difficult to survive. The phrase actually means, "Farewell, my friend." The Wolf Lord therefore believed the Khan deliberately left him to die at the hands of the Alpha Legion, and was angry for a period of time. All anti-gravity motorcycles were left behind. "We don't need them anymore," the Red River warriors said. The Wolf brothers were dragged away by Yi Feng, looking bewildered. As he left, he tossed a bottle of fine wine to Storm Seer, saying, "Fenrisian sea monster roast, it needs the wine I picked." The Red River Thunderhawks vanished into the sky amidst the puzzled gazes of the White Scar's warriors. Storm Seer decided to seek the answer himself. The Red Tide fleet spent several days performing basic repairs on the damage from the previous major battle, mostly cutting away decks suspected of being influenced by the warp, and patching one hole by creating another. Yi Feng had no time to delay. As soon as news came that the warship was repaired, he left immediately, unable to stay for even a moment. My mortal troops are still at the entrance of the Taiping Star region. The Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line was indeed swept by chaos, becoming a land of destruction, but at that time, we only brought the vast majority of the Astartes fleet into it. More mortal fleets and supplies were waiting in the star systems behind. Now, they have become the main force. After much political maneuvering on Terra, a fleet of moderate size was finally dispatched for military intelligence confirmation, led by the Inquisition. The Inquisitor traversed the star systems, which had been thoroughly messed up by Nurgle's cauldrons, and discovered our fleet. After a brief reconnaissance, he immediately decided to launch an attack. Deploying heavy transport ships in such a position, the rebels are truly a rabble. He thought this, leading his fleet cluster and the mortal fleet into fierce battle. The bully Imperial fleet, knowing the enemy was weak, unhesitatingly, with a large number of Imperial Navy warships as the main force, sailed to the Taiping Star region, and would reach the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line in a few days. Guilliman, who had rushed back, also arrived at a warplane node in the Sol system. Upon hearing the news, he slammed his fist on his desk, startling Chapter Master Calgar of the Ultramarines, who had traveled a long distance. "Sir, this is an artifact." "I know." Guilliman had no time for this Chapter Master who always insisted he treat the artifacts he had carefully preserved for 11 millennia with care. "Pass my military order, tell them to cease fire immediately and allow the other side to enter the edge of the Sol system." Guilliman was referring to several wealthy star sectors between the Hikarim Iron Curtain defense line and the Sol system. With that, he quickly ordered the expeditionary force to link up with the Sol system, and his own large fleet to head towards the Eye of Terror to campaign against Lorgar. "How dare you gather so many warships to go to the Taiping Star region? Are you abandoning Terra's defenses? Pass my military order, move towards the Antares node." The Antares node is a node located between the Ultima Segmentum and the Storm sector. Guilliman believed that since he had swept the Segmentum Obscurus on his way back, an invasion might occur in the Storm sector, from which there had been no news for a long time. He himself was preparing to lead the Ultramarines back to Terra to take charge. However, Guilliman had not yet left the expeditionary force when new news arrived. The main force of the Red Tide rebels has suddenly appeared on the edge of the Ultima Segmentum. The Hive City-class warship observed in the Taiping Star region was a feint. The enemy's main force is already approaching the Sol system from the east. Guilliman's expeditionary force deployment order had been fully disseminated, and this information changed the expressions of everyone looking at the regent. God. A prescient god. A god who anticipates the enemy. Long live the regent. Calgar admired Guilliman's thinking. Even after confirming the observation of the enemy's Gloriana-class battleship and the People's Light, he still accurately predicted the enemy's main attack direction. Alfarius didn't care what others thought, he was just very happy that Yi Feng had finally arrived, and he would personally tell the defenders that the Red River was on their side. Turn immediately. Have the Emperor's Halberd chapter lead a medium-sized fleet to stand by, strengthening the defenses here. Other fleets are to quickly converge on the main force of the Red Tide. The People's Light was in a bit of a dilemma. Should I detour to the Taiping Star region and rendezvous with the mortal troops? Or should I attack here directly, forcing the enemy to return to reinforce? Wait, why am I actually starting to attack the Sol system? Didn't we agree that Guilliman would let us in? No, where is Guilliman's army? Or should I wait for Guilliman to return at the doorstep and go home together? The Vanguard discovered an Imperial Fortress star system with weak naval power. The reconnaissance company was also detected by warp detectors deployed at the Mandeville Point, and the Imperium learned of the Red Tide's arrival. The surroundings were full of illusions, until Yi Feng plucked a message from the chaotic astropathic whispers in the warp, a message that was almost broadcast across the entire galaxy. Guilliman's expeditionary force achieved brilliant results, decisively defeating the rebels. The expeditionary force is returning triumphantly, having arrived at Macrage System 6, and will soon proceed to the Antares node. There are rarely such long astropathic transmissions, and they contain too much information. After traveling a certain distance, it would become chaotic, and even a mere disruption of word order would be fatal. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng received another astropathic message, identical to the first. Astropaths across the entire Imperium of Man were relaying this information, spreading it throughout the Emperor's holy domain. Chaos was making one last effort. It's hard to say what Xianch was thinking. Without Chaos's intervention, Yi Feng could have directly crushed the Iron Curtain defense line, but after the intervention, it seemed to allow for an even better attack on a weak point. Continue towards the Antares node. Commander, that would mean a direct collision with Guilliman's army. I bet that their grand announcement is meant to make us avoid Guilliman's army and attack an earlier or later node. I won't. I will go exactly where Guilliman said. This military order was transmitted to the other Astartes warships, and then, through the dreams and unconscious ramblings of those mortal captains, it reached the ears of the warp. The Chaos Gods acquired information through sacrifices. One could say that the most relaxed chapter in the entire Red Tide fleet was the Nemesis chapter. They didn't need to consider anything. The sergeants on the warship Righteous Vengeance, Claw of Law, were very relaxed. They would soon see their gene sire. Headaches don't disappear, they just transfer. After some discussion, Chaos Gods / the Four Gods decided to unify their front and help the Red Tide break into the Sol system. Although they had been fighting tooth and nail over the flagship just a few days ago, the next moment they could unite to invade Terra. They decided to unleash a warp storm to delay Guilliman's fleet. But what about the sacrifices? The continuous madness had exhausted Chaos Gods / the Four Gods. Just piecing together the fragments of a great daemon would take many days, not to mention that the Emperor did not intervene when the People's Light was besieged earlier. Watching the righteous old Emperor, while Nurgle, Kern, and Slaanesh concentrated their power, he quickly blessed Astartes and Battle Sisters on multiple worlds, reclaiming many daemon worlds. Among them were the Black Templars on crusade, the Dark Angels, the Alpha Legion, and the High Sisters of the Sisters of the Martyred Lady, who were the most widespread and numerous. Now, chaos sacrifices were hard to come by. Especially around the Sol system, the Chaos Gods could only intensify daemon invasions, fiercely attacking the Geller fields of ships traveling through the warp, and delaying Guilliman's progress by inflicting heavy casualties on the crew. Guilliman's orders were very firm: support the Antares node at all costs. Don't worry about straggling warships, let subsequent fleets provide support. The entire expeditionary force was stretched into an extremely long battle line. The front was the Macrag's Honor and warships from many chapters, the middle was the Black Ship, including the Inquisition, Sisters of Silences, and Battle Sisters hitching a ride, and behind them was the Imperial Navy. Chaos now had a choice to make, to gamble or not. If the Red Tide saw Chaos fiercely attacking Guilliman, would they kick him while he was down or bravely come to his aid? Most likely the latter. Then there's only one way left. Antares node, the planetary void shield module suddenly exploded. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel suffered heavy casualties, as a traitorous Alpha Legion unit had infiltrated here. A series of preset bombs exploded, causing great chaos to the Imperial Fortress world. The Astra Militarum gathered urgently, but did not know who the enemy was. The flames quickly engulfed the Adeptus Mechanicus squad that came to support, and then, consumed the Alpha Legionnaires. To everyone's surprise, the Astartes company stationed here was none other than the Salamander's first company, with Chapter Master Hyber himself leading the defense. What Guilliman had thought of, he had already thought of. He dared to do this for one reason: now, the commander of the Sol system was no longer him, but Chapter Master Dante of the Blood Angels. Come, Chaos Scum, let's see how many blows from my hammer you can withstand. Chapter 470. I can't explain it clearly. Salamander's warriors are a bit slower in reaction compared to warriors from other gene seeds. This did not prevent the flamethrowers from scorching the enemies. Promethium surged from high-pressure valves, and the experienced First Company veterans physically constructed walls of fire, trapping the invading Alpha assassins. This wall separated the enemies from the Astra Militarum, and Hyber led the First Company into it. The First Company veterans, Fire Drakes, who followed him mostly wore heavy armor. After they acquired this technology, the quality of heavy armor meticulously forged by master smiths had surpassed Call's common goods, allowing Primaris warriors to easily traverse areas of deadly fire. What? You ask what the remaining few wear? Adamantium armor, of course. The two warriors beside Hyber, one promoted from the Second Company and the other from the Third Company, had slight differences. Warriors promoted from the Second Company treated the people with a utilitarian yet far-sighted attitude, often choosing to protect the workers of a factory, whether they were senior foremen or low-level slave laborers. This effectively protected the entire production chain of technology, thereby slightly increasing a war zone's output in terms of logistics. The warriors of the Third Company were relatively cold. To them, those who were inactive, those who did not fulfill their duties, were equally detestable. Killing them was no different from killing traitors. Even after being promoted to the First Company, considered inheritors of the Salamander's spirit, the most enduring and tactically intelligent individuals, they still exhibited subtle differences in specific combat. Accompanying them were Battle Sisters and Solar Auxilia. The current solar auxilia were far from as elite as they once were. In their prime, they could achieve a 3-to-1 exchange ratio against Astartes. Appearing on the battlefield now was an elite unit, the elite of the solar auxilia, a 60-person detachment of the Letalis stormtroopers, equipped with solar pattern void-hardened armor and solar pattern lasguns, and carrying plasma guns and two-handed low-caliber autocannons. This detachment even included a melta-gun. This single unit had enough combat power to chew through a squad of regular Astartes. These mortals had undergone no less biological modification than Astartes, and their armor was one of the strongest mortal armors, making them perfectly capable of being commanded as Astartes recruits. Specially modified Ogryn auxilia also crossed the firing line. They were good friends of the Salamanders. Just 2 days ago, they were arm wrestling with the Astartes. Brother needs my help, I'm duty-bound to assist. They frantically searched for traces of the enemy. The Salamanders excel at coordinated operations with other armies. While their capabilities at the sector strategic level are unknown, as they rarely participate in decisions for large crusades, at the tactical level, the Salamanders are far-sighted commanders. Hyber and several comrades walked at the forefront. Mortals who survived the intense radiation on Nocturne possess a life resilience far beyond ordinary humans, and after becoming Astartes, the Salamanders are the most radiation-resistant warriors. They walked at the forefront, detecting the intensity of radiation leakage caused by exploding detection equipment, guiding the units behind them, and planning assault routes. The Alpha Assassins had already achieved their strategic objective. Xiange believed that the Red Tide, facing a fortress world without a planetary shield, would surely quickly pass through and continue towards Terra. By the time Guilliman arrived, what he would see would either be a dead planet ravaged by exterminatus weapons or a ruined world already strongly occupied. But Hyber did not know this. He believed that the small number of enemy assassins, aiming to destroy an imperial fortress world, after dealing with the Void Shield, would likely target life support systems, poisoning water sources or injecting toxic gas into ventilation ducts, while simultaneously assassinating the highest commander. Hyber passed a damaged pipe from which lethally radioactive liquid flowed. Now he worried that the enemy had filled a container with such liquid and carried it away to dump into the water storage areas. The radiation here is too severe, the auger array's detection is completely malfunctioning. Hyber glanced at the hellish scene ahead and slowly retreated to the previous node. The front is not suitable for mortals. Solar Auxilia, hold this node. Their massive, burly bodies were like adamantium walls, blocking the path directly in front of the people. The well-trained Letalis stormtroopers quickly constructed fortifications, working rapidly, using large amounts of collapsed rubble as cover, establishing both overt and covert defensive lines, covering all passage openings with fields of fire. Some warriors even went to extend the cover, increasing strategic depth. The Alpha Assassins hiding inside were truly unlucky. The Salamander's Primaris warriors were tall and large, almost comparable to the Custodes. The smaller Alpha Assassins needed special potions to disguise themselves as them, while the Solar Auxilia were too short and well-trained. Even by contracting their bodies to a certain extent, they could not move as freely as the Alpha Assassins. Let's go through the pipes, they're too narrow for the Salamanders to get through. An Alpha Assassin quietly crawled through the gap between two large pipes. Black smoke filled the entire space along the gap, coating the pipe walls with a layer of black grime. The Alpha Assassin stealthily moved through this environment with very poor visibility, relying solely on prior reconnaissance of this passage to advance blindly. His movements were light, but the space was too narrow. To advance, he could only wriggle, inevitably causing collisions with the metal. The sound was faint, even if Hyber walked below, his ears filled with the noisy roar of the fire, he would not notice. However, a member of the Letalis stormtroopers was deployed here, at the end of a narrow pipe interstice. He had affixed vibration detection equipment to the pipe, effectively distinguishing between vibrations from explosions and abnormal pipe noises. In this confined area, he didn't need to see the enemy, he just needed to shoot forward. If he died, his body would block the passage, leaving the enemy with only 3 choices. If they blew open the pipes on either side, corrosive liquid would engulf him. The flaws in their power armor, like adamantium armor, meant their tactical visors couldn't hold up for long. That left only cutting through the passage and falling into the firing range of the Solar Auxilia, or wriggling back. The Alpha Assassin felt a faint red light flash ahead and instantly extended his arm horizontally, shielding his head. 3 bolter rounds were fired blindly from the front, 2 ricocheted off the elegant curve of his power arm armor, while 1 penetrated the hard area of his elbow, shattering the Alpha's joint. The Alpha Assassin reacted quickly. He swiftly cut open the pipe below with his combat knife. Before he could jump, a plasma shot grazed below him, startling him. The brief pause caused him to take another bolter round. This time, he wasn't so lucky, the bolter round directly hit his arm, completely shattering the power arm armor braced in front. There was no other way, he could only jump down. His Stalker noiseless dart launcher was not incapable of retaliation, but retaliating after being discovered would waste time and only lead to being surrounded. He dropped below, firing several neurotoxin darts in midair. Before he even landed, his body was riddled with holes. The power of a solar pattern lasgun is far greater than a standard lasgun. Dozens of guns from several firing points firing in unison, even with many missing, were enough to heat ceramite armor to the point of cooking an Astartes. 1 poison dart pierced the cover but did not penetrate the void-hardened armor. Another dart lodged into an Ogryn auxilia. The tall, burly Ogryn visibly festered and dissolved, turning into a puddle of bodily fluid within seconds, his thick armor plate slowly sinking into the pile of organs as his flesh disintegrated. Lucky. Losing only 1 auxilia to kill an Astartes. If the enemy had charged the position head-on, it might have cost several more lives. This would be a textbook case. Soon, Hyber received news that the enemy was attempting to break out. The first company veterans quickly sprang into action. The fire drake's meticulous tactical arrangements sealed all passage openings. The salamanders opened their flamethrowers, advanced cautiously, and in unclear situations, they unleashed a promethium shower, pushing forward steadily. The advancing vanguard, composed of heavy armored warriors, irresistibly occupied all secondary hazardous areas, compressing the Alpha Assassin's living space. The 4 remaining assassins inside were driven back to the final rendezvous point, which was originally Adeptus Mechanicu's safe house, but they had killed all the survivors. The Salamander's first company. I don't have weapons that can penetrate their armor. We need to find a way to use what the Adeptus Mechanicus left behind to take out a few enemies, then retreat wearing their armor. I have a suggestion. This Alpha Assassin proposed an outrageous method, attempting to stuff a complete warrior in power armor into the Salamander's heavy armor, then discarding their own power backpack and connecting the power armor to the heavy armor's power backpack. This way, they could use the power armor to operate the heavy armor and escape this hellhole. As they conversed, an Alpha Assassin slowly retreated, intentionally or unintentionally moving behind a half-human height cover. Among these traitors, there were also traitors. After the Alpha Legion split, it was roughly divided into 4 parts. One part was completely rebellious, one part continued to fight loyally with Alfarius, one part was rather absurd. To ensure that events like the Great Betrayal would not happen again, they tested the loyalty of Imperial Adeptus Astartes chapters in their own way, and promptly notified other Imperial forces if they discovered betrayal. The last part was him, the nested agent undercover within the other 3 factions. On his way out, he left some marks for the Salamanders. If they were first company veterans, they should be able to understand those ancient symbols. The Alpha Assassins were happy, having found an Adeptus Mechanicus power lance, which should be able to cut through the weak points of heavy armor. Unfortunately, they had no chance to verify its feasibility. The next moment, Hyber's right-hand men entered the battlefield. One warrior slammed the door with a power hammer, breaking open the already damaged door that the Alpha Assassins had sabotaged, while the other immediately swept the interior with a flamethrower. The dark cabin lit up, Adeptus Mechanicus corpses on the ground ignited, strange smells emanated from broken glass bottles, and ample survival supplies turned to smoke and ash under the promethium shower. The Alpha Assassin quickly ducked, but the other assassins weren't so lucky. The battle unfolded in flames, with the Alpha Assassin, engulfed in fire, making his last stand. Hyber's fighting style was simple and brutal. He delivered a punch to his opponent's chest, and the immense force created a crack in the poorly maintained power armor's joints. With his other hand, he activated a flamethrower, and the intense flames instantly incinerated the enemy. The custom-made heavy armor fit him perfectly, and with his astonishing physique, the speed he unleashed far surpassed that of adamantium armor. On the other side, the Salamander's warrior, wielding a power hammer, pulled out the electric spike embedded in his shoulder. Attached to it was an Alpha Assassin's arm. As for the rest of his body, it was inconvenient to say where it had gone. The Salamander's warrior's wounds healed quickly. This minor injury didn't even activate Belisarius Call's medical systems. After the healing agent was injected, his flesh began to recover. After killing 3 enemies, the warriors continued their advance in a triangular formation, searching. The Alpha Assassin, hiding behind a half-wall, had already fled deeper under the cover of the flames. It was too dangerous there. He, in his power armor, couldn't possibly survive. After rapidly running to the designated position, he leaped, a soft light emanating from him, forming a shield close to his body. He activated a warp emergency jump device, disappearing in the transmission in his power armor state. Hyber could only vaguely see a flash, as common as the occasional burst of combustible material in a raging fire. The enemies were fewer than Hyber had imagined. Could the enemy have already used a teleportation to escape? I seemed to see a similar beam of light just now. Where would they escape to? There are no warship of theirs in space. Did they escape to other areas of the fortress? Just as Hyber was pondering this question, an emergency communication came through. The main fleet of the Red Tide has appeared in the star system and is already approaching the planet's orbit. Originally, Yi Feng had wanted the fleet to remain outside the Mandeville point, as approaching the star system made them vulnerable to bombardment. However, the astropath reported receiving an emergency distress signal from this world. They were under a fierce attack. As the auger array was scanning the star system's orbital defense ring suddenly experienced a violent explosion. Anti-warship cannons are common, but anti-warship cannon barrels were truly a first. The violently exploding cannon barrels flew towards the People's Light at an extremely high speed. Anos initially thought they were torpedoes and prepared to dispatch a squadron of interceptor fighters. It's nothing, Anos, just a piece of debris blown away by the explosion. Hey, don't list it as a project to be researched. How much money would it cost if you developed a self-destructing gun platform for air defense? After appeasing the machine spirit for a while, Yi Feng decided to lead a portion of the warship into the star system. This star system could not fall into the hands of chaos. He would protect it even if he took some hits. And then, he became the scapegoat. Logically, Chapter Master Hyber believed these assassins were an advance party sent by the Red Tide. He ordered all orbital defenses to open fire, attacking all enemies of the Imperium of Man, and quickly reported the situation to the Regent, telling the Macrag's honor to be ready for battle when it jumped out of the warp. The report from a chapter master of a Primaris chapter drew high attention from the Ultramarines. It also caused the Primarch to be utterly bewildered. As bewildered as the Emperor. No, you're really rebelling? Didn't the 3 custodians next to you beat you to death? I remember contacting them not long ago. Alfarius, in a state of utter bewilderment, ordered the Macrag's honor into alert mode. After the jump was completed, he maintained a distance from the opponent, and he personally communicated with their leader. Calgar, all right, to ensure the regent's safety, any warship that crosses the security alert line after the jump will be annihilated. The People's Light was floating on the side of the planet's orbit, trying to avoid the space station, activating its void shield and taking a pounding. The ceasefire calls never stopped, and the Imperium of Man's bombardment also never stopped. Chaos God, oh, they're here. Quick, open fire, destroy them, and rush into the Sol system. The Chaos God observed all of this through the Imperium of Man defender's perspective. After discovering that Yi Feng never opened fire, he decided to add fuel to the fire, making the Imperium of Man defenders thoroughly convinced that Yi Feng was a rebel slaughtering humanity, not a Maximus II purging corrupt officials. On the night side of the planet, lights and fires flickered in the darkness. A small number of Xianch followers, hidden, completed their sacrifice. This was originally meant to summon a few more Alpha Assassin. But now, nothing emerged from the warp rift, only a surge of power. The Great Daemon tried very hard to exert his influence on this planet. The night was illuminated by light moments later. The changeling, Xianch's favorite and most mischievous daemon, painstakingly created his most proficient form from afar. The Emperor, a great, majestic, and radiant phantom, shone brightly in the night. The Emperor's phantom was so massive that even the largest statue built by the ecclesiarchy here couldn't compare. Ecclesiarchy priests prostrated themselves towards it, battle sisters knelt in prayer, and a few salamanders warriors outside also stopped in their tracks. Only the inquisitors, these madmen, especially the Daemon Inquisitors and Heretic Inquisitors, immediately conjured several conspiracy theories in their minds, believing that under such circumstances, it was very likely an enemy trap, a holographic projection of the Emperor to attract their attention, thereby blowing up something else. Or directly burying bombs under the Emperor's phantom, detonating them when the believers gathered. A sacred voice shattered the void, reaching everyone's ears. Slay the rebels, crush their heads. The voice resonated from the soul. The Emperor blessed the brave, and those who heard the call also cheered, slay the rebels, crush their heads. Slay the rebels, crush their heads. Those who did not hear the Emperor's voice were puzzled. They thought it was just a slogan, like most Astartes shouted when charging, for the Emperor. And followed suit. The waves of sound rose one after another, spreading throughout the entire fortress. Where the Red Tide army was pressing down, where continuous explosions spread through the fortress, where all the defenders despaired at the behemoth above, the Emperor appeared. He would protect us. The Imperium of Man army's morale suddenly soared to its peak. No matter how Yi Feng called out, the Imperium of Man fortress responded with fierce artillery fire. Yi Feng, humph, unlucky. Can these people not listen to me? There are so many good people in Kogaris. How strange. Chaos, now won't they fight to the death? The true rebellion is about to begin. Rubbing hands expectantly. Yi Feng, how strange. Retreat, let's wait until Guillemon arrives. Chaos. The People's Light activated its massive engines. From below, several huge ion thrusters emitted eerie ion beams. The hearts of all the commanders were in their throats. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing happened. It was moving away. The engines briefly accelerated and then stopped spewing, handing over navigation to another device. The Imperium of Man defenders below were in high spirits. Some reckless commanders directly piloted various shuttles and warship to launch an assault on the People's Light, attempting to penetrate the void shield, as they perceived it, under the cover of artillery fire. But the opponent ran away. At this point, the Xianch cultists' altar could no longer hold up. Did they really think they could create such a big commotion with so few sacrifices? The changeling's power was cut off, and the Emperor's phantom gradually disappeared. The mortals looked at each other. The People's Light ran away, and the Emperor only left after that. The enemy must have been scared away by the Emperor's divine might. In the Imperium of Man fortress, cheers like a tsunami drowned out the sadness of being attacked. Hyber immediately warned everyone to enter the underground bunkers. The Adeptus Mechanicus was to repair the planetary void shield as quickly as possible. I don't want casualties, I only want the void shield. The opponent's retreat might be to unleash some powerful weapon. All movable warship, approach them at all costs and tie them down. Under Hyber's command, even the planetary space station actively and slowly approached the People's Light. The space station's void shield was still active. If the opponent launched some terrifying weapon, the space station would bear the brunt of the first attack. After seeing the Imperium of Man's overly aggressive reaction, Yi Feng confirmed one thing: the Fortress World's command center was still intact, and the command system was completely undamaged. The situation was entirely under the Imperium of Man's control. So, let's wait for Guillemon to arrive. Guillemon arrived, bringing the Ultramarine's massive fleet. Jumping, 5, 4. The Macrag's honor shook. In the teacup on Guillemon's desk, the tea sloshed. He sat in the ceremonial Primarch video conference office, a gesture of respect for the Red Tide. The Macrag's honor was the first to jump out of the Mandeville Point, with the Grand Administrator and the light of Ultramar by its side. Immediately after emerging from the warp, Calgar, in the command room, was incredibly tense. Red dots appeared on the map as if they were free, and there were too many enemy warship within the safe distance. When the auger array was halfway through its scan, he saw a huge mark slowly appearing on the map. Omegagon Gloriana class battleship. It's bad, it's the Alpha Legion. Open fire, full power. Guilliman's order to stop was a beat too late. The Ultramarines' auxiliary forces had already skillfully aimed and fired at the enemy. The McCragg's Honor unleashed a broadside volley towards the Omegagon next to it. Cease fire! Cease fire! The Primarch shouted. My flagship! Flagship fighting flagship, what a disaster! Because Alfarius often swapped identities with Omegan, Alfarius had a deeper affection for and was more familiar with the Omegagon. It's over, it's impossible to explain now. Chapter 471 Heber's Convertible Thunderhawk. The leaders of both sides were screaming for an immediate ceasefire. The frontline commanders of both sides were jumping and shouting to open fire. In a short time, the highest command centers of both fleets echoed with hurried footsteps and the sounds of father-son brawls. Chapter Master, they fired on us first. A group of Yifeng's neighbors came knocking, and within seconds, William was pinned to the ground. The Red Tide immediately ceased fire, and after the McCragg's Honor fired another volley, it also stopped its bombardment. Only the planetary defense turrets in the distance continued to fire. The two fleets faced off like this. Guilliman needed to ascertain one thing, whether this formidable legion had truly rebelled. As the planet below suffered from the war, Yifeng proactively stepped aside, and a fleet of Ultramarines bypassed the Imperial Fortress world from the side to rendezvous with Heber. Communication was established smoothly. Behind Guilliman stood a squad of custodes who had hitched a ride back to Terra. They had performed well against Lorgar but suffered considerable losses against Perturabo. Victor sat above Yifeng's head, with the bruised and battered William beside him, silently exiting the command room. The esteemed Gene-Father of the Ultramarines, master of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, the Emperor's last son walking among mortals, the chosen one holy might emissary. Yifeng recited these lengthy titles without emotion. Guilliman felt a familiar style wash over him. Belisarius Call's standard praises seemed to be these words randomly reassembled after being scrambled. The Primarch patiently waited for Yifeng to finish. What he didn't know was that while Yifeng was reciting these words verbatim, another line of his multi-track mind was corresponding by filling in his own titles. Lord of the Crimson Tide, Master of the Dacian World, Malkador's closed-door disciple, the hermit who does not exist in the warp. He continued reciting until Slayer of Mistanpol, at which point he simultaneously stopped both lines of recitation. Within the holographic channel, an old woman slowly emerged from beside Guilliman. Lady Yutan, eroded by the passage of time, was already struggling to continue her duties. Her aged body confined her soul, wrinkles covered her face from countless piled-up administrative tasks, and many parts of her body had been replaced with mechanical life support devices. She struggled to look up, shifting her gaze to the extremely high holographic platform, adjusted for her tall child. Regent of the Imperium of Man, oh, and Lady Yutan, long time no see. All warriors of the Red Tide send their regards to you. Calgar was actually in the video, but Yifeng didn't see him. Only a mechanical part of him appeared, leading Yifeng to believe it was a facility on the McCragg's Honor. Lady Yutan's appearance was unexpected for Guilliman. He gave Titus a reproachful look, but the captain of the Victrix Guard helplessly indicated, would I dare to stop the Primarch's foster mother? More custodes appeared on the opposite side. They were the warriors assigned to protect Yutan. Ever since she was sent back to Guilliman by Yifeng, the custodes, feeling dishonored and viewing it as a provocation from the forces of chaos, had agreed to the request for additional protectors. In fact, Guilliman himself didn't have a permanent custodes guard, but Lady Yutan had one beside her. Guilliman was somewhat helpless. This was an epic meeting meant to be broadcast across the entire the galaxy/Milky Way, signifying the Imperium of Man's strong control over the galaxy. What would other worlds think upon seeing Yutan? All fleets of the Red Tide, heed my command. I, Regent of the Imperium, Robert Guilliman, in the name of humanity, welcome your return. The Primarch's sincerity was evident. On the surface, both sides gave each other due respect, as if two Legion Masters were formally meeting. This conversation lasted over half an hour, filled with diplomatic pleasantries. After the recording was edited and sent throughout the galaxy/Milky Way, both sides began their formal discussions. As this information spread, the warp remained as calm as still water. Xianch roared with laughter, a beautiful trick, a deception forged in blood and rivers, the dissipation of a river of faith formed from countless blood and lives on a holy world, flames consuming the Emperor's statue, a grand scheme to deceive the entire galaxy. The Chaos Gods habitually seize faith and souls, it is their nature. Their very essence compels them to instinctively expand infinitely, and the destruction of your anchors of faith is naturally perceived as betrayal. So, what is the meaning of this deception? What is their purpose? Xianch curiously pressed his face against the blue crystal ball. He carefully observed Yifeng's appearance. This video gave him enough pleasure. If he dared to remove that damned anti-psyker armor, Xianch would not be stingy in bestowing power upon him. The Chaos scientists had made some progress. Primaris warriors were indeed difficult to corrupt, but I could perform reverse surgery on them, remove their Belisarius Call and cut out their coral pituitary. As long as they died a little slower, throwing them into the light of chaos would heal them. Currently, this project was progressing fastest under the research of the newly awakened Fabius Bile of the Emperor's children. It was estimated that results would be achieved soon. In Xianch's plan, Abaddon's 15th Black Crusade should launch its offensive with the aid of this technology. The Lord of Wisdom excitedly rubbed his small hands. After a few rubs, he felt it wasn't enough and transformed into a centipede with 100 legs, stomping continuously. It would be too wonderful if this was feigned allegiance, and even better if he could usurp Guilliman's position as regent. Oh ho ho, have I perhaps hoped for too much? Not too much, not too much. To bring out 50,000 Primaris warriors, 3 Gloriana-class battleships, plus an esoteric battleship, right under the Emperor's nose. I eagerly await his next actions. Before Xianch could observe fate further, the Emperor's slap came down. Hehe, the camera was discovered. Time to quickly switch to another viewing position. Xianch was delighted. Yi Feng wanted to eliminate the ecclesiarchy, and Guillemon was the highly revered son of God of the ecclesiarchy. What would he do? Or was even eliminating the ecclesiarchy a facade? He, who loved to watch the Emperor's family drama unfold, had not thought, or perhaps dared not think, of Yi Feng's true intentions. The meeting between the two was arranged on the fortress world below. Yi Feng agreed, Guillemon agreed, but the fortress world below did not. You are all fakes, fakes. The Emperor's manifestation guides us, the light of the god descent shines upon the land. Any aggressor will be annihilated. You cannot deceive us. Even if you take the form of the regent, we will not open the gates. The people on the fortress world were initially cheering. Ultramarines' forces had reached the edge of the planetary orbit, the enemy had retreated beyond the Mandeville point, and the Macrag's honor was fiercely attacking the enemy. Then, you tell me, there was no rebellion at all? So who was responsible for the beating I took earlier? Who blew up my void shield module? They immediately began to suspect the approaching Ultramarines' forces, wondering if they were enemies preparing to deceive them and then secretly assault their world. Chapter Master Hyber maintained absolute caution in the absence of confirmation. Under his command, the entire spaceport was locked down, and warning shots forced the Ultramarine strike cruiser to a halt. He, along with the Sisters of Silence, would personally go to the Ultramarines' warship to verify the situation. Before this, the fortress world below was like a mad dog, biting anyone who dared to approach. The situation was extremely chaotic for a while. The ships behind the expeditionary fleet successively emerged from the Mandeville point, only to be informed, in a state of utter confusion, that there were no enemies, only allies. Disbelieving, questioning, requesting reconfirmation, thinking they had gone mad. All sorts of situations arose on the ships. The Ultramarines, though shocked, quickly took action. Guillemon gave Calgar a knowing look, letting him figure it out himself. Figure out what? Isn't it obvious that the other party is an undercover agent for my resourceful, ingenious, and prescient Gene-sire father? A massive rebellion was quelled without a single casualty. The Ultramarines and their successor chapters swiftly moved to pacify other chapters and suppress those ship commanders who refused to believe. Fortunately, there were no Dark Angel's successor chapters among them, otherwise, they would be fuming right now, asking, what was the point of my loss of tens of thousands of elites? The fighting on the fortress world quickly subsided. Hyber carefully inspected his Thunderhawk and his combat gear. If the opponent intended to plunge the Imperium into chaos, then an explosion sending him sky-high would be the best option. The Thunderhawk slowly took off. The Salamanders and Sisters of Silences controlled all nearby anti-aircraft turrets, unsure if an alpha assassin might take the opportunity to use a virus to control anti-aircraft missiles. After confirming everything was clear, Chapter Master Hyber boarded the Thunderhawk. A specialized jump pack squad of Ultramarines, led by a librarian, rapidly approached from below. They flew out from an Ultramarine strike cruiser docked beyond the spaceport's range, speeding towards the planet in full acceleration, breakthrough mode. The entire spaceport became tense, unsure whether to open fire. What if they really were Ultramarines, and they shot them down? What then? Their Gene father was the regent, no one dared not consider that factor. After much deliberation, they decided to dispatch small gunboats to intercept. Meanwhile, the Ultramarines warship continuously stated that they were sent to escort Chapter Master Hyber of the Salamanders chapter. That Ultramarines warship was a specially modified model. Call had sacrificed many things on it to install a warp transmission device, usually only found on Space Marine strike cruisers. Teleporting to a rapidly flying Thunderhawk was a technical challenge, it was best to know the target's flight path in advance. Please fly according to the route we provide. We shall escort you. The small Ultramarines craft performed a U-turn, presenting its rear to the local world's small craft. As is well known, Imperial warships generally do not mount rear-facing weapons, and doing so, to some extent, signals friendliness. The Thunderhawk carrying Hyber flew towards the small craft, following the flight path provided by the Ultramarines. The Ultramarines were prepared, these precious, enlarged Terminator armor suits were exceptionally valuable, each one custom-made. The librarian took a deep breath, and Chinook energy flowed from his face to his arms. A chain of black stone was wrapped around his Terminator armor's arm, and after it was activated in the direction of the Chinook boost, the Chinook energy instantly locked onto the position above the vehicle Hyber was riding in. The Thunderhawk could not be locked onto because Hyber and the Sisters of Silence were sitting together. They could only choose to jump to the airspace above the Thunderhawk, and then use the aerodynamic module to jump on top of their target. The Thunderhawk was about to fly out of the atmosphere. The low-gravity environment would slow the descent of the heavy Terminators, giving the rescue ship ample time to rescue them. Brothers, this mission is crucial. We must rescue Chapter Master Hyber before we alert them. The Thunderhawk's armor is extremely thick. Annihilation rounds can only destroy half of it. Remember to quickly use plasma guns to blast open the remaining armor. We cannot give them a chance to react. For Ultramar, for the Gene Father. The warp boarding device activated, the servo system hummed, and with a jolt, it vanished from its original spot. 5 Primaris warriors appeared in front and above the Thunderhawk. Their speed was in stark contrast to the Thunderhawk's rapid flight. The librarian enveloped his brothers in Chinook energy, otherwise, hitting the Thunderhawk would mean being crushed. The Salamander's pilot was a split second too slow. The Terminator's warriors' magnetic locks had already secured the Thunderhawk. The well-trained Ultramarines veterans coordinated flawlessly. The interval between the annihilation round explosion and the plasma gun firing was extremely short. Before Hyber could even unfasten all the safety bars, a huge hole had already formed. Nobody move. After the Terminator's veteran jumped into the Thunderhawk, he quickly raised a huge bomb. This bomb might not be able to shatter the Thunderhawk upon explosion, but it would certainly kill all living things inside. The Thunderhawk's interior was cramped, greatly limiting the ability to turn with a gun, but a bomb posed no such problem, especially when you were holding the fuse. I'm sorry, sister, we should protest to the Silent Sisterhood about equipping you with fully enclosed armor. The Sisters of Silence's vow armor is not a spacesuit, it has gaps. The librarian was the second to jump down, using Qing energy to try and stop the internal oxygen loss. With the Sisters of Silence present, that wasn't really working. This is an act of war, traitors. Hyber pressed towards them like a mountain. Although his foot safety bars had not yet risen, his broad arms were already spread open. The Terminator's veteran tried his best to hold the bomb. His whole body was surging with blood. The librarian's Qing energy had slowed the impact of boarding the Thunderhawk. Thanks to the Sisters of Silence, it only slowed it a little, and he almost died outside. Now his bones were creaking, and his body scan still showed multiple fractures. The Terminators filed in, making the half-empty Thunderhawk abnormally crowded. We mean no harm, Chapter Master Hyber. Two Terminators tried to restrain him, but his immense arm strength nearly pushed the two veterans back against the opposite Thunderhawk bulkhead. You have an alpha spy here. I want to talk to him. The Sisters of Silence gripped her executioner greatsword, but it was too crowded to even raise it. The violent airflow and lack of oxygen were killing her. Go to the cockpit, take the co-pilot's seat, sister, that part is still intact. The Thunderhawk flew unsteadily, the atmosphere inside tense. In the cramped space, great hammers couldn't be swung, and several salamanders only had their fists. These are all my loyal brothers, Believe me, Chapter Master Hyber, we would not act so rashly without precise intelligence. This involves the friendship between our two chapters. The Alpha Assassin was extremely nervous. He had drunk all of his brother's disguise potions to become the size of a salamander's Primaris warrior. How on earth was he exposed? How was he exposed? A traitor among traitors, of course. One of the potions you drank was from the loyalist faction of Alpha. The traitor among traitors escaped through warp transition. Where do you think he escaped to? Gene-Sire Alfarius was right nearby, so where do you think he went? There is no sense of time in the warp. Sometimes, jumping several hours or even several years into the future is normal. Grey Knights have even jumped into fierce warp vortex regions and ended up 100 years later. The Alpha Assassin gritted his teeth and said to the Ultramarine speaking, you are implying that despicable. Before he could finish, he lunged at the Terminators holding the bomb. Regardless, the bomb's explosion would be his victory, even if he didn't survive this time. Clad in heavy armor, he kicked the Terminators fiercely and reached for the bomb. I don't think an explanation is needed anymore, Chapter Master Hyber. I'm afraid your brother is already dead somewhere. The librarian was not flustered at all, just had a bit of a headache. Don't bother, that bomb is fake. After 10 minutes of riding in the space convertible, the Primaris warriors slowly entered the Salamander's ship. Several adamantium warriors guarding key points had gathered behind cover, ready for anything. Honor forged on the anvil. Hyber was the first to step out of the Thunderhawk. A despicable traitor killed our brother, devoured his flesh, stole his memories, and infiltrated us. Thanks to the help of the Ultramarines, they helped us find the Alpha Spy. Several Ultramarines Terminators dragged a heavy armored figure out of the Thunderhawk. They unceremoniously granted the traitor baby-like sleep. The Sisters of Silence also exited the Thunderhawk's front cabin, bowed to the Ultramarines, and then quickly went to the medical bay to check her physical condition. The librarian was the last to emerge. He stealthily peeked out, and only after confirming the Sisters of Silence in the front cabin had gone far away did he step out. The journey had tormented him. The battle concluded there. Chapter Master Hyber successfully met with Guilliman. After confirming the authenticity, both parties rediscussed the meeting location and agreed that the Salamander's ship was the most suitable choice. When a strike cruiser emerged from the depths of the star system, even Yi Feng was startled. It had been hiding in such a turbulent radiation storm, behind a planet closest to the sun, completely undetected by the auger array. Or perhaps Anos detected it and deliberately concealed it. It was a beautiful warship, painted in the somber hues of nocturne, with the iconic green of the salamanders interspersed across its otherwise dull, undulating hull. A few spots erupted with the colors of anvil fire. The Custodes shuttle and the White Scar's Thunderhawk arrived at the warship simultaneously. The salamanders and the enthusiastic Guilliman greeted them. As for Yi Feng's attitude, welcome back to the Imperium. I trust you will not betray us. Their chapter champion, Pan Zizak, greeted Yi Feng. The last time they met was a few days before Situer took Yi Feng to the Phalanx to participate in the Blade Feast. To be precise, I have never betrayed humanity. Yi Feng spread his arms, ready for a firm embrace with the other party. Their chapter champion also spread his arms, but a warrior stopped him. Beneath the death mask, his intentions were unclear. Don't be so tense. Pons gently pressed down his brother's arm, but also restrained himself a bit, engaging in a violent collision of front armor with Yi Feng. Who astonishing anti-Shinik power. Humph, brother has grown stronger again. I'm glad I can still see you. In 200 years, countless deaths have passed by my side. Yi Feng scrutinized the robust warrior, his eyes filled with data. Hey? You ask what data? Each number is followed by the throne gelt symbol. Don't worry, Anthony is sealed in our stasis field. The two warriors walked side by side, exuding the aura of tanks. The other Salamander's warriors were quickly ushering mortals away, ensuring no ordinary person would appear on Yi Feng's path. I heard you fought a brutal war with the Dark Angels. When I heard about it, I couldn't believe it at all. I personally forged a longsword, ready to plunge it into your chest, Pan Zizak said with a relaxed expression. He wanted to draw the longsword and present it to Yi Feng, but Yi Feng stopped him. Ha, you can't say that. The Dark Angels and we indeed had a lot of friction. You know, the Dark Angels always have a lot of guys who don't follow orders, suddenly leaving the battlefield in the middle of a war. It's just that the friendly fire caused that time was extensive. I understand this. The Salamanders had also been troubled by the Dark Angels. If possible, I am willing to build a bridge of communication between the two sides. Haha, let's talk about it when we live to see that day. Yi Feng chuckled. Along the way, he saw some adamantium warriors. They had many badges of honor and seals of victory on them. Earning military merits while wearing this armor was only natural. How is the adamantium armor working out? How many powerful warriors skilled in using it have been trained? Hundreds, brother. The armor you gave us is enough to equip several chapters, but we don't use it much. It's hard to coordinate with mortal forces while wearing it. The Salamanders often, as a single chapter, disperse across hundreds of battlefields to support mortals. It's common for a Salamanders to temporarily join an Astra Militarum commando squad. That's not enough, brother. Other chapters should have many veterans by now. Humph, what you're saying isn't right. Even if they've worn it longer, the sons of Fukin are still confident they can defeat them. On the anvil, honor endures. Yi Feng did not refute. The adamantium armor was like a death roster, all warriors who mastered its use would be thrown into an endless vortex of death. Chapter 472 Relax, you are not alone. Both parties arrived at the council hall. Yi Feng and Pan Zizak appeared isolated in front of the opposing side's lavish lineup. Chapter Master Hyber, the Salamander's 7-person honor guard, Guillemon, Calgar, Titus, and the Victrix guard, along with representatives from other chapters. This large group, upon entering the meeting area, completely surrounded Yi Feng, making him look like a suspect in the dock facing a large jury. Lady Yuden was stopped at the door. It wasn't an insult to her, but the powerful anti-psyker forces would destroy her fragile body. Although the display was intimidating, it was mostly a group of Astartes leaders coming to hear gossip, primarily to hear how Guillemon commanded Yi Feng to infiltrate the Great Betrayal alone, work hard, get promoted, raise his salary, become the leader, and lead the entire army to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. After both sides were seated, Yi Feng and Guillemon exchanged a knowing glance, roughly filtering what could be disclosed. Of course, Yi Feng had to start the fabrication. Gentlemen, Yi Feng began, I know you have many questions. Fortunately, we have enough time today, so I will explain in detail. Calgar considered this an impertinent act. With the regent present, how dared he speak first without the regent's permission? But when he looked at Guillemon, his expression was even more serious than when he spoke with the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum. The matter must begin with a prophecy from a very, very long time ago. Guillemon was already getting a headache. Prophecies were unreliable. How would he convince everyone? During Abaddon's 14th Black Crusade, both the regent and I received a terrifying prophecy. A powerful force was about to attack Terra, and the future of humanity was in peril. At that dark moment, I believe most seers sensed it, but unlike others, the great regent and I discovered that it wasn't something happening during the 14th Black Crusade, it would be much further in the future. Several irritable chapter masters had already started idly tapping their fingers. There were a few chapters, nominally successor chapters of the Ultramarines, but who knew who their Gene Father was. Many of them completely distrusted psychers and prophecies. But prophecies are sometimes unreliable, as all librarians here should know. We chose the most radical method, to always be under anti-psyker forces. Prophecies from the warp would never involve me, and I would be able to start changing the future. Titus, as a top-tier individual combatant, showed great interest. With Guillemon's gentle gaze, he was the first to ask, then how did you, alone, change the future? In Titus's mind, he imagined a powerful warrior, completely enveloped in anti-psyker energy, single-handedly holding back all enemies as countless foes breached defenses and entered critical areas when the edifice was about to collapse, thereby turning the tide for humanity. Yi Feng smiled, pointing to himself, guess why such a massive red tide fleet has only me here for talks. His mighty arm slowly spread, his fingertips pointing past each renowned strongman, finally gesturing to the empty space on either side. Because I alone can represent the will of the entire red tide. My orders will be absolutely obeyed by my brothers. I dare anyone to bet that even Sigismund after the Great Betrayal, within the Black Templars, would not command with such effortless control as I do. The other leaders were still somewhat disdainful until Yi Feng said the next sentence, my army, even if I ordered them to attack Terra, there would be no opposition. In fact, we have already reached here. Calgar was the first to stand up, but Guillemon placed a hand on his shoulder, firmly pressing him back into his chair. So, it's not just me, but the entire Red Tide, 50,000 Primaris warriors, 2 Gloriana-class battleships, and the Nemesis's Righteous Vengeance, a flagship captured from the Inner Circle, and millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of warriors, who will stand here to jointly resist the impending doom. They might be known to the warp, but as long as they have absolute trust in me, under one of my rare commands, the entire red tide will alter its original prophetic trajectory, accomplishing actions outside the prophecy actions taken under my command, a person who does not exist in the warp. Everyone present was utterly stunned. They wanted to refute something, but Yi Feng had already shown them through his actions that the most difficult part, control over the army, had been achieved. If he said attack the Dark Angels, they attacked the Dark Angels. If he said advance into the Soul System, they advanced into the Soul System. If he said cease fire, they ceased fire. Their speed in ceasing fire was even faster than the Macrag's honor under the command of Guillemon and Calgar. We understand your plan, it's very difficult, but congratulations, you've done it. However, we are more interested in how you managed to gather such a large force, right under the Imperium of Man's nose. It's simple. My territory is not within the Imperium's sacred domain. Concealing planets was something rogue traders did often, but how many worlds could support 50,000 Primaris warriors? According to Imperial law, concealing a planet is punishable by death. Yes, the first expeditionary fleet tried it once. The execution failed. Guillemon's veins throbbed, this was getting increasingly absurd. Yi Feng's immediate rebuttal instantly drew dissatisfaction from many chapter representatives. A lawless individual, even the Wolf Guard aren't as audacious as you. Then what achievements do you all have? Reclaiming worlds? Purging demons and Xenos? I ask you, do all of you combined, in terms of newly opened territories, have more than my red tide? Opening new frontiers? Have you lost the courage to undertake another great crusade? The Emperor conquered this vast territory from a single world, Terra. Do you lack that same ambition? Before Guillemon's return, the Imperium of Man's last major territorial expansion was the expedition of Solar Lord Makarivs, an expedition commanded by a mortal. Nonsense. Under the leadership of Regent, we are campaigning against enemies across the galaxy. The chapter representative who couldn't help but speak suddenly remembered that this guy's expedition was much longer than Guillemon's counterattack, and it was even possible that Guillemon was coordinating with him. And I had no Primarch leading me. We fought like the Carcharodon's chapter, and governed conquered worlds like the Ultramarines. In endless wars, it was indeed very difficult at first. I faced the same problems you encountered. Under such scarce conditions, even replenishing chapter personnel was extremely difficult. It could only be said that opportunities are made by seizing them. I met two benefactors. One was an enemy, whom you call the Tau. However, you haven't realized that the Inner Circle, one of the masterminds behind the Great Betrayal, stood behind the Tau. We, relying on the White Scar's lightning tactics and luck, captured spoils of war, which is that large warship outside, as big as a hive city. Everyone knew that war involved an element of luck, and most of the strong men focused on the White Scar's tactics. But Yi Feng didn't elaborate. He continued to introduce the second benefactor. As for the other benefactor, we must mention our long-standing tradition of valuing technology. As you all know, new technology is dangerous, and who knows if there's a daemon plot involved. We solved this problem on a small scale. In a nutshell, an untouchable grew to become an Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos. The adamantium armor you are wearing is his masterpiece. The rest was simple. Powerful warships and adamantium armor effectively ensured the survival of warriors. With very few casualties, rapid replenishment was normal my ass. 50,000 men in 400 years? Yi Feng didn't explain this part. Anyway, with the Primarch behind him, wasn't it normal to have enough gene seed? How could I possibly buy gene seed from other black markets and the Adeptus Mechanicus? I'm not that kind of person. At this point, the Regent also had to admit that he had provided some small assistance. The gene seed made from Primarch blood was very pure. He then faced the resentful gazes of the Ultramarines. Alfarius expressed his frustration, saying that he had indeed shed a lot of blood, but it had all gone to the Alpha Legion, and had nothing to do with the Red Tide. Several tens of minutes later. All right, gentlemen, this is the simple version of our rise. You still haven't clearly explained what that powerful threat is. We only prophesied an attack from the Blood Angels of unprecedented intensity, but the Regent indicated at the time that there was something else. Over a dozen pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Guillemon. The Primarch, without a blush or a racing heart, lied effortlessly. Orcs. Their keen perception of war guided these Xenos to join that conflict. So, Lord, that's why you led all the Ultramarines expeditionary forces to reinforce the Storm Sector after receiving the White Scar's expeditionary forces' plea for help. Calgar suddenly understood. Guillemon's actions were very unusual then. Although it was later proven that the inclusion of these forces was absolutely necessary, he could never figure out in his simulations why the Primarch had the courage to directly shift the army's offensive at that time. After that battle, the number of orcs had decreased to, Calgar's words suddenly caught in his throat, unable to move. A group of orcs had escaped, and all pursuit attempts had failed. There had been no news of orcs for years. Given the orcs' rate of development, they might have grown to a considerable size by now. In front of Terra's current defensive density, it seemed insignificant. That was an orc gathering. The Primarch's explanation was so plausible that Yi Feng was suspicious, as if it really could lead to such a situation. Haha, that's good. When the time comes, we'll cede some chaos territory and let the orcs and blood angels fight it out. Our goal is not to hold Terra, but to buy time, which will lead to subtle tactical differences. They finished speaking there. Most of the warriors confirmed one thing, the Red Tide was loyal, and the power of the soul system had greatly increased. Now I need to speak with the regent alone, gentlemen, if you would be so kind. All right, now it's just you and me. To be honest, our relationship isn't that close. Guilliman finally relaxed, moving closer to Yifeng, allowing the anti-psyker energy to completely envelop him, until the Emperor's sword no longer emitted flames. In this environment, Yifeng was unwilling to speak. He didn't trust the surrounding soundproofing facilities, so he used the sign language of the Sisters of Silence to explain. Now, let's talk about the specific plan additions. The Primarch's hands moved faster. Father has more secrets than you imagine. I have already made preparations. Before the operation begins, a group of psychers will be sacrificed to him. Don't be surprised. Doesn't this go against our original intention? Isn't our goal to weaken the divinity that the ecclesiarchy brings to the Emperor, allowing his humanity to return? Alfarius was also helpless. The premise for his humanity to return was that he first had to be a human. To use Slaanesh as an example, when Slaanesh was born, a Lord of Desire appeared simultaneously in the past, present, and future. Slaaneshi demons influenced the entire warp, and it's hard to say whether it was the future Slaaneshi demons who enticed the Eldar in the past, thus promoting his own birth. The Emperor is the same now. He, who ascended to godhood at some unknown point in time, is now influencing the present Emperor. The influence of the ecclesiarchy is only external, the internal divinity is also affecting him. Guilliman's sign language was too fast, even the White Scar's eyes felt sore trying to follow his movements. In short, this is a necessary method to maintain his humanity. I have already sent secret units to do this. In Yifeng's understanding, the secret units referred to the custodes, but in reality, it was the Alpha Legion, who were searching far and wide for psychers who met the requirements. Belisarius' call is making good progress. Under the supervision of the custodes, he has received some assistance. If anyone in this world could understand the psychic titans created by the Emperor, it would only be the custodes, who are known to be universally talented. Call received some support from the custodes and made significant progress in conductive psychic materials, creating a powerful psychic ribbon. It can connect all of you. You mean? All the adamantium warriors, you, the Sisters of Silence, the Blackstone pylon activated in the anti-psychic direction, everything anti-psychic. Do you really think that with just your armor, you can resist the unwavering faith of all humanity in the Emperor for 900 years? The Emperor summoned the Primarchs at the end of 41K. At that time, the power of faith he had gained should have been enough to eliminate the chaos wounds. Every day after that was a nightmare pressing down on his humanity. Now, the only hope is that the semi-finished webway created by the Emperor is large enough, because the Blackstone pylon can indeed block the chaos gods. The pylons on Cadia alone stopped the expansion of the Eye of Terror. The question is there enough space in the webway to place so many pylons? Only the custodes knew the secret. So, you have already created a method to release the Emperor's power of faith. We didn't create it, but a method already exists. You must believe in the Emperor. The Primarch was much taller than Yifeng. His hands rested on Yifeng's shoulders, his tone relaxed and soothing. This time, it wasn't sign language, he actually spoke. Relax, Yifeng, you are too conceited, so conceited that you believe only your own strength can save the Emperor. Far more people are doing this than you imagine. You underestimate us too much. When the time comes, heaven and earth will work together, 1,000 armies will march together. In this world, the best bridge connecting powerful warp forces in reality is not some chaos relic or living saint, but the Primarchs, the Emperor's supreme masterpieces. You. This time, it was the Primarch's turn to give Yifeng a mysterious smile, then with an expression that seemed to say, just guess, my answer will surely drop your jaw. Let me summarize, at that time, the custodes will open the Golden Throne's door, carrying the Blackstone pylon. The pylon will activate its psychic amplification mode, and then the Emperor's power will push deeper into the webway through the Blackstone's amplification. Once all the pylons are in place, the nullification mode will be instantly activated, and the custodes will withstand the first wave of attacks. Yifeng's hands were tired from gesturing. My Lord Robert, please don't press on my shoulders anymore, I can't even lift them. Then the Sisters of Silence and the Adamantium warriors will quickly advance into the webway, connected to Call's device, connecting the equipment to the surrounding Blackstones as they run, entering the front line to hold firm, allowing some custodes to withdraw and rest. And I, at the entrance, connected to Call's device, will bear the damned power of the ecclesiarchy's faith until the Emperor returns. You don't need to gesture the damned part. It's roughly correct. All right, anyway, the plan never goes smoothly. Yifeng shook his head. Would Ina also have to join this war? Oh, this all in madness made his heart bleed. The sorcerer's planet was attacked once again. The strong individuals wandering in the Eye of Terror were countless, and the Primarchs were undoubtedly among the best. The Wolf King, Lemon Russ, once again set foot on this land. The planets in the Eye of Terror were ever-changing. This planet was destroyed, disappeared, and reformed under powerful psychic spells. Magnus and a large number of thousand suns were currently wandering on this planet. Come out, Magnus, today I have come to mock you. The Wolf King stepped onto this land with unprecedented ease for the first time. The moment the Wolf King landed, Magnus summoned several ice pillars to fall, attempting to impale the body of the Primarch he detested most. The warp's offensives came one after another. Russ dodged quickly, but such a long period of warfare had left his armor in disrepair. The thick fur draped over his shoulders was reduced to a few strands, and his messy hair made him look like a Viking vagrant. Magnus' words came from the void. Mock me? Do you think you're not disheveled enough right now? No, I think you've got fragments of a great daemon mixed into your body and you're still smug, believing your soul is almost complete, like an ignorant fool. You are the ignorant fool. As the Primarch who prided himself on being the most knowledgeable in the galaxy, the word ignorant had no connection to him, yet it seemed to entangle him at every moment, from Prospero to the Human Lord's Webway project, from Qing to the Emperor, someone always thought he was ignorant. Since you're here, leave all your hearts today. Haha, today I don't feel like breaking your spine. The Wolf King's voice gradually faded, and the figure that had landed on the sorcerer's planet slowly disappeared. Magnus was instantly bewildered. In the words of the Thousand Sons, the Primarch seemed to be silent for a century before he spoke in disbelief. My goodness, Russ actually grew a brain, using sorcery, ... But from beginning to end, the Astartes of the Thousand Sons didn't see anyone, let alone Lemon Russ, not even Bjorn. Lemon Russ stood on the ruins of Prospero, which the Imperium had declared a death world, uninhabitable for humans. Yet the Primarch was now effortlessly leaping through the ruins filled with deadly radiation. A fragment of Magnus' soul was clutched in his hand. He used this fragment and its connection to the main body to mock him, causing Magnus to begin to seriously doubt himself. The Wolf King never went to the sorcerer's planet. Everything was a false memory he created using this fragment, then transmitted to the main body via the soul connection. Why did your palace directly ascend to the sorcerer's planet in the Eye of Terror? The ruins on Prospero were too similar to the sorcerer's planet. Magnus' daemon ascension was actually only halfway complete, his soul had been shattered by the Wolf King at that time. Ahriman, a Thousand Sons warrior under his command, tried to use a grand sorcery to solve the Thousand Sons flesh change problem, but instead transformed a large number of Legion warriors into Red Word warriors, consisting only of armor and ash. Ahriman attempted to use this spell a second time to change his brother's back. At this point, the ascended Magnus forcibly seized control of the sorcery, using it to collect many of his scattered soul fragments. He believed they were collected, and after that, Magnus' condition was very good. The problem is, you use chaos sorcery to absorb soul fragments? And you're still a Daemon Prince of Qing. Can you really say whether the fragments you absorbed were truly your own? Magnus recovered his combat strength, but he wasn't truly whole. A fragment of his loyal soul merged into a Grey Knights, becoming the first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights in later times. Its last recorded appearance was during the era of Vang Ulrich, after which there was no further news. The Wolf King, on the Emperor's command, collected Magnus' soul fragments. Initially, the fragment in his hand was not this one, but the one that later rushed into the Imperial Palace. He used it as an anchor to attract other loyal fragments. Later, after the first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights died, his soul also returned to it. The Wolf King then possessed almost half of Magnus. A well-read, eager to learn, loyal to the Emperor Magnus. Now, after mocking the current Lord of the Thousand Sons, the Wolf King placed the soul fragment into a relic bracelet on his wrist. This new fragment appeared in a strange place. Logically, the Imperium Psychers had searched here countless times, there shouldn't have been any fragments left. How strange, did it fly directly to the present when it shattered? The Wolf King muttered. Magnus' fragment replied, it will fly to the vicinity of the most glorious moments of my life, not necessarily in the past, but possibly in the future. Alright, that means in a very short time, we will do something very glorious, the two of us. In this world, to channel the power that the Ecclesiarchy has placed upon the Emperor into the real world, is there any better medium than a fragment of Magnus' soul?